Top This? Starring Senator Ford.
Good evening.
Harry Hirschfield.
Howdy.
And Joe Laurie Jr.
Hello.
And now, Ward Wilson.
Thank you, Charles Stark, and good evening, friends. Welcome to Can You Top This? Like the Army football team, we ramble on in our carefree, unrehearsed way. Our three wits do not know what jokes have been chosen until the versatile Peter Donald reads them on the air. Then they try to top them. They have no scripts, but rely on memory and ability to switch jokes to make them fit. If Peter Donald reads your submitted joke, you get $10.
And this is your host, Roger Bauer. Then our panelists try to top the score on the laugh meter registered by Peter Donald.
Each time they fail to top your score, you win $5 more, which means you may win $25.
Can You Top This is made possible by our fine sponsor.
So let's get on with the laughs, provided you fellas are all cooperative tonight, and I hate to break up that yawn of Senator Ford's. Are you?
Ready?
Yeah.
You're all ready, huh? All right, let's see. Here's the first joke, and it was sent in by Mrs. Anna Lewis of Cambridge, Massachusetts, and it's on the subject of something I hope none of you ever become, Tramp.
Who does she hate?
So, Peter, it's up to you. Tramp, 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 the gags are marching.
Well, a tramp knocks at the back door of a house, and the lady of the house answered the door. And she said, "Yes, my good man, what can I do for you?" So the tramp says, "Look, lady, can you help me out? I was at the front." She said, "Oh, my dear boy, come right in. Come right in. I usually don't give anything to strangers, but you are obviously an unfortunate veteran, and I do understand your problem. My nephew was also at the front. He used to tell me, I think, that he was a brigadier general. Maybe he said he was generally in the brig. I don't remember, but he was something. Do come in and I'll make you a nice dinner." So she gave him this dinner. She cooked the whole works, the whole meal, right through to the coffee, and the tramp finished everything up. She said, "Now, young man, you were going to tell me your story when I answered the door. What did you start to say about being at the front?" He says, "Well, ma'am, when you interrupted, I was just trying to tell you. I was at the front, but when you didn't answer, I came around to the back door."
And that was only 350 on the laugh meter, Ward.
You allow our three wits plenty of latitude. However, Mrs. Lewis has $10 to start with, and maybe somebody will slide under that 350. Harry, you seem to be very anxious tonight, so let's go
Well, I
with
have one of a different... This is about a vagabond, which is another form of tramp, that's all.
Why don't you let me guess?
Yes, vagabond. Yeah. But this is a story about a vagabond going on the road, and he was penniless and hungry and tattered, but he was good looking. And he came to a castle. And he came to this castle, but they had a terrible tyrant of a king in there, and he had a daughter, princess, and he wouldn't let her see anybody. She never saw a man, and her heart was just breaking for romance. And he knocked at the door, and finally she said, "And maybe somebody in distress," to the king, and the king finally grudgingly opened the door, and 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 the the door, 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 the door,
Senator Ford.
I really don't know.
And you, Joe Laurie Jr.?
Well, maybe.
These guys who can kneel you into stitches bring you another session of Can You Top This? And now for the man who lays down the law so you can pick out the chips. Ward Wilson.
Thank you, Charles Stark. Can You Top This is unrehearsed and spontaneous, and our top rule is keep 'em laughing. Anyone can send in a joke, and if your joke is told by the well-known actor and storyteller Peter Donald, you get $10. Each of the three wits try to top it with another joke on the same subject. Each time they fail to top you, you get $5 more, so you have a chance to win as much as $25.
And this is your host, Roger Bauer. Can You Top This is made possible by our fine sponsor. Won't you please listen to this?
You ready?
Ready.
I guess so.
3 readies, 1 a little vague. Well, here's the first joke this evening. Comes from Technical Sergeant and Mrs. Gerald M. Fernie of Tacoma, Washington, and it's on the subject of Panhandler. Panhandler. So, Pete, you put the bite on us, and we'll see what happens from there.
Well, this is about a very, very wealthy man, always loaded with money. Even the water on his knee was Chanel number 5. I mean, this just awful, awful wealthy, but very stingy. Very stingy guy. And one day he's walking along Fifth Avenue in all his finest clothes and wearing his chinchilla toupee and all this kind of stuff. And up came Willie the Weasel, a well-known panhandler.
He said, hey, buddy, could you spare 25 cents for a room tonight?
So the stingy guy says, no, I couldn't.
He says, no 25 cents, huh? Well, then have you got a dime for a ham sandwich?
Fellow says, no, I haven't got a dime for a ham sandwich.
Says, gee, it's tough. You got a nickel for a cup of coffee?
He says, no, I haven't got a nickel for a cup of coffee.
Says, you ain't got no quarter for a room, no dime for a ham sandwich, no nickel for a cup of coffee? He says, buddy, we better go into partnership. You're as big a bum as I am.
Well, you weren't much of a bum on that one, Pete.
1,000 on the laugh meter.
Automatically sending the 25 to Technical Sergeant and Mrs. Fernie and putting our 3 wits out strictly for laughs. The upraising of hands looked like Harry Hirschfield first.
Well, first I want to toss a quickie in. There are a lot of panhandler and beggar stories, but there was a beggar, bow-legged as the deuce. Oh, terribly bow-legged. One says, did you ever see such a bow-legged beggar? Other one said he used to be on horseback, but a black market butcher stole his horse. There was a big wedding. There's a big wedding. Oh, there's a tremendous wedding in a hall. And the groom was looking around the place, and he sees one guy eating away to beat the band. Oh, boy, he's eating, and he looks at him. The guy needs a shave. He's dirty looking, no clothes and anything. And the groom walks over to him and says, just a minute. Did you get an invitation to come here? He said, no. Are you a friend of mine? The groom? Said, no. Are you a friend of the bride? Said, no. Says, well, you got a nerve of panhandling in here, mooching here. Come on. He took him out and he kicked the life out of him, knocked his teeth out, smashed his eye, knocked him down the stairs. When he got down there bleeding, the panhandler got himself a cop. And he brought this groom, took him right to the station house. They told the story before the judge, and the judge listened carefully to the testimony, and he turned to this panhandler. He says, is it true that you came in there without an invitation? And he asked you if you had an invitation. You said no. He asked you if you were a friend of the groom. So you said no. And your friend of the bride said no. And he kicked you down the stairs and beat you up and knocked your teeth out. He said, yes. He said, you got any witnesses? He said, yeah. The 6 guys that I invited.
Up. 1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
Top 6, 7, and 8 en route there.
Well,
finally made the grade. And the preface got 700, too. However, it ties Mr. and Mrs. Fernie's 1,000, but doesn't top it, needless to say. And, Joe, we better hear from you.
I got a very short one to put in. Pete reminded me of it. My fellow gets up to a guy on the street. He says, give me $100, will you, buddy? He says, what's the idea of asking for $100? He says, I'm putting all my bags in one basket. The one I want to tell is about a fella comes home. He comes home, and right on the doorstep in front of his house, is a fella, beggar there, and he's always yelling, he's hollering, always yelling and hollering, and his wife is right over the beggar. So he says, what happened here? What happened here? What's the matter? So she says, what's the matter? The man rang the bell. I opened the door, and he says to me, lady, will you please give me a bite? So I beat him.
Hey, 1,000 on the laugh meter for that one, Ward.
So far we have a perfect round, Senator. And
I can go back that far, too, with one of those gags that he just told. I'll throw in one, too. I had enough time to think of 4 or 5. A panhandler knocked at a farmhouse door, and a hatchet-faced woman answered. And she says, you here again? Aren't you one of the 3 men I gave a pie last week? He said, yes, lady, but I'm the sole survivor. Pete's kind of reminded me of one. A panhandler on the street asked me for a handout, and I thought I'd give him a lecture. Being forward, I'd give him a lecture instead of a dime, you know. So I said, what's the matter with you? Why don't you get wise to yourself? Look at you. You sleep on park benches. You're hungry. You're tattered. You're tired. Why don't you go to work? He said, go to work. For what? To support a bum like me?
1,000 on the laugh meter.
Well, the facts and figures on that round are perfect, as a matter of fact. Everybody got 1,000.
Another round of jokes will be coming up right after these important words from our fine sponsor.
Now back to the contest of wit and humor. Here's a joke which was sent in by Miss Evelyn Lilberg of DeKalb, Illinois. And the subject of this joke, if your wives are listening, I imagine they'll be interested, conversation. Conversation. So, Peter Donald, suppose we talk it over.
This is a very, very intelligent joke now. This is... If you don't laugh at this one, it just proves how ignorant you are. This is very, very highbrow, this joke. Seems that an investigator went to a state sanatorium. He was looking around to see what the conditions were. And while he's walking around the grounds, he saw an old man sitting under a tree. So he sat down next to the old man. He said, good evening, sir. And the old man said, good evening. You're a stranger here, ain't you? He said, yes, I am. He said, I'm a visitor here. Are you a visitor? He said, no, sonny, I'm an inmate of the sanitarium. Well, he said, that's too bad. I'm sorry. You didn't look like one. Well, he says, I really shouldn't be one, but I'm the victim of circumstances. See, my family, they coveted all the property I had, so they pretended that I was insane, and they had me sent up here, and I've been here for years now, and I'm perfectly sane. If only the truth were known, I'm doing a great scientific work. Something very important. It's an undertaking that has taken me years and years, and if it's ever done and completed, it'll make my name famous throughout the English-speaking world. Now, that shows you that I am sane. The fellow said, well, you certainly sound like a sane man. He said, what is this great work you're doing? He says, what is it? I am compiling a complete index of Webster's Dictionary.
Up. 1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
There was a brief pause at 800 on the... So you're in for Miss Lilberg with an automatic 25 and putting our three wits out for strictly laughs once again. And the first upraised hand, I think, belongs to Joe Laurie.
I got a real short one. About this fellow trying to read his paper at home. And his wife is one of those yada, 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 yada gals, you know. Yeah, you know, at the club. And gabbing, and he's turning his paper and looking at her, and finally he says, I'm reading in the paper here about the zoo here, about the giraffe up in the zoo. She says, what about the giraffe in the zoo? What about the giraffe in the zoo? So it says here it has a tongue 18 inches long. She says, a tongue 18 inches long? She said, yeah, ain't you jealous?
1,000 on the laugh meter.
And so far we haven't hit anything but that, except on a couple of prefaces. And, Senator, I think your hand was raised second.
Yeah, well, Pete's story involved two people talking, and Joe's involved two. I have one with three carrying on conversation. It seems that one evening, three florists lapped up 4 roses like $5 worth of blue blotters. And then he decided to take a ride on the top of Fifth Avenue bus to get some air. So they climbed up to the top of the bus. They had ridden about 2 blocks when the first one said, it's windy. Second one said, tain't Wednesday, it's Thursday. The third one said, I'm thirsty too, let's get off and get a drink.
Well, you don't need to be thirsty about that one, Senator.
1,000 for that joke, Ward.
Keeping the round intact at 1,000 for the second time. And, Harry, and your cigar, you're invited in.
This is pretty recent. Yesterday, the Circus Saints and Sinners gave one of the greatest luncheons I ever saw to General Eisenhower. And at that luncheon, ex-Governor Hoffman and Colonel Hoffman told this story. He told about a goof soldier, and he sees a lot of fellas going into a sort of a headquarters, and he wanted to see what was going on there, and he was stopped by the sentry. And the sentry said, who goes there? He says, General Eisenhower. So they got together, and they beat the life out of him and knocked his teeth out. It was an awful sight. So we got back to the camp, to his tent. They said, what happened? He said, well, I saw a lot of fellas going in there. He said, and I said to myself, I'd like to go in there, too. And the fellow says, sentry said, who goes there? And I said, General Eisenhower. And they beat me up something awful. I said, certainly. Why didn't you tell him your own name? He said, what? If they could do that to Eisenhower, can you imagine what they'll do to me?
Well, I suppose he did have a conversation, Harry, after all.
Anything is conversation.
Well, that's what I have to accede to.
1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
That define conversation to me? Certainly not what you're saying to me.
Harry, we only have a half-hour program. Here's our next one, however, and we'll see what happens with a joke from We the Patients. That's a group up at the Will Rogers Memorial Hospital in Saranac Lake, New York. And the subject of this round is courtship. Courtship. So, Pete, hope you wind up happily wed to this one.
Well, it's about a very, very nervous suitor. He'd been calling on this girl about 3 times a week for over 6 months, and he'd never mentioned marriage at all, never mentioned getting engaged. And one evening they were seated on the porch swing, and they were very nervous, and he was shaking, and she was shaking, and it was kind of a shame they didn't have a pair of dice with them. They were wasting so much energy, and they kind of looking at each other, and finally she blinked her big blue eyes, and she says,
"Oh, Gregory."
I said, yeah.
She says, "It's so romantic tonight. Say something soft."
He says, "Custard pudding." Long pause, nothing again. Finally, he says, "Fanny, I've been calling on you for over 6 months, and I like you an awful lot, and I want to say something."
He says, "Oh, Gregory, ooh, you're giving me pheasant pimples. Ooh, stop."
She says, "Well, I want to ask you a very important question."
She says, "Oh, Gregory, this is so sudden. What is it?"
He says, "What I want to ask you is, would you please let me know what date you and your mother have decided on for our wedding day?"
You better brush that off slightly, Pete. I think you dropped something somewhere en route.
The laugh meter says 550 on that one, Ward.
Pete is now kicking it away from the stand. Well, for the first time this evening, it looks like we, the patients, are a little out of luck because our 3 wits have plenty of latitude. So let's see. On the subject of courtship, who's the first to volunteer? Harry, looks like you again.
Well, I have a screwball gag if there ever was one. There was a fella calling on a girl and never had a chance to kiss her because little Tommy would stay in the room. And he didn't know what to do, so he figured out a scheme. He says to her, "You know what I'll do? I'll put him on my shoulders and run around the room with him, and he won't know what's going on below him. And as I'm running around, every time I come around the room, I'll kiss you." See? So he put the kid on his shoulders, and he started running around with the kid, and as he came around, he'd give her a kiss. And he pounced around again with the kid, and turned around, give her another kiss. And he pounced again around, and the kid hit that wall. The kid hollered, "Ouch! Ouch! With your fancy lovemaking, you'll make for me a cripple."
1,000 on the laugh meter for that one, Ward.
Tying the patient, topping it by 450, as a matter of fact. They still have their original 10, though. Anybody going to try and duck under this? Joe, I think your hand was raised second.
Talking about courtship, I got one about a dope, too. By the way, we the patients up in Saranac have a lot of great ex-actors and still actors and great troopers up there. Send my regards to them. But the one I want to tell us about, this guy comes in all bandaged up. All his face is all bandaged, and his hands and his legs and everything. Fella says, "What happened to you? What happened?" He said, "What happened to me was to my girl's house last night." He says, "And we were sitting in the parlor," he says, "and I asked her to marry me." She said, "Yes." Just then her old man come in. I said to the old man, "I want to marry your daughter." And he looked at me and he punched me in the eyes, blackened my eyes and broke my nose, then kicked me in the leg. He says, then her brother came in, and her father told her brother that I want to marry the daughter. And he put me on the ground and kicked me in the stomach, broke my leg, broke my arms, and everything else. He says, "What did you do?" He says, "What did I do? I left. I'm no dope. I can take a hint."
1,000 on the laugh meter.
Once again, topping we, the patients, 550. The $10 is still intact. And, Senator, so far you haven't been in this round.
Well, I had another gag, but as long as these fellas are telling dope gags, I don't see any reason why I shouldn't. Up in my hometown, there's a fellow by the name of Dismal Undertonk. Well, Dismal, the best way to describe Dismal is he's an old Mortimer Snurg. And for about 12 years, every evening he would visit the Widow Brown and sit in the parlor. For 12 years he did this every evening. Finally, Aki Pop said to him, he says, hey, Tismo, why don't you marry the widow Brown? Tismo said, well, I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about marrying her. But if I did, where would I spend my evenings?
Well, it finally made the grade on 1,000, Senator, eking up there 8, 9, and 10. And you remember the one that you were going to tell before? You want to tell that one now?
No, why? I got 1,000 on that one. Why should I tell it?
Well, I don't blame you.
Ruining my record.
More fun, more jokes coming up in a minute after this word from our sponsor.
Gene Greenfield of Long Island City, Long Island, New York, and it's on the subject of annoyance.
Annoyance. Okay, I'm sure you won't make any pets out of yourself as far as Miss Greenfield's concerned. Let's find out. Well, the lady was out shopping for presents, and she walked into a very, very swanky store, and the floor walker said, yes, madam, may I have the only good ability to do a lot of this Greenfield? All just put that up, and that's the article of cataclysmic panoply of supposed words and I. So the woman looked at him. She said, what did you say? You don't speak English like me. What's the matter? Oh, it doesn't matter, Mr. I was only trying to say, may I help you anyway? Now, you can say the word with you. I want to buy a pair of snappy gloves. What would you recommend? Well, he said we have the latest time here. How about the nice coffee-colored gloves? Yeah, that's all right, but I'm calling on it. He said, I told you they're coffee-colored gloves. He said, you couldn't get any more specific about the color. He said, my dear man, if they're coffee-colored gloves, they must be the color of coffee. He said, yeah, but how can I tell that you that your coffee be without cream? 1,000 on a happy award. Very definitely for Miss Greenfield. That automatically gives her the 25. Third time tonight that that's happened. Our three wits are once again just out for laughs. And Senator, I think your hand was raised first.
Well, that game is really about a department store. I can tell one about a department store.
Well, that's all right. I know a department store. She asked her today's sales lady for a pair of South American slippers. And he gave her a pair of banana peels.
I mean, that's something, you know.
Well, anyhow, I can tell you one on the way in store, I think. A widow was courting a girl, and they went to the cemetery to look at the grave of the widow, of the wife of the widower. And on the tombstone, the girl read, the light of my life has gone out. And he became very much annoyed at this. He said, what do you mean, the light of my life has gone out? He said, that's true, but I lit another match. 1,000 on the left end of that one, Ward. Tying Miss Greenfield 1,000, but not copying her. And Harry, your hand was raised second. On a hot July day, Bob Nichols was parked at the petrol to their store, and they had reporters on their mind. And in came one of those foreign rug peddlers. You know, just covered with rugs, and all you could see was their heads and their feet. All of them were rugs. And he came in and he said, rugs? He said, no, we don't want any rugs. Get out. Go out, get out. So as the rug peddler left, he started cursing Pop Nichols. Boy, he called him everything under his breath. Pop says, hear him curse you. There's no way to get their revenge. One day in December, in comes his rug peddler again, covered with rugs, over his head, and his feet sticking out. And he said, rugs? Pop Nichols said, yeah, I like the kind of rugs. So he bought one rug, another rug, and his partners looking in amazement. The guy had insulted him. He bought another rug, and he might carry a rug. When he pulled up the last rug from him, he had this rug peddler stark naked except for little shorts. His partner says, what? After he insulted me in July, you now are buying all the rugs for him? He said, listen, when he goes out now, will he get pneumonia? 1,000 on the lap. So, once again, we have a perfect round going, Joe, and it's up to you as the final line. Well, at the restaurant, in a funny way today, annoyed him. He says, bring me some chopped liver. He says, I like it. Some salty. He says, soup. I like it. Finally, he says, bring me some chicken. Waits about 20 minutes for an egg. Brings him the chicken. Starts eating. He says, no good. He says, what's the matter? He says, the chicken is cold. He said, what do you expect? It's been dead 3 days. Oh, that seems to be a live one, Joe. 1,000 for that joke. time this evening, but no matter what happens, be sure to join Can You Top This again next week. Same time, same gang on a joke, some new, some old. Until then, we remain yours for bigger and better laughs. Ford, Harry Hirschfield, Peter Donald, Ward Muffin. And this is your host, Roger Bauer, saying so long. And take care of yourself until we meet again next time.
Can you top this? Why does a chicken cross the road? That was no chicken. That was my wife.
Can you top that, Harry Hirschfield?
Aye.
Can you, Senator Ford?
I might.
And you, Joe Laurie Jr.?
Maybe.
Those expedient exclamations introduce the pint-sized author comedian, Joe Laurie Jr., the popular after-dinner speaker and current topic humorist, Senator Ford, and the well-known columnist, cartoonist, and after-dinner speaker, Harry Hirschfield. These effervescent emas of entertainment bring you another session of Can You Top This? With the best wishes of Kirkman Soap Flakes. And here's that enchanting exponent of elegant English, Roger Bauer.
Good evening. By this time, I'm sure you all know that the top rule of Can You Top This is keep 'em laughing. I'll explain the other rules before the Kirkman Laugh Meter goes into action. But first, Alan Kent wants to tell you about the way Kirkman Soap Flakes go into action on your finest washables.
Ladies, Kirkman Soap Flakes are the kind you can trust for those things you prize so highly. For dainty washable silks, woolens, rayons, and nylons. You see, pure white Kirkman Soap Flakes are made of the same mild, gentle ingredients as most complexion soaps. When you use Kirkman Soap Flakes, your clothes last much longer than if you use flakes or soap which depend on harsh chemicals to do the cleaning job. And Kirkman Soap Flakes are especially nice for washing soft, dainty babies' clothes. They're nice for dainty hands, too. And, of course, I know that in these times you're trying to economize, trying to use luxury products as sparingly as possible. But it's really economical to use luxury-type Kirkman soap flakes. Yes? It's thrifty to use Kirkman's not only for your finest things, but for dishes and regular laundry, too. For Kirkman gives you 40% more flakes than most other high-quality brands at no extra cost. I'll explain this later. But now, Roger's ready with the other rules of Can You Top This?
Can You Top This is unrehearsed and spontaneous. Anybody can send in a joke. If your joke is read in this program by the well-known actor and storyteller Peter Donald, you are credited with $11. Then each of our three gag specialists, Harry Hirschfield, Joe Laurie Jr., and Senator Ford, who have not heard your joke until Peter Donald tells it, gets a chance to top it with another joke on the same subject. Every time your joke is topped, your credit is chopped by $2. If all three jokesters top you, Kirkman sends you $5 and a joke book. And everyone whose joke is told by Peter Donald gets a big gift package of 6 Kirkman soap products. Laughs are registered on the Kirkman Laugh Meter in full view of the studio audience, and in all cases, the decision of our judges is final. All right, gentlemen, are you ready?
Ready.
That's fine. The first subject comes from John Ratcliffe of Fall River, Massachusetts. And the subject is restaurant, or restaurants. Eating places, Joe, you know.
Yes.
Beaneries.
Now I know.
Peter Donald, will you read Mr. Ratcliffe's story, please?
Well, Pat and Mike, who had just come to this country, went into a restaurant one day, and on the table was a big jar of horseradish. So Mike said,
I wonder what in the world that white stuff is there in the little pot.
So he said, well, why don't you taste it and see? So Mike took a big spoonful of the horseradish and he put it in his mouth, and of course the tears came streaming out of his eyes. Like this. Pat says, what are you crying about, Mike? He said, I was just thinking about me poor old grandfather who was hanged in Ireland. He said, here, you taste the stuff. So Pat put the spoon in, he got a big mouthful of this stuff, and of course he started coughing and choking and the tears coming down his face. So Mike said, what are you crying about now, Pat? He said, I was thinking it's just so bad you wasn't hanged with your grandfather.
That joke got 100 on the Kirkman Laugh Meter. 100 is the amount. The subject is restaurant or restaurants, and I see that Harry Hirschfield had his hand up first.
Well, this is a gag in 2 parts. I can use it 2 parts. 2 Scotchmen went into a restaurant. Before they went in, they agreed not to tip the hat check girl, get the cheapest meal. And when they sat down, they noticed that Sandy was buttering the bread on both sides. And the waiters were looking at it, and the boss was looking. It was getting embarrassing.
And finally, the other Scotchman says, Sandy, I never saw that before. What's the idea of buttering the bread on both sides? And he says, don't you think my lower lip likes butter, too? Well, there's another part. So going out to the hat check girl, they got the stuff, and as they started out, he says, Sandy, you said you wouldn't give any tips. He says, you gave her 10 cents. I saw you get it back. He says, shh, look at the coat she gave me.
That was, you tied Mr. Ratcliffe's 100, but you did not top it, Harry.
On both of them?
No, the first one. Oh, you mentioned the first half. That was 74 3/4 of the first half. But the second half got 100. It tied Mr. Ratcliffe. It didn't top. He still holds his own, still has $11. And Joe Lowry has his hand up second.
Well, this one is just making the rounds lately. It's about the refugee that came to this country, didn't have any friends, didn't know the language, and he got hungry and went into a restaurant. He waited around. He didn't know what to ask for. He didn't know anything about English, so he looked at a man, and the man next to him says, bean soup, and he got bean soup. So he says, bean soup. The fellow brought him bean soup. He says, I got to remember that, bean soup. So that night he went in for supper. He says, bean soup. So they gave him bean soup. This kept on for 3 weeks. That's all he knew, bean soup, and he got a little tired of bean soup. So he says, well, I'll wait for another fellow to order something. So a fellow next to him ordered a ham sandwich. So he says, a ham sandwich. So the fellow says, how you have it, buddy? White or rye? So he looks up and says, bean soup.
That was very good, Joe. You got 80 on the Kirkman laugh meter. However, it didn't top Mr. Ratcliffe's 100, and so he still holds his own. He still has $11. Senator, 4 to you in this round?
Yeah.
You know, we're doing this without a beard, you know.
Yeah.
Well, with or without a beard, I'm going to tell this one. 2 newspaper reporters met. One was a bright, alert sort of a fellow and quite a kidder. And the other fellow was, he was what is known as a news moocher. He was very lazy and used to go around and get news the easiest way. So he said to the brighter fellow, he said, anything doing around the neighborhood? And the bright fellow said, yeah, I just got a report that a fellow choked down in a restaurant down the street here. And the other fellow says, yeah? He says, give me the lowdown. How did he choke? So the first fellow said, well, he was eating some horse meat and somebody hollered, whoa.
Senator, that was 100 on the Kirkman laugh meter. That also tied Mr. Ratcliffe's 100.
That one wore a beard, didn't it?
However, since none of you which has... that extra laugh, ladies and gentlemen,
You're
is
not wearing a
that,
beard, but the jokes are.
Peter Donald is sporting a beard tonight. Not at all unbecoming, either.
And a sporty beard.
Sporty beard, yes. That also accounts for Mr. Hirschfield's remark about beard. Or as Joe says, beavers. Well, since none of you wits has topped Mr. Ratcliffe's 100, we send Mr. Ratcliffe $11 and that big Kirkman gift package. This next subject should be dear to you gentlemen's hearts. It's why. Why? Woo-hoo. You needn't look pained, Senator. I know you have a lovely and charming wife, and as I said before, she's a good cook. It comes from Roy Goff of Burlington, New Jersey. Will you read Mr. Goff's story, please, Peter?
Well, a husband called the Bureau of Missing Persons, and he told them that his wife was missing. Asked them to please look for her. And a few days later, the Bureau phoned the husband that they had found a woman who answered the description of his wife. So the guy was very relieved. He said, oh, I'm so glad to hear that you found her. He said, what did she have to say? And they said, oh, she hasn't said a word. He says, brother, that's not my wife.
That was 32 on the Kirkman laugh meter. And I might add that for once the mug didn't get any more than 32.
I think he shaves in the morning.
Yes, I see. Well, the Kirkman laugh meter gave that story 32. The subject is wives, gentlemen. Well, Senator Ford had his hand right up.
Yeah, I know all about wives. Well, anyway,
No, you don't.
Sitzy Baumwartles, when his first wife departed this mundane sphere for happier climes, Sitzy shook his head very sadly and said, you know, Ella was a fine wife. She was always so thoughtful. Whenever we got into a fight, she always hit me on the head with the soft end of the broom.
Well, Senator, that might... This might... This might surprise you, Senator, but you topped Mr. Goff. You got 36. 36 in the Kirkman laugh meter. You topped him by 4, and so we chop away $2, giving him now $9. And Joe Lowry had his hand up second, Harry.
Well, the fellow's wife didn't feel very well, so he called the doctor. And the doctor went in to examine her. When he come out, he says, what is it, doctor? What would you advise me to do? He says, well, he says, I'd advise you to send it to a warmer climate. He says, oh, I haven't got the heart to do it, doctor, but if you'll do the job, there's an axe behind the door.
61 in the Kirkman laugh meter, Joe. 61. Definitely topped Mr. Hopp's 32. And so we top away $2 more, giving him now $7, and giving us now Harry Hirschfield.
I got an ipsy-pipsy. A woman went on, she was one of these fat mamas, and she went on a diet. She became one of those martyrs. You know, everybody had to suffer along with her. She told everybody she was dieting and dieting. One day they caught her in a restaurant, and she had double orders of everything. Double herring and double this and double that. Everything double, a tremendous meal. Somebody said, I thought you were on a diet. She says, no wife should diet. I looked up the statistics, and you know what the statistics show? That nearly every woman who dieted to please her husband found out that he ran away with a fat woman anyhow.
$110 in the Kirkman laugh meter, Harry. 110. Well, since all of you wits have topped Mr. Goff 32, we send Mr. Goff a joke book. But $5 for sending in the story and that big Kirkman gift package.
And a hair from Peter's beard.
Hair from Peter's beard, yes. Well, we're snip and tuck tonight. One for the customers and one for you, boys. Let's see how we go from here on in. This next subject comes from Mrs. Annie E. Smith of Bremo Bluff, Virginia. And the subject is also dear to your heart. Wages, gentlemen. Wages.
Oh, I thought you said
remuneration, Senator.
Yeah.
Peter Donald, will you read Mrs. Smith's story, please?
Well, there was a very, very timid little guy named Brown, and for a long time he wanted to ask his boss for a raise. And every morning he'd say, well, I'm going to ask him today. No fooling. I'm going to get up and I'm going to tell him something. I'm going to... And just then the boss would come along and the guy get all frightened and he'd sit down and wouldn't say a word. So one morning, just as the boss came along, the fellow sitting next to Brown said, hey, Brown, why don't you ask the boss what you said you were going to ask him? Go ahead. So the boss came over. He said, yes, Brown, ask me what? He said, oh, well, boss, says, look here. I want more money or else. The boss said, or else what? He said, or else I'll work for what I'm getting now.
That story got 71 in the Kirkman laugh meter. 71 is the amount. The subject is wages, and Joe Lowry Jr. had his hand up first.
Mamie and Aggie met. And Aggie says, hello, Mame. She says, are you still working down a beauty parlor? She says, no, I'm not. She says, gee, you made some swell wages there, too, didn't you? She says, yes, some tips. She says, what'd you leave for? She said, I didn't leave. They fired me. So what'd they fire you for, Mamie? She says, well, I'll tell you. Some dame came in one day, and she wanted an egg shampoo. So I gave her the egg shampoo. And I guess I didn't rinse her hair very well because when she walked home in the sun, an omelet broke out on her head.
81, Joe, on the Kirkman laugh meter. 81, tops Mrs. Smith, 71, so we chop away $2. He now has $9. And Harry Herschel had his hand up second.
Pincus met a lawyer for the first time. It's socially. So socially, he said to him at the club, he says, how does the international situation look? The lawyer said, very serious, and he sent him a bill for his fee, which was his wages, for $25 for advice. So he was awful sore about it. Next day, he meets him again, and he says, is Buffalo near Canada? The fellow said, it is. So he sent him again a bill for $25. The next day, he met him, and he said, listen, He said, it looks like rain, but remember, I'm telling you, not asking you.
$114 in the Kirkman laugh meter. 114, yes. You topped Mr. Smith 71, so he chopped away $2 more, giving her now $7.
Yeah, there are all kinds of, incomes. For example, wages, fees, and honorariums. Honorarium is the same as wages, only more so. Well, anyway, there was a fellow by the name of Ossie Tupergills who was stuck on Screwball Jake's daughter, Elvira. So he went around to Jake's home one night to talk over the possibilities of taking a trip o'er the seas of matrimony. So Jake said, what is the money situation with you come Saturday payday? Or in other words, what is your weekly stipend? So Ossie said, I don't know what you're talking about, but I got a great future. He said, I'm learning to be an electrician for an entomologist. So Jake said, if I remember right, an entomologist is a guy who collects bugs. So Ossie said, that's right. So Jake said, well, what does an electrician for an entomologist do? So Ossie said, I'm learning to put the electric light bulbs in lightning bugs.
90 on the Kirkman laugh meter, Senator. Without the aid of the flour, it was 92. That topped Mr. Smith 71, so we chop away another $2. And since all of you wits have topped Mrs. Smith, we send Mrs. Smith a joke book. Plus $5 for sending in the story in that big Kirkman gift package. Well, you're doing very well tonight, gentlemen. Exceptionally well. There's another subject I know you know something about, too, the theater.
What's happened to it?
Joe, don't you often wonder about your part in it?
Yes, I do.
Well, this comes
dream about it.
You dream about it, I see. This comes from Mrs. Irene Dobray of Newark, New Jersey. And as I said, the subject is the theater. Peter Donald, will you read Mrs. Dobray's story, please?
Well, it seems that Jake Ginsburg had never been to the theater in all his life. He's just an easygoing guy, didn't like to go out much, so one night, sitting around the house, and his wife was looking at him, and finally she said,
Hey, Jake, she said, hey. She says, I'm ashamed of you. She says, honest to goodness, she says, you sit around here every night like a big meatball. She says, I'm tired of looking at you. She says, for goodness sakes, don't be a no-good all your life. Why don't you go out to the theater at night and get a little culture, see the acting and everything?
He says, all right, don't holler, so I'll go to the theater.
So he goes down to a theater to see a musical comedy, and of course he gets inside, and he thought it was wonderful. Oh, he walked around the lobby, and he looked at all the chandeliers and the beautiful plush seats and all those fancy ushers, saying, step across the mezzanine seat, I have a ticket, something in.
He says, thank you, Admiral, I'll sit down right here.
So he sits down there, in a couple of minutes, the orchestra comes out, and they play the overture to the show. And he applauds at the end of the overture. And as soon as they finish playing the overture and the play starts, he gets up and he goes home. So he gets home and his wife, she says,
hey. She says, what's the matter, Papa? You're home so early. What's the matter? You didn't like the performance, the show? You didn't have a good time?
He said, I had a wonderful time. Oh, he says, did I enjoy? He says, everything was wonderful. Everything was a number one ipsy-pipsies. Wonderful. He says, listen, he says, the theater was beautiful, and the lights were wonderful, and the music was gorgeous. And he says, then all of a sudden, the curtain went up, and people came out, and they started talking, and it was none of my business, so I got up and went home.
Well, that went to the top of the Kirkman laugh meter. The top is 130, gentlemen.
We go for the ride?
130, not necessarily for the ride. If all three of you gentlemen can get 130, Kirk will be glad to send you some products.
Delighted. That's worthwhile.
Yeah, so you can really try out. Harry Hirschfield put his hand up first.
I like this dialogue. Two women are talking, and one says, my son is the biggest scenario writer in Hollywood. Such a scenario, he's the biggest. She says, and your son? Says, my son is a commentator in front of a burlesque theater. That's the ride.
No soap.
Well, another gag. I got another gag.
That was 30 if you want to...
No, let's pass it on.
You can tell another one if you wish, Harry. I have a minute here. Well, that was 30. It didn't
I
top
should kill
Mrs.
myself
Dobray's
with these prices.
It didn't top Mrs. Dobray's 130, so she still holds her own naturally, $11. Joe Laurie had his hand up second.
I always liked the one about the old fella in the moving picture house, and he's down front, and he's looking around, he's making people get up, and they're looking around, and he lights matches, and finally the usher comes down, he says, what's the idea? What's the matter? What'd you do? Lose something? He says, yes, I lost a Carmel. He says, out of my mouth fell a Carmel. He says, well, all this fuss for a Carmel? He says, yes, but my teeth were in it.
Well, Joe, good gag. Joe, you also hit the top of the Kirkman last meter. You tied Mrs. Dobray's 130. She still holds her own, though, with $11. Senator Ford, you're scratching your cranium there. Are you thinking up another 130 story for
Well,
us?
no, I was at a theatrical party the other night, and I told one that I think fits in here all right. You know, the first show I ever saw was a railroad melodrama called The Brakeman's Daughter or Fun in a Signal Tower. Well, although I was a mere stripling at the time, I still retain all the scenes very vividly, especially the last act. That was a Lulu. It was a dark night. There was a terrible storm. The lightning flashed. The thunder roared. And the fast express was approaching a railroad bridge when the darn broke. You have to say darn. You can't say the other word on the radio, you see. Well, the darn broke. The water cascaded down in torrents and washed away the railroad bridge. There was the fast express approaching, roaring toward the railroad bridge that was washed out with its human cargo of 90 souls and as many heels. And there was the railroad bridge washed away, the signal tower gone, no lanterns, in fact, nothing with which to signal the train, when out of the darkness dashed the brakeman's daughter. She rushed down to the track and waved the clothespin. The train approached. The engineer saw the clothespin in the beam of his headlight and stopped the train. Thus, the fast thinking of the brakeman's daughter averted a catastrophe. For every engineer knows that a clothespin is a sign of washout on the line.
Well, Senator, that...
I got mine. I just thought of it. Just thought of it.
That, Senator, almost blew the top off the Kirkman last meter.
Too late for mine?
130, if it isn't too long, it's not too
No.
late.
The one, this fella, a son said to his father, he says, I'm an actor, Father. So the father decided to, got all his friends, they all bought tickets to see the show. When they came there was his son, a super, holding her gun. First act goes by, he doesn't do a thing. Second act, he says, probably the second act, boys, you'll probably do something. Second act, he's still the super holding the gun. Still he doesn't. He says, must be the third act. Third act, he's still holding the gun. The curtain is just about getting done. The father hollers out, Sam, if they won't let you do anything, at least shoot off the gun.
Very good, Harry.
To the first one.
Well, that was... No. The two of them gave you 130.
Hooray!
Well, since none of you wits has topped Mrs. Dobray's, we send her $11 in that big Kirkman gift package. Well, gentlemen, it's time for the clown table discussion, and we'll give you about 60 seconds to sharpen your wits while Alan Kent finishes his story about Kirkman soap flakes.
Ladies, Kirkman soap flakes are pure white, petal thin, and as mild and gentle as most complexion soaps. Now, I want to be fair and admit that there are other pure white flakes that match Kirkman's in quality. But when it comes to economy, well, just listen. Most of the others come in small 12.5-ounce boxes. But the big Kirkman box holds 18 ounces. You get 40% more fine flakes, 4 extra cupfuls at no extra cost. This bargain is possible because the makers of Kirkman's frankly follow a policy of taking less profit and giving you more for your money. And because Kirkman's give you so much more, you can afford to do all your washing with these luxury-type flakes, not only for your finest things, but dishes and regular wash, too. Why not resolve right now never to dip your hands in anything but complexion soap quality suds? Start using Kirkman double-duty soap flakes tomorrow. Say, Alan, you ought to sing your commercials like so many other announcers do.
You could sing Kirkman Soap Flakes hit the spot, 18 ounces, so what?
Or you could sing like that fellow Gaston sings. I'm nuts about the good old Erkman Yankees.
Yeah, or you,
It aches, Harry. It
I
aches.
know it.
or
You sing especially.
Of course, you might sing, oh, I wish I had some Kirkman flakes, the snow white suds are what it takes. Wash away, wash away, wash away, Kirkman flakes. Well, boys?
Yeah?
Yeah. I can honestly say I never heard singing like that before.
Oh, thanks, Alan.
Much
obliged.
He knows
but-
something about singing.
Maybe it'll be better music to our listeners' ears if I mention the 3 valuable coupons on every box of Kirkman soap flakes. You can redeem them for a beautiful free gift. A big special this spring is a beautiful ice lip jug for only 50 coupons. Start saving tomorrow with Kirkman double-duty soap flakes.
Thank you, Alan. Well, gentlemen, how about that clown table discussion? Have you thought about anything?
Yeah, we got to thinking of humor and stuff like that, you know. You know, most humor is about women. Marriage, matrimonial stuff, that's the biggest...
Matrimony isn't a joke either, you know that.
And peculiarly, it isn't professional humor. It isn't professional humor that talks about marriage and the institution of marriage. It's the people themselves that are married that kid this institution called marriage.
Yeah, institution. That's what it is. But who wants to live in an institution all his life?
You know, one of the gags of marriage that's one of the famous ones is the girl saying to the fellow, I wouldn't marry you if you were the last man on earth. He said, listen, if I was the last man on earth, you wouldn't have to.
I like the one about the servant girl that applies for a job, and she says she's a good cook. And the woman says, you know anything about stews? She says, I should. I married one.
Well, that stew thing kind of reminds me of one of the old babies. Has a beard longer than Peter's here. It's the one about the married man who used to get plastered so he'd see double and feel single.
Not a bad idea at that.
One of the famous married gags is the fellow said, was that Bill's wife out with him last night? He said, no, he don't go out with married women.
I love the one the fella says, I wish the government starts an aluminum drive again so I could turn in the pot I married.
Well, I suppose it's time for me to love one, too. You know, everybody, I love this one, I like that one. One fellow said to another, what would we be without women? The other fellow said about $5,000 a year better off.
And remember the wife arguing with the husband? She says, you don't know what love is. He says, yes, I do. That's something the minister chucked in with honor and obey.
I love the one about the woman says, how you getting along with your husband? He says, oh, I got him eating out of my hand. He says, ain't that great? It saves washing dishes, don't it?
Well, gentlemen, I'm afraid that's all we have time for tonight in the clown table discussion, and thank you. And may I remind everyone listening in that you can match wits with our 3 joke specialists by sending in 1 or more jokes to Can You Top This in care of WOR, New York. You win a cash prize and a Kirkman gift package if your joke, as told by Peter Donald, tops our 3 gag authorities on the Kirkman Laugh Meter. All jokes become the property of Can You Top This? And if 2 or more persons send in the same joke, the first one received is the one used. And please don't mind if we edit your joke. Incidentally, since we try to get a variety of subjects from week to week, jokes are sometimes held for several weeks. So if you sent in a joke a couple of months ago, don't be discouraged. It may still be read by Peter Donald. And so ends another session of Can You Top This, brought to you by Kirkman Double Duty Soap Flakes. Safe for your finest washables, thrifty enough for dishes and family laundry, because there are 4 extra cupfuls in every box. Join us again next week, same time, same gang. Other jokes, some new, some old. Until then, we remain yours for bigger and better laughs.
Edward Hastings Ford.
Harry Herschel of Hirschfield. Joe, no middle name, Laurie Jr.
Beaver Donald.
And G. Roger Bauer.
Mrs. Smith. Oh, Mrs. Smith, before you turn that dial, have you tried Kirkman Complexion Soap?
Once again, Palmolive Brushless and Palmolive Lather. Palmolive, the largest selling brand of shave creams in the world, presents Can You Top This? Starring Senator Ford.
Good evening.
Harry Hirschfield.
Howdy.
And Joe Laurie Jr.
Hello.
And now, here is Palmolive Shave Cream's Master of Ceremonies, Ward Wilson.
Good evening, friends. Welcome to Can You Top This, our unrehearsed joke jamboree. Our 3 wits do not know what jokes have been chosen until the people's representative, Peter Donald, tells them on the air. Our 3 gagsters have no scripts. They rely on memory and ability to switch jokes and make them fit the subject. If Peter Donald tells your submitted story, you get $10 plus a phonograph record, personally autographed by our wits, of Peter Donald telling your story on the air. The laughs are registered on the big Palmolive shave meter in full view of the studio audience. Each time the wits fail to top your score, you win an additional $5, which means you may win $25. So let's get on with the laughs. Are you ready, gentlemen?
Ready.
I feel all right.
That's very nice to hear, Senator. And we hope you do after this first round. First joke of the evening comes from Mrs. Anna McCandless of Emmetsville, Pennsylvania. It's on the subject of something I imagine all of you gentlemen have or have had at one time or another, secretary. Secretary. So, Peter, you deliver and we'll take notes.
Well, Sadie DeKalb, the Brooklyn bombshell, got a job as a secretary one time to a big businessman, Mr. Puget, and he was interviewing her. He said, now, Mr. Kalb, I'm very particular about efficiency in my office. I need a lot of speed and zip. I dictate a lot of letters. It's essential that I have a shorthand expert. Are you quite well equipped to handle that? Are you familiar at all with Greg?
She says, well, I haven't been here long. Is he the nice boy in the shipping room?
He said, no. I have to have my letters sent out very promptly. He said, because that's the way my business operates. Now, can you handle my mail rapidly?
She says, oh, certainly. At the last place I worked, the fellow wanted his letters sent out so quick that I didn't even type them up. I just mailed out my notes in shorthand.
Well, he says, Mr. Kalb, he said, there's just one more thing. I'm very, very fussy about my letters. Not alone do I expect you to spell every word correctly, but I am a stickler for punctuation. You must punctuate every single sentence perfectly.
Well, she says, I'm very, very good in business school, and I'll do my best. But just in case I should be in doubt as to where to put a little comma, semicolon, or something, I'll ask you. Is that all right?
He said, very well. I'll help you out any way I can. Now we'll start. I'll take a letter. This is to be addressed to the Spiffy Waterworks.
She says, oh, just a moment.
He said, what is it?
She says, tell me, is waterworks all one word, or between water and works do I put a hydrant?
Well, the way you told that joke was anything but all wet, Pete. That was a solid 1,000 on the Palmolive shave meter, automatically giving Mrs. McCandless $25 and putting our 3 wits to the extreme
Put a
test.
hydrant between Doberman and Pension.
Oh, no. Well, you said you felt all right tonight, Senator. Now you're proving it. Let's see. I don't see many hands up on it now. They're going up 1, 2, 3. And the first one raised indubitably belonged to Harry Hirschfield.
Paul Gerard Smith, the very famous playwright, happens to be in the studio tonight, incidentally. He hasn't heard this one in years with this switch. There's an employer says to his wife, gee, I got a new secretary, a fella in my office. He's the happiest guy in the world. When you come in sometime, you'll hear him sing. So the next day he comes to the secretary and he says, listen, I want you to sing with your work. You know, be happy, sing. The fellow says, I don't sing. He says, you'll sing, all right. Sing, I don't care. Especially if I'm in secret consultation, with the stenographer, that blonde stenographer. If I'm in secret session in my office and my wife comes in I want you to pick up the receiver that goes to my office, and I want you to yodel in it. He said, yodel? He said, yes, you know, here comes the old lady, the old lady.
Oh, Harry, I'm sure Mr. Smith has never heard it in exactly that switch. However, it fooled around 900 and then jumped up to 1,000 and stayed there on the Palmolive shave meter, which ties Mrs. McCandless 1,000 but doesn't top it. She's financially still floating her own. And Joe Laurie Jr. was the second-hand
That's hard to sing like that with his teeth. You know?
Let him try it with yours, Joe.
Well, I get mine all right. The one I want to tell is about this fellow taking his secretary out night clubbing one night. And he's there, and he's buying wine and drinking and dancing, and he's at the table, and he's getting cockeyed and cut. Oh, he's getting pretty blind. He says, come on, honey, give me a kiss, will you? Come on, give us a kiss. Come on, give us a little hug, will you? Hold my hand, honey. Come on, give us a kiss. Give us a hug. Come on, sit on my lap. Finally, she turns to him. She says, listen, boss, we're out for fun tonight. Can't you forget the office?
Well, I can't forget that you got a solid 1,000 on the Palmolive shave
the old lady.
So that makes the second time that we've tied Mrs. McCandless's 1,000 through the medium of Peter Donald and puts the senator a little bit in the spot to give us a perfect round.
Yeah?
Yeah, why not?
Well, during the war, a fellow by the name of Clem Schwarzkys, I had a secretary whose name was Misguided. She was a very homely dame. She had a kisser that only a mother could love, and she had ears like shovels. They were always picking up dirt. And she was always making passes at the boss. But one morning she walked in, she said, say, bossy, do you see anything new about me? I said, you mean you got new shoes? I said, no. New dress? No. New necklace? No. He says, I give up. She stamped her foot and she says, oh, you, can't you see I'm wearing a gas mask?
Well, you did all right, Senator. That was another 1,000 on the Palmolive shave meter.
I had time enough to think up another one in case that didn't go, I'll tell you that.
Why don't you tell it anyway?
No, never mind.
All right. We'll skip blithely over it then to report the first perfect round of the evening. And so we send Mrs. McCandless $25 with the compliments of Palmolive shave creams, plus a 1,000 club certificate. And in addition, we're sending Mrs. McCandless an actual phonograph record of Peter Donald telling her story on the air. And now to continue our contest of wit and humor, here's a joke which was sent in by Mr. A. Austin of South Miami, Florida, and it's on the subject of profession. Profession. So, Pete, give it that professional touch.
Well, this happened over in London, and two British actors, Hilary Cummerbund and Willoughby Creamclot, who hadn't seen each other for many years, they met in Piccadilly, and they were talking over old times. And Willoughby said, I say, Hilary, old fruit, he says, what are you doing now, old boy?
Well, I said, I'm still in the theater, my dear fellow. I'm still in the theater. I've had many more successes since I became a character actor. Doing very well, you know. Did you see Lady Windermere's fan? I was the one who plugged it in, you know. Doing very well. And then in the London company of A Bell for Adano, I played the jerk on the rope. It's a good part. Doing very well. I said, are you doing the same thing these days?
He said, oh, no, old boy. He said, I've made a few changes since I left you, you know. He said, I'm independently wealthy now. I stopped being an actor. I'm a writer.
Well, he said, that's jolly, isn't it? That's absolutely tickety-boo. I'm glad to hear it. So tell me, what sort of writing do you do to get all this money? You write for newspapers or magazines?
He says, oh, no. I don't write for any newspapers or magazines. Every week I write to my rich uncle for a check.
You better write him again. Pete is scanning the paper for some semblance of a joke, apparently. Didn't on that sheet either, huh, Pete?
Oh, the old lady.
Oh. Well, I wish I could yodel the tidings to you, Peter. That joke. Okay, come closer, will you? Got 100 on the Palmolive shave. A zooming one. Throw it away. It's a good idea. Well, now, let's see. You fellas ought to be in clover now to top that one. Mr. Austin starts out with $10, and I'm afraid that's where he's liable to finish, too. But we give our three wits a chance, and Joe Laurie wants to be the first.
You haven't heard me yet.
What can I lose?
We'll get around it.
Well, this Scotchman goes up to this doctor, and he says, Doctor, he says, my little boy here, he says, he swallowed a coin. I think he swallowed a quarter. Will you examine him and get the quarter out? So he says, well, I'll put him on the fluoroscope and see what happens. And put him under. He says, oh, definitely, there is a coin there. He says, well, we don't want to touch it today. He says, you bring him tomorrow morning, and I'll operate on him and get it out. I'll get that coin out. So he goes away. Next day, the Scotchman don't show up at the kid. And the doctor don't know where he lives or anything, and he finally wonders, and next day he doesn't show up either. So he finds out where the Scotchman lives and goes up to see him. He says, I'll drop in on my way home. And he drops in, he says, Mr. McPherson, he says, you brought your little boy over a couple of days ago. He definitely had a coin there, and I told you I'd operate the next day. What happened? He says, well, when I got home, he says, Doctor, he says, I counted over my money again, and he says, it was only just a penny missing, so I thought I wouldn't bother at all.
Ole, ole.
Well, you succeeded after a fashion, Joe. The Palmolive shave meter gave that one $450.
Boy, that's not a fashion. That's out of style.
Well, it sort of sneaked up to that. So it does top Mr. Austin's 100. He still holds his $10. And Senator Ford, I think, had his hand raised second.
Well, two quarter-wits were talking, and one of them said, you know that dame there, that Miss Trumpet? Says she's a professional model. You know, she's a clothes horse. You know, she always walks around with clothes, different kind of clothes on. He says, you know, she always dresses right for the occasion. If she goes out walking, she wears walking clothes. And if she goes out riding, she wears riding clothes. And if she goes to an evening party, she wears evening clothes. The other guy says, what does she wear to a birthday party?
Well, Senator, the bare truth is that got 1,000 on the Palmolive shave meter that time. Very noisy one, too, which tops Mr. Austin's 100 by 900. So he still has his $10, and the only party we haven't heard from is Harry Hirschfield.
Yeah. Well, this could follow the senators at that. It's practically on the same subject. Finnegan was asking Callahan, he says, what became of Timothy? What does he do? He says, Timothy, he says, runs a dancing school, you know. He's the director of dancing and everything. He says, what sort of a thing is that, Timothy, for a thing like that? This dancing, what? He says, come up and see for yourself. As they came into this big dance hall, and there was the music blaring and all that kind of stuff. And he looked at him and he says, can you imagine this? That's what's wrong with this world. This modern dancing. This modern dancing is nothing but hugging and necking. Fellow says, what are you complaining about? He says, I don't see the need for the music.
I don't see any need for me to mention that was 1,000 on the Palmolive shave meter that time, too, Harry, but it was. So, since all three of our wits topped Mr. Austin's 100 that time, we send Mr. Austin $10, and let's make him feel a little happier. We send him a copy of the Can You Top This joke book written by our three wits and now on sale wherever books are sold. And in addition, we're sending, believe me, Mr. Austin an actual phonograph record of Peter Donald telling his story on the air. Good Pete puts on a pair of dark glasses to hide out.
You know what? I could tell about the profession, about the fat man's lawyer.
What's that, Joe?
Corporation lawyer. Never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, come to think of it, you could tell that.
Yeah, I could, but I won't.
Let's start again. Well, let's start with a new joke, and this one comes from Mrs. Ruth Gelber of the Bronx, New York, and it's on the subject of problem, of which I hope you don't have too many, and Pete, in your case, I hope all of them may be small ones.
Well, I think I've had mine for the evening anyway. This is about a kind of a dopey guy by the name of Herkimer Jerkimer, and he goes down to his club and he meets his friend Willie down there, his best friend. He says, hello, Willie.
He says, oh, hiya, Hike.
He says, what's wrong? You're trembling like an aspirin leaf. You look nervous. What's wrong?
He says, well, I am a little upset, you know. I just seen them flying saucers.
I said, you saw the flying saucers?
He says, yeah, me wife got mad and threw a set of dishes at me.
So the other fellow says, he says, thank goodness there's more. The other fellow says, well, as long as you're talking about marriage, he says, I got a problem. Maybe you could help me out.
He says, yeah, certainly. We're buddies. What's your problem?
Well, he said, me and my girlfriend, Citronella Beaverbard, we've been keeping company for 11 years now, and I was wondering if we should get married.
Well, he says, I don't think that's any fleeting infatuation or nothing. Citronella's hope chest is starting to grow a little moss on the north side. Yeah, I would say after you've known the girl for 11 years, by all means, get married.
He said, well, you see, that's where the problem comes in. Because I've been calling on my girl regularly. And if we get married, I won't have no place to go on Wednesday and Saturday evening.
Well, you knew where to go with that one, Pete. That was right to the top. 1,000 on the Palmolive shave meter.
Say, Ward, I might cut
Yes,
in here if you don't mind.
Yeah,
Maybe
let's
those
dance.
flying discs are just records escaping from disc jockeys.
There's an idea. Oh, good.
Harry told that one to me.
Well, let's see. I want to take a look at the figures here. Mrs.
Now
Gelber
you know why
now.
I told it to.
Mrs. Gelber has $25 to start off with, and for the second time tonight, our three wits are challenged right up to the hilt. And let's see. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and so we hear from little Joe.
Well, there's a woman teaching school on the Lower East Side in New York, and she had this class in night school and all, and she gave them different problems, and finally she calls on Montgomery. She says, Montgomery, can you spell the word congeal? He says, what? He says, congeal. He says, you ever heard the lesson? He says, C-O-N-G-E-A-L, congeal. She says, that's right. That's fine, Montgomery. That's fine. Now, you got the spelling proper. Now she says, can you use it in a sentence? He says, well, Jack congealed and up the hill.
Oh, the old lady. Well, Joe, that was 1,000 on the Palmolive shave meter, needless to say, tying Mrs. Gelber's 1,000, but not topping it. And we'll move along now and see what Harry Hirschfield has to offer.
Pete, talking about that goof before that. Oh. I think it's a brand new moron story. There was a goof, this moron, and they finally had to go to school. They insisted, the law said he had to go to school. So this day that he went to school was a very snowy day. So they got him rubbers, and they sloughed through the snow, and he finally got to the schoolhouse. And when he got there, the teacher said, put your rubbers in the closet with the rest of the pupils. So he put his rubbers in there. 4:00 in the afternoon, she dismissed the class. They all went and got the rubbers, and he's standing there yet looking in the closet. Says, why don't you go home? Says, I can't find my rubbers. Says, aren't those your rubbers? Says, no, mine had snow on them.
I don't know about anybody else, Harry, but that was brand new to me. You have no doubt about what that got, Harry. 1,000 on the Palmolive shave meter, really winging up there. And for the second time this evening, we have a perfect round underway. And we have yet to hear from the senator, who's...
Wish I could tell that one.
Try it all over.
That's a new one to me. I never heard that one before. Well, a very fond mother said to her, I guess it's come under that problems. I don't know. If it doesn't just rule it out, I don't care. Well, anyway, a fond mother said to a 7-year-old boy, she said, William, if you ever have any problems at all, any questions you want to ask me. Don't ask your little friends. I'll tell you everything. So 3 or 4 days later, he came back. He says, Mama, will you tell me the truth about something if I ask you? She said, yes, if I know what it is. He said, you promise to tell me everything about it? And she said, yes, I will. Then after a long pause, he said, Mama, how do they make bricks?
Donald just walked across stage and retrieved the earlier joke he'd thrown away and put it right back in his collection. Well, Pete, I'm going to surprise you. That one flicked 950 and then just clipped 1,000. So in order to be fair and square, I must say that it...
Well, I guess this one would be a problem, too, Ward, if you have time to toss another one in. I don't
Sure,
think
go ahead.
about this one either. A plumber was working in Mrs. Cantilever Springs' kitchen, and all of a sudden he said, "Lady, have you got a toy sailboat?" She said, "Why?" He said, "You could sail it. I can't fix the leak."
Well, that did equally as well. Another 1,000 on the Palmolive shave meter, Senator. I'm glad you tossed that one in. And let's see. For the second time tonight, we have a perfect round going. But in spite of your valiant efforts, gentlemen, we send Mrs. Gelber $25 with the compliments of Palmolive shave creams, plus a 1,000 club certificate. And in addition, we're sending Mrs. Gelber an actual phonograph record of Peter Donald telling her story on the air. Now, here's Dan Donaldson with the biggest shaving news in history.
Should shaving comfort be forgot?
And shavers rant and rave. Oh, no, my friend, your worries end with Palmolive brushless shave.
Ah, rare voices tonight, rare voices. However, we'll forget it. The next joke was sent in by Mrs. Len Dombrowski of Nanticoke, Pennsylvania, and it's on the subject of something some of us are afflicted with, precocious children. Precocious children. So, Pete, I hope your new arrival is not, but go ahead anyway.
Well, this happened on a railroad train, and there's a very, very stuffy business It's a fellow who works in an office. He's sitting there on the train, and he's got the piping on the vest, and he seems very important. He's reading the Wall Street Journal, looking over the stock market reports, and behind him is a woman with a very precocious, restless little noisy boy back there. So the kid says, "Go on, ask him, Mama. Go on, ask him, Mama. Go ahead, ask him. Go ahead, ask him." So finally the mother gives in, and she leans over the executive, and she taps him right on the Wall Street Journal.
She said that when you're through with the paper, could my kid you look at the funnies?
The executive said, "Madam, there is nothing funny these days in the Wall Street Journal."
She's got no funny papers? Not Smiling Jake or Daisy May and Little Adler? None of those?
He said, "No. Now, please leave me alone." So she goes back, but all of a sudden the kid is climbing around. 2 minutes later, he's leaning over the fellow's shoulder. He's dripping ice cream all over his coat. He said, "Madam, your little boy is dripping strawberry ice cream on my coat."
She says, "I know, Deborah. A whole lot of chocolate. It's all."
So this goes on. The kid is bouncing around and pulling at him and making a whole thing. And the mother doesn't seem to mind. It's her only child. She thinks it's cute, see? So finally the man can't stand it. He says, "Madam, your kid is getting in my hair." Well, that gave the little boy an idea. He reaches for the guy's hair, and he grabs, and all the hair comes away in his hand. So the mother says, "Junior." She says, "Honeysuckle, that's not nice." The fella says, "That's not nice. Is that all you can say when your brat pulled off my wig?"
She said, "Pulled off your wig?" Well, what do you know? The joke is on me. I thought he scalped you.
Oh, Pete. Once again, hotter than a firecracker, and this is the 5th of July, too. A roaring 1,000 for Mrs. Dombrowski on the Palmolive shave meter. Once again, making it impossible for our three wits to top, but they can try to tie, and the first hand raised belonged to the senator this time.
Well, that gag of Pete's remind me of the two kids. One says, "Why does an Indian wear feathers on his head?" The other kid said, "To keep his wig warm."
Well, I thought you were going to tell me about another Indian or something.
No more Indian.
Well, that got big 700 on the Palmolive shave meter that time, Senator.
Did you count that?
Yeah.
I just threw that in.
Oh, well, maybe I'll throw it out. Who can tell?
I tell you about another precocious kid, just fresh kids, precocious children, yeah. Well, Bobby Soxes would come under that, wouldn't it?
In most
this
of them,
Bobby Sox was out at a school prom, and she met a boy she hadn't met before, and after a couple of dances, they went out and sat under a tree in the moonlight, and he said, what would I have to give you for a little kiss? And she said, chloroform.
That's the one I'll accept, Senator. That's 1,000 on the Palmolive shave meter. Tying the round up with Mrs. Dembowski's 1,000. And Harry Hirschfield's hand was up second.
Well, here's a typical Joe Laurie, and I'm going to beat him to it. The teacher's talking to the pupils, and finally little Sammy says, my father, you know, went out for his horseback riding the other day, and he's now a mental case. Says, that's the trouble with you. Psychiatry, the kids know today. What do you mean your father's a mental case? Says, after he took that horseback ride, he has to stand and eat from the mental.
Well, needless to say, the kid was precocious, Harry, and that was a zooming 1,000 on the Palmolive shave meter. Once again tying Mrs. Dembowski's 1,000 and leaving little Joe yet to go.
Well, this kid comes down for breakfast, and his mother says to him, Johnny, wash your teeth? He says, right to breakfast. Give me. Johnny, did you wash your teeth? All right, I'll be later. Go upstairs and wash your teeth at once. You hear? Oh, so he goes upstairs. Comes down about 5 minutes later, sits down, starts eating. She says, did you wash your teeth? He says, yeah, and yours too.
He was really a precocious kid, Joe, and that was 1,000 on the Palmolive shave meter, giving us another perfect round for tonight and sending Mrs. Dembowski $25 with the compliments of Palmolive shave creams plus a 1,000 club certificate. And in addition, we're sending Mrs. Dembowski an actual phonograph record of Peter Donald telling her story on the air.
Once again, Palmolive Brushless and Palmolive Lather. Palmolive, the largest selling brand of shave creams in the world, presents Can You Top This? Starring Senator Ford.
Good evening.
Harry Hirschfield.
Howdy.
And Joe Laurie Jr.
Hello.
And now here's Palmolive Shave Cream's Master of Ceremonies, Dennis James.
Well, good evening, friends. Welcome to Can You Top This, our unrehearsed massacre. Our three wits do not know what jokes have been chosen until the people's representative, Ward Wilson, batting for vacationing Peter Donald, tells them on the air. Our three gagsters have no scripts. They rely on memory and ability to switch jokes and make them fit the subject. Now, if Ward Wilson tells your submitted story, you get $10 plus a phonograph record, personally autographed by our wits, of Ward Wilson telling your story on the air. Laughs are registered on the big Palmolive shave meter in full view of the studio audience, and each time the wits fail to top your score, you win an additional $5, which means you may win $25. So right now it's on with the last one. Are you ready, gentlemen?
Ready.
Well, all right, then. The first joke this evening comes from Mr. Elroy Theo of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and it's on the subject of service. For service
What?
with a laugh.
What is that?
Service.
Servant?
No, service. Same
Right,
thing.
service.
Gasoline or whatever you want to have it. Ward, with service for a laugh now, huh?
It'll serve us right, too, probably.
All right.
Well, this is a story about a hoity-toity woman who moved into a new apartment. It was on the 17th floor of this building, and the day that she arrived, the elevator broke down. So she had to get her trunk, which only weighed about 150 pounds, up to the 17th floor, and she got a hold of this little colored boy and said that she'd like to have it taken up to the 17th floor. So he gets it on his back, and he starts struggling up these flights of stairs. And he's going along step after step. And he says, oh, my aching back, my sacroiliac. And he finally labors up these steps. He gets up to the 17th floor, and he puts the trunk down. And the woman looked at him and says, well, that's very good, my good man. Said, just how much do I owe you? He says, well, ma'am, he says, that cost you exactly $7. He says, my goodness, $7? Why, that's entirely too much. I'll just pay you $5, that's all. He said, ma'am, you talking to the wrong fella here. He says, I'm a member of the AFL, that's the Association of Find 'em and Lose 'em. Says, after all, we got the president, Joel Lewis, in the corner with us, you know. He said, I can't take no race like that. $7 is supposed to be the fee, and that's what I got to get. He says, well, after all, you know that there's something approaching a depression, and I can't pay you $7. The depression? Said, lady, depression ain't nothing but a dent, and a dent ain't nothing but a hole, and a hole ain't nothing, and if you think I'm going to stand around here arguing about nothing, you're crazy. $7 is the fee, and that's all. That's the final price.
Says, well, I will give you 5, and if I don't give you 7, just what are you going to do about it? Says, man, I'm telling you, if you don't give me the $7, I'm going to take that trunk and lug it right down where I got it from. That's what I'm going to do.
Well, Ward, that got a $7.50 on the Palmolive shave meter, so we'll see if our three wits can tie it. They've got some leeway in there, about $2.50.
He only asked for $7.
That's right. Joe Laurie Jr.'s first.
Well, a fellow goes into a pretty nice restaurant. He sits down, and the waiter comes over to him, and he says, soup. So the fellow brings him this soup. A few minutes later, he calls up and he says, waiter, can't drink the soup. He says, why, you can't drink the soup? Why, this is a wonderful soup. He says, we never have complaints about it. He says, can't drink the soup. He says, just a minute. So he calls over the head waiter. Head waiter says, I hear you can't drink the soup. Why, that's terrible. He says, we have the most wonderful soup here. We pride ourselves on the soup, especially. It's wonderful. He says, can't drink the soup. He says, just a minute. So he calls over the proprietor. The proprietor says, why, the head waiter and the waiter tells me that you can't drink the soup. He says, why, we pride ourselves on the soup. I've been in business here for 40 years, and nobody's ever done that. Why, this is wonderful. He said, I don't care. I can't drink the soup. So he said, just a minute. And the chef comes out. Chef is excited, one of those French chefs. He says, I have never heard of a thing like that. He says, you insult me. He says, I'm a wonderful chef. I worked in Russia. He said, I worked in Germany. I worked in England. He says, this is the most wonderful soup in the world. He says, and you say you can't drink the soup. He says, I can't drink the soup. He says, why can't you drink the soup? He says, no spoon.
Well, you may not have had a spoon, Joe, but you sure dished out a 1,000, so you're all set for this round. Harry Hirschfield with his hand up.
Well, this is about services. There's a gag going around about this. There's a drunk passing a house of worship, and he hears the music coming out, and he don't know where he's at. He hears the music, he's attracted, he sits down, and the organ is playing, and then the preacher does his sermon for a half hour, then the choir sings. Then the preacher talks again for 40 minutes. Again the organ. Again the choir. Again he speaks for 40 minutes. And again the choir, and again the organ. And when it's all over, the preacher passes the drunk that he sees there, and he says, were you impressed? He says the music was beautiful, but the commercials are a little too long.
Well, we'll get something long in there. We got a long laugh. That was on 1,000, Harry, on the Palmolive shave creams meter. So that's the commercial, too. All right, it's up to you, Senator.
Well,
that got a 50.
Listen, for one word, that's not bad. A plumber walked into the living room of a house, and he said to the husband, I just came out of the kitchen. You know, I found an awful mess in there. The husband said, just a minute, you're speaking of the woman I love. Short, wasn't it?
Short but sweet. It was a 1,000. All three of you gentlemen topped Mr. Thiel.
Two more I could have told.
You got two more? Would you like
Yeah,
to...
by the time they got through with those cereals that they did, you know, those commercials.
But you are finished, then.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so since three of you did top Mr. Thiel, though, we'll send Mr. Thiel $10 with the compliments of Palmolive shave creams and a copy of that laugh-packed and brand-new joke book, Can You Top This?, written by our three wits. In addition, we're sending Mr. Thiel an actual phonograph record of Ward Wilson telling his story on the air. Now, here's Dan Donaldson with the biggest shaving news in history.
3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive brushless shave cream way.
Yes, 3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive brushless shave cream way.
This is not just a promise, not just a claim. 1,297 men tried the new different Palmolive brushless way to shave, and no matter how they shaved before, 79% found beards easier to cut, 75% got less razor pull, 69% closer shaves, 82% smoother feeling skin.
And 3 men out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves.
But you be the judge. Try the new Palmolive brushless way to shave yourself. Here's all you do. Wash your face with soap and water. Rinse. Soap your face thoroughly again and apply Palmolive brushless shave cream. Smooth it upward into your beard. This way you get the full benefit of Palmolive brushless shave cream's beard conditioning effect. Then shave.
And that's all. But remember, Palmolive brushless shave cream offers you proof that 3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream way.
Should shaving comfort be forgot?
And shavers rant and rave.
Oh, no, my friend, your worries end
With Palmolive Brushless
Boy, you're in voice tonight, gentlemen. Suppose we get on with another round now to continue our contest of wit and humor. And here's a joke which was sent in by Mr. Steve Zelai of Barbers, Ohio. And the subject of this joke is names, like Jones, Peoria, Kiwana, just names of any kind.
Thanks
Got
for
it?
the explanation.
Oh. Well, I had to on service, gentlemen, so I thought we'd make it clear this time. Ward, we won't call you any names, so if you come up with the 1,000, so take off, huh?
Okay, Debbie, this is a story about one of Pete's favorites, Herkimer Jerkimer, who is commonly known as one of Senator Ford's quarter wits. He's not exactly bright. And he meets one of his childhood pals on the street, and the kid says,
Hi there, Mikey. He says, seen you down at City Hall yesterday. What was you doing?
He says, I went down there with a friend of mine. He
Says, yeah, what was your friend's name?
says, well, that's the whole thing. He went down to change his name. He says, his name is Joe Chismanskiewicz. And he wanted to get it changed.
Says, well, what did they change it to?
He says, Charlie Chismanskiewicz. Got it all fixed up.
Says, well, thinking about that, about his name and your name, he says, incidentally, I never asked you, where was you born?
He says, in the hospital I was born.
No, he says, what city was you born in?
He says, I was born in New York City.
Says, which part?
He says, all of me. What are you talking about? Which part?
No, he says, I know you for a long time now, Hoiky. He says, I never got confidential with you. What? I don't believe you ever told me your full name.
He says, well, I don't know whether I ever give you my full name or not before, but it's my mother and father, they called me Herkimer Q. Jerkimer.
Says, Herkimer Q. Jerkimer, eh? What's the Q for?
What's the Q for? The Q is what you shoot pool with.
Well, Ward, the price came right back. He's going to take the trunk down the stairs. He's getting his $7. It was a 700 up there.
Give me a little chalk for the Q, will it?
Yes. All right, gentlemen. Let's see. You've got a 300 leeway to play with. Harry Hirschfield first.
Well, here's a kind of a crazy story. How people react to a different question. How people react to a thing. There's a fellow wants to find his way to Centerville in his car. So he stops to a fellow whose name's Schultz. He says, is this the way to Centerville? It says, yes, you go over the George Washington Bridge. He says, no, you go to Holland Tunnel. It says, no, you go by the way, I think, of Staten Island. He says, thank you. And he walked up to another guy named Jackson. He says, is this the way to Centerville? He said, the one in Georgia or the one here? He says, no, the one here. He says, let's see, you go by the way of Brooklyn. I think that's the short. He said, no, when you get to Brooklyn, no, you go by the way of Yonkers. He says, thank you. And he goes up and sees to a fellow named Finnegan. And he said, is this the way to Centerville? He says, you go 22 miles, you turn left, then you go right to by the little schoolhouse, and then you go 12 miles. He said, thank you. And he comes up to a guy who's named Ginsburg. And he says, is this the way to Centerville? Ginsburg looks up and says, do you have to go there?
Well, I guess I don't have to tell you, Harry, do I? That was another 1,000 for you. Senator Ford, you try it this trip, will you? Want to wait till this one settles down a little?
Yeah, I think so. I don't want to talk into Harry's laugh. Well, I know a fellow with a lot of jack who's an ace spender. Jack Ace, they call him. Well, Stitzy Baumwartle and Dopey Dildock were talking, and Stitzy, in the course of the conversation, said something about Victor Hugo. So Dopey says, I've never heard of him. So a little while later, he mentioned Julius Caesar. Dopey says, I never heard of him. Stitzy said, I bet you never even, you don't even know Adam, do you? He says, well, I don't know about that. What's his last name? Then little Oscar Fotzengoggle had a kid with him, and He said to Oscar, hey, what was your mama's maiden name? Oscar says, I don't know, but according to our towels, it must have been Waldorf Astoria.
Well, Senator, that was 1,550, all totaled up. But the last one did bring in 1,000, and 700 was all you had to top, so you don't have to worry about it. Let's see, it was little Joe.
Well, that's nice of you. That's white of you.
Oh, sure. We could have gone on and on, but...
Undoubtedly.
Undoubtedly. So could you have gone on and on. Joe, you ready?
Yeah, the Friends of Ireland had a terrific convention. And, there was thousands of fellas there, and in the lobby of the hotel, they had a desk there, and it says, register here. Friends of Ireland, register here. All members, register here. So they come up, and the fellow says, what's your name? He says, Finnegan, okay. What's your name? Casey. He says, Casey. Houlihan, okay. Doyle, okay. The fellow comes along, he says, what's your name? He says, Quinn. So he looks up, he says, what? He says, Quinn. Montgomery Quinn. And he looks at him and says, you Quinn? He says, yeah. He says, spell it. He says, C-O-H-E-N. Quinn.
Commonly called spelling out a gag, too, Joe. Well, that was another 1,000, so 3 of our wits got a 1,000. Of course, the senator told 3 stories, Joe. If you've got any more you want to throw in, it's perfect.
I heard one on the air the other day. For a goofy story. I forget what program had it on, but I thought it was a cute story about guys arguing about names and all. He says, well, my father's crazy about horses, and he says he calls himself Fleeca. He says, crazy about horses, he calls himself Fleeca. That's his name? He says, yeah, his name is Fleeca. He says, he must be crazy. He says, that's what my mother says. My mother says he's crazy, name himself after a horse. He says, what's your mother's name? He says, Lassie.
That was just the capper.
Well, say, Dennis, while we're on that subject, I could throw in one. You know, recently when I had that appendectomy, I came out of the hospital and I ran into one of the lambs down at the club, and he said, where were you? I said, they took my appendix. He said, you should have had it in your wife's name.
Well, go ahead, Harry. You haven't had your second try.
A name, too. A Marine comes back, and he calls up a girl, and he says, can I call out your house tonight? He says, who's this talking? He said, Gideon. She said, who? He said, Gideon. G like in gin. I like a nice. D like in drink. She said, that's identification enough. Come right up.
Well, that was a good round, gentlemen. Extra full. But all 3 of you topped Mr. Zaley the first time, so we send Mr. Zaley $10 with the compliments of Palmolive shave creams and a copy of that laugh-packed and brand-new joke book, Can You Top This?, written by our 3 wits, and now on sale wherever books are sold. In addition, we're sending Mr. Zaley an actual phonograph record of Ward Wilson telling his story on the air. Clear your throats, gentlemen, because here we go again. This joke comes in from Mr. I.L. Miller of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and the subject is conversation. Well, let's have a word from Ward, a sentence from Harry. Okay.
Oh, he's a poet and doesn't know it. This kid is really in there pitching, isn't he? Well, this is a story about little Pat Mulvaney, who was up in Central Park, and he sat down on the park bench. He looked very disgusted and dejected alongside of another fellow who happened to be sitting on the bench, and the fellow turned and looked at him. He says, how are you feeling?
He says, oh, terrible, terrible, terrible. He says, it's awful. Yes, oh, I'm so disgusted with the world.
He said, well, what's the matter with you?
He says, well, it's amazing. He said, you take the silly things these people will believe. He says, hey, I never seen such a thing in my life. Here, you would take it, for example. They believe in Friday the 13th. They believe in not putting hats on the bed. He says they don't walk under ladders. They believe in the Blarney Stone and 4-leaf clovers. Most of them ain't clovers to begin with. They even believe on the promises of women. They bet on race horses and cures for baldness and all them things.
He says, well, what's the matter with that? I do, too.
He said, well, it's very discouraging to me. He said, they'll doubt the simple, little, completely and obvious fact that I've been trying to tell them over and over again, but they ignore me and insist on finding out for themselves. And believe me, I'm pretty fed up.
He says, believe for themselves, pretty fed up. He says, incidentally, just what and who are you?
He says, who, me? He says, I'm the guy who puts up all them signs that say wet paint.
Wet paint must need to keep off, Ward, so for Mr. Miller, you got a big 1,000. Our 3 wits will have to try to tie it. They certainly can't top that one. Let's see. Little Joe from Kokomo.
Well, this is the kind that I go crazy about. I like him. I don't know. The guy making conversation in the bar room, fella's standing up against the bar and the bartender, and the fella says, what are you doing? He says, bartender says, what do you do? He says, I'm a magician. I work in vaudeville. Vaudeville's got work around cabarets now. He says, show me some tricks, will you? So he shows him a card trick and then a coin trick and all kinds of little tricks and everything. And the bartender says, yeah, that's all right. And that's fine. And the magician says, you like that kind of stuff, don't you? He says, yeah. He says, do you know any tricks? He says, all I know is house tricks. He says, house tricks? He says, fine, house tricks with you.
Well, Joe, no worry for you. That was a 1,000 on the Palmolive shave meter. I'm glad you like it, Joe. But this is the one time, I think, since I've stepped in here that everybody else liked it along with you. All right, Harry Hurst. Huh? Yes.
Mark Hellinger, the great producer, told me a screwball story that fits this. There's a drunk coming out of a saloon, and a kind old lady sees him and says, oh, the curse of drink. You know, you ought to stop drinking, because when you drink, you don't eat, and when you don't eat, you get malnutrition. Please stop drinking. Go to a restaurant, sit down, eat some nice roast chicken. Please do that, for my sake. You don't know me, but for my sake, stop drinking and eat something. Says, I know what I'm doing. I'll stop drinking. I'll go to a restaurant and I'll eat. So he staggers down the street, and he gets in a place and sits down, but it's not a restaurant. It's a shoe shining parlor. The shoe shining parlor looks up, guy at him and says, light or dark? He said, it don't make no difference as long as I don't get the neck.
You know, boys, actually, you've got me at a decided disadvantage on this round. Joe started it off, and the thing is conversation, and if I try to stop any of you, say, well, he said it, didn't he?
Well, it is
conversation. Anything is conversation, even what you're doing.
No, what he's doing isn't conversation.
All right.
That's argument.
I'll buy it. There's nothing I can say around it, so go ahead and talk.
There's nothing you can do about it, Dennis, but I accept it.
That's all. It's your turn, too.
Oh, is it?
Uh-huh.
Well, two husbands were talking, and one said, my wife talks to herself. The other one said, my wife talks to herself, too, but she doesn't know it. She thinks I'm listening.
Senator, that was a legitimate conversation gag. Thank you very much. That completes the round, and incidentally, it was a perfect round. 4 1,000s right down the line. And so we send Mr. Miller $25 with the compliments of Palmolive shave creams, plus a 1,000 club certificate. In addition, we're sending Mr. Miller an actual phonograph record of Ward Wilson telling his story on the air. At this point, Ron Rawson has good shaving news for brush and lather fans.
Men, if you like oceans of rich, thick, moisture-soaked lather, try the new different Palmolive lather way to shave. A way that means smoother, more comfortable shaves for 3 men out of every 4.
It's a fact, men, not a promise. 1,251 men proved the new Palmolive Lather Shave Cream Way brings smoother, more comfortable shaves to 3 men out of every 4.
So get Palmolive Lather Shave Cream. Discover its heavy, easy-to-work-up lather. Lather that holds its moisture, doesn't dry out. See how the new Palmolive Lather Shave Cream Way makes beards easier to cut, gives less razor pull, closer shave, smoother-feeling skin. Gives smoother, more comfortable shaves to 3 men out of every 4.
Here's all you do. Wash your face with soap and water. Rinse. Soap your face thoroughly again. Do not rinse. Brush Palmolive Lather upward into beard to get the full benefit of Palmolive Lather Shave Cream's beard conditioning effect. Then shave.
And that's all. But you be the judge. Get Palmolive Lather Shave Cream and try the new different Palmolive Lather way to shave. Remember, it's proved. Proved to give smoother, more comfortable shaves to 3 men out of every 4.
Now, here's a joke sent in by Miss Selma Jordan of New York, New York, and it's on the subject of anger, to be peeved and so on. Well, Ward, see if you
like
can make...
you were a minute ago about the conversation?
It wasn't that I was peeved, Senator. It was just that I was at that disadvantage and wanted to do something about it. You set, Ward? You're not angry, are you?
Now?
Now, yes.
Just let me know. This is a story about Mrs. Pufnik, who met her girlfriend, Turalura Goldfarb, on the street. And Mrs. Pufnik was looking very angry, so Turalura said... oh, for goodness sakes, what are you looking so mad today? You look all excited.
She says, oh, yeah. He says, well, last night, Jake took me to the Hopper. He says, we went to see the Barbers Schlemiel. Wonderful music by Rimsky-Korsakov. Says, everything was beautiful. Played a number, Opus 6, Theme C, Drawing Room 8, track 12. Something like that. Anyway, the boy had a beautiful voice in the opera, singing grand, and
She says, well, what's the matter? What's upset about you?
says, well, you didn't hear the half of it. She's going to the opera, so what did I do? So I went and got myself all dressed up. I should look very Yankee Doodle hitsy-pitsy. Yeah, I got a long pair of kid gloves, Max Cross. Went to get a lovely little number, an evening creation hat from Lily Deshay Piro. Then went down, picked out a lovely pair of high-heel shoes from Miller. And the dress, a very cute little number. Says I went down to Klein's 4th Avenue, picked out, and also a beautiful fancy fur piece I got from I.J. Wolf. Plus, mind you, plus the very handsome jewelry that I put on from Amaka Schlemmer. So we went to the opera, and I'm so upset.
She says, well, why are you so upset? What's the matter with you?
Says, well, in addition to that, I'm so peeved because I also had with me a brand new pair of opera glasses and I couldn't use them.
She says, why couldn't you use them?
Says, because that clock of a husband of mine, that stupid schmo, what did he do? He gets seats in the very first row.
As far as you're concerned, Ward, it was way up in the balcony in the 1,000th row. So that takes care of this round for the three wits. They're just going to have to work, perspire, and try it. Senator Ford first.
Well, a young couple was sitting in the living room. The lights were out, and so were the girl's family. So he leaned over and gave her a nice, juicy kiss on the mouth, and then backed up to get the effect. She looked kind of bored, and she said, you know, you don't kiss like Van Johnson. He said, well, remember, I ain't got Betty Grable here, neither.
Ditto. That was the 1,000, Senator. Joe, let's let this one settle down, Joe, and then it's your turn next. Go ahead, Mother, get it out of your system.
Okay. Now?
Now.
That's conversation.
Right.
Well, Casey passes Doyle, and he looks at Doyle, and Doyle is fit to be tied. He's sitting on a stoop. He's fit to be tied. He says, Doyle, what's the matter with you? He says, I've never seen you so angry in your life. He says, you'd be angry, too. He says, well, what's the matter? He says, what's the matter? He says, this morning I thought I'd get up early. I got up real early, and I thought I'd surprise me wife. She was in the kitchen cooking. So I sneak into the kitchen, and I give her a big kiss on the back of her neck. And without turning around, mind you, she says, all right, leave 2 quarts of milk and 1 quart of cream.
This just seems to be a 1,000 night, that's all I can say. That's a 1,000 for Joe, Harry. We'll just have to wait again.
I'd like to wait till I have to get on.
Yeah, all right.
But Mrs. Finnegan had never been to an army camp. She never saw soldiers, in fact. She came to this army camp, and she saw one sentry with the gun passing the other sentry, not saying anything. Then they passed each other again, not saying anything, passed each other again. Finally, she went over and says, you're acting like a couple of kids. Make up and be friends again, will you?
Well, boys, you did it again. That was another perfect round. 1,000 right across the board, and so we send Miss Jordan $25 with the compliments of Palmolive shave creams, plus a 1,000 club certificate. In addition, we're sending Miss Jordan an actual phonograph record of Ward Wilson telling her story on the air.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth. For Colgate's cleans teeth thoroughly, safely, brings out natural sparkle and beauty. And scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. So always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Well, gentlemen, right now I have a question I'd like to ask right at this point. Folks, why don't you compete in this weekly gag fest? It's lots more fun when you have a part in it. You may win $25 or at least $10 when your joke is read, plus a phonograph record personally autographed by our wits of Ward Wilson or Peter Donald telling your story on the air. Just send your favorite joke to Can You Top This in care of NBC New York or the station to which you are listening. Do not send your jokes to any individual on the program. Send them in care of Can You Top This. If your joke isn't used the week it's sent in, don't be discouraged because it may be used on a later broadcast. So join Can You Top This, originated by Senator Ford, next week, same time, same gang. Other jokes, some new, some old. And until then, we remain yours for bigger and better laughs.
Joe Laurie Jr.
Senator Ford.
No Spoon Wilson.
Harry Hirschfield.
Peter Donald James.
And Dan Donaldson saying goodnight for Palmolive Brushless and Palmolive Lather. Palmolive, the largest selling brand of shave creams in the world. Next time you drive your car, remember, 2 auto accidents are occurring somewhere every minute you drive. So obey traffic regulations and, most important, make sure you're physically able to drive without endangering yourself and others. Remember, your safety and that of others is in your hands when your hands are on the wheel. So be careful. The life you save may be your own.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Can You Top This? Presented by the Colgate Palmolive Feet Company, makers of Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream for smoother, more comfortable shaves. Can You Top This? Starring Senator Ford.
Good evening.
Harry Hirschfield.
Howdy.
And Joe Laurie Jr.
Hello.
And now here's Colgate Palmolive Feet Company's Master of Ceremonies, Ward Wilson.
Good evening, friends. Welcome to Can You Top This, our unrehearsed Wheeze Whirlpool. Our 3 wits do not know what jokes have been chosen until the people's representative, Peter Donald, tells them on the air. Our 3 gagsters have no scripts. They rely on memory and ability to switch jokes and make them fit the subject. If Peter Donald tells your submitted story, you get $10 plus a phonograph record personally autographed by our wits of Peter Donald telling your story on the air. Laughs are registered on the big Colgate Palmolive laugh meter in full view of the studio audience. Each time the wits fail to top your score, you win an additional $5, which means you may win $25. So, leave us get on with the laughs. How about you, fellas? You all set?
Ready.
Yeah.
Everybody is tonight? Well, that's phenomenal. Here we go on the first joke of the evening, submitted by Gene Dorr of Malvern, Pennsylvania. And it's on the subject of something I hope none of you gents need, psychiatry. Psychiatry.
Can't even pronounce it.
So, Peter Donald, apparently you're the first subject of the evening.
Well, this is about a very, very prominent psychiatrist, very important psychiatrist, and this particular day, he's sitting in his office, his consultation room there. He's got the shades drawn, and he's working on a very important case that he's trying to analyze. On the bottles it says 80 proof, but he doesn't believe this. He's trying to figure it out. So he's sitting there, and all of a sudden the nurse shows in a patient, and he seems very nervous and very overwrought. So the doctor said, "Come in, sir." He said, "Lie down, relax." And he said, "Tell me your dilemma."
Well, he says, "Why should I tell you I'm dilemma? My name is Delaney."
Well, he said, "Lie down, tell me your problem."
Well, he said, "Doctor, I'm troubled. I'm troubled." He says, "All the time, I keep seeing little green men with yellow feathers in their hats coming up out of holes in the ground. They keep coming up in their holes, and they stick out their tongues at me, and they torment me. Oh, it's terrible."
So the fellow said, "Well, now," he said, that's easy. We don't have to go too deep on this. That's a simple hallucination that's brought on perhaps by nervous tension, or perhaps it could possibly happen from overindulgence."
He says, "Overindulgence? No, it usually happens over in doolies. That's what it happens."
So I said, "Well, now," he says, "before I try to work this out for you out of your subconscious, I want you to take these powders, a sort of a sedative. I want you to take them for a week. Change your habits a little bit, relax as much as you can, and then come back, and we'll see if you really need psychiatry." So the guy takes the powders, and he goes out. He comes back a week later, and the doctor says, "Well, how is everything?"
"Oh," he says, "Doctor, I've got to admit, I don't see them little green men at all. I don't see the little green men with the yellow feathers coming up out of the ground."
Well, he said, "That's fine. It was just as simple as I thought. You never see the little green men with the yellow feathers coming up out of the ground."
He says, "No, how can they? Now the little red men with the blue feathers keep filling up the holes."
Well, you filled up the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter, too, Pete, to the extent of 1,000 that time, which gives Miss Dorr an automatic $25, I'm happy to say, but unfortunately puts our 3 wits at wits' end. So the best thing to do is...
Wits end, do you mean?
Oh, no. How corny can you get? After all, let's see. Only 1 hand raiser, now 2. Do I see 3? All right, I'll take the first one offered, and that belonged to Harry Hirschfield, and a pretty one it is.
Well, there is a gag that's running around town, a psychiatrist's gag. I think it's all over the country now. Is about the tenant for a psychiatrist. Here's the doorbell. He opens it, and in comes a woman with a big ostrich. And she's talking to the ostrich. Says, darling, sweetie, she's stroking his head. And he brings him in the anteroom. And the guy runs into the psychiatrist, says, you better do something about it. There's a woman in there with a big ostrich. She's disturbing all the patients. You better do something. He says, bring her right in. So she comes in with this ostrich. She drags the ostrich in. She sits down. The doctor says, what's wrong with you, madam? Says, there's nothing wrong with me. It's my husband. He thinks he's an ostrich.
Well, the ostrich turned out to be somewhat of a turkey, Harry. 700 to be exact on the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter, which doesn't exactly tie nor top Miss Dore's 1,000. Better luck next time. However, let's skip over now to Joe Laurie Jr.
Well, there's a lot of goof gags with psychiatrists. This one is for nothing. This is free. This don't count. It's about a goof comes into a psychiatrist's office in Chicago. He says, hey, Doc. He says, I walked all the way from Milwaukee all the way over to Chicago on the lake and everything. He said, what? You walked on the lake? How come you didn't sink? He says, nobody told me it was water. All right, so he thought he was an ostrich. Now, the one I want to tell is a goof runs into the psychiatrist and he says, Doctor, oh, you got to do something for me. I'm a terrible jam. Oh, he says, wait a minute, calm yourself. He says, oh, this is terrible. He says, wait a minute, tell me, quietly, what happens? What's the matter with you? He says, I keep talking to myself all day. All day I keep talking to myself, all day. He says, wait a minute, that's nothing to be afraid of. Don't be worried about that. You just talk to yourself. He says, yeah. He says, then what are you afraid of? He says, oh, I talk to myself in French and I can't understand a word I'm saying.
I can understand that, Joe. That was a 1,000 on the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter. However, to keep you in line, the original joke that you told, which didn't count, didn't, except up to 250 on the same meter.
That's goofy.
Well, that's all right. That ties but doesn't top, Miss Dorr. And, Senator Ford, I believe you're number 3.
Well, you know, Harry, you're talking about an ostrich for a husband. An ostrich would make a fine husband. It eats anything and sees nothing. That's not the joke, Mr. Wilson. I just thought
I'll wait.
Well, I know a couple on psychiatry, I guess.
Give us a couple.
A psychiatrist was lecturing on his favorite subject, and he said, do you know, according to statistics, 11% more men are crazy than women. And the heckler in the back hollered, yeah, but who drives them nuts?
Well, you were eminently successful with the first one, which got 1,000 on the Colgate Palmolive.
Well, let's forget the second one, then.
Well, let's tell it anyway. What can we do?
If we have time later.
All right. We'll slide
I can tell you another one. I'll toss one in, sure. Matter of fact, I know 3 now.
We'll settle for one.
Well, Screwball Jake walked into our local noodle joint up there, and he said to the superintendent, did a crazy guy escape from here? The superintendent said, no, none of our inmates escaped. Jake says, there must be a crazy guy escaped from someplace because somebody ran away with my wife. I like that one better than the other one.
Apparently the audience didn't. There was 600 on the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter, son. Harry, go ahead.
There's another one that's going around, too, about everybody's becoming a psychiatrist. So a fellow, a young psychiatrist, and he meets an old psychiatrist, an old guy who's been a psychiatrist for years. And the old psychiatrist is calm and peaceful. And the young psychiatrist says, I can't understand it. I'm sorry I became a psychiatrist. I have to listen all day, and I'm all in from hearing those women talk. They come to me, they drive me crazy. And he says to the old psychiatrist, how can you be so calm after listening to those women all day? He says, who listens? That's the words you told me.
Very successful, Harry. That topped your original effort by plenty. It hit the top
there.
Huh? Fair enough. But in spite of all your valiant efforts, looking at Miss Dore's original 1,000, we send her $25 with the compliments of Palmolive shave cream. She gets a mess of stuff. Plus a 1,000 club certificate, a copy of that laugh-packed and brand-new joke book, Cream of the Crop, written by our 3 wits, is now on sale wherever good books are sold. And in addition, we also send Miss Dore a phonograph record of Peter Donald telling her story on the air. Now Now here's Dan Donaldson with the biggest shaving news in history.
3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream way.
Yes, 3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream way.
This is not just a promise, not just a claim. 1,297 men tried the new, different Palmolive Brushless way to shave, and no matter how they shaved before, 79% found beards easier to cut. 75% got less razor pull, 69% closer shaves, 82% smoother feeling skin.
And 3 men out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves.
But you be the judge. Try the new Palmolive Brushless way to shave. Just do this. Wash your face with soap and water. Rinse. Soap your face thoroughly again and apply Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream, smoothing it upward into your beard to get the full benefit of Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream's beard conditioning effect. Then shave.
That's all. But remember, Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream offers you proof that 3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream way.
Should shaving comfort be forgot?
And shavers rant and rave.
Oh, no, my friends, your worries end
With Palmolive Brushless Shave.
Excellent voice tonight, fellas. I felt like calling you Frankie. And now we'll continue our contest of wit and humor with a joke which was sent in by D. Evelyn of New Hyde Park, Long Island, New York, and it's on the subject of visit. Visit. So, Peter Donald, suppose we do just that.
This is about an American fellow who visited Scotland for the first time, and he's having a wonderful time over there, great time. And all of a sudden he got a cable that he had to come back to the States. So he was living with a nice Scotsman there, and he went to his host. He said, "I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Ferguson, but he says, I got to go back to the United States of America." So Ferguson said, "Oh, laddie, that's too bad. But he says, I'll tell you what we'll do before you go." He says, "We'll give you a little party, you understand, to send you home happy about your visit to bonny Scotland." So they arrange this thing, and there's a big party, and they're eating and drinking and having a wonderful time. And right at the height of the evening, the host announced the arrival of a Scottish bagpipe band. This band walked in. It was Sandy McHirschfield, his pig bladder, and his orchestra. And these guys come in and they start playing these Highland airs and the pipes, and they're marching up and down and around the table and marching up and down. And it's a fascinating thing, and this wonderful music, and they're marching around. And the American got a big kick out of it, and he turned to his host. He says, "Mr. Ferguson," he says, "pardon me, but I've always wondered," he says, "why these men," he says, "keep marching up and down while they play the pipes." Well, he says, "You see, lad," he says, "while playing the bagpipes, they got to keep marching up and down, because if they stood still, they'd make too good a target."
Well, that wasn't exactly a bullseye, Peter. Should have been more air in the bagpipes, apparently, because it got up to 350. Don't kick at it, just let it lay there. It got 350 on the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter, and our 3 wits are now at their wits' end.
I understand from a Scotsman, he told me this. He said they have the military bagpipe bands in back of the regiment. That's the bagpipes drive the soldiers in the right direction, you see.
Well, apparently Pete needed something in back of him that time, too. But let's see how you 3 wits do on topping that original 350, and looking at the upraised hands, we call on little Joe Laurie, Jr.
Well, one of those nosy women, those nosy neighbors, went in to see. She said, "I think I'll call her Mrs. Smith tonight." So she walks in there, and the kid is there. She says, "Your mama home?" She says, "No, I'll just sit down in the parlor, and I'll see if Mama's home. I think she went out shopping." So she goes upstairs and looks around, and while she's around, this nosy dame looks all over the parlor, and she turns her nose up and goes over to the piano, and there's about an inch of dust on the piano. She says, "Oh, isn't that terrible?" So she writes with her finger on the piano, S-L-O-B, slob, right on the piano. So the kid comes out and says, "No, Mama's out. She isn't here." She says, "All right, just I'll see you tomorrow." So she goes out. The next day, while she's shopping, she sees Mrs. Smith. She says, "Oh, Mrs. Smith, I was over your house yesterday. I visited you yesterday." She says, "Yes, I know. I saw your card on the piano."
Definite topper, Joseph. 1,000 to be precise on the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter, topping Mr. Evelyn's 350, needless to say. And, Senator, you scratching your nose or
No, I'm not near my nose.
Oh, I'm in a
Matter
bad...
of fact, you're nearer to it than I am.
I'm at a bad angle here. However, let's cut you in.
Senator Wiley, senator from Wisconsin, he compiled a joke book called Humor in Congress. I don't know if you fellas got it or not, but he sent me one anyway. And there's a gag in there that I could tell that fits here. It seems a clergyman rang the doorbell of a palatial mansion down south, and when the servant answered the door, he said, is your master a Christian? The servant said, no, sir, he's in Congress.
Well, that fits...
Blame Senator Wiley.
It fits to the extent of 900 on the Colgate-Palmolive laugh meter, Senator, which definitely tops Mr. Evelyn's 350. He seems to be in a rut with that $10 we let him have at the first.
I think I'll get that book, Senator.
Well, while you're getting the book, Joe, suppose we move over to Harry Hirschfield.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of visit stories. One I want to toss in quick, and that is a wife calls up a doctor and says, my husband is sick. Now, he don't know how sick he is, and I don't know. Now, he's coming to you. He's going to pay you a visit. Now, don't frighten him. Don't give anything to suggest he's frightening him if it's serious. Not the slightest hint, because it wouldn't be good for him. So the guy goes over there. The doctor puts the stethoscope to the guy. He listens and he listens. He takes off the stethoscope. The guy says, what have you decided, doctor? He says, to get my money in advance. And the other one, a drunk goes into a barber shop that he had never visited before. It's the first time he'd been in there. And the guy sees he's drunk, so he don't bother about a good razor or anything. He starts shaving him. Shaving him, and he cuts this guy all up with bleeding and everything. And when his drunk gets out of the chair, he looks in the glass, he sees these cuts and everything, and he's all... When he gets all finished, dressed up, he gives the barber $5 tip. Fellow said, you got a mistake, boss. You give me $5. Said, I know, I give you $5. Said, after what I done to you, boss, you give me $5? He said, yeah. I want to show you what a wonderful customer you lost.
Well, you didn't lose anything there, Harry. Your joke got 1,000 on the Colgate-Palmolive laugh meter. The preface also got 800, I might add. No, it's very good, as a matter of fact. All three of you wits topped Mr. Evelyn's 350, unfortunately for Mr. Evelyn. So we send him $10 with the compliments of Palmolive shave creams. We can't send him a 1,000 Club certificate. That's out. A copy of that laugh-packed and brand-new joke book, Cream of the Crop, written by our three wits and now on sale wherever good books are sold. And in addition, we're sending Mr. Evelyn the phonograph record of Peter Donald telling his story on the air. Well, let's see now. Our next joke comes from Miss Frances Salem of Havertown, Pennsylvania. And the subject of this round is... guess I better not remark about this. Women. Women. So, Pete, let your conscience be your guide.
Well, over in Brooklyn, two girls over there, Sadie and Gertrude, were discussing one of the girls in town there. A gal that everybody thought was pretty attractive, but these gals were rapping her, and Sadie said,
she says, well, I don't know, Gertrude. Everyone is so crazy about that girl. She belongs to all the social clubs and everything, you know. She goes to all the meetings. Her house must be a mess. She's never home. And the clothes she wears. Oh, them dresses, really, they're terrible. I happen to know when she goes shopping, she buys them dresses on the 7th floor, and the neckline is cut all the way down to the mezzanine. It's she said when she gets up to make a speech at the club, the women aren't listening to what she's saying at all. They're just looking at them clothes she wears.
So poor Sadie, she says, well, she says, you said it, but after all, maybe it ain't just the clothes, you know. Most everyone says that girl has a very magnetic personality.
She says magnetic personality? Why shouldn't it be magnetic? Everything she wears is charged.
Well, you're charged with 1,000 on the Colgate-Palmolive laugh meter for that one, Peter. Eminently successful as far as Miss Salem is concerned. That's $25 automatically going over there. And for the second time this evening, our wits have no place to go except 1,000.
You notice all three hands are up on this subject?
Yeah, no.
Something we think we know something about.
I'm surprised that you're that much of a braggadocio nature.
However... I to put a skirt on any gag.
All right, Senator, put the first skirt on.
Well, you know, when it comes to women, they can make the wisest remarks. I think when they're really insulting at times, you know. They got men stopped when it comes to cracks like that. Well, anyway, two co-eds, even when they're young, they pull the same thing. two co-eds were talking about a girl who was absent at the time. They said, the only thing a sweater does for her is to make her itch.
Well, that do it, Senator. Another 1,000 in a feudal cause that ties Miss Salem's 1,000 on the Colgate-Palmolive laugh meter, but doesn't stop her. And now, let's scratch our way around and find out what Joe Laurie Jr. had.
Well, this one doesn't count, Ward. This is about a girl who applies for a position, and the boss says, a stenographer? She says, no. She says, a typewriter? She says, no. She says, a secretary? She says, no. What do you do? She says, I'm just a week working girl. He says, oh, you work by the week. But Pete telling that story, it reminded me of a pretty old story. It's about two girls talking, and one girl says to the other, she says, who is that handsome man I see you with all the time? She says, oh, new fella of mine. You know, he's a millionaire. He's a millionaire? Yeah, oh, he is handsome, though. Oh. She says, oh, yesterday he held me in his arms, and he held me close to him. She says, tell me the truth, she says. When he held you close in his arms, and pulled you tight towards him, didn't something, electrical pass between you? She says, you bet it did. I stuck my light bill in his pocket.
Joe, there's no charge for that one, believe me. 1,000 on the Colgate-Palmolive laugh meter, giving us a perfect round thus far. Harry, it's right in your lap now.
First, just comes out what was the trouble between Adam and Eve. Eve couldn't throw up to Adam what a wonderful guy her first husband was. But there's a story that Paul Shorstein, editor of the Journal American, told me that's a brand new story out. And that is, a couple go into an automobile showroom. They said to the automobile salesman, we don't know, we got $5,000 and we don't know whether we should have a baby and use the $5,000 for the baby or get an automobile. Well, he said, that's purely up to you people. Think it over for a few days. So in 2 days they came back and says, we are not going to have the automobile. We decided to have the baby for the $5,000. He says, is that your decision? She says, yes. We feel we can get a quicker delivery on the baby than the car.
Harry, if my Packard dealer is listening, there's more truth than poetry in that one. There was also 1,000 on the Colgate-Palmolive laugh meter, too. A perfect round for the first time tonight. So we send Miss Salem $25 with the compliments of Colgate Dental Cream, a 1,000 Club certificate, a copy of the Laugh Pack Joke Book, Cream of the Crop, and also a copy of a phonograph record, of Peter Donald telling her story on the air. And now here's Ron Rawson with an important message.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference. And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate's instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpaste prove that Colgate is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested. And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath. So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth for a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy. And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Well, here's a fresh joke, fellas, sent in by Mrs. Martha B. Agg, A-double-G, of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And it's on the subject of something you may have visited once in a while, fortune teller. Fortune teller. So good luck to you, Peter.
Well, this happened in a doctor's office, and the waiting room is all crowded with patients, and all of a sudden the door burst open, and in came a woman in gypsy clothes.
gypsy clothes, with the colorful skirt and the big gold earrings and this bandana turban around her head. And right on the front it had this mystic inscription, Statler Hotel, right across the front. And she rushes up to the nurse.
She says, "You pardon me, Nursey. I am the Princess Zuzu. I'm the Princess Zuzu. I got to see the doctor right away in a hurry."
So the nurse says, "Well, wait a minute." She said, "I'll have to have some personal information. Where are you employed?"
She said, "Well, I work at the little ipsy-pipsy gypsy tea shop, eh?" She says, "I'm reading the leaves in the tea and the grounds in the coffee and once in a while the lumps in the cocoa, whatever I have." So she says, I've got to see the doctor." The woman says, "Wait a minute now, I got to get this information down. You say that you're a real gypsy?" She says, "So what do I look like, a Portuguese or something?" Certainly, I'm the Princess Zuzu. I got to see the doctor right away."
Well, she says, "I'm sorry, there are a lot of patients waiting ahead of you."
She said, "This is an emergency. I got to see him right away."
So with that, the doctor heard all this holler and he came out. He says, "Just a moment, madam. What makes you think that you got to see me before all my other patients?"
Well, she says, Doctor, I'm a fortune teller. I got to see you in a hurry."
Well, he says, "What's the fact you're a fortune teller got to do with your rushing in here and wanting to get an appointment right away?"
She says, "Well, I'll tell you. You see, I want to take your x-ray machine for about 10 minutes.
He says, "If you're a fortune teller, why do you want my x-ray machine?"
She says, "Because one of my customers came in to have the teacup read, and she accidentally swallowed the tea leaves."
Well, more or less accidentally, you stumbled up to 1,000 on the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter with that piece, too. Oh, so Mrs. Ag is happy if no one else is. That's $25 in her direction. Huh?
EGG, is that?
Yes. AG. You laid the egg, not the egg. I wouldn't call it exactly an egg. Harry, how about you?
At a party, Mrs. Van Creighton Van Eppes III, she's boasting, and they're talking about fortune tellers, and she says, "Oh, I went to a $100 fortune teller. I paid $100. Oh, but it was worth it. $100. She said I would marry a very rich man, have a mansion with 32 rooms, have yachts and everything, and it came out exactly." Mrs. Blivett says, "I went to a 75-cent fortune teller, and what did I get? A little fat shrimp of a guy. I'm living in the 4th floor in the back, got no water, no anything." The other woman says, "Well, it's no use talking. Cheap is cheap."
Another 1,000, Harry. You're hitting like a pistol tonight. And, Senator, how about you?
Well, there was a married couple. He was always plastered, and she was always running to fortune tellers. And finally, he reprimanded her. He said, "You spend too much money getting your hand read." And she said, "You spend too much money getting your nose read."
And is my fez read? 1,000 on the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter that time, Senator. Looks like we might have a second perfect round in progress right now. However, Joe, it's up to you.
One of those big fat women, oh, she must have weighed about 400 pounds. She gets on one of those fortune-telling weighing machines. And she finally gets up there, gets a penny out of her purse and puts it in, and it goes ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. And out comes the card, and it says, "Hold tight, sisters, this'll take 2 trips."
Happy to report, Joe, you doed it. Another 1,000, according to Mr. Colgate and Mr. Palmolive's laugh meter, giving us a second perfect round of the evening. But the facts and figures are these, that we send Mrs. Ag $25 because Pete got there first with the compliments of Colgate Dental Cream, plus a 1,000 Club certificate, a copy of that laugh-packed and brand-new joke book, Cream of the Crop, written by our 3 wits and on sale wherever good books are sold. And in addition, we're sending Mrs. Ag a phonograph record of Peter Donald telling her story on the air. Well, I'm afraid time is just about wasted on it, fellas, so I'll just ask the audience to join Can You Top This, originated by Senator Ford, next week. Same time, same gang, other jokes, some new, some old. Until then, we remain yours for bigger and better laughs.
Senator Ford.
Harry Hirschfield. Joe Laurie Jr.
Peter Donald.
Ward Wilson.
And Dan Donaldson saying goodnight for the Colgate Palmolive Peat Company, makers of Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream for smoother, more comfortable shaves.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
Yes, Luster Cream Shampoo leaves hair with new three-way loveliness. Fragrantly clean, glistening with sheen. Soft and easy to manage. Be a dream girl, a lovely Luster Cream girl. Be sure to tune in to Judy Canova and the old Professor Kay Kaiser over most of these same stations tomorrow night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Can you top this? Presented by the Colgate Palmolive Feet Company, makers of Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Palmolive Shave Cream for smoother, more comfortable shave. Can you top this? Starring Senator Ford.
Good evening.
Harry Hirschfield.
Howdy.
And Joe Laurie Jr.
Hello.
And now here's Colgate Palmolive Feet Company's Master of Ceremonies, Ward Wilson.
Good evening, friends. Welcome to Can You Top This, our unrehearsed carousel of jokes. Our three wits do not know what jokes have been chosen until the people's representative, Peter Donald, tells them on the air. Our three gagsters have no scripts. They rely on memory and ability to switch jokes and make them fit the subject. If Peter Donald tells your submitted story, you get $10 plus a phonograph record, personally autographed by our wits, of Peter Donald telling your story on the air. Laughs are registered on the big Colgate Palmolive laugh meter in full view of the studio audience. Each time the wits fail to top your score, you win an additional $5, which means you may win $25. So, yes, get on with the laughs. Are you ready over there, fellas?
Ready.
I guess so. All right, here's our first joke of the evening, and it comes from Mrs. Floyd Triplett of West Jefferson, North Carolina. It's on the subject of indignation. Indignation.
Mad.
Mad, yes. Have to translate yet for Laurie. All right, Pete, don't be indignant. That's the first joke of the evening.
Well, it seems that Mrs. Mulvaney had been working at a church bazaar all day. They had one of those rummage sales, you know, where you sell something you don't want to somebody else who can't use it at all. And finally she came home, and late in the evening, she walks in the door, and her husband was sitting there with his pipe and slippers. He says, "Hello, Molly, my darling." He says, "How was the rummage sale today?"
She said, "How was the sale?" It was fine. It was fine. I wouldn't help out with one of them things again if I lived to be 100.
Well, he says, "What's the matter?" He says, Didn't you win the prize for selling the most articles this year again?"
She said, I did not. Mrs. O'Houlihan sold twice as much as I did. She said, bad cess to her. I'd like to hit her right in the mouth.
"Well, no," he says, "now, that's not the right spirit to talk. I don't like to hear you talk like that. If Mrs. O'Houlihan sold that much, she must be a clever sales lady."
Oh, she said she's clever, all right. She's a clever sales lady, all right. While I was helping out with one of the sales, I put down my new $20 hat, and she turned around and sold it to someone for 15 cents.
Well, Peter, the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter said $850 for that joke. So, for one time tonight at least, our three wits have a little room to barge around in. And seizing upon that opportunity first, looks like Harry Hirschfield barging in.
I heard a story the other day about a fellow took a girl out in a car for a ride. First time he'd ever taken her out. So they're riding out away. He pulls out a package of cigarettes, says, "Will you have a cigarette?" She says, "No, I don't touch the filthy stuff." Well, he said, "Do you mind if I smoke?" She says, "Yes, I do mind. I think it's a terrible habit. It's awful." He says, "Well, I got to get rid of this dame. I can see that." So he's riding a little further, and he takes out a flask of whiskey. He said, "Will you have a drink?" She says, "No, I don't. That's worse even than cigarettes. Drinking." He said, "Do you mind if I have a drink?" She says, "Yes, I mind. I think it's awful." So they're riding away, and he says, "Will you give me a kiss?" She says, "Yes." So they kissed and hugged and necked for hours. When they got home, he took her home. She said to him, "Did you have a good time?" He said, "It was wonderful." She says, "Thanks. I've always maintained that a girl can have fun without smoking and drinking."
Well, everybody seemed to have fun with that one, Harry. 1,000 on the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter, topping Mrs. Triplett's original $850, so she still has the $10 she started out with. Senator, how about you?
Well, I like those wacky kind of gags. The only trouble with them is that there's no happy medium with them. They either hit 1,000 or they fall flat on their kisses. You know, there's nothing in between at all. Like the time that Screwball Jake and Dopey Tildock were talking. Dopey says, "I don't like mornings. They're too early." Then another time they were talking about visiting places, and Jake said, "Hey, Dopey, was you ever in a fricker?" So Dopey says, no, I don't even know where it is. So Jake says, was you ever in Paris? He said, yeah, I was in Paris. He said, are you familiar with the Rue de la Paix? He said, no, but I'm familiar with Rudy Valley, because I know him. Well, he says, that's fine. Do you know the Champs Elysees? Dopey says, what? Jake says, do you know the Champs Elysees? Dopey says, you're nuts, the Champs Joe Louis.
Well, that's
what I mean. See, right off there or down there.
Well, it went up and down, but you did turn out to be the eventual champ along with Joe Louis, at least up until 10 o'clock tonight, Senator. Another 1,000 on the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter, which again tops Mrs. Triplett's $8.50. She seems in a rut with that $10. I don't know. Let's see if we can get her out with little Joe Laurie Jr.
I'll do my best. This two friends were talking. He said, oh, was my wife indignant this morning? Oh, was she mad? Oh, brother. He said, what about? What about? I almost twisted her nose off her face last night. He says, you almost twisted her nose off her face? What'd you do that for? He says, I dreamt all night I forgot to shut the water off.
Well, at two, Brutus, you sneaked up there to 1,000 on the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter, Joe. That was a perfect round for our three wits, and since all of you did have perfect rounds, all three topped Mrs. Triplett's $8.50. So we send her $15 with the compliments of Colgate Dental Cream, a copy of the new joke book, Cream of the Crop, and in addition, we're sending Mrs. Triplett a phonograph record of Peter Donald telling her story. And now, here's Ron Rawson with an important message.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference. And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpaste prove that Colgate is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested. And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath. So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth for a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy. And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Well, now let's get on with our contest of wit and humor. And here's a joke which was sent in by Mrs. P.D. Ledger of Berea, Ohio. I hope those pronunciations are correct. And the subject of the joke is penuriousness. Penuriousness.
I know. Don't tell me. Stingy.
Oh, Joe goes to the head of the class for the first time in months. Well, as long as it is stinginess, don't be too stingy about the last, see?
Well, this happened in the box office of a Broadway hit show, and the 2 ticket sellers in there, and there's a line outside, and they're doing quite a bit of business, but one ticket seller turns to the other. He says, gee, what's wrong with people these days? He says, I don't understand it. He says, they're hanging on to their cash. He says, every time I tell anybody how much a ticket is, they say, oh, is it that much? And they want to get a cheaper one. And he says, finally, you try and sell them the ticket, and they dig down in their pockets. They get out the money like it was radium or something. I don't understand what's happening to the country. Everybody seems to be hanging on to the cash. He says, these people here, he says, I don't think they'd spend a nickel to see the Statue of Liberty walking up Broadway in a BVDs or something. He says, I never saw this before. The other guy says, you want to see somebody stingy? He says, watch this guy third in line. I've seen him before. Watch this guy. So the man gets up there. He's third in line. He gets second. He gets up to the window. Instead of buying a ticket, he turns around and runs back to the end of the line again. He does this 6 times. Every time he gets up the window, he turns around and runs back to the end of the line. I says, well, what's that got to do with stinginess? He says, that guy is wacky. He says, no. He says, he's not nuts at all. He says, but he's so stingy that he keeps going back to the end of the line, so he'll be the last one to part with his money.
Well, Mrs. Ledger will be happy to know you got 1,000 on the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter that time with that one, Peter. And for the first time tonight, our three wits have no place to go except to the top of the meter, and then we defy them. Two hands are upraised out of a possible three, so we'll take the one in the middle. That belongs to Joe Laurie Jr.
Well, Montgomery's walking along with his wife and 10 kids. All sizes, all 10 little kids, see? So they're walking, the kids are tied, and he's tied, and his wife is tied. And finally, he gets up to the curb and says, "Taxi!" Taxi stops. "Yes, sir." He says, "Pardon me." He says, "You charge for the kiddies?" So the guy looks at all the kids. He says, No, they ride free. He says, "Thank you. Go in, kiddies. Mama and Papa will walk."
Well, you rode just as far as you could go, Joe, right up the top of the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter, but it was a very ineffectual move because it only ties Mrs. Ledger's 1,000. However, it's a splendid effort, old boy. Senator, are you adjusting your glasses, or do you have your hand up?
Well, I was doing a little of both. I don't waste any energy at all, I put the hand up like my glasses. Well, a fellow by the name of Homer Beamsby, when he first was married, he was getting $15 a week. So the first week, he gave his wife $14 and he kept $1. Then the next week, he kept $14 and gave his wife $1. And she said, "Just a minute, how do you expect me to manage on $1? He said, "I don't know, I had a rotten time last week, now it's your turn."
Matter of fact, you had a very good time, Senator. Another 1,000 on the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter. A perfect round is in the possible making, dependent largely upon the efforts of Harry Hirschfield.
Last night, a fellow named Dr. DeSola, this is on the level, told me this story about a psychiatrist. This psychiatrist in his office, and in walks his aide, and he says, "There's a Professor Schulzenheimer outside, wants to see you at once." He said, "Could it be Professor Schulzenheimer, the great psychiatrist? What does he want to see me about? Bring him right in." So in comes Professor Schulzenheimer, says, "Professor Schulzenheimer, I'm glad to see you. Glad to see you. What is the reason for this great honor, this visit?" He says, "I don't know. I feel puzzled and upset. Something bothers me. And I want you to examine me." He said, "Examine you? Examine you? When you're a psychiatrist yourself?" He says, "I know it, but I'm too expensive."
Well, that did it, Harry. That completed the perfect round. Another 1,000.
I know a quickie that could go in there.
All right, go ahead, Senator.
I know a fellow whose little boy got whooping cough, and he got him a job as a glass blower.
Blowing percolator tops, no doubt.
Got time for another one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. A fellow, Max, meets Sam, and he says, "Max, will you lend me $100? Max don't answer. He says, "I'm talking to you. Will you lend me $100? No answer. He says, "I'm asking you, will you lend me $100? Please answer." He said, "Listen, it's better I should owe you an answer than you should owe me $100.
Hey, I heard a new Scotch story. Go ahead. Go on. Got enough time?
Well, squeeze it in if it's not too
go
long.
on. No, it'll take too long. Go ahead.
All right, well, if it takes too long, I would like to announce we had a perfect round all the way through, but despite your great efforts, gentlemen, we send Mrs. Ledger $25 as a compliment to Colgate Dental Cream, the new joke book, Cream of the Crop, and a phonograph record of Peter Donald telling her story on the air. Well, let's see now. Our next joke comes from Julia Cloherty of Somerville, Massachusetts, and the subject of this round is emergency. Emergency. So, Peter, ring the bell.
A minute ago.
Huh? He was in one then.
It was about a doctor. You know the great job they do, and this doctor was sleeping one night, and he'd been so tired. He'd been working all day and working at the clinic and everything, taking care of his patients, and then this epidemic of measles broke out. He was on the phone all day making spot announcements, and he was tired. And finally he gets home, and he flops into bed, and about 4:30 in the morning, there's a banging on the door. The poor guy can't ignore it, naturally, being a doctor, so he pulls himself out of bed, and he sneaks downstairs, opens the door, and there's a little old farmer standing at the door.
He says, "Hey, doctor," he says, "come with me to Miller's Falls right away. This is an emergency. You gotta hurry. Come on, hurry up." So the poor doctor with red eyes and everything, he goes upstairs and he throws on his clothes and he comes down in about 5 minutes and he says, where do you say we're supposed to go? The guy says, you got to go to Miller's Falls. Come on, hurry up. Doctor says, gee, that's nearly 45 miles. Okay, I'll get the car. So he gets in the car and they drive, tearing through the countryside, trying to get to this place. Finally, they get there and the man jumps out of the car and the doctor's about to follow him. The old farmer pushes him back in the seat. He says, now, doctor, just wait a minute now. How much is your fee? Doctor says, well, it's a fine time to ask me. He says, I charge $3. So the guy reaches in his pocket and he peels off $3. He says, you know, Doc, you're very reasonable because when I missed my train, the taxi wanted $15 to drive me over here.
Right back in form again, Pete, with a resounding 1,000 on the Colgate-Palmolive laugh meter. An automatic 25 to Miss Cloherty before we start listening. And the first one to whom we listen this time is Joe Laurie Jr.
Well, Umbriago. Umbriago comes home, sees a note on the table, grabs the note, and runs to the hospital. Runs to the hospital and says, hey, is Mrs. Umbriago here? Who? Umbriago. He looks through the book. No, there's nobody. Oh, he says, she must be here in the hospital. He says, no, there's nobody by the name of Mrs. Umbriago here. What makes you think she's here? He says, oh, she must be here in this hospital, some hospital. He says, what makes you think she's in a hospital? He says, look at this note. It says, Dear Tony, sorry to leave the house. I had to go to get my kimono cut out.
Thrown on the stage before, and I don't blame him. Well, Joe, that's a hard one to call my shots on. The Colgate-Palmolive laugh meter gave that a 50, then 350, then 650. I don't know. It was three climaxes
One
there.
good bump is another. Here I go again.
Well, you know what the answer is. If I want my kimono, don't give it to me. That's the gag.
Combine the two jokes, huh? Well, anyway, we'll settle for a rough 350 in there. It isn't going to put you anywhere anyway, Joe.
I know another one that's better. Anyone is better.
Well, you want to put it in now?
Well, the hospital calls up the mother-in-law of the fella. Says, you're this man's mother-in-law, aren't you? Mrs. Smith's mother-in-law? She says, yes. He says, well, it's a very big emergency. He says he was in an accident and he needs a transfusion. And he's your son-in-law, and we've tried all types of blood and can't find the right type for him. She says, did you try skunks? Had to get the kimono cut out anyway.
We won't even mention that, Joe. While you go over and commune with Pete, we'll move on over now to Harry Hirschfield.
You give me a little minute to see if my teeth are in tight. The phone in the rectory rings. And the minister answers the phone, and a voice at the other end says, listen, Mulligan, we're short of whiskey over here. Send your bartender over right away. We've got to have the whiskey right away. 4 quarts of whiskey. The minister recognizes the voice of one of his parishioners, that thing. And he says, this is the minister. He said, what are you doing in Mulligan's dive?
All right, Harry, 1,000 was the amount on the Colgate-Palmolive laugh meter again. So that puts you up in a tie with Miss Cloherty, but not past her. And, Senator, how about you this time?
Well, this is a short one you can take or leave. I don't care. There's a guy relating his adventures to Tilly Numbnut. And he said, you know, I was shipwrecked one time, and for a whole week I lived on a can of sardines. He said, for a whole week you lived on a can of sardines. How did you walk around on it?
Still have to get his kimono cut out.
Well, now comes the gag. Well, I said it didn't count. He could take it or leave it. Well, Screwball Jake's wife is about in the same class with him. She's a little bit goofy in an ignorant sort of way. And one time they went on a sea voyage, and the third night out, a storm came up. So Jake woke his wife up and he said, Phoebe, the boat is leaking. She said, do the same as we do home with the icebox, put a pan under it and go to sleep.
Much better, Senator. In fact, that flicked around. That was one of those sneaky 1,000 there. Yeah, according to Mr. Colgate and Mr. Palmolive, but all three of you were out on a wild goose chase that time. So the glad tidings are that we send Miss Cloherty $25 with the compliments of Palmolive shave cream and a phonograph record of Peter Donald telling her story on the air. Now here's Dan Donaldson with the biggest shaving news in history.
Men, do you shave with a lather or brushless shave cream? Palmolive shave cream comes both ways, and whichever method you use, you'll find the new Palmolive shave cream way to shave means more comfortable, actually smoother shaves for 3 men out of every 4. Yes, 3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive shave cream way. It's a fact, men, not a promise. 2,548 men tried the new Palmolive way to shave, and no matter how they shaved before, 79% found beards cut easier, 75% less razor pull, 69% closer shaves, 80% smoother feeling skin, and 3 out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves. Just get Palmolive shave cream, either brushless or lather, and do this. Wash your face with soap and water. Rinse. Then soap face thoroughly again. Do not rinse. Work Palmolive shave cream upward into beard to get the full benefit of Palmolive shave cream's beard conditioning effect. Then shave. That's all. But remember, Palmolive shave cream, either brushless or lather, offers proof of more comfortable, actually smoother shaves for 3 men out of every 4.
Okay, fellas, here's another fresh start for you. Here's a joke sent in by Mrs. Donald Primo of Detroit, Michigan, and this is on the subject this time of praise. Praise. So, Peter, tell it, and we'll see if
What do
we
you
can
mean,
sing you.
P-R-A-Y-S?
No, P-R-A-I-S-E.
Oh.
Proving that we can both spell.
Well, this is about Mr. and Mrs. Abercrombie for Fufnik, and they get on very well. They're a nice married couple, except for one thing. That no matter what she cooked for this poor man, he never complimented her on it. Nothing she cooked pleased him. And she's going crazy, trying to cook something nice, fancy dishes and everything. No, it wasn't good enough for him. So every dinner she cooked, she'd ask him, she'd say, Abercrombie, darling, she says, how was the dinner? She says, did you like the soup?
This is not enough noodles.
She said, would you put the seal of approval on the oxtail?
He said, the oxtail, this is the part of the oxtail I ate wasn't near enough the ox. Don't worry.
So the poor woman is going crazy, never a word of praise, and she's getting hysterical with this thing and trying to get a kind word about her cooking. So one morning, she said, honeysuckle, she says, chitterface. She said, how would you like to have breakfast? A nice plate of strangled eggs.
He said, eggs. Every morning eggs. He says, why couldn't we once in a while have something a little different, like pancakes?
She says, pancakes, all right, honey. She says, you'll sit there, I'll go in the kitchen, and I'll flip your flapjack right away. So she rushes in the kitchen, she gets all the cookbooks, and she starts making pancakes to try and please this man. Finally, she brings in the pancakes, and she waits to see how he'll react and eat one.
She says, Daphne, the pancakes are not bad.
She says, hey, they're not bad, that's wonderful.
He said, they're also fluffy.
She says, you're fluffy, you like her, fluffy.
He says, besides this, he says, they are tasty.
She says, also tasty, that's wonderful.
He says, also, he says, they are golden brown and crispy crunchy.
That's wonderful. I'm glad they're crispy crunchy. And this is the first time she's so happy because she's finally going to please the guy. She says, you mean, darling, you like the pancakes?
He says, yeah, but confidentially, they're not as round as they should be.
Very vigorous 1,000 on the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter then, Pete. So, Mrs. Primo's very happy about the whole thing. Senator, I think your hand was raised first.
Well, you've heard a lot of dialects on this program. I have one I'm going to tell us unusual. I'm going to tell it in Firefly dialect. This little firefly was the first time he began to fly around out of his nest. And he was given out with a tail light. Oh, he's having a lot of fun. The tail light was going like the thick and the fond firefly, the fond mother of the firefly looked at the father and said, bright for his age, isn't he?
Well, 500...
Well, nobody knows what a firefly talks like, so I guess I was right.
You could have fooled me, Senator. 500 on the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter, and now Harry Hirschman.
Pete keeps reminding me of Gagsnight, his food thing. There's a kid at home, and he's studying his history book. The teacher told him, she said, So the father's always asking Popnikov. He's saying, bring me a glass of water. Every 5 minutes, a glass of water. He says, Papa, the teacher says I'm a very bright boy and I might amount to something. He said I should read the history book and study about great men. Great men, and I'll be like them. Father said, don't be foolish. Great man. Was Napoleon a big man? Said, yes. Was Bismarck a big man? Said, yes. So after all, they're big heroes. They were big generals, and they were big kings. And how did it end up? Today, Napoleon is a cake and Bismarck is a herring.
And you have 1,000 on the Colgate Palmolive glass meter, Harry. Well, Joe, if you can think of a quick one, here we go again.
Trevon meets his friend Montgomery, and is raving about his kid. He says, have I got a baby there? Oh, have I got a baby? She says, you should hear the baby go, ooh, oog, 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 and walks a little bit, and says, gaga. He says, that's a baby. She said, yeah, my baby. When I'm leaving in the morning, she says, Papa, don't stay long in the office. Papa, bring me bum-bums. Papa, come home early. He says, oh, that's remarkable. He says, and so distinct and plain she talks. She says, how old is the baby? She'll be 12 years old tomorrow.
Well, Joe, that wasn't enough to get up to 1,000, but Mrs. Primo now has $25 with the compliments of Palmolive shave creams and a phonograph record of Pete Donald telling her story on the air, and we don't have any time left either. So, friends, join Can You Top This, originated by Senator Ford, next week. Same time, same gang, other jokes, some new, some old, and until then, we remain yours for bigger and better laughs.
Senator Ford.
Harry Hirschfield.
Joe Laurie Jr.
Peter Donald. Ward Wilson.
And Dan Donaldson saying goodnight for the Colgate Palmolive Feet Company, makers of Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Palmolive Shave Creams for smoother, more comfortable shave.
Wonderful news! Now Luster Cream Shampoo comes in tubes as well as jars. Yes, utterly new Luster Cream for soft, glamorous dream. $1. Smaller sizes in tubes or jars, 49 and 25 cents. Be a dream girl, a lovely Luster Cream girl.
You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream Shampoo.
Here's a message from your government. Student nursing offers a career opportunity for young women that can't be topped. It includes a professional education, vital work with doctors and graduate nurses, preparations for a fascinating career in public service or private practice as a registered nurse. Today, nursing hours are shorter, working facilities greater, jobs more varied. Get information about student nursing at the hospital nearest you.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Can you top this? Presented by the Colgate Palmolive Feet Company, makers of Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Palmolive Lather Shave Cream for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave. And here's Colgate Palmolive Feet Company's master of ceremonies, Dennis James.
Well, good evening, friends. Welcome to Can You Top This, our unrehearsed clown town, with Ward Wilson pinch hitting for Senator Ford. Good evening. Harry Hirschfield. Howdy. And Joe Laurie Jr.
Hello.
And here's the people's representative, our storytelling genius, Peter Donald, to tell the first joke of the evening, which comes from Mrs. Clara Giroux of Capac, Michigan. And it's on the subject of barber. You got it, everybody? Barber shop. Don't get clipped, please. Go ahead.
News tonight. Well, it's about little Dennis James. Is age 7 years old, and they sent him to the barber shop for his first haircut. So the barber lifted the kid up in the chair.
He says, that's nice. Now, you be a good boy. He says, you sit there and meet Tony Lasagna. I'm going to give you good haircuts. You don't worry.
So he starts to work on the kid, and he took the electric clippers, and he ran it around the back of the kid's head. And the kid starts bawling. He goes, ah!
Tony says, please, don't do that. I'm no joy. You don't just sit there.
So he goes with the electric clipper again. As soon as he touches it to the kid goes, ah!
He says, please, don't do that. You make me jump, you know. I'm going to cut your hair down to your knees if you don't watch out. Please.
Don't do this. Shut up. That's all. As soon as he touches the kid with the electric clipper again.
Ah! Tony says, please, wait a minute. So what's the matter for you, please, eh? Kid says, well, gee, my mama told me if I didn't wash my neck good and clean, she would spank me. And I scrub my neck, but I guess it ain't clean enough. He says, well, what makes you think your neck is dirty? He says, because you had to use that vacuum cleaner on it.
so sour, Pete, the vacuum cleaner or no vacuum cleaner was a clean sweep. You made a big 1,000 on that Colgate Palmolive laugh meter. You're out in front with $25 for Mrs. Giro, so the three wits will have to just try to tie it. Harry Hirschfield is first.
Well, one I haven't heard in years is a barber had an awful day, playing the races. Every 2 minutes he'd get the report, the race, and he'd take a drink. And he was getting drunker by the minute. And in walks one of those ministerial guys to get a shave. And he gets in this guy's chair of all chairs. And as he gets in the chair, he gets a whiff of the liquor, but he doesn't say anything because he's under the razor now. And this guy is getting these, and he's been drinking, and he's thinking of the races, and he's giving this guy a shave, and he's beginning to cut him, and he's shaving and wobbling all over him, and he's shaving him, cut him. And finally, this fella feels something, and he looks up, and he sees a little blood. He looks up, and the place is all his face is cut. He says, now, you see the effect of liquor. He says, yes, it makes the face very, very tender.
Yes, just a shade tender, Harry. That was 900 up there in the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter, but we'll see who's next. Ward Wilson right there.
I was thinking of the gag that the late beloved Mark Hellinger gave me credit for as an original story a few years ago about the fellow who was in the barber shop getting everything from soup to nuts, and he was all covered with steaming towels and everything, and the manicurist was working on him, and the shoe shine boy was working on his shoes. And all of a sudden, right in the midst of this thing, with all the steam coming up and everything, some guy bursts in the door of the barber shop, and he says, "Hey, Machiavelli, your house is on fire." Well, that this guy jumps out of the chair, the towels are flying in every direction, the manicurist loses all of her tools all over the floor, dashes out of the store of the barber shop, runs down the street like crazy for about 2 blocks, 3 blocks, 4 blocks. Finally, he's getting out of wind. He gets down to the 5th block, and he stops on the corner all of a sudden. Panty and puffing, he looks around, he says, "Wait a minute, what am I running for? My name's not Machiavelli."
Maybe not Machiavelli, but you certainly matched that gag as told by Peter Donald, Ward, because it was up there solidly for 1,000. And, of course, that puts Little Joe from Kokomo right in the middle.
Well, there's a lot of barbershop gags. The one I like very much is the one about my friend Montgomery. He goes into this barbershop and says, "Shave, please." So he gets in the chair. The fellow says, "Close shave?" He says, "Yeah, stand near me." So he shaves him, and this fellow goes, oh. Finally, he gets all through. And Montgomery gets up, and he looks over in the mirror. Looks at his face, and looks at his face. Barber sees him looking and says, "What's the matter? Too close? Did I shave you too close?" He says, "Well, I want to tell you something, buddy. One thing I'm sure, I didn't have these dimples when I come in."
Well, that was a typical Laurie story. Mighty cute, Joe. You know what it got up there? A big 1,000, the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter, so that completes the first round. Pete got $25 from Mrs. Giro, so sending Mrs. Giro the $25 with the compliments of Palmolive shave creams, plus a phonograph record of Peter Donald telling her story on the air. And now, here's Dan Donaldson with the biggest shaving news in history.
Men, if you like oceans of rich, thick, moisture-soaked lather, try the new, different Palmolive lather way to shave. A way that means smoother, more comfortable shaves for 3 men out of every 4. Yes, the new Palmolive lather shave cream way brings smoother, more comfortable shaves to 3 men out of every 4. It's a fact, men, not a promise. 1,251 men tried the new Palmolive lather way to shave, and no matter how they shaved before, 81% reported beards easier to cut. 76% said less razor pull. 71% said closer shaves. 80% smoother feeling skin. And 3 men out of every 4 reported smoother, more comfortable shaves the Palmolive lather shave cream way. Here's all you do. Wash your face with soap and water. Rinse. Soap your face thoroughly again, and do not rinse. Brush Palmolive lather upward into beard to get the full benefit of Palmolive lather shave cream's beard conditioning effect. Then shave. That's all, but you be the judge. Get Palmolive lather shave cream and try the new, different Palmolive lather way to shave. Remember, it's proved. Proved to give smoother, more comfortable shaves to 3 men out of every 4.
Okay, that's Can You Top This from radio. I believe there's a version of Can You Top This closet.
All right, gentlemen, let's continue with our contest of wit and humor. And here's a joke which was sent in by Mrs. W.C. McGinty of Dallas, Texas. And the subject is amazement. Everybody's ready, so Peter Don will take off, huh?
Well, it seems that 2 fellas were traveling through the hillbilly country, and everywhere they looked,
when they were near this small town. Everywhere they looked, they saw evidences of perfect shooting. There were on the trees, the walls, the fences, there were all these bullseyes and bullet holes in absolutely the center of every bullseye. And they measured this thing. This guy was shooting right in the center. So they decided to find who was doing this. They went to the general store, walked in there, and the proprietor came out.
Said, howdy, boys, what can I do for you?
Said, well, mister, he said, my friend and I were strangers in these parts, and we notice all over the place evidence of great marksmanship. Now, the two of us, we think we're pretty good shots, but we've never seen anything as amazing as this.
So he says, well, I'll tell you, gentlemen, he says, you see that fella sitting down there in the back of the store right by them Sears Roebuck cuspidors? That's the fella that did it. Why don't you go over and meet him?
So they did. They went over, introduced themselves, and again, one of the city fellas remarked on this great marksmanship. He says, I tell you frankly, sir, he says, I don't know where you learned to shoot, but I never saw such marksmanship. He says, tell us, how do you do it? And this big guy stretched, he says, how do I do it? Why, he says, it's just as plumb easy as pie. He says, first I shoot my gun at the trees and walls and fences, and then I draw the circles around the bullet holes.
It started off slowly, Pete, but you hit the bullseye. That was a 1,000 on the Colgate Palmolive Laugh Meter. Boys, you just know that you're going to have to work to try to tie it. Little Joe is first this time.
Well, Pete reminded me with this hillbilly story. This is sort of a new one on me. I don't know. About this hillbilly never was to a city before. And he comes to the town, he gets to a hotel where a friend of his lived, a city fella. And this fellow was so happy to see him. He says, well, you say, I came back from the hills, he says. I'm glad you looked me up, he says. I tell you what you do. I've got to go around and do a little business now. But look, here's the key to my room. Go up there. There's a good bottle of scotch there. Make yourself at home. Just make yourself at home. I'll be right back. I'll be back in about half hour or so. He says, okay. Showed him how to take the elevator and went up to his room. Fella comes back about a half hour. He says, comes in the room. He says, how'd you like the scotch? He says, scotch was all right, he says, but that siphon that you had, that water there, that siphon, he says, I never saw such fizz water in my life. He says, why? I never saw such fizz water go through it. You know, that thing come out so fast, it nearly knocked me out of the window. He says, the fizz water? He says, I have no siphon here. He says, sure, you know that thing, that red thing with the brass rings around it? He says, that was the fire extinguisher.
It was as hot as a Kiwani boiler, Joe, but not quite hot enough for a fire, so it got a 950.
That's hot enough. That's summertime, remember.
Summertime. All right, Ward, go ahead.
I was thinking the one about the little fella up in the Bronx who walked into delicatessen rather bashfully, and he looked at this big counter of cut meats and ham and everything in the case. So finally he looks at the Swiss cheese, and he says, pardon me, how much is the Swiss cheese? Says, $1.25 a pound. Says, how much you getting for the tongue? Says, $1.10 a pound. Says, how much for the cold roast beef slice? Says, that's $1.40 a pound. Just then, down the bottom of the case, he spies this great big boiled ham. So he points down to that, and he says, pardon me, how much you get for this? And just then there's a terrific bolt of lightning and a crash of thunder, and he looks at the door, and he says, for goodness sake, I'm only asking.
Well, Watson, you're only asking and I'm only telling. That was a 1,000. Harry, that kind of put you in the last slot.
Yeah, there was a husband and wife always fighting. The minute they got together, within range of each other, they'd start fighting and socking each other and everything. It went on this quarrel for years, and finally their son, their only son, couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't stand their quarreling, so he left home. A few years later, a fella came and says, you know, your mother died. Says, my mother died, I'll pray for her. A few years later, they came to him again and says, your father died. And the fellow said, my father died? And he says, aren't you going to pray for him? He said, no. He says, I stand here amazed and shocked. I'm looking at you in amazement. You won't pray for your father? You prayed for your mother, didn't you? He says, yes. And my prayers, I know because of my prayers for her, she's at this moment in heaven. He says, why don't you want to pray for your father? Why should I bring them together again to start the whole thing over again?
Well, you made two ends meet. You know that Colgate Palmolive Laugh Meter starts off at 0. That's one. Then Harry, and you went way past the other end, which is 1,000. So we complete another round And this time, Pete got $25 for Mrs. McGinty. Also, she's getting the Palmolive shave creams and a phonograph record of Peter Donald telling her story on the air. Did you hear the way I said that? I gave her shave creams. I don't know what she's going to do with them. But at any rate, it was the $25 with the compliments of Palmolive shave creams. Let's go on, boys. But before we do go into another round, since we're getting things straight, I'd like to ask everybody to compete in this weekly Gag Fest. All jokes told by Peter Donald have been submitted by our listeners. So send your favorite joke to Can You Top This, care of NBC, New York, or the station to which you're listening. Now, of course, in cases of similarity, we'll have to be the sole judges of who is paid, and in every case, the decision of the judges is final. Laughs are registered on the big Colgate Palmolive laugh meter in full view of the studio audience. And our three wits have no scripts. They rely on memory and ability to switch jokes to make them fit the subject. You ready, gentlemen? Then let's continue with laughs. The next joke comes from Mrs. Sadie Dorsey of Manchester, Connecticut, and it's on the subject of rudeness. I'm sure that's clear to everybody, so Peter, take it.
Well, it seems that a bus slid to a stop at an intersection, and a voice from the back of the bus said, "No, wait a minute. No, don't hold the doors. I got to get off. Hold everything there." So the driver says, "How am I supposed to know you want to get off? Did you ring the bell?" He says, "Did I ring the bell? Did I? I've been tolling it. I thought you were dead or something." Bus driver says, "Well, then why wasn't you standing there at the door ready to get off?" He says, "What's all the questions? Now, what are you running, a quiz program or something?" "All right, Dr. O'Pugh, I'll tell you if you want to know. It took me a long time to rise from me seat because me lap is full of bundles." Guy said, "Oh, is that so?" He says, "Well, buddy, all I can suggest is that if you would eat some yeast, maybe you would rise quicker." He says, "Oh, you're a comedian now, are you?" He said, "If I'd eat yeast, maybe I'd rise quicker." Well, he said, "Let me tell you something, you spalpeen. If you take some yeast for jabbers, you might be better bred."
You doed it, Peter. You doed it. Colgate Palmolive laugh meter reads 1,000, so we take off to the wits. We'll have to try to tie it. I see only one hand up this time, too, and it belongs to Hirschfield, so go ahead, Harry.
Well, I was thinking of, rudeness and the way children are brought up today, the growing delinquency. I think this story fits. 4 boys are brought into court, rushed in by the cop, and the judge looks at one of them and he said, "What are you here for?" He says, "For throwing peanuts in the lake." He said, "The second one, and you?" He said, "The same thing, for throwing peanuts in the lake." And he said, "The third one, and you, what are you in here for?" He says, "For throwing peanuts in the lake." He turned to the fourth one, he said, "What are you here for?" He says, "I'm peanuts."
Big, strong, full, and long-lasting, Harry. Ward, do you want to try to follow that one?
That's a silly place to walk in, I know that. I was thinking, I think one of my favorite stories comes under rudeness. These 2 colored boys were given a job to remove a safe up in Harlem. They had practically no equipment. One great big guy and one little bit of a fella. So the big guy finally put a beam on the 2nd floor of the building. They put a pulley on that, and they put a rope through it. And the big fella says, "I'll go into place here and put the rope around the safe." He says, "You go down there on the sidewalk and hold on to end the rope, and when I ease the safe out the window," he says, "you just hold it and let it down easy." He says, "All right, I'll do it." So he goes out on the sidewalk, he's holding on to the rope, and the big guy gets up on the 2nd floor, and he lets his safe out very easily, and all of a sudden it slips, crashes to the sidewalk, and the little guy forgets to let go of the rope. He goes all the way up to the top, and his head hits the beam, and he's getting knocked off and down on his back, out cold on the sidewalk. So the big guy rushes down the steps out to the sidewalk, and he turns him over. He says, Sam, speak to me. Sam, speak to me." In the muscle moving, he says, Sam, please, you got to speak to me." Just then the little guy's eyes flutter open. He says, "Speak to you?" He says, "I tipped my hat to you going up and coming down. You didn't even say hello."
You didn't have to finish the punchline, Ward. It was up past the 1,000 halfway through. Joe, I hate to keep putting you in a spot, but it's yours.
This one is about this very hoity-toity relative. Well, I know how tidy she was. She was over 30, I know that. But she came over to visit this relative of hers, and this fellow with his wife and about 10 kids and everything. So he asked her to stay for supper. So she sits down, and she's very neat, looks around, and during the course of the meal, this fellow burps. And she says, "Oh, how rude." She says, "Tell me, John, are you in the habit of doing this before your children?"
He says, we ain't got no timetable. Sometimes I do it before them, sometimes I do it before them.
Well, looking up at the Colgate Palmolive Laugh Meter, Joe, it tells a rosy story. In fact, the color was purple.
Yeah.
You got a 1,000. Makes it a perfect round all the way around. 4 1,000s. So we're going to send Mrs. Dorsey $25 with the compliments of Colgate Dental Cream, plus a phonograph record of Peter Donald telling her story on the air. And now here's Ron Rawson with an important message.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference. And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate's instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested. And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath. So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth for a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy. And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
And we go round and around. This time the joke is sent in by Harry L. Cools of Erie, Pennsylvania. And it's on the subject of clerk. I don't care where it is, what store, bank, or anything, but just clerk. Peter?
Well, it just this happened in Grand Central Station at the information booth, and a lady walked up to the desk, and the fellow was there, and she walked up and kind of cute, and she said, "Ooh, clerk, clerk." He said, "Yes, madam." He says, "You want information?"
She says, "So why else would I come to an information booth? To buy a girdle or something? Certainly I want information. I just got off the train. I just came from Chicago. And, was I on a gorgeous choo-choo train? Was this a train? They call it the 20th century liniment. Is this a So I got to visit my cousin in New York. And the question I want to ask you, the information is, do you know a woman in this town by the name of Cohen?"
The guy says, "What? Do I know anyone in town by the name of Cohen?" He says, "Do you think I know everyone in New York?"
She says, "No, Mr. Smarty Pants, I didn't think you would know everyone in New York. But I did think that any schlemiel would know at least one person."
Of course, you know what? Peter Donald right at this point is searching for the punchline. He's gone through all of the scripts by jokes, the jokes sent in by people. Pete, I'm sorry, but it did not do it. You want to take it again? Change it at the end? I have to tell Harry Cool exactly what the score was, Pete. If you don't want to listen, it's all right. I don't want to upset you for the whole evening. It wasn't too bad. 600. So you got an average. You got a 400 leeway. Let's see, Ward is first.
I thought of a couple on clerks, Denny. One is kind of a quick one I toss in for nothing about the fellow who worked behind the goods counter, yards good counter, and this hoity-toity woman came over and said, "Pardon me, may I see that bolt up there?" So he hikes up this ladder and brings the bolt down, shows it to her, and she isn't very impressed. He said, "May I see that up there, please?" So he goes up the ladder again, brings another bolt down. About a half hour, he has bolts all over the counter. There's only one bolt left up on the top of the shelf. He said, "Look, lady, pardon me, are you interested in any of these things?" She said, No, to tell you the truth, I'm just waiting here for a friend of mine." He said, "Well, if you think she's up in that last bowl, I'll go up and get it for her."
That was just a throw-in, wasn't it, Ward?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
The other story is about the sort of a goofy guy working at a delicatessen, and this woman, little matronly old lady, came in. She said, "Pardon me, how much is butter?" Says, 84 cents a pound. Said, "How much would a half pound be?" Said, "That would be 42 cents. Said, "Well, how much would a quarter of a pound be?" "That would be 21 cents. Said, "Well, how much would an eighth of a pound cost?" Said, "That would be 10 and a half, 11 cents.
She said, well, how much would a 16th of a pound cost? Just wait a minute, lady. Go home and get the slice of bread and bring it over. I'll butter it here.
Your bread and you were sly with it, too, because you got a big, round, long one that time. The Colgate Palmolive meter read a 1,000. What'd you say?
On the margarine.
Yes, margarine. By a good margarine, huh? Harry, take it.
Well, I heard one, I think it's a kind of a newie. A little home, you know, an old-fashioned home, decided to make it like a colonial home and get people there for a summer resort. And the first person that comes there is a big, fat dame, about 500 pounds. And the clerk says, boy, she'll lead us out of home, certainly, into this place. So they took her. It's the first customer. They wanted some publicity anyhow. And she goes up into the bed to sleep, and right away she sinks the bed right to the bottom. So she comes down in the morning. She said, I can't sleep in that bed. I got to have another bed that's sunk to the bottom. He said, that's all right. We can make money because of this. We're going to send out publicity that Washington slept there with his horse.
I thought maybe you'd just thrown that in. Oh, yeah, well, good. Go ahead.
Well, the one I always loved is the one about there was a clerk, and he had one leg shorter than the other. And he was back at the counter, and a drunk comes in. And he said, I'd like to see a kind of a red kimono. And the fellow said, red kimono? He said, yes, I want to see a red kimono. So he showed him a couple of kimonos. He said, ain't that? He said, I'd like to see a blue one. So the clerk with the short leg sinks down on his other leg. And the drunk says, if you have to go downstairs for, don't bother.
The story goes down, but the meter goes up. That's another 1,000, and of course, Joe, it's your honor.
Well, they've all been throwing them in. This is one that's just for free, too. This is about the fellow that comes into this department store. He says to the clerk, he says, are those good socks on the counter there? He says, are they good socks? They've been on the counter for 2 weeks and there ain't a hole in them yet. That's for free. The one I like, this one is sort of new to me. The fellow comes in to the store and the clerk says, what can I do for you? He says, how much is that collar button? He says, the collar button, it says, is $18.50. He says, $18.50? He says, I forgot to tell you there, a tie goes with it, a hat, a shirt, socks, and a pair of shoes. He says, I don't want that. All I want is the collar button. He says, I'm very sorry. We don't break up sets.
You know, I kind of hate to break up this set. There, three of you told your jokes, and it was about 6 1,000s in there. Officially, we're all 1,000s. Anybody want to see if they can keep it up? Go ahead, Harry.
Well, I was just thinking of another barber story.
Way back to the first round? Go ahead.
There was a barber he was telling a friend, he said, we have a fine idea. He said to the boss now, says we have music with the work. That's all the factories do now. When we shave, we have music. And he said, we got to find a record. And it's beautiful. We shave very slow on the face. And we're forever blowing bubbles. He said, it's wonderful. So next week, fella said, you still got music there? Said, yeah, we got the music, but we're losing the customers. Said, what do you mean? He said, the customers are losing their nose and their ears. He said, on account of the music? He said, yeah, the boss is kind of greedy. It was very fine, he said, when we had, I'm forever blowing bubbles. Now he put on another record. Yankee Doodle, but not down.
I suppose you want to go to the second round, Ward, but all right. Ward was going to start.
Pardon me.
Harry, going back to barber, reminds me of one that happened down the Lambs Club with Charlie, our barber down there. I was sitting back listening to the ball game, getting a shave the other day, and he's in the middle of it. He says, Mr. Wilson, pardon me. He says, you've been eating a borscht? I said, what? He said, you've been eating a borscht? I said, no, I haven't been eating borscht. He said, oh, I think I cut you.
That I like, Ward.
Talking about a guy being cut, a friend meets a fella, and he says, all cut up. So what's the matter? Shave yourself? He says, no, I went to a barber. He said, if you went to a good barber, you wouldn't be cut up like he said. I went to the best barber. What are you talking about? I went to a hotel, a big hotel, a barber shop, and a hotel. He says, what hotel did you go to? They couldn't cut you. He says, Yimka. He says, where? He said, I went to the Yimka Hotel. He says, where is it? He says, on 12th Street. He says, I've been around 12th. I never heard of the Yimka. He says, Yimkin is a big sign there. YMCA. Yimkin.
Imp, we're going to stop right in here and give the score at least, fellas, before we do wind up activities. You know that Mr. Cole's only got a 600. Our three wits got about 12,000 1,000s. So we're going
next week.
We're going to send Mr. Cole's $10 with the compliments of Colgate Dental Cream and a copy of that laugh-packed and brand-new joke book, Cream of the Crop, written by our three wits. You want to say something, Harry? Go ahead.
Got time for another barber story?
We've got about 20 seconds. Do you think you can...
You're talking about 20 seconds. I was reading the papers, everybody. I've been reading all day. You know, I've always noticed in the papers that people flee from Russia. Every time somebody flees from Russia. I never read where anybody flees to Russia.
Well, that took up the 20 seconds. So, friends, that just about does it. Remember... picked up his old discarded joke, and we're going to pick up and pack up. Join Can You Top This, originated by Senator Ford. Next week, same time, same gang. Other jokes, some new, some old. Until then, we'll remain yours for bigger and better laughs.
Ward Wilson batting for Senator Ford.
Harry Hirschfield.
Joe Rush and Laurie Jr.
Peter Donald. Dennis James.
And Dan Donaldson saying goodnight for the Colgate Palmolive Peach Company, makers of Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Palmolive Lather Shave Cream for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave.
Top This. Welcome to another laugh session with Can You Top This? Presented every week at this time by the National Broadcasting Company. And starring Harry Hirschfield.
Howdy.
Ward Wilson. Hello. Senator Ford.
Good evening.
And now transcribed, here is your master of ceremonies for Can You Top This, Roger Bauer.
Thank you, Jack Costello. Can You Top This is unrehearsed and spontaneous, and our top rule is to keep them laughing. Everybody is invited to send in a joke, and if your story is told by our master storyteller, Peter Donald, you start with $25. Each time a wit ties or tops you, you lose $5. In addition, if you top all our wits, you will receive a recording of Peter Donald telling your story on the air. Laughs are registered on the Can You Top This laugh meter in full view of our studio audience, and in all cases, the decision of our judges is final. Well, gentlemen of the panel, the laugh meter is ready. Charlie Gray, our engineer, is ready. Pete Donald is ready. The question now is, are you ready?
Ready.
Oh, that fine opening start. We'll get right underway. The first contributor to test our laugh meter tonight is Bob L. Cheek of Sunbrown, Texas. His subject is gossip, gentlemen. Gossip. Pete, will you work up a case for Mr. Cheek on that laugh meter?
Yeah, I sure will try for Sunbrown, Texas. Well, it seems that this little guy, Ajax Cassidy himself, he's having a little refreshment down at the corner in this Pierre Murphy's Salon de Booze down there, and he's standing, and all of a sudden his old pal, Michael Houlihan, comes in. And Mike says to him, Ajax, me boy, it's fine to see you. You're looking grand, I must say it. He says, tell me what's the latest news around the neighborhood.
He says, don't you know? He didn't hear. Well, he says Flanagan bought his wife a vacuum cleaner.
He said, a vacuum cleaner? What in the world is that?
He says, that's the way they spell it. It's a vacuum cleaner, and it's a queer-looking beast. It's got a big snout at one end and a long tail at the other, and you stick its tail in the wall, and whoosh, it takes all the dirt off like the foam on a beer.
Well, he said, that sounds like a Marvelius invention. He says, how does Mrs. Flanagan like this vacuum cleaner?
Well, she says that it's at least 7 times better than a broom.
He said 7 times better. How would she figure out that it was exactly 7 times better?
He says, I'll tell you. He says the other night Flanagan was out pretty late, and he come home filled up with liquid enthusiasm, and they had a little argument, and his wife hit him with the vacuum cleaner, and she knocked him 7 times further than she used to do with the broom.
Oh, you knocked it right to the top, Pete. 1,000 on the laugh meter. So, here's the way we start, fellows. Mr. Cheek leads off with $25 and 1,000 on the laugh meter. Who wants to be the first to cut down that lead? Any hands up there? Harry Hirschfield had his hand up first.
Well, Pete spoke about Mrs. Flanagan. I could talk about Mrs. Goldberg. Mrs. Goldberg was a very fine woman in the faith, and her boy was growing up, and she wanted him to marry in the faith. She felt he should, like every people that want them. But she'd heard gossips that he was running around with this girl and that girl, and she wasn't sure that
she was of her faith. And the more he asked her, the more he wouldn't tell her, and she was distracted. She was gone wild. Would he marry in the faith? Oh, that was the most important. Would he marry in the faith? One day she had to send his clothes down to the tailor. So she was taking the stuff out of his clothes, and as she was taking out the articles, out fell a lipstick, said, Helena Rubinstein. Said, that's fine. She's one of us.
You were right. It is fine. That's the top of the last reader. You
Mr. Chairman.
1000.
Mr. Chairman.
Point of order. Point of order.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Yes, Mr.
Please.
Senator from...
Just a moment, please, Mr. Chairman. Let me finish. The last witness story was irrelevant and immaterial, and I suggest that it be stricken from the record.
I think you have 800 people who don't want it stricken there.
I have 9,000 Jenkins butting in on me. Well, did you want me to talk?
No, I'd like to have you talk if I could just give the score here.
No, I was thinking this.
Mr. Cheek was tied by Mr. Hirschfield, and so in that case we chopped away $5. Now that's $20. And now, Senator?
There was a lawyer who subpoenaed a young fellow as his principal witness, and the kid had hardly gotten into the witness chair when the shyster lawyer started firing questions at him. He said, have you any occupation? The kid said, what? He said, have you any occupation? He said, have you any job? He said, no. He said, has your father any occupation? He said, no. He said, well, who supports your family? He says, nobody. Does he mean to tell me that your father don't support the family? He says, nope. He says, well, then, according to what I've heard, your father's a no-good, lazy bum, isn't he? He's not, no, ask him yourself. He said he's a foreman of the jury.
And the answer came back 1,000 on the left.
Yeah, well, the answer was that the lawyer lost the case.
I see. Well, I'm not going into the legal aspects of it, just what's on our laugh reader. And you tied Mr. Cheeks 1,000. We chopped away another $5. He has $15, and we have Ward Wilson.
Roger, I was thinking about the one of the three old gals who were shooting the breeze up on the porch of one of these summer resort hotels, and each trying to outdo the other in the gossip department, talking about this and that. And they finally got around to their eldest children and their experiences in the war, and this one dame said, well, I just had a word from my son. He's out at Fort Ord, and I'm very happy to know from his letter that he just received his majority. So the second one looked at her and she said, well, isn't that strange? Said, I just received a message from my son. He's down in Texas, and he has just received his lieutenancy. Isn't that wonderful? And they looked at the third woman. She said nothing. They said, Mrs. Cohen, don't you have anything to say on the subject? She says, yes, incidentally, I do. I had a letter last week from Sammy, and I'm very happy to tell you that he's still enjoying his privacy.
And you are enjoying 1,000 on the Can You Top This last reader. You also tied Mr. Barbell Cheek. That was a perfect round, gentlemen. As my tote board shows, that all three of you which tied Mr. Cheek. And so he receives, with our very best wishes, $10. Well, let's see if we can do as well in this next round. Mrs. Donald Cloth makes the next bid for top money. She lives in North Lake, Illinois. And her subject is money, gentlemen. Money.
That's some subject.
Always a welcome one, I'm sure, Harry. Pete, would you pay off Mrs. Cloth on our laugh leader, please? Yeah, this is about a little boy, and he asked his dad, he says, hey, Pop, can I please have a penny?
The father said, you know, son, you've been asking me for pennies all week long. What do you do with all these pennies?
Well, he says, gee, Pop, I put them in the chewing gum machine.
He said, in the chewing gum machine. You know, my boy, suppose I give you a penny every time you ask for it, and instead of putting it in the gum machine, you just put it in your pocket and save it. And every day, Daddy will give you a penny, and every day you'll save a penny in your little pocket. And after a while, it will be 100 days, and you'll have 100 pennies in your pocket. And do you know what that means?
The kid said, yeah, it means my pants will be dragging on the ground. Well, he dragged off 800 on the laugh meter there, Pete, for Mrs. Donald Claus. So there you are, men. Mrs. Claus' story registered 800 on the laugh meter, and we credited her with $25. Who wants to be the first to alter that picture? All three hands up, hey? Well,
The subject we know something about.
In that case, Senator, we'll let you go first.
Oh. There was a teacher of surgery and medicine who was conducting a class, and he said to one of the students, if you were called in to administer to a man who had swallowed a coin, what would be your procedure? And he said, if I was called in to do something about a guy who'd swallowed a coin, he said, I'd get a member of the income tax department because those guys can get money out of anybody. Well, up in my hometown, there was Dopey Dildock, who was the San Juan of Southold. He runs in the hockey pop and he says, hey, Hockey, I had a girl out last night. I spent $1 on her. Hockey says, is that all? He says, that's all she had.
And all you got was 1,000 on the left, Senator. You topped Mrs. Claus 800. Any other hands there, fellas? Ward Wilson, how about you?
Along money lines, one of my favorites, I think. I don't know whether I've told it before on this show or not, but if I have, I think it bears repetition about this bartender who got a job over in the bar on the west side. And his first day on the job, around 5 o'clock, this big Irishman came in and he said, give me a shot of whiskey. So he set it up, and the guy drank it, and he said, so long. The bartender looked at him and he says, wait a minute. He says, how about the money for that drink? He says, what are you talking about, money for the drink? He says, I paid you just when they come in and ordered the drink. He says, well, I'm sorry, I overlooked it. So the next night, another Irishman comes in and orders a drink, drinks it down, starts to walk out, and this guy says, wait a minute there. He says, how about the money for the drink? He says, what are you talking about? You gave me the change from a $5 bill there. Are you crazy or out of your mind or something? He says, well, maybe I am. I don't know. So this went on for about 4 or 5 days. This guy's really getting ready to flip his wig. He's going out of his mind with these cases. So about the 6th day, this little guy came in and he says, may I have a glass of beer, please? So the guy gives him a glass of beer and he starts mumbling to himself. He says, of all the joints I ever worked in my life, he says, 5 nights in a row. Some guy has come in here, ordered a drink of whiskey, thrown it down his gullet, walked out. I asked him for the money. He says, I paid you before I got the drink. I paid you when I got the drink. I gave you the change back. All these cock and bull stories. Can you beat it? Little guy looked at him. He says, never mind with the anecdotes. Give me my change, please.
You got no change. You got the same as Senator Ford. 1,000 on the laugh meter. You also topped Mrs. Claus 800, and so we chopped away $5. She now has $15. And Harry Hershey, how about you?
Well, there's a famous Wall Street story about these two fellas from uptown, and one says, I'll bet I can get in to see John Pierpont Morgan in his office, and if I'll talk to him, he'll give me a big loan. So the fellow says, I'll go along with you. The fellow says, you stay outside, I'll go in and get John Pierpont Morgan. So he comes in there, and a very austere gentleman says, who do you wish to see? He said, John Pierpont Morgan. Oh, he says, yes. Just go straight down the hall, turn to the left, you'll see a room called 1A. Go in there. So he's down there, goes in 1A, and there's another fellow there said, Mr. Morgan, you wish to see? He said, yes. He said, turn right again, and then a little left, and you come to another room, AA. So he goes in there and comes in there. Another fellow's there said, Mr. Morgan, I would imagine you wish to see. He said, yes. He said, go to the left again, go up one flight, go in another, and you go to a place, and go down the stairs, and you'll come to a room called private. So he goes up there, goes in a room called private, and he finds himself out in the street facing Julius again. So Julius said, did you see Morgan? He says, no, but oh, have they got a sister?
And you have too, Harry. You also got 1,000 on the left. It was a perfect round for you 3 wits, but not so perfect for Mrs. Claus, because inasmuch as all 3 of you wits topped her 800, we send her with our very best wishes, $10. Our Can You Top This contest moves along with a joke from Denver, Colorado, was sent in by Joe Nolan. And Mr. Nolan's subject should be a cinch for you 3 long-time Benedicts. Husbands, gentlemen. Husbands.
Benedicts, he calls it.
Pete, would you enter Pete, would you enter Mr. Nolan's joke in the laugh stakes, please?
This husband been out playing cards with the boys, and it got a little late, and he's trying to sneak in without letting the missus know he's coming home. And he just gets the key in the door, just barely gets it open. Gonna tiptoe upstairs, and she calls out. She says, John, that's you! He says, yes, honey, that's me. She said, there's a fine time for you getting in. What time is it anyway? He says, baby, it's just nearly 11 o'clock. With that, the clock in the hall strikes 2. So she lays into him for not only coming in late, but lying to her, and here it's 2 o'clock, and doesn't he know that he should have been in before 10? And all of a sudden, he starts to cry. His wife says, what's the matter, dear? Did you hurt yourself? What are you crying about? He says, I'm just crying because you hurt my feelings. Just imagine when I'm thinking, he said, after 20 years of married life, you'd rather believe in old clocks than your loving husband.
The ever-loving 1,000 for Joe Nolan out there in Denver, Pete. That's what the laugh meter says. And he hands up again 3 hands, and Senator Ford looks pretty eager.
This is about the Tooper-Gills, Mr. and Mrs. Tooper-Gills. They'd been married for about 10 years, and they were having their usual daily argument. And she began to snivel and said, I can remember when you asked me to say the word that would make you the happiest man in the world. He said, yes, but you said the wrong word. And then she began to cry. She said, I bet if I died tomorrow, you'd get married the next day. He said, I would not. I'd take a rest first. You know, I'm not very good at these husband jokes. I ought to be.
I don't know about that. You got a very restful 750 there.
That's restful. That's good.
It wasn't enough to tie Mr. Nolan's 1,000.
I think I've been a husband too long to get into this subject.
It's not funny anymore, that it is. Well, anyhow, he still retains the...
Hey, don't you go putting words in my mouth. You know, that gal I've been married to, or harnessed to for 45 years, is probably listening in. All right, on with the show.
Let's just forget the whole thing, huh? Yeah, she still has a firm grip, he has a firm grip on that $25, and we have Harry Hirschfield next.
The famous story, there's a husband always drinking. And at a party, he's the only one who gets drunk. And his wife said to some of his friends, why don't you do something? And when he's the only one who gets inebriated, frighten him some way, do something, let him get a lesson. So he gets stewed that night, and they got a great idea. They took him to the cemetery, laid him out on the grave, and they figured when he wake up in the morning, he'll get frightened in the cemetery, it may be the lesson, a shock to him. So they put him on his grave, and in the morning when the sun starts shining on him, he opened his eyes, he said, sees the cemetery, he said, if I'm alive, what am I doing here? And if I'm dead, why have I got such a lousy taste in my mouth?
Gave a mouthful laughing to a good taste. That was 1,000, Harry.
Harry had told that gag ahead of me. I'd had a better one that you reminded me of. Go ahead with Ward.
Well, you tied Mr. Nolan's 1,000, and so we chopped away $5, give him $20. And Ward, go ahead.
Well, hearing these inebriate gags, I'll throw one in, too, which is real quick. It isn't the story I thought of. About the guy that comes home with a real load aboard, and he gets an awful wrangle with his wife, and they keep batting it back and forth, and finally he says, let me tell you something. You're homely.
He says, is that so? Well, let me tell you something. You're drunk.
He says, well, I'll be sober in the morning.
Well, you knocked up 1,000 and laughed me to the award.
Well, the original... Can I get the story in that I meant to tell in the first place?
Surely, go ahead.
All right. Well, this is about a GI who was in boot training, and he'd been in a few weeks and decided... I saw some of the gals and boys in uniform out here in the audience remind me of it. He decided he wanted a weekend pass, so he went to the CO and he said, sir, I would like to have a weekend pass. He said, what for? He said, well, my wife is very upset. We're expecting any time, and she's a very nervous type, and she looks forward to me coming home on weekends, and I haven't been able to do it for many weeks, and I promised her I would, and I would like to have a pass, sir. This pass is denied you, sir, because I happen to have a telephone call from your wife this morning saying that you have been home before, that you're a troublemaker, that you get drunk when you're home, you make her extremely nervous and jeopardize her condition. He says, yes, sir. He started out the door, and he said, pardon me, sir. He said, may I forget that I'm in uniform and that you are, that you're not a major and that I'm not a private? Just talk man to man? He says, of course you can. He says, we're a couple of pretty good liars, you know it. I ain't even got a wife.
You got yourself another 1,000 at that laugh meter, Ward. And you tied Mr. Nolan twice, and inasmuch as two of you which tied Mr. Nolan's 1,000, we send him with our very best wishes, $15. Well, if we look at my clock, I think if we move along here, fellas, we can squeeze in another round. Our next contribution comes from a nice lady in Brooklyn. Her name is Bertha Mead, and her subject is one that should not be difficult for you three fashion plates. Clothes, gentlemen. Clothes. Pete, would you dress up the laugh meter with a fancy figure for Miss Mead, please?
This is about a very, very fashionable, wealthy woman. Very, very high fashion, very elegant. The water on her knee was Chanel No. 5. This is very... This is one of these women who gets her hair dyed a different color to go with every new fashion. You know, one week she's got platinum, and the next week she's got red, the next week she got... Well, she's dyed it so many times, she hasn't got dandruff, she's got confetti most of the time. So this particular time, she has one of her new dresses over her arm, and she walks into a little cleaning establishment. And she said, I would like to speak to the manager, please.
Manager. This little guy runs out. He says, hello, hello, hello. He says, what could I do for you, sweetheart?
She said, well, I purchased this dress 2 months ago, but by the time it was delivered, it did not match my hair. It's quite a clash. And I want you to dye the dress to go with my hair.
He says, certainly, anything you want. They say, you want it exactly like the hair, sort of a dirty red.
She said, please, my hair is not red. This is tinted henna. That's the color. That's what we call it, henna.
He said, all right, I'll fix everything. Ain't number one Yankadoodle Ipsy Pitsy. Don't worry about it. Anything you want.
So the following week she comes in to pick up the dress, and the guy brings it out, and it's a kind of a dirty, crummy canary yellow, a very peculiar mustardy color. She says, my goodness, what an awful color.
He says, what, are you pick a sneaker or something? What's the matter? He says, it's a yellow. He says, junk fools is yellow. Buttercups, you should excuse the expression, also yellow. It's a pretty color.
She says, but I didn't tell you to dye my dress yellow.
He says, no. You told me henna color, so I thought henna color would do, that's all.
And Miss Meade will be glad to learn that it did, because that was 1,000 on the laugh meter that Miss Meade had there. So here it is, boys. Miss Meade challenges you with $25 and 1,000 on the laugh meter. Who wants to take up that challenge first? Again, we have three hands, and again, Senator Ford, who wants to go first.
Well, again, Pete reminded me of one. I hope it does better than the one I did before. Mr. Bunbottom isn't really a stingy guy. He's just economical. And one day his wife talked him into letting her buy a new dress. So that evening she flounced in with a very bright yellow gown on. So what was the idea of getting that lemon-colored dress? She said, I got lemon color to remind me what a job I had squeezing it out of you. So I will now talk about this Mrs. Geckel. You know, she's the kind of a dame. She's an Amazon, you know, one of those big names. And she took her henpecked husband out to get him a suit, which she usually did. So they went into this clothing store and she picked out a suit for him. And the weasel had the temerity to say he didn't like it. And she, in an unguarded moment, said, well, after all, I suppose you should pick out your suits. After all, you're the one who wears them. He said, well, not completely. He said, let's compromise. I'll pick out the coat and vest and you pick out the pants. You've been wearing them in this family for years anyway.
Top of the last meter, Senator, 1,000 is the amount. You tied Miss Meade's 1,000, so we chopped away $5. She now has $20, and we have Ward Wilson second.
Well, being the spring of the year, this might be appropriate. These two gals down south had spent every last nickel they had for a new Easter hat. So they were all dogged out with these new Easter bonnets, and they went to church. Coming out of church, a torrential rainstorm. Oh, was coming down in buckets. So this one barged right out in the rainstorm. The other one pulled her skirt up and threw it up over her hat. And the first one turned around and saw her. She says, Amanda, says, what are you doing? You're exposing your anatomy to the rain. Says, maybe I is, but my anatomy's 40 years old and this hat's brand new.
That was a brand new 1,000 you got there, Ward. You also tied Miss Meade 1,000. We chopped another $5. She now has $15. And Harry Hirschfield.
No, that's a new one on me, incidentally.
What a sucker I would be to go after that. But you want the shortest one in the world?
Oh, I'd love it, yeah.
The shortest. Two women are looking at a third woman. One said, she looks like Helen Brown. She said, she don't look good in white either.
Short selling, but it was high in the last meter, Harry. That was 1,000. Another perfect round, and however, inasmuch as all three of which tied Miss Meade's 1,000, we dispatched her with our very best wishes, $10. And that brings to a close tonight's transcribed session of Can You Top This, except for one thing. Write out your story in full and send it to Can You Top This. You start with $25, but each time a wit ties or tops you, you lose $5. In addition, if you top all our wits, you receive a recording of Peter Donald telling your story on the air. So send your slightly used jokes to Can You Top This in care of the station to which you are listening. And remember, if two or more persons send in the same joke, the first one received is the one used. All jokes become the property of Can You Top This, originated by Senator Ford. Join us next week and every week, same time, other jokes, some new, some old. Until then, we remain yours for bigger and better laughs.
Senator Ford.
Ward Wilson, Harry Hirschfield,
Peter Donald,
And Roger Bauer inviting you to listen in again next week for a laugh session with Can You Top This?
Once again, Palmolive Brushless and Palmolive Lather. Palmolive, the largest selling brand of shave creams in the world, present Can You Top This? Starring Senator Ford,
Good evening.
Harry Hirschfield,
Howdy.
and Joe Laurie Jr.
Hello.
And now here's Palmolive Shave Cream's master of ceremonies, Dennis James.
Well, good evening, friends. Welcome to Can You Top This, our unrehearsed massacre. Our three wits do not know what jokes have been chosen until the people's representative, Ward Wilson, batting for vacationing Peter Donald, tells them on the air. Our three gagsters have no scripts. They rely on memory and ability to switch jokes and make them fit the subject. Now, if Ward Wilson tells your submitted story, you get $10 plus a phonograph record, personally autographed by our wits, of Ward Wilson telling your story on the air. Laughs are registered on the big Palmolive shave meter in full view of the studio audience, and each time the wits fail to top your score, you win an additional $5, which means you may win $25. So right now it's on with the laughs, and are you ready, gentlemen?
Ready.
Well, all right, then. The first joke this evening comes from Mr. Elroy Thiel of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and it's on the subject of service. For service
What?
with a laugh,
What is that?
service.
Servant?
No, service. Same
Oh,
right.
Service.
Gasoline or whatever you want to have it. Ward, with service for a laugh now, huh?
It'll serve us right, too, probably.
All right.
Well, this is a story about a hoity-toity woman who moved into a new apartment. It was on the 17th floor of this building, and the day that she arrived, the elevator broke down. So she had to get her trunk, which only weighed about 150 pounds, up to the 17th floor, and she got a hold of this little colored boy and said that she'd like to have it taken up to the 17th floor. So he gets it on his back, and he starts struggling up these flights of stairs. And he's going along step after step. And he says, "Oh, my aching back, my sacroiliac." And he finally labors up these steps. He gets up to the 17th floor, and he puts the trunk down. And the woman looked at him and said, "Well, that's very good, my good man." Said, "Just how much do I owe you?" He says, "Well, ma'am," he says, "that cost you exactly $7. He says, "My goodness, $7? Why, that's entirely too much. I'll just pay you $5, that's all." I said, "Ma'am, you talking to the wrong fella here." He says, "I'm a member of the AFL, that's the Association of Find 'em and Lose 'em. Says, after all, we got the president, Joe L. Lewis, in the corner with us, you know." He says, "I can't take no race like that. $7 is supposed to be the fee, and that's what I got to get." He says, "Well, after all, you know that there's something approaching a depression, and I can't pay you $7. The depression? Said, "Lady, depression ain't nothing but a dent, and a dent ain't nothing but a hole, and a hole ain't nothing, and if you think I'm going to stand around here arguing about nothing, you're crazy. $7 is the fee, and that's all. That's the final price." He says, "Well, I will give you $5, and if I don't give you $7, just what are you going to do about it?" He says, "Man, I'm telling you, if you don't give me the $7, I'm going to take that trunk and lug it right down where I got it from. That's what I'm going to do."
Well, Ward, that got a $7.50 on the Palmolive shave meter, so we'll see if our three wits can tie it. They've got some leeway in there, about $2.50.
He only asked for $7.
That's right. Joe Laurie Jr.'s first.
Well, the fellow goes into a pretty nice restaurant. He sits down, and the waiter comes over to him, and he says, "Soup." So the fellow brings him the soup. A few minutes later, he calls up and he says, "Waiter, can't drink the soup." He says, "Why, you can't drink the soup? Why, this is a wonderful soup." He says, "We never have complaints about it." He says, "Can't drink the soup." He says, "Just a minute." So he calls over the head waiter. Head waiter says, "I hear you can't drink the soup." Why, that's terrible. He says, "We have the most wonderful soup here. We pride ourselves on the soup, especially. It's wonderful." He says, "Can't drink the soup." He says, "Just a minute." So he calls over the proprietor. The proprietor says, "Why, the head waiter and the waiter tell me that you can't drink the soup." He says, "Why, we pride ourselves on the soup. I've been in business here for 40 years, and nobody's ever done that. Why, this is wonderful." He says, "I don't care. I can't drink the soup." So he says, "Just a minute." And the chef comes out. Chef is excited, one of those French chefs. He says, "I have never heard of a thing like that." He says, "You insult me." He says, "I'm a wonderful chef. I worked in Russia." He said, "I worked in Germany. I worked in England." He says, "This is the most wonderful soup in the world." He says, "And you say you can't drink the soup?" He says, "I can't drink the soup." He says, why can't you drink the soup? He says, no spoon.
Well, you may not have had a spoon, Joe, but you sure dished out a 1,000, so you're all set for this round. Harry Hirschfield with his hand up.
Well, this is about services. There's a gag going around about this. There's a drunk passing a house of worship, and he hears the music coming out, and he don't know where he's at. He hears the music, he's attracted, he sits down, and the organ is playing, and then the preacher does his sermon for a half hour. Then the choir sings. Then the preacher talks again for 40 minutes. Again the organ. Again the choir. Again he speaks for 40 minutes. And again the choir, and again the organ. And when it's all over, the preacher passes the drunk that he sees there, and he says, were you impressed? He says the music was beautiful, but the commercials are a little too long.
Well, we'll get something long in there. We got a long laugh. That was 1,000, Harry, on the Palm Olive Shave Creams meter. So that's the commercial, too. All right, it's up to you, Senator.
Well,
that got a 50.
listen, for one word, that's not bad. A plumber walked into the living room of a house, and he said to the husband, I just came out of the kitchen. You know, I found an awful mess in there. The husband said, just a minute, you're speaking of the woman I love. Short, wasn't it?
Short but sweet. It was a 1,000. All three of you gentlemen topped Mr.
Gosh,
Thiel.
two more I could have told.
You got two more? Would you like
Yeah,
to...
by the time they got through with those cereals that they did, you know, those commercials.
But you are finished, then.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so since three of you did top Mr. Thiel, though, we'll send Mr. Thiel $10 with the compliments of Palm Olive Shave Creams and a copy of that laugh-packed and brand-new joke book, Can You Top This?, written by our three wits. In addition, we're sending Mr. Thiel an actual phonograph record of Ward Wilson telling his story on the air. Now, here's Dan Donaldson with the biggest shaving news in history.
3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream way. Yes, 3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream way. This is not just a promise, not just a claim. 1,297 men tried the new, different Palmolive Brushless way to shave, and no matter how they shaved before, 79% found beards easier to cut, 75% got less razor pull, 69% closer shaves, 82% smoother feeling skin. And 3 men out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shave. But you be the judge. Try the new Palmolive Brushless way to shave yourself. Here's all you do. Wash your face with soap and water. Rinse. Soap your face thoroughly again and apply Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream. Smooth it upward into your beard. This way you get the full benefit of Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream's beard conditioning effect. Then shave. And that's all. But remember, Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream offers you proof that 3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream way.
Should shaving comfort be forgot?
And shavers rant and rave.
Oh, no, my friends, your worries end
With Palmolive Brushless Shave.
Boy, you're in boys tonight, gentlemen. Suppose we get on with another round now to continue our contest of wit and humor. And here's a joke which was sent in by Mr. Steve Zelai of Barberton, Ohio. And the subject of this joke is names, like Jones, Peoria, Kiwana, just names of any kind.
Thanks
Got
for
it?
the explanation.
Oh. Well, I had to on service, gentlemen, so I thought we'd make it clear this time. Ward, we won't call you any names so if you come up with the 1,000, so take off, huh?
Okay, W, this is a story about one of Pete's favorites, Herkimer Jerkimer, who's commonly known as one of Senator Ford's quarter wits. He's not exactly bright. And he meets one of his childhood pals on the street, and the kid says,
Hi there, Hoikey. He says, seen you down at City Hall yesterday. What was you doing?
He says, I went down there with a friend of mine. He
said, yeah, what was your friend's name?
Said, well, that's the whole thing. He went down to change his name. He says his name is Joe Chismanskiewicz, and he wanted to get it changed.
Say, well, what did they change it to?
He says, Charlie Chismanskiewicz. Got it all fixed up.
Says, well, thinking about that, about his name and your name, he says, incidentally, I never asked you, where was you born?
He said, in the hospital I was born.
No, he says, what city was you born in?
He says, I was born in New York City.
He says, which part?
He says, all of me. What are you talking about? Which part?
No, he says, I know you for a long time now, Hoiky. He says, I never got confidential with your wife. I don't believe you ever told me your full name.
He said, well, I don't know whether I ever give you my full name or not before, but he says, my mother and father, they called me Herkimer Q. Jerkimer.
Says, Herkimer Q. Jerkimer, eh? What's the Q for?
Says, what's the Q for? The Q is what you shoot pool with.
Well, Ward, the price came right back. He's going to take the trunk down the stairs. He's getting his $7. It was a $700 up there.
Give me a little chalk for the Q, will it?
Yes. All right, gentlemen. Let's see. You've got a $300 leeway to play with. Harry Hirschfield first.
Well, here's a kind of a crazy story. How people react to a different question. How people react to a thing. There's a fellow wants to find his way to Centerville in his car. So he stops to a fellow who's named Schultz. He says, is this the way to Centerville? It says, yes, you go over the George Washington Bridge. He says, no, you go to Holland Tunnel. It says, no, you go by the way, I think, of Staten Island. He says, thank you. And he walked up to another guy named Jackson. He says, is this the way to Centerville? He said, the one in Georgia or the one here? He says, no, the one here. He says, let's see, you go by the way of Brooklyn. I think that's the shortest. He said, no, when you get to Brooklyn, no, you go by the way of Yonkers. He says, thank you, thank you. And he goes up and sees to a fellow named Finnegan. And he said, is this the way to Centerville? He says, you go 22 miles, you turn left, then you go right to by the little schoolhouse, and then you go 12 miles. He says, thank you. And he comes up to a guy who's named Ginsburg. And he says, is this the way to Centerville? Ginsburg looks up and says, do you have to go there?
Well, I guess I don't have to tell you, Harry, do I? That was another 1,000 for you. Senator Ford, you try it this trip, will you? Want to wait till this one settles down a little?
Yeah, I think so. I don't want to talk into Harry's laugh. Well, I know a fellow with a lot of jack who's an ace spender. Jack Ace, they call him. Well, Ditsy Baumwartle and Dopey Dildock were talking, and Ditsy, in the course of the conversation, said something about Victor Hugo. So Dopey says, I've never heard of him. So a little while later, he mentioned Julius Caesar. Dopey says, I never heard of him. Ditsy says, I bet you never even, you don't even know Adam, do you? He says, well, I don't know about that. What's his last name? Then little Oscar Fotzengoggle had a kid with him, and he said to Oscar, hey, what was your mama's maiden name? Oscar says, I don't know, but according to our towels, it must have been Waldorf Astoria.
Well, Senator, that was 1,550, all totaled up. But the last one did bring in 1,000, and 700 was all you had to top, so you don't have to worry about it. Let's see, it was little Joe.
Well, that's nice of you. That's white of you.
Oh, sure. We could have gone on and on, but...
Undoubtedly.
Undoubtedly. So could you have gone on and on. Joe, you ready?
Yeah, the Friends of Ireland had a terrific convention. And, there was thousands of fellas there, and in the lobby of the hotel, they had a desk there, and it says, register here. Friends of Ireland, register here. All members, register here. So they come up, and the fellow says, what's your name? He says, Finnegan, okay. What's your name? Casey. He says, Casey. Houlihan, okay. Doyle, okay. The fellow comes along, he says, what's your name? He says, Quinn. So he looks up, he says, what? He says, Quinn. Montgomery Quinn. And he looks at him, he says, you Quinn? He says, yeah. He says, spell it. He says, C-O-H-E-N, Quinn.
Commonly called spelling out a gag, too, Joe. Well, that was another 1,000, so three of our wits got a 1,000. Of course, the senator told 3 stories, Joe. If you've got any more you want to throw in, it's perfect.
I heard one on the air the other day. for a goofy story. I forget what program had it on, but I thought it was a cute story about guys arguing about names and all. He says, well, my father's crazy about horses, and he says he calls himself Fleeca. He says, crazy about horses? He calls himself Fleeca. That's his name? He says, yeah, his name is Fleeca. He says, he must be crazy. He says, that's what my mother says. My mother says he's crazy, name himself after a horse. He says, what's your mother's name? He says, Lassie.
That was just the capper.
Well, say, Dennis, while we're on that subject, I could throw in one. You know, recently when I had that appendectomy, I came out of the hospital and I ran into one of the lambs down at the club, and he said, where were you? I said, they took my appendix. He said, you should have had it in your wife's name.
Well, go ahead, Harry. You haven't had your second try.
A name, too. A Marine comes back, and he calls up a girl, and he says, can I call out your house tonight? He says, who's this talking? He said, Gideon. She said, who? He said, Gideon. G like in gin. I like a nice. D like in drink. She said, that's identification enough. Come right up.
Well, that was a good round, gentlemen. Extra full. But all three of you topped Mr. Zaley the first time, so we sent Mr. Zaley $10 with the compliments of Palmolive shave creams and a copy of that laugh-packed and brand-new joke book, Can You Top This?, written by our three wits, and now on sale wherever books are sold. In addition, we're sending Mr. Zaley an actual phonograph record of Ward Wilson telling his story on the air. Clear your throats, gentlemen, because here we go again. This joke comes in from Mr. I.L. Miller of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and the subject is conversation. Well, let's have a word from Ward, a sentence from Harry. Okay.
Oh, he's a poet and doesn't know it. This kid is really in there pitching, isn't he? Well, this is a story about little Pat Mulvaney, who was up in Central Park, and he sat down on the park bench. He looked very disgusted and dejected alongside of another fellow who happened to be sitting on the bench, and the fellow turned and looked at him. He says, how are you feeling?
He says, oh, terrible, terrible, terrible. It's awful. Yes, oh, I'm so disgusted with the world.
He said, well, what's the matter with you?
He says, well, it's amazing. He said, you take the silly things these people will believe. He says, hey, I never seen such a thing in my life. Here, you would take it, for example. They believe in Friday the 13th. They believe in not putting hats on the bed. He says they don't walk under ladders. They believe in the Blarney Stone and four-leaf clovers. Most of them ain't clovers to begin with. They even believe on the promises of women. They bet on racehorses and cures for baldness and all them things.
He said, well, what's the matter with that? I do, too.
He said, well, it's very discouraging to me. He said, they'll doubt the simple, little, completely and obvious fact that I've been trying to tell them over and over again, but they ignore me and insist on finding out for themselves. And believe me, I'm pretty fed up.
He says, believe for themselves,
Pretty fed up. He says, incidentally, just what and who are you? He says, who, me? He says, I'm the guy who puts up all them signs that say wet paint.
Well, wet paint must mean keep off, Ward. So for Mr. Miller, you got a big 1,000. Our three wits will have to try to tie it. They certainly can't top that one. Let's see. Little Joe from Kokomo.
Well, this is the kind that I go crazy about. I like him. I don't know. The guy making conversation in the bar room. Fella's standing up against the bar and the bartender. And the fella says, what do you do? He says, bartender says, what do you do? He says, I'm a magician. I work in vaudeville. I've worked around cabarets now. He says, show me some tricks, will you? So he shows him a card trick and then a coin trick and all kinds of little tricks and everything. And the bartender says, yeah, that's all right. And that's fine. And the magician says, you like that kind of stuff, don't you? He says, yeah. He says, do you know any tricks? He says, all I know is house tricks. He says, house tricks? He says, fine, house tricks with you.
Well, Joe, no worry for you. That was a 1,000 on the Palmolive shave
like
meter.
those kind of...
I'm glad you like it, Joe. But this is the one time, I think, since I've stepped in here that everybody else liked it along with you. All right, Harry
That's a novelty.
Huh? Yes.
Mark Hellinger, the great producer, told me a screwball story that fits this. There's a drunk coming out of a saloon, and a kind old lady sees him, says, oh, the curse of drink. You know, you ought to stop drinking, because when you drink, you don't eat, and when you don't eat, you get malnutrition. Please stop drinking. Go to a restaurant, sit down, eat some nice roast chicken. Please do that, for my sake. You don't know me, but for my sake, stop drinking and eat something.
Says, I know what I'll do, and I'll stop drink. I'll go to a restaurant and I'll eat. So he staggers down the street,
And he gets in a place and sits down, but it's not a restaurant. It's a shoe shining parlor. The shoe shining parlor looks up, guy at him and says, light or dark? He said, it don't make no difference as long as I don't get the neck.
You know, boys, actually, you've got me at a decided disadvantage on this round. Joe started it off, and the thing is conversation, and if I try to stop any of you, say, well, he said it, didn't he?
Well, it is conversation. Anything is conversation, even what you're doing. No, what he's doing isn't conversation.
All right.
That's argument.
I'll buy it. There's nothing I can say around it, so go ahead and talk.
There's nothing you can do about it, Dennis, but I accept it.
That's all. It's your turn, too. Senator.
Oh, is it?
Uh-huh.
Well, two husbands were talking, and one said, my wife talks to herself. The other one said, my wife talks to herself, too, but she doesn't know it. She thinks I'm listening.
Senator, that was a legitimate conversation gag. Thank you very much. That completes the round, and incidentally, it was a perfect round. 4 1,000s right down the line. And so we send Mr. Miller $25 with the compliments of Palmolive shave creams, plus a 1,000 club certificate. In addition, we're sending Mr. Miller an actual phonograph record of Ward Wilson telling his story on the air. At this point, Ron Rawson has good shaving news for brush and lather fans.
Men, if you like oceans of rich, thick, moisture-soaked lather, try the new different Palmolive lather way to shave. A way that means smoother, more comfortable shaves for 3 men out of every 4.
It's a fact, men, not a promise. 1,251 men proved the new Palmolive Lather Shave Cream Way brings smoother, more comfortable shaves to 3 men out of every 4.
So get Palmolive Lather Shave Cream. Discover its heavy, easy-to-work-up lather. Lather that holds its moisture, doesn't dry out. See how the new Palmolive Lather Shave Cream Way makes beards easier to cut, gives less razor pull, closer shave, smoother-feeling skin. Give smoother, more comfortable shaves to 3 men out of every 4.
Here's all you do. Wash your face with soap and water. Rinse. Soap your face thoroughly again. Do not rinse. Brush Palmolive Lather upward into beard to get the full benefit of Palmolive Lather Shave Cream's beard conditioning effect. Then shave.
And that's all. But you be the judge. Get Palmolive Lather Shave Cream and try the new different Palmolive Lather way to shave. Remember, it's proved. Proved to give smoother, more comfortable shaves to 3 men out of every 4.
Now, here's a joke sent in by Miss Selma Jordan of New York, New York, and it's on the subject of anger, to be peeved and so on. Well, Ward, see if you
Like
can make...
you were a minute ago about the conversation?
It wasn't that I was peeved, Senator. It was just that I was at that disadvantage and wanted to do something about it. You set, Ward? You're not angry, are you?
Now?
Now, yes.
Just let me know. This is a story about Mrs. Fafufnik, who met her girlfriend, Turalura Goldfarb, on the street. And Mrs. Fafufnik was looking very angry, so Turalura said, oh, for goodness sakes, what are you looking so mad today? You look all excited.
She says, oh, yeah. He says, well, last night, Jake took me to the Hopper. He says, we went to see the Barbers Schlemiel. Wonderful music by Rimsky-Korsakov. Says, everything is beautiful. Played a number, Opus 6, Team C, Drawing Room 8, track 12. Something like that. Anyway, the boy had a beautiful voice in the opera, singing grand, and...
She says, well, what's the matter? What's upset about you?
She says, well, you didn't hurt her. The half of it. She's going to the opera, so what did I do? So I went and got myself all dressed up. I should look very Yankee Doodle hipsy-pipsy. Yeah, I got a long pair of kid gloves, Max Cross. Went to get a lovely little number, an evening creation hat from Lily Deshe Piro. Then went down, picked out a lovely pair of high-heel shoes from Miller. And the dress, a very cute little number. Says I went down to Klein's 4th Avenue, picked out. And also a beautiful fancy fur piece I got from I.J. Wolf. Plus, mind you, the very handsome jewelry that I put on from Amaka Schlemmer. So we went to the opera, and I'm so upset.
She says, well, why are you so upset? What's the matter with you?
Says, well, in addition to that, I'm so peeved because I also had with me a brand new pair of opera glasses and I couldn't use them.
She says, why couldn't you use them?
Says, because that clock of a husband of mine, that stupid schmo, what did he do? He gets seats in the very first row.
Well, far as you're concerned, Walt, it was way up in the balcony, in the 1,000th row. So that takes care of this round for the three wits. They're just going to have to work, perspire, and try it. Senator Ford first.
Well, a young couple was sitting in the living room. The lights were out, and so were the girl's family. So he leaned over and gave her a nice, juicy kiss on the mouth, and then backed up to get the effect. She looked kind of bored, and she said, "You know, you don't kiss like Van Johnson." He said, "Well, remember, I ain't got Betty Grable here, neither."
Ditto. That was a 1,000, Senator. Joe, let's let this one settle down, Joe, and then it's your turn next. Go ahead, Mother.
Casey...
Get it out of your system. Huh?
Okay. Now?
Now.
That's conversation.
Right.
Well, Casey passes Doyle, and he looks at Doyle, and Doyle is fit to be tied. He's sitting on a stoop. He's fit to be tied. He says, "Doyle, what's the matter with you?" He says, "I've never seen you so angry in your life." He says, "You'd be angry, too." He says, what's the matter?" He says, "What's the matter?" He says, "This morning I thought I'd get up early. I got up real early, and I thought I'd surprise me wife. She was in the kitchen cooking. So I sneak into the kitchen, and I give her a big kiss on the back of her neck. And without turning around, mind you, she says, 'All right, leave 2 quarts of milk and 1 quart of cream.'"
This just seems to be a 1,000 night. That's all I can say. That's a 1,000 for Joe, Harry. We'll just have to wait again.
I'd like to wait till I don't have to get on.
Yeah, all right.
But Mrs. Finnegan had never been to an army camp. She never saw soldiers, in fact. She came to this army camp, and she saw one sentry with the gun passing the other sentry, not saying anything. Then they passed each other again, not saying anything. Passed each other again. Finally, she went over and says, "You're acting like a couple of kids. Make up and be friends again, will you?"
Well, boys, you did it again. That was another perfect round. 1,000 right across the board, and so we send Miss Jordan $25 for the compliments of Palmolive shave creams, plus a 1,000 club certificate. In addition, we're sending Miss Jordan an actual phonograph record of Ward Wilson telling her story on the air.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth. For Colgate cleans teeth thoroughly, safely, brings out natural sparkle and beauty. And scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. So always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Well, gentlemen, right now I have a question I'd like to ask right at this point. Folks, why don't you compete in this weekly gag fest? It's lots more fun when you have a part in it. You may win $25 or at least $10 when your joke is read, plus a phonograph record personally autographed by our wits of Ward Wilson or Peter Donald telling your story on the air. Just send your favorite joke to Can You Top This in care of NBC New York or the station to which you are listening. Do not send your jokes to any individual on the program. Send them in care of Can You Top This. If your joke isn't used the week it's sent in, don't be discouraged because it may be used on a later broadcast. So join Can You Top This, originated by Senator Ford, next week, same time, same gang. Other jokes, some new, some old. And until then, we remain yours for bigger and better laughs.
Joe Laurie, Jr.
Senator Ford.
No Spoon Wilson.
Harry Hirschfield.
Peter Donald James.
And Dan Donaldson saying goodnight for Palmolive Brushless and Palmolive Lather. Palmolive, the largest selling brand of shave creams in the world. Next time you drive your car, remember, 2 auto accidents are occurring somewhere every minute you drive. So obey traffic regulations, and most important, make sure you're physically able to drive without endangering yourself and others. Remember, your safety and that of others is in your hands when your hands are on the wheel. So be careful. The life you save may be your own.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
So he sent me to the health farm.
She says, well, what's the matter? Didn't you like the health farm?
So it was wonderful. The food was grand, and all the exercise we had, and badminton, and good minton, and everything we had. Popsy, polo, exercise all the time.
She says, well, if you liked it so much, why did you come back so soon?
Well, I had to come back because I was taken sick.
She says, oh, that's too bad. You going back?
She says, oh, of course. I'm going right back to the health farm as soon as I get well again.
Well, Peter, you didn't get well or at least not as well as you did in the two previous rounds. That got a rather persnickety 900 that time on the Palmolive shave meter. I don't blame you for taking a kick at that sheet that had that gag on it. 900 is the number, and it's up to our three wits to try and surpass it now. They all seem to want to take a crack at it. Let's start with Harry Hirschfield this
Well,
time.
a lot of little health gags. I want to toss one in first. Finnegan goes to a doctor, and he's examined. Then he says, Doctor, what is the fee going to be? What are you going to charge me? He says, $10 a visit. He says, $10 a visit? Well, it says, certainly. You've got both malaria and rheumatism. It says, here's $5, just work on the rheumatism. But the same Finnegan goes to the doctor, and the doctor looks at him and says, you know what's the trouble with you? You probably haven't had a vacation. He says, I certainly must need something because I can't sleep at night. He says, just change of bed, change of air, go out in the country, go to a country hotel, rural, and you'll be surprised how you'll sleep. Just watch that first night. So Finnegan goes to this country hotel. At 2 o'clock in the morning, gets hold of the phone, and he calls down. He says, is this the night clerk? The guy says, yes. What's biting you? He says, that's what I'm calling up to ask.
Well, hold the phone, Harry. 1,000 on the Palmolive shave meter that time, rather resoundingly, too. Topping Mr. Pickle's 900 and putting him in more or less of a pickle. He still has his original $10 now, and two more gents have a chance to top it, and we'll call on Senator Ford next.
Well, the gag that Pete told kind of recalls one of a fellow being hailed in the court, and the judge said to him, you've been drinking. He said, yeah. He says, why? He says, the doctor told me my blood was getting watery, and I was putting alcohol in it to keep it from freezing.
Well, that won't do any freezing, Senator. That was 1,000 on the Palmolive shave meter that time.
Well, that wasn't really the gag I was going to tell. Pete only reminded me of that.
Oh, well, that's good.
I have another one I could toss in there for
go ahead
free.
and toss.
Before Joe goes on. Well, anyway, a screwball Jake rushed into the doctor's office and said, hey, doctor, come to me house quick. Somebody in me family is awful sick. The doctor said, who is it? He said, it's me. There was nobody else to send, so I came myself.
Really banging away in that round, Senator. Another 1,000.
So when he came out of the doctor's office, he ran into Aki Bop, and Aki said, what was you doing in the doctor's office? And he said, Jake said, I wasn't feeling good, so the doctor told me I have to keep away from wine, women, and song. So Aki said, what are you going to do? Jake said, I'm going to look for another doctor.
Well, you just wanted to see if you could do it 3 times in a row, huh? And you almost succeeded, too. The last one was 950, the first two 1,000, all of which top Mr. Pickle's original 900, so I can't...
666 is good hitting in any league.
Tell that to your New York Giants. Let's see, Joe Laurie Jr. is about the only one we've missed.
Things around. I'll throw one in, too. Harry reminded me of Finnegan. His wife said to him, he says, did you go to the doctor, Finnegan? He says, I did. He says, he must have been in the war. She says, what makes you say that? He says, well, he told me he was a vet. Now, the one I want to tell is Epstein meets a friend of his that's limping. So he says, what happened? He says, what happened? He says, my big toe. He says, something happened there. And got poisoned, per se, he says, and I had to go to the doctor. He amputated the big toe. He says, amputated the toe. He says, how much did he charge? He says, $25. He says, $25 for the big one to me. My son Montgomery is a sturgeon. He says, and it's first-class sturgeon. If anything like that should happen again to you, for $10, he'll cut off both your legs.
Well, I hate to cut you off with one like that, Joe.
Matter of fact, it was a resounding 1,000 on the Palmolive shave meter. I see the
Ward,
senator's hand up again.
Ward.
Yeah.
Epstein must have had ptomaine poisoning.
Oh. That's
He
quite
nailed me on that.
Quite a feat at that.
I'm too
let's
smart
get
to get into this.
Let's all get out while
What
we're
a Fred
safe.
Allen's footies.
Well, let's see. All of you three fellas topped Mr. Pickles 900, which is bad tidings for him. However, we do send him $10 with the compliments of Palmolive shave creams, just to make him feel a little bit better. A copy of that laugh-packed and brand-new Can You Top This joke book written by our three wits and now on sale wherever books are sold. And in addition, we're sending Mr. Pickles an actual phonograph record of Peter Donald telling his story on the air. Now, at this point, Ron Rawson has good shaving news for brush and lather fans.
Men, if you like oceans of rich, thick, moisture-soaked lather, try the new different Palmolive lather way to shave. A way that means smoother, more comfortable shaves for 3 men out of every 4.
It's a fact, men, not a promise. 1,251 men proved the new Palmolive Lather Shave Cream Way brings smoother, more comfortable shaves to 3 men out of every 4.
So get Palmolive Lather Shave Cream. Discover its heavy, easy-to-work-up lather. Lather that holds its moisture, doesn't dry out. See how the new Palmolive Lather Shave Cream Way makes beards easier to cut, gives less razor pull, closer shaves, smoother feeling skin. Gives smoother, more comfortable shaves to 3 men out of every 4.
Here's all you do. Wash your face with soap and water. Rinse. Soap your face thoroughly again. Do not rinse. Brush Palmolive Lather upward into beard to get the full benefit of Palmolive Lather Shave Cream's beard conditioning effect. Then shave.
And that's all, but you be the judge. Get Palmolive Lather Shave Cream and try the new different Palmolive Lather way to shave. Remember, it's proved. Proved to give smoother, more comfortable shaves to 3 men out of every 4.
Well, here's a joke now sent in by Mr. Reuben Kaplan of Rochester, Pennsylvania. And this one is on the subject of amusement, something you should be quite conversant with, you three old hands at that game. So, Pete, start amusing us, and let's see what happens from there.
Well, this is about a ritzy society lady, and she's doing some social service work, so she's visiting patients in the hospital. So she's in one ward there, and she gets to one bed, and this guy is wrapped up like a mummy. He's got his left ankle strapped to his right ear, and he's got his nose held on with bobby pins and all this thing. Oh, he's wrapped up in terrible shape. She said, "Oh, you poor man. You poor man. Did you have an accident?"
He looks at it, he says, "Why does it look like I had quintuplets?"
She said, "Well, how did it happen?"
He says, "All right, I'll tell you." He says, last Thursday, I'm working out down by the factory. He says, I'm retreading bagels down there. He says, oh, it's getting so hot. He says, I'm putting on the hat and coat. He says, I'm going down to Coney Island. He says, is that wonderful? Is that marvelous? I'm taking a snappy plunge in the water. I'm wiggling the toes in the surf. He says, everything's marvelous. I'm dropping in on Howard Johnson and having a Tootsie-Fruitsel ice cream. He says, it's wonderful, gorgeous, I'm living. So what happens? All of a sudden, I see a sign. It's a roller coaster. It says, Mex's Meteor. So for this, I'm crazy. So I go over there. He says, I purchase a ticket. Some fella named Meyer paid for it, but I buy the ticket first. He says, and then it says, I get in the little car. He says, we go up the hill, clinkety-clonk. It says, at the top of the hill, he says, above my head is a sign. So I want to read what's on the sign. He says, away goes the roller coaster. Hey, around. He says, it's beautiful, but I want to know what says on the sign. I purchase another ticket up the hill, clinkety-clonk. He says, I look at the sign. Left the bifocals at home. I can't read the sign. Says, gotta find out what's on the sign. Purchase another ticket. I go up clinkety-clong the hill. He says, this time I'm making a squint on the sign. Says, can't read the sign. He says, this goes on now. I'm getting peeved. He says, I go back 6 times for the ride. He says, the last time, he says, I'm determined. He says, we get to the top of the hill, clinkety-clonk. I stand up to read the sign. Ping, bang, boom. I'm in the hospital. I'm killed to pieces.
She said, oh, my dear, that's terrible. She says, what did it say on the sign?
He says, what did it say? It said, don't stand up in the car.
Not only a beautiful 1,000 on the Palmolive shave meter, but beautifully told, Peter. One of the finest renditions of the evening. I'm glad I am not on the panel of three wits right now, believe you me. However, they are, and it's up to them to see if they can tie that 1,000, and Harry Hirschfield is going to put his feet in the water.
That fits this story perfectly for me, too. Popnikov is telling of a certain singer called Stanislavski. He says there was the greatest singer in the history of the world. In the Moscow Imperial Concert Hall, I heard him myself. How he sang fortissimo, optimo, everything he sang like nobody in the world. He sang 47 arias this night, and the applause was so great that he had to do 32 encores. What a great singer, what a great man. And he died such a beautiful death. He dropped dead.
Well, Harry, that's as close as you can come to it. That ties it, 1,000 on the Palmolive shave meter. And now suppose we skip over to Senator Ford.
Well, I'm going to toss this one in, Ward. A husband said to his wife, let's go out and have some fun tonight. She said, fine. If you get in ahead of me, leave the hall light on. I just tossed that one in, Ward. Got time for another one?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Maybe Joe better tell his first, and then if we...
All right, we'll catch Joe first then.
Two fellas meet. One fella said, where you come from? He said, I saw a picture. I said, what'd you see? He says, I saw Duel in the Sun. He says, how much? He says, $1.50. Did you see it? He says, no. So I'm going to wait till it gets to my neighborhood. He says, what's your neighborhood? He says, in the neighborhood of 15 cents.
Not only in the neighborhood, but right there at 1,000 on the Palmolive shave meter.
Go ahead,
Senator, how about that extra one of yours?
Yeah, I can tell another
Not
one.
too long?
About the patient.
No, it's not very long. Joe Fotzengoggle went to one of those, amateur shows, and come two dames out on the stage, and they start to sing. One's in a gray dress, one's in a blue dress. One of them is one of those mezzanine sopranos, disappointed, and the other one's a disappointed contralto. So they go on, they're off key and everything. So Joe turns to a stranger sitting alongside him. He says, that dame in blue is awful. So the guy says, that dame in blue happens to be my sister. So he says, no, I don't mean the one in blue, I mean the one in gray. He says, that one happens to be my wife. So Joe, trying to square him out of it, says, no, I mean the song. The guy says, I wrote it.
Well, you should have written that one, Senator, because it scored a solid 1,000 on the Palmolive shave meter. And now, let's look around. Oh, a perfect round once again tonight. All tying Mr. Kaplan's 1,000, but none topping it. So, we send Mr. Kaplan $25 with the compliments of Palmolive shave creams, plus a 1,000 club certificate, which everyone gets whose joke hits 1,000 when told by Peter Donald on the Palmolive shave meter. And in addition, we're sending Mr. Kaplan an actual phonograph record of Peter Donald telling his story on the air.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth. For Colgate cleans teeth thoroughly, safely, brings out natural sparkle and beauty. And scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. So always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every day to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Well, fellas, that's about all the time we're going to have this evening, so I'd just like to ask those listening to join Can You Top This, originated by Senator Ford, next week. Same time, same gang, other jokes, some new, some old. Until then, we remain yours for bigger and better laughs.
Hastings Ford.
Harry Hirschfield.
Joe Laurie Jr.
Peter Donald. Ward Wilson. And Dan Donaldson saying goodnight for Palmolive Brushless and Palmolive Lather. Palmolive, the largest selling brand of shave creams in the world.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Can you top this? presented by the Colgate Palmolive Feet Company, makers of Colgate Dental Creams to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Palmolive Shave Creams for smoother, more comfortable shaves. Can you top this? Starring Senator Ford.
Good evening.
Harry Hirschfield.
Howdy.
And Joe Laurie Jr.
Hello.
And now here's Colgate Palmolive Feet Company's Master of Ceremonies, Ward Wilson.
Good evening, friends. Welcome to Can You Top This, our unrehearsed give out of gags. Our three wits do not know what jokes have been chosen until the people's representative, Peter Donald, tells them on the air. Our three gagsters have no scripts. They rely on memory and ability to switch jokes and make them fit the subject. If Peter Donald tells you a submitted story, you get $10 plus a phonograph record, personally autographed by our wits, of Peter Donald telling your story on the air. Laughs are registered on the big Colgate Palmolive laugh meter in full view of the studio audience. Each time the wits fail to top your score, you win an additional $5, which means you may win $25. So let's dig up and get on with the laughs. Are you ready, fellas?
Ready.
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. Thank you for the billing, Senator. Here's the first joke of the evening, and it comes from Robert E. Soltikowski of Chicago, Illinois, and it's on the subject of bus. Bus. B-U-S.
Bus?
Yeah, steer, you know. Automobile, bus.
Oh.
So...
Why the surprise, Senator? I don't know.
You really gave him a bus in the mouth.
Thought it was my youngest son, maybe. I don't know. Well, anyway, Peter Donald, suppose you drive on. Start the evening off.
Well, a fellow named Frank Boswick is traveling on the road. He's a traveling salesman. He's happened to be selling windshield wipers for television screens, so you only get clean material comes through there. So he's on the road with this thing, and he's traveling around. He gets to one city, and he's got to get out to a certain distributor, and there's a bus, and it's the rush hour. And he gets on this bus in this strange city, and it is jammed and packed. You know how the rush hour is on a bus, and the guy behind you is reading your newspaper, and the guy in front of you is turning the pages with his breath, you know. And so he's jammed in. Before he can ask the driver where to get off, he gets pushed all the way back to the bus, and he's jammed in there. So he's a little confused. He says, say, can anybody tell me if this bus stops at Elm Street? So from somewhere, a little voice says, it does, me boy, it does. Well, he says, thanks, buddy, thanks, but he says, where are you? Who said that?
So he says, well, I'm down here behind you. He says, you've been hanging on to me suspenders for the last 3 blocks. He says, I'm down here.
Well, the fellow says, it's very kind of you. He says, I'm a stranger in town. I don't know where Elm Street is. Will you tell me when to get off?
Oh, he says, sure, you just watch me.
Well, he said, are you going to Elm Street, too?
He says, no, I'm going much further on. So you just watch me, and you get off the bus 5 blocks before I do.
Well, you better pay another fare, too, Pete. That was a rather faulty 800 there. It was prematurely 600 and kicked up to 800.
That's better than average. 500 would be average. I'll stick up for you, Pete.
Yeah. Well, all right. Mr.
800.
Palmolive, however, says it was
Probably
800.
better than I'll do.
Well, that's what we have yet to see, the 3 of you over there. But Mr. Solikowski has 800 to start with, and that means $10. And whether you top him or not, we shall now see as we go in quest of jokes with Joe Laurie Jr. first.
A little Italian fella goes up to a fella. He says, I want to go to Newark, New Jersey. He says, what bus do I take? So the fella says, you take bus number 410. He says, grazie. So 2 hours later, the guy happens to pass the corner, and there's the little Italian fella standing there. He says, didn't you get your bus yet for Newark? He said, I won't have to wait too long. 400 pass, only wait for 10 more.
Well, I won't keep you waiting either, Joe. That was a zooming 1,000 on the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter. And congratulations on your linguistic ability, too.
Huh?
I didn't know that you spoke foreign languages, but...
They're foreign to me.
Let's see what Harry Hirschfield has to offer.
There's a kind of a goofish moron. He's getting a job. He wants a job as driving a bus. They said, you ever drive a bus before? He said, no. Well, he said, all you have to do is watch out for courtesy. You got to think of the passengers. Different passengers will come on and they give you the names of streets, and all you remember is when they tell you the name of the streets that they want, you just remember it. So the first guy on, he says, I can do that. So the first guy comes on and said, Cherry Street. He says, yeah, Cherry Street. Another guy says, Grand Boulevard. Says, oh, Grand Boulevard. Another fellow says, Maple Street. Maple Street, yeah. Maple Street. Another guy comes up and says, I want Utica Avenue. Says Utica Avenue. Finally, another guy comes on and says, I want Grand Boulevard. He says, you'll have to take another street. Somebody just took Grand Boulevard.
And, Harry, you took the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter for a ride, too. 1,000 to be exact. Having topped Mr. Solikowski's original 800, he still has that lonesome $10. And we move over to Senator Ford for our third gag of the round.
Well, there were two men talking and two young fellows, and one of them's father was a sculptor. So he said to the other fellow, he says, you know, my father made a bust of me. And the other fellow says, don't blame your old man for everything. You know, that's what I thought of when I thought you said bust. You know, I thought of a sculptor right away.
Well, I'm glad you got it in anyway, Senator.
Well, I thought I'd throw it in as long as I thought of it. Well, talking about buses, I got another terrible shock today. A green bus actually stopped at a red light again. Well, talking about buses, which I think we were, up in my hometown, there's an old fella by the name of Noah who runs a bus. He operates a bus up there. It isn't one of those modern buses like ours, you know. It's so far as buses run. This one just about runs. That's about all. And the townsfolk, they make cracks about it. And one day, the town clown stopped the bus, and he says, hey, Noah, is your ark all filled? Noah says, nope, room for one more jackass. Get in.
And we had room for one more 1,000 that time on the Palmolive Colgate laugh meter, Senator. So each of our three wits were successful this time in topping Mr. Solikowski's original 800. So I'm afraid we'll have to leave him with his original investment of $10. We'll send that along with the compliments of Colgate Dental Cream. We can't send him a 1,000 Club certificate, but I tell you what we can do. We can send him a copy of that laugh-packed and brand-new joke book, Cream of the Crop, written by our three wits. And in addition, we're sending Mr. Solikowski a phonograph record of Peter Donald telling his story on the air. And now here's Ron Rawson with an important message.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning your teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpaste prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth for a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Well, men, let's dig in once again and see what we have to offer in another round of wit and humor here. Here's a joke which was sent in by T. Curtis Cutts of Bradford, Massachusetts. And the subject of this joke is something I know you're all very familiar with, honesty. Honesty.
You want to bet?
Not too much, Joe, at this point. However, let's get over, and speaking of bets, here's a good one, and Peter Donald.
Well, this is the owner of a large estate, an elderly gentleman, and he had these beautiful, beautiful grounds and everything, but he got a little trouble because all the kids in the neighborhood would make raids on his orchard, and they'd steal all his fruit. So he was a very kind, sweet old man, and he thought that rather than chastising these kids, he'd win them over to honesty. So he decided to give a big party, and he invited all these little roughnecks, all these little kids, and he stuffed them with strawberries and cream and everything. They had a terrific time. And finally, when they were having the happiest time of the day, he thought maybe he could draw a little moral lesson.
So he said, now, boys, he said, tell me honestly, would those berries have tasted as good if you had stolen them?
And all the little kids with the pink cheeks looked at him.
They said, no, sir, those berries would not have tasted as good if we had stolen them.
He said, that's right, my little man. And can you tell me why?
They said, yeah, because we wouldn't have had no cream and sugar on them.
Mentioning sugar, that sounded kind of sweet to Mr. Cutts, I imagine, Peter. 1,000 on the Colgate Palmolive shave meter, making the cause most desperate for our three wits now as they try not only failingly to top it, but just to tie it. All three hands are up like eager beavers, though. So let's jump over to Senator Ford and start festivities.
Oh, brother, here's a very, very old gag on honesty. At one of those meetings where people give testimonials, a fella got up and began to tell about the first time he had a pang of conscience. He said, I went into a shoe store. The proprietor was in the back. There was nobody around. And I got the impulse to walk over and steal a $5 pair of shoes. But he said, suddenly a still small voice stopped me. And I didn't steal those $5 shoes. I reached up on another shelf and stole a $7 pair. Then there's another one I could tell that might go in there. That's too old to tell. I think that's why I was no good.
Well, I don't know.
I could tell another one
that
would be on honesty. You want me to tell another one?
Yeah, I think it'd be very good.
Well, Aunt Nellie took her two little nieces. They were about 10 or 12 years old. You know how kids are these days, these modern kids. She took them to the zoo. And when they came to the ostrich cage, the old lady began to give out with the story of the fabulous bird and how it brought babies. One kid winked at the other one and says, don't you think it's about time we told the old lady the truth?
They should have been reversed, Senator. The first one got 600 on the Colgate Palmolive shave meter, and the other one got 1,000. So
that's all right. Count the honest one, the first one.
Okay, the 600 goes in. You're out in a fruitless chase anyway. So, Harry Hirschfield, how about you?
I thought of a couple of here screwball gags I've heard in the last few days that fit in this. One I want to toss in first. A salesman comes off the road. So he starts telling about his conquests. He said, I met a girl in Detroit, and I don't know whether I should or not. He says, I promised to telephone her the minute I got back here. He said, I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't call her beautiful. I wouldn't call her intelligent. The other guy says, I wouldn't call her. Well, here's another screwball gag. A guy runs in with his little boy, and he runs into a doctor, says, Doctor, quick, do something for the boy. So the doctor takes his stethoscope and he puts it on the kid's chest, and he says, that heart, the tick of that heart. This is not for me. I got to tell you the truth. This is Scarpolia heart. I know this. This is not for me. I'll have to call Professor Eddie Weber. He is the man for this. So they call Professor Weber, and he comes in. And he comes in and he takes the stethoscope and puts it on the little kid. He says, this is not Scarpola heart. This tick of this heart, this beat, is Pavolia heart. It's Pavolia heart. You must get Dr. Schnutz. So the father says, get him quick, please. So Professor Schnutz comes in, and he puts the stethoscope to the kid, and he says, that's Pavolia heart. I know that tick. That tick in the beat is Pavolia heart. And he turns to the father and said, how long has it been going on like this with the boy? He says, ever since he swallowed a watch this morning.
Well, Harry, you tied Senator on the preface. That got 600 on the Colgate
I didn't know that Weber used that kind of a dialect.
Probably use anything. However, Harry did move up to 800 on the second one, so the balance is 1,400, neither of which counts. We'll skip over to Joe Laurie, Jr.
Well, I could tell the one about the honest grafter.
You could do that,
A tree surgeon. The one I want to tell is about two women get in the car, and when they're sitting down, one says, you know what? I didn't pay the conductor. I got fired. I didn't pay my fare. She says, well, that's terrible. Don't you know honesty is the best policy? Honesty pays. You shouldn't do a thing like that. Honesty is the best policy. You'll see that honesty pays through life. She says, well, all right, you make me feel bad. So she goes over. When she comes back, she says, you were right. Honesty certainly pays. I gave him a quarter, and he gave me change for $50.
Well, Joe, the tree surgeon got you 250 on the Colgate Palmolive
That I
shave
threw
meter.
in. That's a branch joke.
Oh, I see. I thought you left me out on a limb for a while.
No.
But then you came up with the zooming 1,000.
I know what about that,
Let's
too.
Okay, how about you, Senator?
Well, no, I mean what he was talking about. A fellow went into a restaurant and he got a bowl of soup and he said to the waiter, "Hey, there's a twig in my soup." The waiter said, "That's all right. We got branches all over."
I just thought of another bus story.
We're back to
You
the
missed
bus
the first
again,
bus.
Harry? Well, go ahead. Drive off.
A crowded bus, and two sailors come in. You know, good rowdy sailors. And one wiggles himself into a seat, and the other sailor sits on his lap. And they're riding along like that way, and in comes a beautiful, luscious blonde. And the sailor beneath there says, "George, be a gentleman. Give the lady a seat."
Very good, Harry, and as well as you fellas tried, none of you were able to top from the start Mr. Cutt's original 1,000. So, sizing up the situation, we send Mr. Cutt's $25 with the compliments of Colgate Dental Cream, plus a 1,000 club certificate. And in addition, we're sending Mr. Cutt's a phonograph record of Peter Donald telling his story on the air. Well, let's start off with a brand new joke this time. This one comes from a lady who has a first name I never heard before, Mrs. Carried E. Hoagland of Akron, Ohio. And the subject of this round is, shouldn't happen to you, dentist. Dentist. So, Pete, you have enough pull. Let's see how you come out.
Well, this happened over in Brooklyn, and a girl rushed into a dentist's office.
She said, listen, are you Dr. Jekyll, the dentist?
Doctor says, yes, miss, I'm Dr. Jekyll, I'm the dentist, but do you have an appointment?
She says, listen, Buster, when my tooth starts aching, don't call me up for no reservation. I'm suffering. It's awful. It's terrible. I'm suffering.
Well, he says, matter of fact, he says, I do have a few minutes. I'll examine it. Sit in the chair.
Well, she says, look, I think it's my lower right bicuspidor down there. It's awful. It's driving me out of my mind.
Well, he says, how long has it been aching?
Well, she said, let me see now. It's been aching since last Easter. I remember because I was eating a spring chicken and I bit too hard on one of the springs and I broke it. Oh, she says, it's been driving me crazy since last spring. I'm ready to wind up in one of those lunatic asylums or something.
The dentist said, just a minute. He says, young woman, you say this tooth has been torturing you like this since last spring? He says, why didn't you come to me sooner?
She says, because, dopey, I heard on the radio you should go to your dentist every 6 months, and my 6 months only came around yesterday.
I don't think I need enlighten you, Pete, but it was a booming 1,000 on the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter that time. And also, needless to say, an automatic $25 from Mrs. Hoagland. So you fellas seem to be stymied for the second time tonight. However, nothing ventured, nothing gained as we move over to Harry Hirschfield.
Well, I think this is a screwball gang. There's a dentist sitting and he's very morose. He's got love affair. And he doesn't know whether the girl loves him or not. And he's upset. And in walks a guy with perfect teeth. He said, Doctor, I've never been to a dentist. It's the first time. I have fine teeth, but I have one little tooth I think it needs a filling. I wish you would attend to it. Doctor said, just let me see. He said, better give you gas. Did you ever have a gas? He said, no. So he gave him gas, and while the guy's under the gas, he gets berserk, this dentist, about this girl, and he has to take this fellow's teeth out. She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. She loves me not. After he took out all the teeth, this guy comes to. He says, gas ain't bad, but it certainly makes you talk funny.
Well, you talk funny enough, too, Harry, that time. Funny enough to get 1,000 on the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter, tying Mrs. Hoagland's $1,000, but not topping it. So, Joe, what do you have to offer?
Well, I've got one to throw in here just a little bit. This is Shorty. It's about a poor little kid, and he's talking to another kid. Oh, this poor little kid. He's got his old man's coat on and everything.
Terrible-looking kid. And he says, my father got a new set of teeth today. He says, yeah, what is he going to do with the old ones? He says, I guess they'll cut them down and make me wear them.
The one I want to tell, though, Harry reminded me with all the teeth pulled. Mrs. Epstein goes to a dentist, and she says, their teeth are bothering me. So he looks, examines her, and says, Mrs. Epstein, I'm sorry to tell you, we'll have to take every tooth out. They're impacted, they're bad. She says, oh, no, not the whole mouth. Says, every tooth in your head will have to come out. She says, do me a favor, please. Says, what? She says, please leave me one tooth. Says, why do you want one tooth? She says, because when I smile, I should look pretty.
Two 1,000s that time on the Colgate-Palmolive laugh meter, Joe, keeping everything intact as we move over to Senator Ford.
Well, you know, Harry, wherever anybody meets Harry's always telling jokes about two guys on a streetcar or something. He's always telling jokes. Well, I can tell this one on him because he told it to me. Not so long ago, he had trouble with his teeth, and he went to the dentist, and, of course, the first thing he did when he got in the chair was to start to tell jokes. So the dentist says, open your mouth, and he starts to put in 4 yards of cloth and, you know, a lot of cotton and a half a pound of Brillo. And finally, Harry can't talk anymore, and he says, what's the idea of that? And the doctor says, that's my gag.
That's my gag and yours, too, Senator. That was a zooming 1,000 that
Well,
time.
I wasn't going to tell. I just threw that in.
Well, you threw it in. We're a little bit cramped for time. If you have a quickie, we'll...
No, go ahead. No,
well, you
no
can't
mind.
pass 1,000.
As long as it hit 1,000, what's the use of worrying about it?
Well, you all hit 1,000, but we still send Mrs. Hoagland $25 with the compliments of Palmolive shave creams plus a 1,000 club certificate. And in addition, we're sending her a phonograph record of Peter Donald telling her story on the air. Now here's Dan Donaldson with the biggest shaving news in history.
Men, do you shave with a lather or brushless shave cream? Palmolive shave cream comes both ways, and whichever method you use, you'll find the new Palmolive shave cream way to shave means more comfortable, actually smoother shaves for 3 men out of every 4. Yes, 3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive shave cream way. It's a fact, men, not a promise. 2,548 men tried the new Palmolive way to shave, and no matter how they shaved before, 79% found beards easier cut, 75% less razor pull, 79% closer shaves, 80% smoother feeling skin, and 3 men out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves. Just get Palmolive shave cream, either brushless or lather, and do this. Wash your face with soap and water. Rinse, then soap face thoroughly again. Do not rinse. Work Palmolive shave cream upward into beard to get the full benefit of Palmolive shave cream's beard conditioning effect. Then shave. That's all. But remember, Palmolive shave cream, either brushless or lather, offers proof of more comfortable, actually smoother shaves for 3 men out of every 4.
Back to the joke business once again, fellas. Here's one submitted by Mary E. Lang of Fairfield, Connecticut, and it's on the subject of cooking. Cooking. You may have sampled some one place or another, so, Pete, let's see if you're on the front burner.
Well, it's about my friends, Mr. and Mrs. Papufnik, and they're very happily married for years, except for one thing. He never liked her cooking, never seemed to like her cooking. And she read all these cookbooks, and she's making fancy dishes, never seemed to please him at all. She'd say,
Abe, darling, says, did you enjoy the dinner? How was the sea lion steak?
He says, so how should it be? It's a steak.
Next day she'd say, Abe, you like the chicken?
He says, so why should I like it? It's a chicken.
So this goes on and on and on, and finally she's in tears. She says, Abercrombie, I don't know what I done to deserve this. She says, for years, ever since we was married, I've been cooking for you all the fancy schmancy dishes. I've been making you gorgeous things, lobster tetrachloride and veal scallopinkus and everything. You never seem to enjoy it. I can't understand it. What's the matter? Why don't you like my cooking?
He said, all right, Daphne. He says, you asked me, I'll tell you. He says, it's the gravy. For 30 years, you've been putting on a gravy. I can't stand it.
She says, the gravy. So, Mr. Picky-Snicky, what is wrong with my gravy?
He says, well, I don't know what's wrong, but it ain't like my mother used to make.
She says, well, why ain't it as good as your mother used to make?
He says, because the gravy my mother used to make used to have a lot of nice little lumps in it.
going through every one of the jokes he has with an utter air of confusion as to just what happened. I think I'd better tell you, Pete, that got exactly nothing. So, instead of being in the gravy, you're in the soup with that one. And so is Miss Lang, because having nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let's see if you three fellas can top it. Harry?
I know a short one. Jonah Goldstein's favorite story. A panhandler comes up to a house, and a woman comes out. He says, I haven't eaten anything in 6 days. Will you give me something to eat? She says, do you like cold noodle soup? He says, I'll eat anything. She says, come tomorrow. It's still warm.
Well, 1,000 should be enough to top nothing, Harry, which is exactly what we got to start with. So, Senator, how about you in this round?
Well, a young bridegroom came home to his new bride one night after the office, and he kissed her and he said, what's the matter? Your face smells funny. She said, I'm cooking out of a cookbook. The book says to rub an onion on your pan.
Give you fellas an inch and you take a mile. That's 2 1,000s now on the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter, both slightly topping Miss Lang's zero-ho. And so let's skip over to Joe Laurie Jr.
Well, a woman left her husband for a night. She went to visit her mother or something. When she come back the next day, she says, how'd you make out, honey? How'd you make out about supper? I got along pretty good. I got along fine. She says, what'd you do? He says, well, I found a steak in the icebox, and then I cooked some onions that I found down the cellar. You found onions down the cellar? She says, those weren't onions, those are my tulip bulbs.
Tulip bulbs or schmulip bulbs. It was 1,000, Joe, on the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter that time. So we had a perfect round that time against absolutely nothing. So here are the sad figures for Miss Lang. She's the recipient now of $10 with the compliments of Palmolive shave creams. And if she can stand it, a copy of the joke as told by Peter Donald over the air. A recording, as a matter of fact. And also, to make her a little happier, a copy of that laugh-packed and brand-new Cream of the Crop joke book written by our three wits.
For the hair men love, try Luster Cream Shampoo. For hair that sparkles with silken softness, gleams with natural highlights, delights with clean fragrance. Luster Cream Shampoo is not a soap, not a liquid, but an amazing cream with lanolin and secret ingredients. Luster Cream Shampoo lathers like magic in hard or soft water, leaves hair soft, obedient. Try Luster Cream Shampoo. At all cosmetic counters, it's the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness.
Well, time has wasted away, fellas, so I'll ask the audience to join Can You Top This, originated by Senator Ford, next week. Same gang, other jokes, some new, some old. Until then, we remain yours for bigger and better laughs.
Senator Ford.
Harry Hirschfield.
Joe Laurie Jr.
1 foot in the gravy, Donald.
Ward Wilson.
And Dan Donaldson saying goodnight for the Colgate Palmolive Beat Company, makers of Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Palmolive Shave Cream for smoother, more comfortable shave. Here's a message from your government. This year is designated the year of rededication to our heritage of freedom. It is fitting every American sincerely tell himself once more what it means to be an American and resolve to assume personally the duties of active citizenship. Today, every American can help preserve and strengthen America by taking an active interest in public issues, voting in an informed way, serving on juries, participating in community, state, and national affairs, proving to the world democracy means more freedom for all people. Remember, in this year of rededication to our heritage...
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Can you top this? Presented by the Colgate Palmolive Beat Company, makers of Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave. And here is Colgate Palmolive Beat Company's Master of Ceremonies, Dennis James.
Well, good evening, friends. Welcome to Can You Top This, our unrehearsed witty whippersnappers with Ward Wilson pinch hitting for Senator Ford.
Yeah, good evening.
Harry Hirschfield.
Howdy.
And Joe Laurie Jr.
Hello.
And here's the people's representative, our storytelling genius, Peter Donald, to tell the first joke of the evening, which comes from Mrs. I. Henrik of New York, New York. And it's on the subject of hats, gentlemen. That covers just about everything. Go ahead, Peter Donald, take it.
Well, this is about a great big Amazon of a woman, and she's picking on her husband, having an argument. And she said, Hercules?
He says, yes, Petunia, what's on your mind?
She said, I'm really ashamed to go out with you anymore. I'm ashamed to walk with you on the street. Now look at the terrible-looking hat you're wearing. I think it's high time that you bought yourself a new one.
Well, he says, dear, I don't want to get a hat. I got a swell hat now.
She said, well, maybe you like it, but don't you think it's a little outmoded with a ribbon around it that says, welcome home, the Rough Riders? Don't you think maybe... She said, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I will take you shopping with me today. We'll go down to the hat store. The clerks are very efficient, very courteous. We'll buy you a new hat.
So they go down to this hat store, and the clerk, first of all, puts a fedora on the guy.
He says, yeah, this is nice with the blue ribbon. I'll take this one.
She said, no, you won't. No, you won't. You'll find something much more distinguished. Clerk, will you bring some Hamburgs?
So they put about 15 Hamburgs on the guy.
He says, listen, I still like the one with the blue ribbon, if you don't...
She said, no, we'll find something that's very stylish.
So they start putting on this guy derbies and snap rims and Panamas and straw hats and everything like this. Every kind of hat imaginable. At the finish, he says, listen, he says, they're all lovely hats, honey, but he says, I want the little one with the blue ribbon.
She said, oh, very well. All right, if you must have your way, we'll take that one. But, clerk, she says, before you put the hat in a box, would you mind cutting 2 holes in the brim?
He says, holes in the brim, madam? Why?
She says, because my husband is such a stubborn jackass, he has to have holes for his ears to go through.
All right, that Colgate Palmolive laugh meter read a big round 1,000, so we've got the thing all started for Mrs. Hendrick. It's an automatic $25. Our 3 wits will just have to try to tie it. And the first one is Ward Wilson, so go ahead, Ward.
I was thinking of one. I don't know whether this is... I'll toss one in for nothing. One that I was thinking of first, the fellow that goes up to Bob Ripley's office, believe it or not, and he has a stovepipe hat on that out Lincoln. It was up about 2 feet in the air. So he walked up to this dumb receptionist at the desk, bowed very politely, and he took off this big high-top hat, and there's a bunch of tulips growing right out the top of his head. He said, may I speak to you, miss? He said, yeah, what do you want? He said, I would like to see Mr. Ripley, please. He said, yeah, what about? That's the one I threw in, and you can throw it right out of here.
Just go on like nothing happened, Ward. Just continue.
I won't wait, Denny.
All right.
This one's about the goof that was going to go in the Army, and he hit one of those hard-boiled sergeants who was giving him an IQ test, and he went through a whole rigmarole with him. He said, now imagine you're an actual combat soldier. He said, suppose a bullet whizzes by and takes off one of your ears. What would happen? He says, I'd go right on fighting. He says, well, suppose you went right on fighting. Then another bullet came along, shot off your other ear. What would happen? He says, I'd go blind. He says, you go blind? Why? He says, my hat would fall down over my eyes.
That's more like tulip time, boy. That's the 1,000. That's more like it. All right. It's little Joe Laurie Jr. next.
Well, this fella comes into a hat store, and this kind of a goof, and this fella says, what can I do for you? He says, I'd like to get a hat. He says, you come to the right place. He says, what size, please? He says, size 8. He says, size 8. Mm-hmm. So his partner says, we haven't got an 8. He says, shut up. Try this on for size. So he gives him a 7. He says, that's too small. Look, credit. He says, push it down a little bit. He says, no. He says, look, let me push it a little bit. And he pushes it. And the fellow says, oh, stop. You know, finally pushed the weight down. He says, that fits you. He says, no, this thing is, it's giving me a headache. Look. Oh, it's tight now. He said, give it a little more push. Push it again. He says, no, I don't want to buy it here. And he walks out. So the fellow says to his partner, says, what did you do? What you did to the customer? You knew we didn't have a size 8. He says, that's so. Now we got a size 8.
Okay, Joe. You know, I'll tell you what the score is. It was a 1,000 on the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter, but I'm convinced so far at this point that only goofs buy hats or something.
No, they're all buying them now.
Okay, go ahead, Harry. You
Smart
tell.
man.
Well, I got one about a goofy detective. I want to throw this in.
There it is again.
Throw this in first. A detective is taking a fellow to jail. So he's walking him down the street, and when they get to a corner, a sudden wind comes up and takes the prisoner's hat and blows it down the street, and the prisoner makes a lunge to go ahead and get it. Says, no, you don't, wise guy. He says to the prisoner, you stand where you are, I'll run and get it. What I will tell now is a woman is walking down the street, and a big flower pot from the 4th floor falls on her head. Wham! And the flowers and the leaves and the dirt got all over her face, and she was naturally groggy. She groggy for about 3 blocks with this flower pot and these things hanging all over. That night, 2 women were discussing. One says, is that Miss Levere? Oh, boy, is she a dame. Oh, I saw her on the street today, staggering with the lousiest hat on you ever saw. Was she drunk?
Okay, brother, that does it. That completes the first round, and checking over it, it's a perfect round. Peter Donald got the first 1,000, followed by the 3 wits, and so we send Mrs. Henrik $25 with the compliments of Palmolive shave creams, plus a phonograph record of Peter Donald telling her story on the air. And now here's Dan Donaldson with the biggest shaving news in history.
3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive brushless shave cream way. Yes, 3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive brushless shave cream way. This is not just a promise, not just a claim. 1,297 men tried the new, different Palmolive brushless way to shave, and no matter how they shaved before, 79% found beards easier to cut, 75% got less razor pull, 69% closer shaves, 82% smoother feeling skin. And 3 men out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves. But you be the judge. Try the new Palmolive brushless way to shave. Just do this. Wash your face with soap and water. Rinse. Soap your face thoroughly again and apply Palmolive brushless shave cream, smoothing it upward into your beard to get the full benefit of Palmolive brushless shave cream's beard conditioning effect. Then shave. That's all. But remember, Palmolive brushless shave cream offers you proof that 3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive brushless shave cream way.
And now, once again, to continue our contest of wit and humor, gentlemen, here's a joke which was sent in by Mrs. Harriet S. France of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. It's on the subject of rivals. You all have it?
Rifles?
No, rivals, enemies,
right.
teams in competition, anything like that. Peter, you have it, don't you?
Yeah.
Take it.
It seems that in a little town in Ireland, there lived 2 men who were both in love with the same girl. And one of these guys was named Red McGonigal. Oh, he had a flaming mop of hair, looked like an evening sunset on a bowl of borscht, this great mop of flaming hair. And the other fellow was a little fellow by the name of Baldy Brannigan. And he had one of those scalps with ceiling zero, and, this guy looked like a Hibernian honeydew, no hair at all. So one night they're standing down as usual in the corner saloon down at Clancy's Copacablarney down there, and they're having a couple of beers. And they get to arguing about the girl. And Big Red says, listen, you little weasel, he says, it comes to me ears that you've been taking out Mary Ellen again. Now, she's practically engaged to me. I don't want you to do it no more. Do you hear that?
So Baldy looks up at him. He says, oh, is that so? Is that so? Oh, listen to the man, will you? He says, why, you big thatch-covered baboon, I'll take Mary Ellen out any time I please.
Oh, he says, you will you? Why, you little bald weasel, he says, for the life of me, I can't see how she goes out with the likes of you. You with devil a hair on your head. He says, you look as bald as a shillelagh. I'd like to ask you one thing. Where in the name of goodness were you when they were handing out hair?
The other guy says, where was I? Where was I when they was handing out hair? He says, me boy, I'll tell you. He says, I was around with the rest of them. But I told them I didn't want any hair because the only color they had left was like yours.
The score? On the Colgate Palmolive Laugh Meter, 1,000, Peter, so you're out in front there for Mrs. France. Let's see who's first. Joe Laurie Jr.
Well, Pete reminded me of one about 2 Irishmen. This I'm throwing in for nothing, Dennis.
Okay.
This is for free. This fella says, Cassidy meets Finnegan. He says, Finnegan, he says, I hear Pat took your girl away from you. He says, he did that. He did that. It was a case of incompatibility. He says, what do you mean, incompatibility? He says, well, you see, I was kissing Mary Ellen. And incompat, he had more ability.
You threw that in.
I like those kind. I enjoy it. Now, the one I want to tell is about this fella's on a buying trip in New York, and he's buying coats for for his firm, and he goes all over, and finally gets into one man's place. He says, how much for the coats? He says, by the dozen. He says, yes, by the dozen. He says, I'm wholesale. He says, $100 a dozen for you. He says, $100 a dozen? He says, you know that rival place across the street? Selling the coat for $50 a dozen. He says, the same coat? He says, yes, the same coat for $50 a dozen. He says, it's a lie. He says, all right, it's a lie, but it's cheap, ain't it?
Well, the price might have been low, Joe, but the Colgate Palmolive left meter was up high. It was a 1,000. Harry Hirschfeld, you're next.
Well, of course, there's no rivalry as among salesmen. That's more than any. So a fella comes into a store, a business concern, and he said, I'd like to get a job here as a salesman. The fella said, are you a good salesman? He says, I am the best salesman in the world. Well, he said, that's a big thing if you say you're the best salesman in the world. Well, I says, I'll test it. You see these big boxes of cigars that I got here? I've had them here now for 1 year. Go out and sell these. He says, all right, I'll take them out. So every place he went with the cigars, he says, take those stinkeroos out of here. No place could he sell the cigars. After 4 hours, he came back and he said, with the cigar, he says, I got one little correction to make. I am not the best salesman in the world. I'm the second best salesman. The guys who sold you these stinking cigars, he's the best one.
But, Harry, you proved that you're a salesman. You sure sold the gag. 1,000. That leaves you, Ward, with another perfect round in the making.
Oh, that's all I have to do, huh?
Yep.
I'm going in the Audubon Society for mine. I'm thinking of another kind of a rivalry. This woman had 2 parrots. One was very talkative and very cute. The other one never said a thing, but they were great pals in the same room, and the non-talkative parrot died. So she was in the jam. The other parrot wouldn't talk. He missed his mate around there. So she went down to the pet store, and she said, I'd like to get another parrot, preferably one that doesn't talk to match up with a bird that I had. So he's so cute that he's developed one trait. Every time a man comes in the house, he looks around and he says, oh, somebody's going to get kissed tonight. And she said, I just can't get anything out of it since the other parrot died. He said, well, I don't happen to have a parrot on hand. He said, you could take this owl over here for a few days and then bring him back and I'll trade him. So she said, all right, I'll do that. So she took the owl home and put it in the cage that was formerly occupied by the other parrot. And the parrot immediately took a terrific dislike to this owl. Kept looking over at him all the time, wondering what that was in the other cage. So that evening, the doorbell rang and the woman went to the door, opened the door, and a man walked in. The parrot perked up its ears and looked around and said, oh, somebody's going to get kissed tonight. With that, the owl looked around and says, whoo. Parrot looked back and he said, not you, you flat-faced son of a gun.
Well, it's all according to which punchline we count, War, but it makes no difference because the first one got a 1,000 and the follow-up line got a 1,000 too, so that was more than a perfect round. We had 5 1,000s in it. We're going to send Mrs. France $25 with the compliments of Palmolive shave creams, plus a phonograph record of Peter Donald telling her story on the air. Now, boys, before we go into the next round, I'd like to take the time to talk to the people for a little while. Before we go into it, I'd like to ask all of you to compete in this weekly gag fest. All jokes told by Peter Donald have been submitted by our listeners, so send your favorite joke to Can You Top This, care of NBC New York, or the station to which you're listening. Of course, in cases of similarity, we'll have to be the sole judges of who is paid. In every case, the decision of the judges is final. Laughs are registered on the big Colgate Palmolive laugh meter in full view of the studio audience. Our 3 wits have no scripts. They rely on memory and ability to switch jokes to make them fit the subject. All right, now let's continue with the laughs. The next joke comes from Mrs. Lillian H. Appleton of Brookline, Massachusetts, and it's on the subject of gossip. We'll get a lot of female impersonations now, but go ahead, Peter Donald.
Well, this happened in a little southern town, and Sam met Willie. Said, hello there, Willie. He said, boy, congratulate me. Slip me a handful of fingers, man.
Oh, so congratulations, man. You crazy. What for?
Well, he says, son, I can see you don't listen to the gossip around. You don't read the society columns. He says, you looking at a man who just got married again.
He says, boy, you funning with me. Who's going to marry an old widower like you with 8 children?
Well, he said, I done made the happiest woman in the world out of the widow Oglethorpe. She done got 9 children herself.
He says, boy, you call that a marriage?
Well, he said, what else is it?
He says, man, when a fellow with 8 children marries a woman with 9 children, son, that ain't no marriage. That's a merger.
Well, I heard your merger, Pete. 1,000 on the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter. That puts you out in front. Who have we got here? One hand up, and it belongs to Harry Hirschfield.
Want to throw this in quick. I heard that there was a scandal in a radio studio the other day. They caught a disc jockey trying to dope a record. But a goofy old one is about the... on a hot summer's day in an asylum, in a goofy joint, there's a fella, kind of a goofy guy, with a bucket of green paint, and he's painting the grass with the green paint. So a fella coming along with an automobile sees that and said, "What are you doing there?" He said, "There's nothing wrong with me. There ain't nothing wrong at all." He said, "I'm just so they know where I am, but I'm here for another purpose. I heard some historians the other day. They were gossiping and talking about that right on this place is gold buried long time ago." And he said, "Of course I can't get away, but he said, if you want to go ahead and get it, and I'll give you all the directions, you go over there and get it." And he said, "We'll split 50-50. He said, "From what I heard him say, it's there. You go 150 feet straight, then you turn for 30 feet right, and then you turn left, and you'll see a tree, then 10 feet for the tree, and you dig down 25 feet and 40 feet wide." So the fella goes and then comes back about 8 hours. He said, "I didn't find any gold." He said, "I dug there just like I went 150 feet, and I dug the 25 feet, the 40 feet, and there was no gold." He said, "You did it?" He said, "Yes." He says, "Take a brush, brother, start painting with me."
You do it, too. 1,000. I put too many O's in there, I think. Go ahead, Ward, you take it.
I'm thinking about what happened to my wife and I on our honeymoon. We went down to Virgin Isles in January and got down to the Blackbeard Castle Inn down in St. Thomas. And the little colored fellow who was a wonderful servant down there. He did everything for us, met us at the airport. So before we got up to the hotel, I said, "Now, Sam, when we get up to the hotel, be sure you take all those labels off the bags and don't be gossiping around the place about us being just married or anything. Just keep your mouth shut. Don't tell anybody we're married and get all signs of it out of the way, will you?" He says, "Yes, sir, Mr. Wilson, I'll do that." So we get up to the hotel and unpack, and we're there a couple of days. And every time we came out for meals, people were in little cliques, gossiping, and, that double talk that they give behind your back. Nobody said hello, how are you, how do you do, or anything. So after 2 days of that, I finally got Sam aside. I said, "Sam, what's the matter with you? I specifically told you when we landed we didn't want to be known as newlyweds down here. I asked you, please, not to tell anybody we're married, and obviously you have." He said, "No, son, Mr. Wilson, that ain't right. It's just the opposite is true. I've been telling everybody you're just good friends, that's all."
I'm just waiting till the honeymoon is over, Ward, that's all. 1,000. Joe, you got a topper?
Yeah, well, I don't know about topper. I'm glad to even think of one. But here's one for free, too. This is bargain night. I don't care. There's Mrs. Casey, Mrs. Doyle meeting. Mrs. Casey says, "Mrs. Doyle, says, nice way you've been gossiping about me." She says, What do you mean gossiping about you?" She says, "You're telling everybody I'm a dirty housekeeper." She says, "I did not." She says, "You certainly did. The gossip is all over the neighborhood that I'm a dirty housekeeper." She says, "I didn't say that at all." So what did you say? She says, all I said was that if I was a roach, I would know where to live." But the one I want to tell about the goof, his father comes home and he says, "I'm ashamed of you, son." He says, "I'm ashamed of you." He says, "What's the matter, Pop?" He says, "Oh, it's a gossip all over the neighborhood. All you're thinking about is women. Morning, noon, and night. All you talk about is women, thinking women. It's all you got on your mind. Can't you have anything else on your mind?" He says, "Yeah, buses." He says, "Why buses?" He said, "Because there's women on them." Oh.
Yeah, I know, Joe. I know. You like those kinds.
He's the one who does.
Well, he did it, though. Buses or no buses, it was a
double-decker bus. It had to reach 1,000.
It was another 1,000, another perfect round. So we're sending Mrs. Appleton $25 with the compliments of Colgate Dental Cream, plus a phonograph record of Peter Donald telling the story on the air. And now here's Ron Rawson with an important message.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference. And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate's instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpaste prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth for a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
All right, gentlemen, if you're all ready, we'll start again. Here's a joke sent in by Maurice Sir, and I'm going to spell that because I don't want to mispronounce anyone's name. It's C-Y-R, I believe it's pronounced Sir, of Westport, Connecticut. It's on the subject of lecture. So start lecturing, Peter Donald.
Well, it's about a well-known explorer and a world traveler, this Cummerbund Up Creek, and he's talking at a ladies' club one day. And as he gets to the close of his address, he says, "Now, ladies, as I've described the wonders of the globe to you, I've described all the strange habits of the various peoples of the continents of the world, including the mystic habits and customs of that little group that lives in territory known as Yob Serotan. Yob Serotan. That's Nature Boy spelled backwards." Now, he said, "I'm concluding my lecture," he said, "on the landmarks of the world." He said, "I should like to ask some questions. Is there anyone here who can name some of the historic landmarks and wonders of the world?" So in the back of the room, little Mrs. Pufnik put up her hand.
And she said, "Ooh, Professor, ooh." She said, I could name you a couple things.
He said, "Very well, madam. Will you try, please?"
Well, she says, first over in Egypt, it's right on the edge of the Hirschfield Desert.
He says, "The what? The Hirschfield Desert?"
She said, yeah, that's the Sahara they got over there, the Sahara. She says, they got a monument there. They call it the, you should excuse the expression, Sphinx. And she says, this is looking sort of like a tiger until you come up the front. It's turning into a beautiful girl with bobbed hair. Looks like a pussycat is swallowing turnip or something. It's very beautiful.
He said, "That's very good. Now, can you name any other wonders of the world?" He said, "Any of the famous towers?"
Yeah, she said, I could. Also, they got in London a tower, and he says, by Paris is also a tower, and they got likewise a tower is in a place called Pisa.
He says, "That's right." He says, "That's the Leaning Tower." Now, he says, "Madam, can you tell me what makes it lean?"
She said, is that a dopey question? Ooh, is that a...
He says, "Why is it that you say a dopey question?"
She says, "What makes the tower lean?" She says, "Listen, Buster, I weigh 230 pounds. If I knew what made the tower lean, I would take some myself, believe me."
Well, Pete, you made the joke good and fat and good and solid for a 1,000. So, Mr. We'll wait till they get the Tower of Pisa out of the system first. Pete, did you get the score? I know that it was very, very good and solid left. Did you get it? It was a 1,000, so you can just settle back and relax. Mr. Sir is in for $25, sir. First, it's Ward Wilson.
I was thinking of the fellow in the penal institution who was a pretty good guy to have around the place, except that he had one terrible habit and seemed to be incorrigible with it. Every time they'd give him a prison uniform, they'd come by at the end of the day, and he had it all ripped to shreds, all torn to pieces. And they'd give him a new uniform the next day. Did his work all right, but by nighttime they'd come back and his prison uniforms all torn to shreds again. So they finally went to the chaplain of the prison, said, "Why don't you go down and talk to this man, see if you can't do something with him?" So he went down to the cell, and he said, "Now, look, Charlie," he said, "you've been a good member of our little community here. Said you've done your work well, and you're coming along fine, except that this tearing of uniforms must stop." Said you're wasting all the taxpayers' money, and it isn't doing you any good. Said, "Now, I'll make you this promise. If you go along without tearing your uniforms for a while now, we'll make you a trustee, and then you'll be able to go around the grounds and have some freedom." It's all right. So Monday, they watched his cell, and by evening, same uniform, perfect. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, well, everybody's feeling very good about the whole thing. Sunday evening, they went to check up on his cell. Here's the uniform, all torn to shreds again. The chaplain from the prison came down and said, "Now, Charlie, look, all week long you've been wonderful. You've kept your uniforms. We come down tonight, you spoil the whole thing, tearing this thing all in shreds again. Why do you do that?" He says, "What do you mean? I got to work on Sunday, too?"
Well, he only got paid half pay, Ward. It was $500 on the 1,000 Kirk meter, yeah. All right, let's see. Who's next? No hands? Yes, belongs to Joe Laurie Jr. Go ahead.
Well, this woman was lecturing a little class and a lot of little kids on the Lower East Side. And she was lecturing about mothers. And she says, mother is the foundation of the home. A mother is the soul and heart of the home. What is stronger than mother's love? And a kid jumps up and says, father's breath.
Nothing stronger than your gag either, Joseph. The Colgate Palmolive laugh meter set a 1,000, and Harry, it's your turn to take it.
Finnegan was going to go to a lecture, a historical lecture, so he read the encyclopedia to get some facts. And they were offering prizes. And finally they said to Finnegan, this lecturer said, who built the pyramids, when and where? He says, Menocles, 5,000 years ago, 4th dynasty, Egypt. Lecturer said, who was the foreman on that job? Finnegan thought a minute, says, night or day shift?
You guys are going back to the Middle Ages, prehistoric days for these gags, and they're coming out all right. Harry, that was a big round 1,000 on the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter, too. So that completes another round. Of course, Pete got a 1,000 from Mr. Sir first. So we're going to send Mr. Sir $25 with the compliments of Colgate Dental Cream, plus a phonograph record of Peter Donald telling a story on the air. I want to congratulate you, gentlemen. You really did a job tonight.
I want to congratulate you, too. You did a good job, too, Dennis. Very good job.
That is not... That does it. Join Can You Top This, friends, originated by Senator Ford. Next week, same time, same gang. Other jokes, some new, some old. Until then, we remain yours for bigger and better laughs.
Ward Wilson for Senator Ford.
Harry Hirschfield.
Joe Laurie Jr.
Peter Donald.
Dennis James.
And Dan Donaldson saying goodnight for the Colgate Palmolive Peet Company, makers of Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave.
For soft, glamorous dream girl hair, try Luster Cream Shampoo. Not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty new cream shampoo. In tubes or jars, whichever you prefer. Be a dream girl, a Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream Shampoo.
Be sure to tune in to Judy Canova and the old Professor Kay Kaiser over most of these same stations tomorrow night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Can you top this? Welcome to another half hour with Can You Top This? Presented by the Mutual Broadcasting System and starring Senator Ford. Good evening. Harry Hirschfield. Howdy. Joe Laurie Jr.
Hello.
And now, here's your master of ceremonies of Can You Top This, Ward Wilson.
Thank you, Charlie Stark. Can You Top This is unrehearsed and spontaneous, and our top rule is keep 'em laughing. Anyone can send in a joke, and if your joke is told by our storytelling genius, Peter Donald, you get $10. Each of the three wits try to top it with another joke on the same subject. Each time they fail to top you, you get $5 more, so you have a chance to win as much as $25. But regardless of whether you win $10 or $25, you will receive a recording of Peter Donald telling your joke on the air. Laughs are registered on the Can You Top This laugh meter in full view of the studio audience, and in all cases, the decision of our judges is final. All set and raring to go, fellas, I hope, huh? Ready.
Yeah.
Ready?
Okay.
You said that rather reluctant.
I said okay, though.
Oh, good. That keeps everything up and open and above board. Here's the first joke of the evening, submitted by Evans Lamont Doyle of Louisville, Kentucky, sir. And it's on the subject of something I know you've approached more than once, salesmen. Salesmen. So I hope you make a sale on the first round, Peter Donald.
Well, it's about a fella peacefully reading his paper one afternoon, and the doorbell rings, and, he throws down his paper, and he gets up, and he goes to answer the door, opens the door just a little crack. He says, all right, what is it?
And there's this salesman outside. He said, my dear sir, I'm selling you a little item. The guy starts to slam the door. Salesman said, oh, wait a minute, just don't do that to me, sir. I'm going to make you a very happy man. I have an item which will make you very, very happy indeed. The fellow says, listen, buddy, you're going to make me happy. In the first place, I was born on March 15th to begin with. He says, brother, I have corns, I have rheumatism, I have hay fever, flat feet, pink toothbrush, my wife doesn't love me, my best friends do tell me, and I don't want your medicine. Fellow said, oh, wait a minute, sir, wait till I tell you what this will do. This will cure all your ills, this will bring you a host of friends, and last but not least, one tiny drop of this elixir will make your wife appear beautiful to you, more beautiful than ever. Wait a minute, brother. You say one drop out of this bottle will make my wife appear more beautiful than ever. He says, that's what I said. He said, all right, brother, you win. I'll take 2 gallons of this stuff right now. Don't look at the microphone, Pete. He's pulling in the mic cord like a fish, and I think he's one on the other end. As soon as you get to the punchline, Pete, let's hear it, huh? We're looking for one. Well, that is without a doubt the easiest approach you 3 wits have had in a long, long time, because that recorded exactly the hero hole that time. So anything you get will be in the right direction. Let's see what happens as Mr. Doyle, or if he were paged in the Lambs Club, Mr. Durrell, gets as he starts out with a little $10 in his little red-hot hand, and our 3 wits have hands raised here in profusion. Harry Hirschfield first.
There's quite a number of salesman stories. I would like to toss one in first as a little throw-in, but it's a gag that's going around now about the salesman who was fired because the business was terrible. So they said, is it that bad? He says, terrible. He said, we sold 1 suit on Monday. Tuesday we sold nothing. And Wednesday was worse even than Tuesday. The fellow said, it's impossible. If you sold nothing on Tuesday, how could it be worse on Wednesday? He says, the fellow who bought the suit on Monday brought it back already. But of course, there's never been any such salesmanship in the history of the world as these stop the music kind of things, all these giveaway programs. That's salesmanship because it has a tie-in value. People who want to get on those programs, you know, with the questions and things, they also have to buy encyclopedias to look up these things. And so it goes down the line. So this dame, she was going to win one of these big jackpots with all these things on the thing. So she went out and got every form of encyclopedia. She went to the library. She says, I will win everything because I'm going to study night and day, night and day, because no matter what they'll ask me, I'll know immediately. So she studied and finally got bleary-eyed, and she comes on to the radio program, and she's staying there waiting, and the fellow says, what's your name? She said, do you mind repeating the question?
I think I had her on winner take all one day. Incidentally, your preface got more than the final gag. One was 1,000, the other 950, which is pretty good punching in any league, believe me. Slightly over Mr. Doyle's Zahira Hall. Joe Laurie Jr., second up.
As Harry says, there's a lot of salesman gags. I'll throw this one in for nothing, too. It's about this fella in a big, one of those big markets, and a woman comes in, she says, me can of salmon. The fellow behind the counter says, there's some salmon out there. Just help yourself there. There's now a can of condensed milk. There's some cans of condensed milk out there. Get it there. So everything she asks me, he says, go, get it. She says, young man, why don't you come out from behind that counter and wait on me? He says, I can't, I'm saving money. He says, how? He says, I'm not wearing pants. But the one I want to tell is about Montgomery. He goes to one of those war surplus auctions. You know, they're selling this war surplus for this terrific salesman there, and he's banging out those auctioneering and everything. Finally, Montgomery looks around. Finally, the fellow says, here's a chance for you, gentlemen. Here. You especially. Look. A 500-pound bag. Originally cost the government $5,000. What do I bet? $50. He says, sold. So Montgomery gets the bag. He says, it's a bargain. He says, originally cost $5,000? Yeah. $50. He says, what's in it? He says, rough on racks. So he brings it home. So he brings it home to his wife. He says, Chooch, I bought a bargain today. What'd you buy? She says, 500 pounds worth $5,000. I paid $50 for it. She says, what is it? She says, rough on rats. She says, but we ain't got any rats. He says, can't we get some?
eminently successful Joe. 2 1,000s on the Can You Top This last meter that time.
I still like that one of Pete Donald's, the elixir.
Well, Senator, I see you rubbing your nose there or something. Is that sunburn or just a
No,
No?
I've been sitting here trying to figure out how I could do that one about the farmer's daughter.
I can see why.
Well, anyway, I forgot about it. I won't do that one. I could tell the one about little Oscar Bopatek was sitting on the front stoop, and the salesman came along and he said, "Hello, little man. Is your mother home?" Oscar said, "Yeah, she's home. She's been home all afternoon. She was home this morning. She's still home. She's home." He said, "All right." So he rings the doorbell. No answer. So he uses the knocker. No answer. And he bangs on the door. No answer. He said, "Hey, kid, I thought you said your mother was home." He said, "She is, but we don't live here."
Hey,
you know, for sustaining, that's pretty good.
I think that's not only pretty good, but very good.
What do you mean? That applause will sustain him for a year.
Another 1,000 on the Can You Top This laugh meter. All of you three guys really in rare form. All slightly topping Mr. Doyle 0. So we send him $10 with our compliments. Also a phonograph recording of Peter Donald telling his story on the air. He'll love it. Gee whiz, the 10 isn't low enough, huh? And also a copy of the Cream of the Crop joke book, which he can use, which is written by our three wits and now on sale wherever books are sold. Cheer up, old man. We'll give you a fresh start. Here's another joke submitted by Mrs. Verna Bozung of Rahway, New Jersey, and it's on the subject of something we'd all like to take once in a while, vacation. Vacation. So, Pete, cruise around with this one for a while.
Yeah, this is about a city fellow. He wanted to take a vacation. He wanted to go to the country, but he didn't want to go anywhere that was too rustic. He didn't want to rough it in some broken-down joint, so he was looking through all the ads to find a nice place, and finally he says to his friend, he says, "Hey, wait a minute." He says, "Here's the very thing I've been looking for." He says, "Good home-cooked meals, American plan, with country butter, dairy products, newly decorated rooms, and running water." He says, "That's it. Come on up with me, and we'll have a great time." So they pack their bags, and off they go to this ye old farmhouse up probably a little out of New York, and they're met by a rural gentleman. And he says, "Well," I said, "howdy, gentlemen." He says, "Come right in. I'll show you to your room. Never mind signing the register. I can't read anyhow." And he takes them up to a large bedroom. It's kind of an airy place. Got 2 big beds, a handmade rug on the floor. And in the corner is an old-fashioned washstand with a pitcher and a bowl. So he says, "Well, there she be, fellas. This is your room. That's $16 a day, not including meals." So I said, "Wait a minute. No meals?" He says, "Your ad said it was American plan." Well, he says, "I'm an American. This is the way I plan it. That's all. This is your room. That's all." Well, he says, "Well, wait a minute." He says, "I don't mind the meals, but," he said, "I want some convenience here." He says, "You said in your ad you had running water." He says, "If there's running water," he says, "what's that bowl and pitcher doing over on the stand?" Well, he says, "Now, you're right. You're right. Now, the ad did say running water. And so if you'll just step over the window and whistle, pretty soon you'll see my wife coming running with the pail."
With 2 gallons in it.
The elixir again. 750 on the Can You Top This laugh meter that time, Pete, which is a great improvement, as a matter of fact. But Mrs. Bozung starts off with $10 in first place. Once again, our three wits have plenty of latitude around here, possibly a little longitude, too. Mentioning latitude and no longitude, Joe Laurie Jr.
I knew you'd call him. Well, Harry, talking about the quiz programs, this one is for free, Ward. This doesn't count. About this fellow going on this terrific quiz program. Oh, they gave away thousands of dollars and all kinds of things, travel trips and everything. And finally, this guy answers the last question, and they say, "You win the grand prize," and he drops dead. He drops dead right on stage. So they sent his body to Bermuda for 3 weeks. This fellow goes to this goofy house, he's visiting there, and the doctor shows him around, and he sees a fellow sitting there in a room, and he says, "What's the matter?" He says, "Oh, it's a terrible case, terrible case." He says, "What's sad?" He says, "Oh, yes, terrible case." So what happened? He says, "Well, it seems this fellow went on a vacation up the Catskill Mountains. There was a girl, he met a girl there, and they got to like each other very much, and they became engaged, and had the wedding set, and the day of the wedding, she left him, didn't get married, ran away. Ran away. He says, and he sits like that all day, like that. Terrible, terrible case. He says, "Come on, show you some other cases." So he passes another case. He says, "What's that little bar there?" He says, "Oh, that's the padded cell."
That's the pad itself. Look in through that window. So he looks in and sees a guy banging his head against the wall. He says, what's the matter with him? What kind of a case? He says, that's the guy that married the girl.
I suppose I'm supposed to assume that he was on the vacation. Is that it, Joe?
Well, they went up to Cascamoon for vacation.
Well, I'm glad they got that far.
Goldberg's dress. Goldberg didn't touch him, so they arrested him.
Well, you got 900 on the preface and 1,000 on the Can You Top This
That's
last
the one
meter.
that counts.
That's the big one, Joe, I know.
I'll send your buddy away to Bermuda for that.
Good. That's a deal. Senator, I think your hand was raised second.
Well, I guess it was.
I think it was.
Talking about vacations, you know, that referee and that judge that gave that fight to LaMotta the other night, they're on vacation, too. Good long one. The funny part of it is one of those fellas is an optician. They make your own joke on that one. He ought to have his own eye tested. Well, anyway, this is about... No, that's just an observation. That has...
I'm going to wait till you get through for something like that.
Oh, you have?
On that subject.
Can't wait till I get through. Well... this one is about Dopey Dildock up in my hometown. He was sitting in the grocery store one day, and he said, you know what I'm going to do, fellas? I'm going to spend my whole week's vacation in that haunted house over at Goose Creek. I'm going to prove it ain't haunted at all. So he goes away, and the next day he's back in the grocery store, and one of the fellas says, what's the matter? I thought you were going to spend your vacation over in the haunted house. He says, oh, boy, said I have a narrow escape last night. He said, in the middle of the night, I woke up and I seen a ghost, and I took me shotgun and I fired, and I lit the light, and I had shot me shirt that was hanging on the wall through a hole. So the other fellow said, well, what made that a narrow escape? So Dopey said, suppose I hadn't taken me shirt off.
That was
I like him and Little Oscar.
That was 650 on the Can You Top This last meter, Senator. Just 100 under Mrs. Bazung, so she's up to $15 now. She's making slow but steady progress. And let's get over to Harry and see what he was thinking about.
Yeah, well, you know, who was it, the optician? Was the referee?
No, the judge.
The judge, he was... Because I heard the other night, the rarest thing in the world is what? A blind nudist.
I don't know what that's got to do with the fight, but...
Talking of vacation, George Feinberger, that great concerned Daisian, told me one of the goofiest stories. There was a husband always going on vacation. Always going on vacation, leaving his wife alone, all by himself. And she was burning up over this all the time. She could do nothing about it. She was thinking of divorce. And finally he said, now I'm going on vacation, but you know where I'm going this time? I'm going to hunt for tigers in the jungle, dangerous tigers. That's for my vacation. I'll be away for 6 months. He says, go ahead. I'll go to court. So she goes to court and says, I want a divorce. My husband, so-and-so, he takes vacations all the time. He now left for the jungles, and he's gone there to hunt tigers, and I want a divorce. Judge says, what kind of a divorce? She says, Judge, I want him to leave me as he found me. Said, what do you mean, leave you as he found me? Says, he found me a widow, and that's the way he wants to leave me, a widow. Not so good.
No. I think he'd have done better with Emil Friedlander, I think. Anyway, it did get 600 on the Can You Top This last meter, Harry. Not quite enough to get up to Mrs. Bazung's 750, so that raises the ante to $20, which is the final payoff to her, plus a photograph recording of Peter Donald telling her story on the air, and a copy of the new joke book, Cream of the Crop, written by our three wits, and now on sale wherever books are sold. Relax for a moment now, fellas, because here's an important message from Charles Stark.
Before Red Cross Month is over, make sure you've done your part to ensure that the vital services of this nationwide, worldwide organization can be carried on in all the months of 1949. The Red Cross campaign to raise $60 million is the one and only time that you are asked to make your contribution to this vital Red Cross work which goes on all year round. Remember the 6 major services of the Red Cross: aiding in disaster, serving the armed forces, service to veterans, promoting health and safety, service to youth, and service around the world. Remember that more than 1.5 million veterans benefited from Red Cross aid last year, aid that amounted to more than $5.5 million in money expenditures alone. And the Red Cross National Blood Program, incorporating 400 chapters serving 700 hospitals. Red Cross education and first aid, water safety and accident prevention. Courses completed by more than 17 million people. And perhaps most of all, you'll remember Red Cross aid in disaster-stricken areas. Be it flood, fire, tornado, or explosion, whenever disaster strikes and a community which might be your own needs aid urgently, Red Cross workers and Red Cross supplies are there, on the scene within minutes or hours, and they stay on the scene so long as people need help. But it doesn't take a sales talk to sell you on the Red Cross. That emblem is known in every state and in every country of the world. And everywhere, it stands for man's humanity to man, and for the organization which is dedicated to making this a longer and a better life for all mankind. That's why you'll be proud to make your contribution generous.
Well spoken, Charlie, and I'm sure the response will be most generous. This is A. Gordon of the Bronx, New York, and it's on the subject of something you must have seen recently. I just left Kirk Douglas at a little party. Movies. Movies. So, Pete, make with the flickers.
Yeah, well, two Brooklyn girls are leaving the movies, and one turns to the other.
She says, listen, Dopey, before we went to the movies tonight, when you called for me, didn't you say they had a real snazzy picture at the movie show that had a happy ending?
I said, yeah, that's what I said.
She said, well, you mean to be walking right here next to me, and you say that crummy picture we just seen had a happy ending? First of all, what happens? Killings, murders, electrocutions, and Peter Lorre stabs Sidney Green Tea, and everybody gets all excited, and Jumpy Go-Kart comes out and shoots everybody, and I didn't mind that so much, but at the end of the picture, what happens? The hero jumps off a bridge with the heroine, and the villain takes poison, and then he breathes on all the extras, and they drop dead, and even the dog takes an overdose of flea powder. Everybody's killed. She says, my goodness sake, this is what you call a picture with a happy ending? How come?
The other one says, listen, don't get excited. Don't get so jerky. Of course the picture had a happy ending, because I was very, very happy when the whole thing ended.
Slammed right through there that time, Peter, for a happy 1,000 on the Can You Top This Laugh meter. Puts you back in business again and puts three guys out of business automatically. Because no matter how good they are, it won't be good enough. We have three hands up, brave souls and stalwart men. Harry, suppose we start with you again.
You know, Joe Frisco, you all heard of him. He's one of the great comedians of all time, but he stutters. And he makes capital out of it, too. So, Briney Foy, a friend of his out in California, and wanted to put him in a movie, thought he ought to go in the movies. And Frisco, he showed him this play, and he says, Frisco, you read it. Read it out loud. See if you like the play for you. See if you'll fit into this. So Frisco began to read it. So he read the girl's part first. He said, Papa, I want to marry Sir Oliver. I must marry him. Then he read the father's part and said, you can't marry my daughter. I won't have Sir Oliver in the house. I won't have Sir Oliver in the house. Then he read Sir Oliver's part. He said, I want to marry your daughter. I love her. I'll run away with her. I'll kill myself. And after he did that all through the play, Foy says to him, how do you like it? He said, I don't like it. All the characters speak the same way.
$850 stutter and all, Harry, on the Can You Top This Laugh meter. We've got to go back to Joe's racetrack routine. Joe Laurie Jr., let's move from left to right.
This is for free. This is thrown in because Mickey Alpert, the great MC, told me this the other day. Fits perfectly. He told me about Mayor O'Dwyer. They're going to make a picture of his business here now with the telephone, you know, with all that business. They're going to make a picture, and they're going to steal our title. They're going to call it Can You Tap This? It's for free. What do you want? The one I want to tell is Montgomery goes into a picture house with a friend of his, and they get down front, and they see this Hedy Lamarr picture, and through the picture, every once in a while, Montgomery says, Hedy Lamarr! Lemonade! Everybody looks quiet. Every once in a while, he says, Hedy Lamarr! Lemonade! All through. Finally, his friend says, what's the matter with you, Montgomery? For goodness sake, what are you hollering? Hedy Lamarr says, oh, I'm crazy about it. I'm crazy about it. I go to see her every time. She says, it drives me nuts. So I says, all right, then. What are you hollering, lemonade? She says, I'm thirsty, too.
Joe, if you were thirsty for 1,000, you quenched your thirst right then and there. That's what it was on the Can You Top This Laugh meter. That ties Mrs. Gordon, but doesn't top her. Senator, I think you're next and last on this round.
Well, there's a story. I don't know whether I read it or heard it someplace. About these two elderly spinsters are getting ready to retire for the night. So one of them takes a picture of Van Heflin out from under a pillow and kisses the photograph. And the other one says, you know, you're a funny girl, Mabel. Said, now it's Van Heflin. 2 weeks ago it was Van Johnson. Before that was Humphrey Bogart. Before that it was Walter Pigeon. And a long time ago was John Bunny. Says, you know, you're a very fickle girl. So the other old maid says, yes, I guess you're right. But one of these days I'm going to find a picture of an actor I really love, and then I'm going to settle down. With 2 gallons. With 2 gallons because I'm thirsty, too.
You just beat out the elixir by 50 points. Somebody snickered in the second row. Well, the glad tidings are we sent Mrs. Gordon $25 for her effort, a photograph record of Pete Donald telling her story on the air, and a copy of the new joke book, Cream of the Crop. Well, let's go again. Here's a joke submitted by H.G. Rossell, R-O-S-S-E-L-L of Chicago, Illinois, and it's on the subject of something we should fall into ere long, I trust, television. So, Pete, give us a screening, will you?
It seems that Mrs. Pafufnik talked her husband into buying a television set, and the day it arrived, she's all excited, and she calls up her neighbor, Mrs. Teitelbaum, on the phone.
And she says, heliotrope. She said, this is Daphne speaking. She said, would you please come down to my apartment right away? I got video.
The woman says, darling, you got video.
Yes, I got video.
She says, no, take an Alka-Seltzer.
No, honey bun, she don't understand. She says, babe, got my television set. So you'll get all the girls and you'll come down to my apartment and we'll look on the wrestlers. The wrestlers will have a big set evening.
So all the neighbors, all the wives come down and the usual remarks, and everybody, of course, very excited. Mrs. Pafufnik says,
So everybody will point on the pictures, sit down in the chairs, and we'll see episode show. We'll have a good time.
So they're all sitting there watching this thing, and they got the whole evening going there. First a show with Milton Berle, then a movie with Milton Sills, and it keeps going like that all evening. And the husband comes home from work. He says, hello? Nobody talks to him. They're looking on the television. He says, when is supper? No supper. Everybody's looking at the television. This goes on all evening. The room is jammed with people looking at the television. He gets no supper. He's sitting there. And finally, the show is over, and everybody's going out, and Mrs. Teitelbaum turns around to her hostess, and she says, hey, darling, she says, that was a wonderful evening. That was gorgeous. She says, Mr. Pafufnik, she says, tell me, what are we having tomorrow night? She says, what are we having tomorrow night? He says, my dear lady, for your information, tomorrow night we're having the front door locked.
That sort of strikes home, Pete, and it struck home for you, too. 1,000 on the Can You Top This last meter, an automatic 25 for Mr. Rossell. So let's see what you can do about it, fellas. Starting with Joe Laurie Jr.
Well, this is the fellow says, you got a television set, Montgomery? He says, that's television. Have I got a television set? Wonderful. It's wonderful. A television set is a television set. He says, but different. He says, what's so different? What's so different? He says, I sit in front of the television. It's a pleasure. He says, and when I close my eyes, I could swear I'm listening to a radio.
Well, whoever's listening to one now, tell them they got 700 on the Can You Top This last meter, Joe. Harry Hirschfield, second.
I think this is a new one on television. This game itself is new. Woman gets a television set, and she tells the neighbor, the woman neighbor, she says, oh, have we got a set? Oh, is this marvelous? Television is the most wonderful thing. She said, it's made my husband a changed man. He's home every night. I'm telling you, he's a changed man with his television. Come down, see the television tonight. So this woman comes down. They put all the lights out. They put on the television, and they watch for 2 hours. And finally, the lights go on after it's finished. And she says to the woman, wasn't it exactly like a moving picture theater? She says, yes, especially when your husband pinched me.
Very neatly done, Harry. Another 1,000 on the Can You Top This last meter. Making it a tie with Mr. Roselle, but not stopping him. Well gagged, too.
Yeah.
Senator, how about you?
I don't think mine's as good as that. This is another one about Dopey Tildock. He goes to the neighbors next door, and he's sitting there while he goes into another room. He stays about an hour, and he comes out, and the host says, where were you? He says, I was watching a television set. He says, oh, boy, is there a storm someplace. The waves are flying around at the stern and rock-bound coast. Oh, there's a storm, a terrible storm. He says, what are you talking about, a television? He says, in that room. He says, you dope, you were looking at a Bendix washing machine.
the way mine looks half the time, Senator. I won't mention the brand, however. That was a 1,000 on the Can You Top This laugh meter, and since none of our three wits were able to top Mr. Roselle, we send him $25, a phonograph recording of Pete Donald telling his story on the air, and a copy of the new joke book, Cream of the Crop, written by our three wits. Well, that ends another laugh session of Can You Top This, originated by Senator Ford. Join us again next week. Same time, same gang, other jokes, some new, some old. Until then, we remain yours for bigger and better laughs. Senator Ford.
Harry Hirschfield.
Joe Laurie Jr. Peter Donald. Ward Wilson.
And Charles Stark, inviting you to listen in again next Wednesday night for a half hour of laughs with Can You Top This? The preceding program was transcribed from an earlier release on Eastern Mutual. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
One of the advantages of these new airplanes that fly faster than sound is you can't hear the backseat driver.
Did you top that, Harry Hirschfield?
I'll try.
How about you, Senator Ford?
I really don't know.
And you, Joe Laurie Jr.?
Neither do I.
These laughter makers with their rafter shakers bring you another session of Can You Top This? And now for that dope who'll give you the man. That man who'll give you the dope, Ward Wilson.
Well, isn't he cute? Thank you, Charlie Stark. Can You Top This is unrehearsed and spontaneous, and our top rule is keep 'em laughing. Anyone can send in a joke, and if your joke is told by the well-known actor and storyteller Peter Donald, you get $10. Each of the three wits try to top it with another joke on the same subject. Each time they fail to top you, you get $5 more, so you have a chance to win as much as $25.
And this is your host, Roger Bauer. Can You Top This is made possible by our fine sponsor. Will you please listen to this?
Let's get on with the laughs. Are you ready, fellas?
Ready. Yeah.
Well, that's good. All three are in accord tonight. And here's our first joke, which was sent in by John Romano of Rutland, Vermont. Apparently changed over from Illinois. And it's on the subject of something we're all quite interested in, advertising. Advertising. So, Pete, make quite a display of this one, will you?
We'll try. Well, this is about a famous Viennese musician here, Rudolf Glockenspiel, and he came to this country for a concert tour, and he was just a couple of days in the country, and he was sitting in his suite at the Delmonico Hotel waiting for his agent when a visitor was announced. And this fella came in. He says, pardon me, but he said, you're Mr. Glockenspiel, the piano player? He said, what, the piano player? Please, I am a European virtuoso. I am stupendous. I am cataclysmic. I am colossal. You should hear me when I play the flight of the Binglebong. No, please. The flight of the Stungelbong. The diner. So the fellow says, well, he says, Mr. Glockenspiel, he says, I represent the makers of El Skunko cigars, and he says, we're starting a little advertising campaign, and gee, if you'll smoke our cigars and endorse them in an advertisement in all the magazines, we'll give you $2,000. He says, well, that's wunderbar, the scrumptious. Give me the cigars, I light one right away. So he says, yes, sir. And he says, you notice every cigar, every El Skunko is wrapped in a coupon, and when you've saved 1,000 coupons, we will give you free a Steinway piano. Glockenspiel took the cigar out of his mouth. He says, nix, the deal is off. He says, off? Why? He says, because, young man, if I smoke enough of these cigars to get 1,000 coupons, I won't need a piano, I'll need a harp.
Well, you don't need anything in particular there, Pete. Don't look around so suspiciously.
1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
And let's take a look at the hands. Washed them, too. Joe Laurie Jr. was the first, I think.
Well, there was a fellow swimming in a lake in a big private estate. And he's swimming there a little while, and a big private cop comes along. He says, hey, you. He says, yes. He says, see that sign up here? Can you read? He says, of course. He says, look, it says private, no swimming allowed. That's what it says on there, private, no swimming allowed. Did you see it? He says, yes, of course I've seen it. He says, then why are you swimming? He says, I didn't read it like that. He says, how did you read it? He says, I read it private? No, swimming allowed.
Ahead, Senator. Needless to say, Joe, you were in the swim with that one.
1,000 on the laugh meter for that one, Ward.
Tying Mr. Romano's 1,000, but not topping him. And let's see how well Harry Hirschfield can do with the advertising.
Well, out of advertising signs, I think these are kind of too newies. I want to throw one in first.
There's a guy got a sign on him, I am blind. And people are going by and putting money in. And one fella's very sorry for him, and he puts $1 bill in him. And as he walks away, he takes a look back at this guy, just he's sorry for him. And he sees this guy pull out a big newspaper like this. So he runs back and says, "What's the idea of the newspaper?" He says, "I ain't reading, I'm only looking at the pictures." But the one I want to tell is a shorty, too. There's a guy going on and says, "To think they did it to me. Did it to me. I wouldn't believe they would do this to me." The guy said, "What do you mean doing to you? What is he doing?" He says, "They're picketing my place." He said, "What business you in?" He says, "I make the picket signs."
It almost made it. But only 950 is what the laugh meter says, Ward.
Couldn't quite get that 51, but it was awfully close to the top anyway. But it's rather futile trying to top that 1,000 Mr. Romano's anyway. And how about you, Senator Ford? You haven't been in this round
Well,
yet.
advertising, that could be almost anything. Everybody advertises. When a kid carves his initials on a birch tree, that's advertising. Tombstone epitaphs are advertising, as a matter of fact. I could tell what could be called Aesop's fable that fits in there. There was a little bird down around Coney Island, a little sparrow, and he was hopping around looking for sustenance. And all of a sudden, he saw a frankfurter that somebody had dropped out of a roll. So he ate up the whole hot dog, and then he began to chirp. Now, in bird language, chirping it's advertising for "I just had a good meal." See? So a cat heard the chirping, ran over and ate the little sparrow all up. The moral is, keep your mouth shut when you're full of baloney.
That'll do it very nicely, Senator.
1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
And so as we look down the record, we find that none of you three wits have topped Mr. Romano's 1,000. So it's indeed a pleasure to send him $25.
Don't go away. We'll have another round of jokes in a few moments.
We continue our contest of wit and humor. And here's a joke which was sent in by Mrs. J. Warren Hicks of Washington Courthouse, Ohio. And the subject of this joke is salesmanship. Salesmanship. So, Pete, unless I miss my guess, you should come in with a fine record on this one.
Well, in the busy shoe department of the J.N. Adams store, a big fat guy walked in, a big sort of lummox of a guy. He walked in the shoe department, and he eased his 300 pounds into a chair, and a very smiling new clerk came over to him full of salesmanship and ambition. You know, one of those guys, he's really working his fingers to the bonus at this kind of year. And anyway, he walks over, he says, "Yes, sir, what kind of a shoe would you care to see?" He says, "Something in brown and black. We just received some new stock. I'm sure you like it. We got some wonderful things I'd like to show you this afternoon." Big fat guy says, he says, "Now, wait a minute, sir. Let me show you some. We have a number here, very, very comfortable." He says, "Double stitch, inner welt, and all kinds of reinforcement all the way around. I think you'll like it." Well, he says, he said, "No, wait a minute, sir. We have a lot more if you don't like these." He says, "Got some other here, made of alligator." He says, "I think these are very, very smart." He says, "We have them white for the summer, too. Why don't you try these on?" The fellow says, he says, "No, wait a minute, sir. Now, let me get all these boxes down. I'll get all the boxes. We got the finest shoes in town. I'll be glad to show them to you. Now, here's a whole stock. Don't you think they're nice shoes?" Fellow says, "Yeah, they're nice shoes, but I'm not interested in buying any right now." He says, "You're not interested in buying shoes?" He says, "Why did you come in here?" He says, "Well, you see, I'm so fat, I can't bend over, and my shoelace isn't done. I want to ask you if you'd tie it for me."
Well, that was a little dubious that time, Pete.
1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
It was 1,000 anyway. Automatically giving Mrs. Hicks $25 now. That's the second time that's happened tonight, for which congratulations. Putting our three wits...
The same salesman as the first joke. He works in a different department now.
Oh, I see. He's moved over now. Well, that's fine. Let's see if our three wits can move right along with you. And, Senator, I think your hand was upraised first.
Well, I know a number of salesman gags. I also know about the drummer and the farmer's daughter, but that's another gag. But Pete's story kind of reminded me of one. Dugan went into a haberdashery, and he said to the clerk, he said to the salesman, "What is the usual way of showing respect for one who has passed from this mundane sphere into the great beyond?" So the salesman said, "Well, some people wear mourning clothes. Others wear a black band around the arm." He says, "A black band around the arm." He says, "Yes, and the nearer and dearer they are, the wider the band." Dugan says, "The nearer and dearer, the wider the band." "In that case, you better give me your shoelaces. This is the mother-in-law." A flannel
Thought you were having a little trouble with that upper plate at the end there.
No, that was a flannel mouth.
Oh, I see.
Lower plate.
No lace curtain.
1,000 on the laugh meter for that one, Ward.
Tying Mrs. Hicks 1,000, but not topping her. And, Harry, I think your hand was second.
Well, there's all kinds of salesmanship. The greatest salesmanship is when a guy sells himself. A GI comes home, and he comes in front of his house, and he sees a woman with a baby carriage and a child in it. So he looks at the woman, and the woman looks at him and says, "Don't you know me? This is your mother, Ethel, son." He says, "You, mother? Why, you look 40 years younger." She says, "Yes. You know, they sell these new vitamin pills, and I took them, and it took 40 years right off of my life." Well, he said, "That's wonderful. And by the way, is that my new baby brother?" She said, "No, that's your father. He took an overdose."
Hey, 1,000 on the laugh meter for that one, Ward.
Giving us, thus far, a perfect round. Mrs. Hicks starting it off with the cooperation of Peter Donald. And, Joe, you're the only one we haven't heard from.
I've got one.
Senator?
This fellow was walking all along the war surplus board. You know, they had this big market with all the war surplus. He walks all over with this fella. He walks around, and he says, "No, I don't want this. I don't want that." And the fella's spending a lot of time to him, trying to sell him something. He says, "Here's something I can give you." He says, 500 pounds of this. He says, "We can't get rid of it." He says, "I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll give it to you for $25. He says, 500 pounds for $25? I'll take it. He says, "By the way, what is it?" He says, "It's rough on rats." He says, "Well, 500 pounds for $25, a bargain." He says, "I should say it is a bargain." He says, "Give me it." Pays him the 25, puts it in his car, and comes home with it. And he drags all this rough on rats upstairs, this big packages, and he brings it in. His wife says, "What do you got there?" He says, "Did I buy a bargain?" He says, "How much did you pay?" He says, $25, 500 pounds. She says, "What is it?" He says, "Rough on rats." She says, "We haven't got any rats." She says, "Can't we get some?"
Just eased you in nicely, Joe. 1,000.
I know a keg like that on rough on rats.
All right.
Rat biscuit.
Why don't you toss it in?
You know, they had rats around the house, and the wife said to her husband, "Go out and get some rat biscuit." And the husband said, "If they don't want to eat what we eat, let them starve to death."
I like that, Senator, but let's get the facts straight here now. That was our first perfect round of the evening. Everybody got 1,000 on that one, so the news is that we send Mrs. Hicks $25 to get. Now, our next joke comes from William H. Otto of Racine, Wisconsin, and this is on the subject of barber. And I don't mean red. Just a fella who shaves you. So, Pete, start whittling away on this one, will you?
Well, it's about an old Italian barber named Pietro Lasagna. He's got a store downtown here in New York. And for years, he ran this little barber shop with 4 old barbers in there. These 4 guys, Sleepy, Grumpy, Dopey, and Pasquale. The 4 old guys. So finally, one of the barbers decided to quit. He was too old, so he turned in his sweater and his bottle of herbicide and quit the business. And Pietro had to give his job to a new barber, and he got a new, inexperienced young fella. Same fella, the first 2 stories. I'm using them again. So he got this new barber, never done much of this before, and the first day the kid is working, and the customer came in, asked for a haircut. The new man began cutting his hair, and he was working very hard, but when he looked at one side, he thought he cut a little too much, so he cut a little more on the other side to come out even. Then he thought, no, it's a little too much there. So he went back to the other side, he cut a little more there, and then that didn't balance, so he went around, he cut a little in the back, and this went on, and finally it didn't look so good to him. So he thought he'd better call the boss. He says, "Hey, boss," he says, "would you come over here? I'm having just a little trouble." So old Pietro came over, he took one look at the customer's hair. He says, "That's fine. What do you do?" He says, "That's fine." He says, "You clip a little here, you clip a little there." But he says, "Please, the next time you got a trouble and you got to call me, please call me before you run out of hair."
You didn't run out of anything that time, Pete.
The laugh meter registers 1,000 for that joke, Ward.
Giving Mr. Otto $25. Bad night for our 3 wits tonight, it seems like. They haven't a chance to top these first 3. But we'll take a look around and see what happens anyway. And, Harry, I think your hand was raised first.
I have a favorite story on a barber. One of those wolves gets in the barber chair, calls for the manicurist, and the barber starts working on him, and this wolf starts to work on this baby. And he says, "How about you and I stepping out tonight, kid?" She says, "I can't. I'm married." He says, so what? Suppose you are married. She says, but I'm married. He says, go on, ask your husband if you can get out tonight. Give him some excuse. Ask if your husband can get out. Ask your husband, will you? Says, ask him yourself. He's shaving you.
1,000 for that joke, Ward.
Tying Mr. Otto's 1,000, but not topping it. And, Joe, I think your hand was raised.
Yeah, the wife comes out to her husband. She says, you know, I just watched Little Willie, and I think he's going to be a barber. He says, oh, God, he's a kid. What are you talking about? How do you know? So I think he's going to be a barber. He says, how do you know he's going to be a barber? He says, he's in there practicing with your razor on a coconut.
That's the one that you're entering, Joe?
Oh, yeah, I'll enter it. But the next barber come up in the same store that Pete was at. He says, isn't that some kind of a new oil you're using on my hair? He says, yeah, it's a new oil. He says, it's a new oil. He says, it's a funny kind of oil. He says, it's a new oil, but I got trouble. He says, what's your trouble? He says, I don't know what to do with the sardines. I got millions of them, all bad.
On that basis, it would take a few of the million to get you up there, Joe.
Well, looks like only 400 on the laugh meter now, Ward.
How about you in this round, Senator?
Well, you know, I know a number of barber gags, like Joe. But you're talking about red barber kind of reminds me that Ditsy Baumwardle and Dopey Dildock were talking about that. So Ditsy says, you know, they ought to do something about keeping football clean. There must be a way of keeping football clean. So Dopey says, sure there is. All they have to do is use the scrub team. Got nothing to do with barbers. Don't mark anything down. I just read barber kind of reminded me of it when you mentioned Red.
I hope Red isn't listening.
Well, there are a lot of barber gags. Customer went into a store and the barber said, how do you want your hair cut? And the customer said, off. Then there's the one about little Oscar Fotzengoggle went into the barber shop his first time alone, and he got up into the chair, and the barber said, how do you want your hair cut? And he said, like Papa's with a hole in the middle.
You should have told that one first, Senator. They progressed rapidly.
Doesn't make any difference. Beat it 1,000. What difference does it make?
You remember the one?
You have another one? All right, toss it in, Harry.
A guy rushes in the barber shop and he grabs a hold of a guy and he says, hurry up. Give me a shave and I want no talk out of you. He says, just a minute, I want to tell you. He says, no talk, shave. He said, he says, don't talk, shave. So the guy shaves him and he cuts him and his ear is cut and everything. But he gets out. He said, are you a barber? He says, that's what I want to tell you. I'm the boot black.
Say, Ward, I know one about another talky barber. This guy was a very loquacious barber, and then he said to the customer, you know, I just came back from a funeral. And the customer said, you're lucky. A lot of people don't.
Did you have another one you want to sneak in, Joe?
No, you remember Jim Thornton's favorite gag? He says he saw a sign outside of a barber shop. During alterations, people will be shaved in the back.
Well, that cleans up the barber round, I think.
We'll be right back with our next round of jokes after these few commercial words.
All right, men, and now our next joke this evening comes from Stephen Jackson of Columbus, Ohio, and it's on the subject of something I hope you stay away of. Anger. Mad, Joe. So, Peter, if you tell it in Irish dialect, we'll keep our ire up.
You couldn't be more wrong. This is about Mrs. Fafufnik. Anyway, maybe he was thinking of herring go bra. I don't know.
Why, you look no sour like a quince face there. He says, Mrs. Fafufnik, I'm angry. He says, I'm furious. I just came back from a business trip to Springfield, Massachusetts. I was just out of town a few days, and he says, I'm anxious to get back to my wife at home. I sent her a telegram. I even sent her a telegram. And when I came home, my wife wasn't there. And I went downtown to eat, and I see her dining and dancing at a snappy nightclub with a strange man. He says, I'll kill her. I'll kill both of them.
She says, wait a minute. Don't burst a blood vessel. Take it easy. She says, don't get mad at your wife. After all, she might have an explanation. Remember, there's always two sides to every story. I'll go down to the restaurant. I'll see what she's got to say for herself. Maybe there's incendiary circumstances. Don't worry.
So she goes down to the restaurant, and she comes back to him, and she's chuckling. She says, did I fix it up? She says, sonny boy, you are looking on toujours amour fafufik.
She gets all angry for nothing. I discussed the whole business with her. She's innocent. She's as innocent as a bird.
He says, innocent when I find her out dancing with a strange man?
She says, certainly. How could she know you were coming home? She didn't even get your telegram.
Well, that was wired for sound all right, Pete.
1,000 on the lap meter, Ward.
Hotter than the pistol tonight. Jackson in with $25, and our three wits have the door slammed in their face once again. However, we'll see what jokes they come up with, and Harry Hirschfield is the first to offer.
But this is a violinist, a Russian violinist named Mishap. And he's giving a concert. And he plays Opus 42 first, and it's no good. Nobody's applauding. And he plays another one, a Largo 48, Opus 82, and still nothing. Plays piece after piece, no applause. And he goes back after the concert backstage, and he's tearing his hair. And a little kid rushes in and says, "Why do you keep the violin under your chin?" He says, "For 50 years, I don't know why." And you got to know immediately.
1,000 on the lap meter.
Tying Mr. Jackson 1,000, but not topping it. Senator, I think you were second.
Well, up in my hometown, there's a farmer by the name of Ole Svengard, Scandinavian, naturally. And one time he thought he'd like to visit Chicago during the winter and get a look at the Midwest metropolis. So he boarded a train, and when they approached Chicago, one of those fat dowagers came in, with the eyeglasses on a stick, and sat down opposite him. And just as they neared the Chicago stockyards, she pulled out a bottle of smelling salts, took the cork out of the bottle. Well, first thing you know, the aroma of the stockyards permeated the atmosphere, and Ole took a good sniff of O.D. cattle, and then angrily looked at the bottle of smelling salts and said, "Lady, will you please put the cork back in the bottle? You're smelling up the whole place."
That was Scandinavian, wasn't it, Senator? It was 1,000.
Listen, I'm a descendant of the fjords of Norway. Where do you get all the French?
I thought the fjords of Detroit. But let's see. We have everybody in now but Joe Laurie.
Yeah, here's one that Tom McNamara, the famous comic artist, told me a long time ago. It's about Mrs. Doyle and Mrs. Casey always arguing with each other. And Mrs. Doyle lived on the 3rd floor, and Mrs. Casey lived on the 2nd floor. So Mrs. Doyle looks out of the window one day, and she sees Mrs. Casey looking out of the window. She says, "Why don't you go inside and let your monkey look out of the window?" She says, "Oh, is that so? Let me monkey look out of the window." He says, "I did that yesterday. I had the monkey out in the window yesterday." And Finnegan the cop come by and looked up, tipped his hat and says, "Since when, Mrs. Doyle, have you moved down to the 2nd floor?"
Down just slightly on that one, Joe.
900 is the final score in the laugh meter, Ward.
Well, fellas, the truth of the matter is that we've run just about out of time for tonight, but before we go, I'd like to ask the audience to join Can You Top This again next week, the same time, same gang, other jokes, some new, some old.
Until then, we remain yours for bigger and better laughs.
Senator Ford.
Harry Hirschfield.
Joe Laurie Jr.
And this is your host, Roger Bauer, saying so long, and take care of yourself until we meet again next time.
Can You Top This? Starring Senator Ford.
Good evening.
Harry Hirschfield.
Howdy.
And Joe Laurie Jr.
Hello.
And this is your host, Roger Bauer. And now, here is your master of ceremonies, Ward Wilson.
Good evening, friends. Welcome to Can You Top This, our unrehearsed Wheeze Whirlpool. Our three wits do not know what jokes have been chosen until the people's representative, Peter Donald, tells them on the air.
Then our panelists try to top the score on the laugh meter registered by Peter Donald.
Our three gagsters have no scripts. They rely on memory and ability to switch jokes and make them fit the subject.
Can You Top This is made possible by our fine sponsor. Won't you please listen to this?
Oh, let's get on with the laughs. Are you ready, fellas?
Ready.
Uh-huh. Okay, here we go. Our first joke this evening. Our first joke this evening comes from Harry B. Rosenbaum of Fort Thomas, Kentucky, sir. And it's on the subject of something I hope you don't get too close to as a pedestrian, automobile. Automobile. So, Peter, put that new job of yours in low gear and step on the gas.
Well, this happened over in Brooklyn, and these two gals, Sadie DeKalb and Gertrude Gowanus, met on the street.
And Sadie says, "Oh, so hello, Gertrude." Says, "You want to come for a ride?" Says, "I just got a new car."
She says, "Oh, gee, that's wonderful. What'd you get? Is it a Ford?"
She says, "A Ford?" No, she says, "This is more of a Hirschfield, this car."
Very little pickup and no clutch, you know.
So anyway, Gertie went with her, and they're going along in the car, and all of a sudden, Gertie starts to get nervous, and she says,
Gee, Freddy, this seems awful fast. Gee, right now, how fast are we going?
She said, well, how should I know?
Gee, you mean tell me you don't know how fast we're going? What's wrong with your speedometer?
She said, oh, man, I stole the speedometer last week. I didn't need it no longer.
She says, my goodness, how can you get along without a speedometer?
I said, well, I get along swell, Gertrude. You see, at 20 miles an hour, the fenders rattle, and at 30 miles an hour, the doors and windows rattle. And I always know when I'm doing over 40. She says, how? She says, because my uppers and lowers rattle.
That one made the top. 1,000 on the laugh meter.
Which automatically gives Mr. Rosenbaum $25 and makes our task a little bit tough for the three wits on the first joke of the evening. However, they're all in an amenable mood and going to go out after it anyway. Let's see if you can tie, fellas, anyway. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and I'll give a listen to Harry Hirschfield.
Well, Pete telling that gag brings the story up that's going around now about this old guy, 98 years old, dying. He's in awful shape. Now, so they figured he used to like to ride around in the automobile. He used to like the city. Maybe they'd take him one more ride, whether he'd pep up or whether he'd pass out. So they take him in the car, and he's sitting there with the nurse in the car, and they're going through the city of New York. And they house I've closed, they don't know. They take him by the Empire State Building, no reaction. They take him by the museum, no reaction. Fifth Avenue, no action. Lindy's Restaurant, no action. They go every place, stage delicatessen, no action. Every place he goes, nothing. And finally, a beautiful blonde passes. And for the first time, his eyes fluttered. And he leaned over to the nurse. He says, hand me my teeth. I want to whistle at her.
$1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
Zooming right up there and tying Mr. Rosenbaum's 1,000.
I nearly lost my own doing.
By the way, too, Harry, I love the old man's dialogue. That very good.
That's character acting.
Well, let's see. You, both Senator Ford and Joe Laurie, have a spot to live up to tonight. Who wants to step
count
one
me
to
in on this.
Well, no
spot.
I'll get you next then. Here comes Joe Laurie Jr.
Well, this very businesslike man was running out of gas in his swell car, and he sees a gas station, so he drives up. And a very lazy attendant there. He says, come on, son, come on, boy, come on. Get a little push in you. I need some gas. Come on, get a little push in you. Well, it just lolls along. He says, come on, push is the thing you need. I started as a little office boy. Then I pushed and pushed along. Then I became superintendent. And I pushed and pushed, and then I became manager. Then I pushed and pushed, he says, and I became president of the company. That's what you need, son. Push, push. Come on, get going. He says, well, sir, he says, it looks like you got to do a little more pushing because we ain't got a drop of gas in this station.
$1,000 on the laugh meter.
Joe?
I didn't. I was going to whistle.
With Hirschfield's teeth? Let's see, Senator. Now it falls on your shoulders clearly and fairly.
Yeah, well, this one is not going to count.
Oh.
I just want to warn you, Ward. You know, there's always a debate as to whether or not women are good auto drivers. Of course, I think some of them are, but there's one thing about them. They don't know much about the mechanics of the car. So up in my hometown, a woman drove into the town garage, and the mechanic looked at her car and said, well, I'll tell you what's the matter with this car. You have a short circuit in your wiring. She said, a short circuit? Could you lengthen it a little while I waited? I can tell you. While these guys were telling those, I thought of three. There's another one. There's a dopey guy up in my hometown by the name of Homer Beamsby. Well, Homer, he went into New York and he bought a car. It wasn't a second-hand car. It's what they call a repossessed car. And about 2 months later, he went into the place where he bought it and he said to the salesman, Did you tell me that you would replace anything that was broke in this car? The salesman said yes. He said, then give me 3 front teeth and a collarbone. And they weren't Hirschfield's teeth either.
1,000 on the laugh meter.
We have a
Hey,
solid
I'm
round.
better than I thought. I'll save one of those for the next round.
Yeah, don't tell it until we get there, will you? That makes the first perfect round of the evening.
Another round of jokes will be coming up right after these important words from our fine sponsor.
All right, fellas, yes, dance once again here. To continue our contest of wit and humor, here's a joke which was sent in by Mrs. Roy C. Funk of Greencastle, Pennsylvania. And the subject of this joke is feud. Feud. F-E-U-D. Not something you eat, Joe. Take it easy. So, I'll play Hatfield, and I hope you have the joke to McCoy, Pete.
Yeah, this is about 2 hillbillies, Zeb and Zeke, and they've been feuding very bitterly for 20 years. 20 years before this whole thing had started, a little matrimonial deal between the families that Zeb traded Zeke, his daughter Lulu, for a used bear trap. And after the deal was over, Zeb found he couldn't keep the bear trap open, and Zeke found that Lulu wouldn't keep her trap shut, so they had a big feud. So 20 years go by, and one day Zeke comes over to the fence between the 2 houses. He says, "Morning, Zeb."
He said, listen, Zeke, what you speaking to me for after all these 20 years? We're feuding.
Well, I'm just over here to tell you that I'm running for the legislature. And I don't want you nor none of your fat-headed gopher-brain family a-voting for me.
He said, now, you look here. Me and my family's been voting this same ticket since Grandpapa came to these hills, and if you don't want us voting for you, you better take your name off the ticket.
There was a brief pause that NBC could have used for station identification. Pete, don't look for it. It didn't go anywhere that I can see. Tell you, if I wanted to save breath, I could tell you exactly what you got on it. Ho, ho, which is sort of a double...
That did not refresh. That was the pause that did not refresh.
No,
never mind, let it
that
go.
That trap gag in there was really the good gag in there.
Stopped in the punchline. Well, anyway, Mrs. Funk got exactly nothing. Don't blame me for throwing it away either, Pete. Kick at it, too. So, let's see. She starts off with an original $10. I think each of our 3 wits might be able to top that.
I feel encouraged on this one.
Well, let's see how many hands are up there. All 3 should be there. Joe Laurie's the first to venture.
Well, a fella's out on a stoop and he's hollering, help, 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 help. And the cop comes on and says, what's the matter? He says, I've been feuding with my mother-in-law for 20 years. He says, always arguing and feuding with her and fussing with her. He says, now she wants to jump out of the window. He says, well, let her jump. He says, what do you think I'm hollering help for? She can't open the window.
That one made the top. 1,000 on the laugh meter.
Which slightly tops Mrs. Funk's 0.
Take me off the ticket.
Unless Senator Ford's nose itches, he has his hand up.
Feud, huh? Well, all right. 2 fathers were talking, and one said, how do you discourage your daughter's young man from staying too late? The other fellow said, just walk into the living room with a box of breakfast, Feud. Well, it seems that Finnegan and Dugan had been feuding. You didn't count that one, did you?
No, I think on your behalf I should have, but we'll make it a cereal instead.
That's a cream of wit.
Now, Senator.
Harry, you might as well take over here. Well, now, I can tell a story about Dugan and Finnegan, who had been feuding for a long time. And one day, Dugan said, Finnegan, he says, I'm better than you are because my ancestral background is a great deal better than you are. He says, I'm a descendant of the Boones. So Finnegan said, a descendant of the Boones. What Boones? He said, I'm a descendant of the Boones of Kentucky. He said, to me, you look more like a descendant of the baboons of Africa.
Well, you scored twice that time, Senator. So,
beat you.
As the second of our two wits to topper, Mrs. Funk is still down there with that same original $10. And Harry,
Well, they gave me a chance to think of a couple of them. I want to toss one in quick. Of course, the worst feuds in the world are family feuds. And they tell one about a guy walked into a hat store, and the clerk said, "What's your pleasure?" He said, "My mother-in-law's arthritis, thank you." I knew I had remembered some kind of a feud gag. The teacher had said to little Sammy, she wrote the word feud on the board, and finally he remembered what the word was. He said, feud. She says, "Now, do you know what feud is?" He said, "Yes." "Could you tell something about a feud?" He said, "Certainly I could." He says, "My father took me to his store one day to visit the store. The first time I was there to meet his partner. And his partner didn't like him, and he didn't like his partner. And every time they passed each other, they used to say to each other, 'Phew,' and that's the way they feud all day."
Hey, 1,000 on the laugh meter for that one, Ward.
Giving you three wits a perfect round and Mrs. Funk a miserable day. Well, let's shoot at him again. Our next joke comes from Mrs. Earl H. Anderson of San Carlos, California. And the subject of this round is something, and I'm not being personal, tramp. Gentlemen, tramp.
Tramp. Tramp's up here.
Well, if Pete does tramp, then you boys will be marching. Here we go.
Well, this happened over in London. A pretty shabby guy went up the back door of a house, and the lady of the house opened the door.
She says, "Yes, what is it you want?"
Well, he said, "Madam, I was wondering if you could give a hungry man a bite to eat. I'm willing to work. I will chop some wood or wash some dishes or perform some other little chore for you."
She says, "Now, get out of here. I ain't got no wood to chop. I ain't got no dishes to wash. I ain't got no handout for you. There ain't nothing you can do around here."
Well, he says, "Pardon me, madam, if you haven't anything else to do, perhaps I could give you some lessons in grammar."
Well, Pete, the best... He went over and retrieved the original joke from the last round.
And that was only 350 on the laugh meter, Ward.
Would you lengthen it a little while I wait?
We could wait for that laugh, but it's only a half-hour program after all. Well, let's see. That starts Mrs. Anderson off with $10. And just what three wits are going to do about it, I don't know. But Harry Hirschfield's hand is upraised, and we'll find out.
One of the funniest stories of a few years ago was about tramping around the world. And there was about a woman who had a wife. She had to go to Upper Montclair. So her husband told her where to get the bus. And she went there, and he didn't see her for 8 months. So finally she came back after 8 months. And he says, "Where were you? You went to get the Montclair bus, and 8 months later you're coming, where were you?" He said, "Well, I went to the bus company, and I said to the fella, 'Where do I take that bus to Upper Montclair?' He said, 'Follow that woman.' How should I know it was Eleanor Roosevelt?"
1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
Just what happened to the tramp in the story?
Well, anyway, tramp, take it in its generalization, it's anything. Tramp doesn't mean just bum.
I didn't say anything about bums. Now, wait a minute. I said tramps. Was he hitchhiking on the bus or something?
Wait a minute. When you say tramp, the boys are marching. Those soldiers are not tramps. They're walking.
You're not talking about the soldiers. You're talking about the
Must I
impact
give
of
you
their
a
feet
lesson
on the
in
road.
grammar here? What goes on?
Apparently, from that round, you can stand it. I'm going to accept the joke, but give the lady $5 anyway. If it isn't. Oh, yeah, Mrs. Anderson. Okay, Senator, how about you?
Well, Pete's reminded me of one I'm sorry to say. Dopey Dildock had a picture of himself, and he showed it to Hockey Pop, and Hockey looked at the picture, and he said, "Is that a picture of you?" And Dopey said, "Yeah, that's me." Hockey said, "That's bad grammar." Dopey said, "I know it's a bad picture." That doesn't count, you know.
Bad joke, huh? Well, it counted.
Well, anyway, I'm not even going to listen to you on that one. Anyway, a farmer's wife said to a tramp who knocked at the door, she said, "Aren't you the same man who was here about a week ago? I gave you a piece of pie. I didn't expect to see you again." He said, "I didn't eat the pie."
Well, if that was it, Senator.
At least it was a tramp.
Yeah, you got a tramp in there, which makes me feel very happy.
But only $9.50 is what the laugh meter says, Ward.
Which is slightly more than Mrs. Anderson's $3.50. So she still has her $15. And, Brother Laurie, are you in this round?
Tramp joke. I saw those books, 10-cent tramp gags. This tramp rings a bell, doorbell of a farmhouse, and a woman comes out, a terrible-looking woman. She had according pleated teeth and cross eyes and a big nose, and a terrible-looking woman. And she says, "What do you want?" He says, "Can I have something to eat?" He says, "Get out of here, I'll call my husband." He says, "Your husband ain't home." She says, "How do you know my husband isn't home?" He says, "With a push like that, your husband would only be here at mealtime."
1,000 on the laugh meter.
That wasn't tramp books.
Oh, wait a minute. Senator knows another one. Let's hear it.
Yeah, well, two tramps were hailed into court, and the judge said to one of them, "Where do you live?" He said, "In a vacant lot." He said to the other one, "Where do you live?" He said, "I got the room above him."
From that book that Joe mentioned?
I was just going to tell you that's on the next page.
I had those time joke books too, you know.
All the boys will be back with another round of fun after a word from our sponsor.
Well, let's get back into business once again, fellas. And here's a joke sent in by Mr. M.R. Ackerman of Springfield, Massachusetts. And it's on the subject of something you can all take a swing at. Golf.
And miss.
Golf. So I'll yell 4 and you pitch, Pete.
Well, it's about Mr. Abercrombie Fafufnik. He didn't know how to play golf. But Fafufnik decided that he'd learn to play, so he got himself a fancy outfit and he bought a set of clubs. And he went up in the country and he joined the Watch Your Pivot, You Shouldn't Make a Divot golf club. So the first day, he's out there with a caddy and the clubs, and he gets to the first hole.
He says, "Caddy boy." He says, "Caddy boy, I want to quiz you a question." He says, "On this hole, what is the mileage?"
Well, the kid says that's 190 yards.
He says, 190 yards. He says, "Since when did they shorten it?" It's quite old. 190 is hardly a bolt. 190 yards. He says, "Let me see, you'll give me a club. Should be etwas mein Potter." The kid says, "A putter for 190 yards?" He says, "Mister, you should use a driver." He says, "Please, caddy boy." He says, "Don't make for me a Senate investigation with this thing." He says, "Please." He says, "I don't want the driver. I don't want the nudnik or anything. Give me the putter."
So the kid hands him the putter. Fafufnik swings with the putter, and he hits the ball, and it lands 6 inches from the green. So they walk up to the ball, and the caddy says, "Well, here's your mashie."
He says, "Meshy, smashy. I'll take a driver now."
Kid hands him the driver. He takes a terrific swing. He tops the ball, and it rolls right up to the cup. So they walk over the cup, and the boy looked at him. He says, "Well," he says, "you're right on the edge of the cup." He says, "Now I suppose for this you want a 5-iron.
He says, "You see, caddy boy, already you're learning how to play the game."
He says, "Wait a minute." He says, "That's right. Give me for this the 5-iron. So the boy hands him the 5-iron. The ball is on the lip of the cup. He takes a terrific swing. He misses the ball, but the breeze rolled the ball into the cup. Fafufnik looks into the cup at the ball. He says, "Caddy boy, you know something? Now I'm stuck."
Back in form, Peter, and beautifully told.
1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
Giving Mr. Ackerman an automatic $25, and for the second time tonight, taxing our wits to the utmost. And the first hand I see raised belongs to Senator Ford.
You know, golf is a game in which they took the cow out of the pasture and let the bull in. Well, anyway, this is another tramp story, come to think about it. A tramp with an old blue serge suit with 2 pairs of pants went into a pawn shop. He said to the pawnbroker, "What will you give me on this combination golf suit?" The pawnbroker looked at this dirty suit with the 2 pairs of pants. He said, "A combination golf suit?" The tramp said, "Yes. If you look at the pants, you'll find a hole in one."
1,000 on the laugh meter.
Senator, which should make you very happy, it ties Mr. Ackerman, but does not surpass his original 1,000. And, Harry, suppose you take a crack at it.
Well, a lot of women join golf clubs so that they can walk on the field with the men. That's on the level. So this dame, Sadie Drizzlepuss, joined this club, and all the other women hated her because she always wanted to play only with the men. And they'd always tell the score. This fellow did it, went around in 110, this went 140. And they all hated her. She'd always come in with the score. And this day they were waiting for her. And finally she came back from the golf grounds, and fellow said, "What did she do? How did Miss Drizzlepuss do?" She said she went around in 76. And the woman said, "Who? With Paul Revere."
Well, that do it, Harry.
1,000 on the laugh meter for that one, Ward.
Making this a perfect round thus far and dumping it right in Joe Laurie Jr.'s lap.
Jake meets little Montgomery coming back from the golf course. He says, "Well, how'd you do today?" He says, "How did I do?" He says, "I got up on the first tee," he says, "and I take my driver, sock it 200 yards. Then I jumped in my car, went over to the rough, picked up the ball, got my niblick, socked it 150 yards, jumped in my car, went to the ball, got a little measure shot right up on the green, took my car," he says, "and I put it out." He said, wait a minute. What kind of a car do they allow on a golf course?" He says, "A caddy."
1,000 on the laugh meter.
I'm still going to figure that one out, Joe. A perfect round.
The laugh meter registers 1,000 for that joke, Ward.
Well, it seems that's all the time we're going to have tonight, folks. So I'd like to ask everyone to join Can You Top This, originated by Senator Ford. Next week, same time, same gang, other jokes, some new, some old. Until then, we remain yours for bigger and better laughs.
Edward Ford.
Harry Hirschfield. Joe Laurie Jr.
Peter Donald.
Ward Wilson.
And this is your host, Roger Bauer, saying so long. And take care of yourself until we meet again next time.
Can you top this? I know a girl who not only kept her girlish figure, she doubled it. Can you top that, Harry Hirschfield?
I'll try.
Can you, Senator Ford?
I really don't know.
How about you, Joe Laurie?
Well, maybe.
And now Pete may never repeat, but Ward is sure to reward. And he'll tell you how. Ward Wilson.
Well, thank you, Charlie Stark. Can You Top This is unrehearsed and spontaneous, and our top rule is keep 'em laughing. Anyone can send in a joke, and if your joke is told by the well-known actor and storyteller Peter Donald, you get $10.
And this is your host, Roger Bauer. Then our panelists try to top the score on the laugh meter registered by Peter Donald.
Each time they fail to top you, you get $5 more.
Can You Top This is made possible by our fine sponsor. Won't you please listen to this?
Fight warm up. Are you all set, fellas, to be very witty tonight?
Yeah, ring the bell.
All right, here goes the bell for the opening round. And this is on the, sent in, incidentally, by John Jager of Astoria, Long Island, New York. And it's on the subject of something you never indulge in, none of you three, I'm sure, bragging. Bragging tonight.
You haven't heard us talk at all, have you?
I wasn't listening. Well, Pete, I hope we have something to brag about after you finish with this one.
Well, it seems that the two ladies from Brooklyn, Sadie DeKalb and Gertrude Gowanus, they were discussing their favorite subject, men, and they were bragging about their boyfriends, and Sadie said,
"You know something, Gertrude? I'm engaged to the most wonderful fella. Yeah, I really... Oh, he's so handsome. He's a regular Greek adenoid, you know. Oh, and he's so smart, too. He's so clever and everything, you know. He's a songwriter. He's a songwriter, and he just wrote the theme song for the Louis Kahn fight tonight. And it's entitled Paying for the Ringside, Sitting on the Outside."
so her friend Gertrude says, "Well, gee, I don't think that's so much. After all, I'm engaged to a very, very important man. Gee whiz, he's a big lumber king. And when we get married, we're going to be very rich, and we're going to have a big house with a hacienda and a patio and a lasagna and all those things. Oh, he's so wealthy. He's a big lumber king. He told me business is wonderful, and he's a big lumber king, one of the very biggest." So the conversation ended, and 2 days later they met again, and Sadie said,
"Gertrude, you're just the one I wanted to converse with. Oh, after all your bragging about your boyfriend, I seen him yesterday. Whew, some phony. Oh, what a phony. I bet Even the wool he pulled over your eyes was 50% cotton, honest. Oh, some phony.
Evelyn says, what do you mean? You mean he ain't the big lumber king?
She says, yeah, he's a big lumber king, all right. He sells toothpicks to delicatessens.
Up and away. 1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
Which automatically gives Mr. Jaeger $25, puts you boys just out for the last. All three hands up on this round.
Oh, that's a subject we know something
bragging
about.
is very familiar to you. All right, Senator, how about you?
Well, I just want to throw this one in. That bragging reminds me of a line that Hedda Hopper had that I think was very clever. She said, a press agent is a man who hitches his bragging to a star.
Very good.
Oh, that's not a gag. Put it down. That's just a clever line. No, I go ahead. Let the boys get in on this thing.
Oh, you want them to start? Well, let's take Harry Hirschfield first.
There's a fellow having trouble with his wife all the time. They fought. No, they hated each other, scrapped, and one day he had an awful scrap. And he left the house, went to a saloon to get some drinks, and he got good and drunk, and he got into a fight with a guy, and he stabbed a guy. They had a trial, and he got life imprisonment. And after he was in prison for 15 years, the warden came in and said, I got a message to give you. Your wife just died. He said, hooray! Now I'm a free man. Hooray!
It was a little hard going, but the laugh meter finally registered 1,000, Harry.
That's really stretching him. We'll get to a cannibal.
You know,
butcher
that's
next.
a tip-off for me, Ward.
Oh, you back in, Senator?
Yeah, I can go in here.
This
I
one's
mean,
for
if you
keeps.
let me.
Yeah, come on.
I'll get in the word bragging somehow. Well, anyway, this draftee, this was in the last war, this draftee was bragging to his buddies about how rich his family was and his wonderful background and so forth and so on, when a sergeant appeared with an imposing-looking envelope, and he said, whoever knows all about automobiles, kindly step forward. So the scion of the wealthy family, thinking that here might be a chance to, be promoted from the ranks, he jumped up and he said, why, before I was drafted, I ran and operated my own Rolls Royce, my own Lincoln, and my own Cadillac. I really understand all about motor cars. The sergeant said, fine. Report to headquarters and give the colonel's car a good cleaning.
Senator, you're back right where you were last week.
Only 950 is what the laugh meter says, Ward.
I think that thing is set for me up there, 950.
Think it's framed for you? Well, that doesn't top Mr. Jaeger's 1,000. He still holds his 25, and Joe, we haven't heard from you.
A couple of fellas meet, one fellow looks at him and says, Abrinovich. He says, Epstein. He says, I haven't seen in years and years and years. Tell me, so what has happened to you? So they talk and talk. He says, I'm married nice. I got a little baby. He says, a cute little doll. He says, she's walking a little bit now. She's talking a little bit goo-goo, mama, hoo-hoo. He says, I don't understand it so well, but my wife understands everything. So he's telling everything, bragging about this kid. So Epstein says, well, I got a little fella too, Montgomery. He says, he's smart. Oh, is he smart. When I leave in the morning, when I get up, he says, goodbye, Papa. Don't be long at the office. Come home early. He says, and he talks so plain, so distinctly, every word. He says, that's wonderful. How old is your boy, Montgomery? He says, 12 years old.
1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
Just the age of the joke, Joe.
All the boys will be back with another round of fun after a word from our sponsor.
Let's get back to business of jokes once again now, and here's one sent in by Mrs. Stephen L. Chapman of Morris Plains, New Jersey, and this is on the subject of visitor. Visitor, which gives you quite a bit of latitude. So, Pete, let's go calling with this one.
Well, a visitor knocked on the door of Fred Jones' house, and after a little while, the door opened, and there was a huge woman. Oh, a great big Amazon of a woman, and this ugly face. She looked like Lena of Lower Slabovia's agent, this one. Oh, with his face. So she looked down at the visitor. She said, yes, what is it, my good man? He said, excuse me, but I'm a member of the Passaic Pinochle and Pinball Athletic Club, and I was told to call on our chairman, Mr. Jones. He's the chairman of the party we're having Friday night, and I was told to come over and see him. Is this Mr. Jones' house? She says, yes, it certainly is. Oh, he says, you wouldn't be Mr. Jones or anything. She said, no, of course not. I'm his mother-in-law.
He says, well, no, he's our chairman. I didn't expect he'd be so well upholstered. I guess you are. He said, could you tell me where I could find Mr. Jones, please?
She said, yes. He has gone fishing.
He says, oh, well, I guess it would be pretty tough to find him if your son-in-law went fishing.
She says, oh, no, not at all. You can't miss him. Just walk down to the bridge until you find a fishpole with a worm on each end.
I think it was stuck on your hand, Pete.
900 is the final score in the laugh meter, Ward.
Gives you boys a little latitude this time to top Mrs. Chapman's joke, so let's take a look at Hans and Joe Laurie's as the first
Well,
one here.
in the war, during the first part of the war, there was the barracks of a lot of rookies, just in, and they were making a lot of noise. Oh, singing and everything, and so second lieutenant opens the door, and when they see him, they say, attention! And they all get up and salute and everything, and everybody's quiet, and they all stand at attention, except one fella. He's whistling and laughing and hollering and yelling, and he finally looks up. He says, stand up, you. So the guy stands up. He says, wipe that smile off your face. Stop whistling. He says, what outfit do you belong to? What company do you belong to? He says, I belong to the Eagle Hand Laundry. I just called for the laundry, that's all.
It almost made it. But only 950 is what the laugh meter says, Ward.
Which tops Mrs. Chapman's 900. However, she still holds her $10 this far. And, Senator, I think your hand was up second.
Well, that guy Joe just told reminded me of Dopey Dildock. He was a private in the last war. And an officer said to him one day, we expect some visitors for lunch today. They're ranking officers from another sector. I want you to stand at the door and call the officers' names as they come in. And Dopey said, call the officers' names as they come in. He said, I know a lot of names I could call them, but who's going to keep me out of the guardhouse?
600, 800, 1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
Got over 950.
You got over your
Somebody
own
had
hurdle.
the thing fixed.
I had it pushed up.
Mrs. Chapman,
for a while that Ward was going to say 950. What's the joke?
Mrs. Chapman still has her $10, which she's clinging to tenaciously. Harry, how about you in this round?
A guy comes to New York for the first time, first visit in New York, and he figures he can get a big steak here, you know, the black market going on and everything. So he goes to a fellow and said, listen, I'm a stranger in town. Money is no object to me at all. I want a big steak. I'm dying for a big steak. Can you tell me where I can go where I can get one of those speakeasy for steaks? So the guy told him, and he went there and he says, money no object. Don't care what you charge. Big steak. The guy says, you're going to get the real thing here. So he got a big steak and he ate it and he enjoyed it. So he went back to his hometown. Said, gee, New York is a great place. He says, I got myself a steak there. The real thing. But something funny has happened ever since. Every time I walk down the street and somebody says, giddy up, I start to run.
That sure looks like another solid 1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
Well, here's another one sent in by Mrs. George A. Skinner of Westport, Connecticut. And this is something dear to your hearts, I'm sure. Actors. Actors. So, Pete, you make all the ham out of this one, will you?
Well, this happened in the saloon, and little Patty Mulvaney was hanging comfortably on the bar. He'd been there most of the afternoon. All of a sudden, in walked a very, very famous ham actor. Oh, what a ham this guy was. People thought he had freckles. They were really cloves, believe me. Oh, such a ham, this guy is. So he moves right up to Patty,
And he says, ah, there, my esteemed and alcoholic colleague. He says, you are looking at the most sensational actor ever to grace the American stage.
So Patty looked up and he said, is that so? He said, get away from me, will you? He said, I have another beer, please.
The fellow said, wait a moment. I'll buy the beer. I want to tell you about my most triumphal stage tour that I have just completed. Would you believe it, my dear sir? In St. Louis, I rolled the audience in the aisles.
He said, hold him in the aisles, is that so? Get away, will you, please?
He said, oh, but wait, let me finish. He said, in Chicago, I knocked them cold.
He said, you knocked them cold in Chicago?
He said, yes, I did. And let me tell you, in Kansas City, I brought down the house.
She said, that's so, you brought down the house, all right.
He said, and that isn't all. In Philadelphia, I bowled them over. Now, what do you think of that? I can see that you're impressed.
He says, impressed?
Yes, I was just thinking what a wonderful house wrecker you'd make.
Guess what, Pete?
Only $9.50 is what the laugh meter says, Ward.
You boys just have a little latitude this time to top Mrs. Skinner's joke. Harry, I think your hand was up first.
Well, Ford, Laurie, and myself got an engagement on account of this program. And we went to someplace in Connecticut. I won't give you the name of the town. And they billed us very heavily. You know, we appeared together doing a vaudeville act. So a moron came over to the box office. He said, Ford, Laurie, and Hirschfield, are they funny? The fellow says, funny? We're on there on the stage. You can hear them laughing across the street. He says, what are they playing across the street?
1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
Ward.
Yeah.
That's what is called fitting Laurie, Hirschfield, and Ford into an old joke.
You really
Must we
cloaked
go
it
for a
very
fit
well, though,
first?
I thought. It fit in very nicely. Let's see, Mrs. Skinner still has her $10. We haven't heard from Senator or Joe. Joe, I guess you're next.
Yeah, this is one that Jack Barrymore told me a long time ago. It's about himself, too. He tells about himself. He says he was in a town, and he was in a very, very dramatic show. The Jest, I believe it was. And in a very important dramatic part of the show, there was a fellow sitting in the front row, started to applaud. And he broke up the scene. He kept on applauding. Well, it broke up Jack Barrymore, and he was very temperamental. And he got dressed quickly after the show and waited for the fellow outside. Finally gets a hold of him. He says, hey. He says, you. He says, were you sitting in the front row? You're the man that was sitting in the front row? He says, yes, I was sitting in the front row. He says, you know, you broke up my performance. What was the idea of applauding right in the middle of my dramatic scene? He says, who cared about your dramatic scene? I wasn't even listening to you. He says, what do you mean you weren't listening? What were you applauding for? He says, I was humming a tune to myself, and I liked it, so I applauded.
Well, apparently the audience did too, Joe.
1,000 on the laugh meter.
Also topping Mrs. Skinner's $9.50. She's still hanging on to that $10. And, Senator, we haven't heard from you yet.
Well, that gag that Joe just told reminds me of the guy who was applauding some very bad acting while the rest of the audience was hissing. So a fellow alongside him said, how can you applaud such bad acting? He said, I'm not applauding the acting, I'm applauding the hissing. That doesn't count.
We discount that.
No, that's not. There was an actor some years ago. There was an actor some years ago. The boys know who he is. I won't mention his name. He was what was known as a bow stealer. He would take a bow if somebody applauded or even rustled a program. He would come out and take another bow. He liked the spotlight so much that it was really his undoing. One time he went on an ocean voyage, and on a dark night he fell overboard. And he was swimming pretty well until somebody put a searchlight on him and he took a bow.
Well, you can take a bow on that one, Senator.
1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
You know what astounds me is how that thing gets up over 950 for me this week.
Well, it may have been an accident, but there it was anyway.
Don't go away. We'll have another round of jokes in a few moments.
Get back to the jokes once again. Here's one sent in by Louis Eisenmeyer of Brooklyn, New York, on the subject of something you better not brag about, flirt. Flirt. So, Pete, suppose you make eyes at this one.
Well, it's about a very, very flirty guy by the name of Errol Feiffelbaum. The Casanova of the concourse. And Errol had a very bad habit. He was always whistling at girls. He whistled at so many girls, once a month he had to have his pivot tooth tuned. So, anyway, finally, one girl got mad and she had him arrested. So they pull him into court, and the judge says, young man, this is a very serious charge. Why do you whistle at girls? Well, before the boy could answer, a little woman jumped up in the back of the court.
She said, just a minute, just a minute. Georgiana, Your Excellency, hold the horses.
So he said, yes, madam, what can I do for you?
She says, what could you do for me? Drop dead, that's what you could do. What you do? Picking on this boy, this little kid, picking on him. And for what? For making a whistle? Why don't you listen? Maybe there's exterminating circumstances here. Says maybe the boy wants to join the Navy and be a regular sort of a ship ahoy fella. So he's got to practice whistling a bit. You want when all the other sailors are whistling at girls, this boy shall go poo 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 like he's got cold sores or something. Says, listen, he's a good kid. He was 4 years in the Boy Sprouts. He won the overseas ribbon for hiking in Bear Mountain. He also got 4 poison ivy clusters. Says, listen, he was in the Boy Sprouts. He learned to whistle like a dicky boy. Now he's a good kid. Don't pick on him.
So the judge was kind of moved by this plea. He said, Madam, this is most unusual. He says, I don't even know who you are. Why do you paint such a fine picture of this boy?
She says, why do I paint the picture? Because I'm this whistler's mother.
Well, you certainly did justice to that one, Peter. 1,000 on the laugh meter.
We're making an automatic $25 from Mr. Eisenmeyer and putting you boys just out for laughs this time.
Well, follow that.
Oh, it's going to be a little rugged, I'm afraid.
Well, I will and get it over with.
Okay, Senator, you're the first to volunteer.
This old geezer was at a party, and he flirted with a blonde, and the blonde said to him, you know, you're a wow. So he was very much pleased, so he ran over to a crony of his, and he said, can you imagine that pretty little blonde over there said I was a wow? I'm very much pleased about it. The other guy said, you know what a wow means? You spell it W-O-W. She means worn-out wolf.
That was really great, Senator. 1,000 on the laugh meter.
Happy days are here again, Senator. Harry, you want to get in next?
Yes. A fella flirted with a gal, and they took her immediately out to a cafe, and then they went for canoeing, and they went to a dance hall, and finally took her home. And just as he took her to his door, he said, come on, give me a goodbye kiss, will you? She says, I'm very sorry. I didn't give goodbye kisses the first time I meet somebody. I don't do those things. So she goes in the house, closes the door. He says, come on out. Give me a kiss, will you, please? Says, no, I don't give a kiss. I wouldn't do it. He says, come on, I'm getting mad. Give me a kiss, come out here, or I'll take my right arm and I'll break down the door. He says, a strong man all of a sudden. A minute ago, he couldn't lift my veil and help himself.
Well, that keeps the record clean so far. 1,000 all the way down the line so far. Not touching Mr. Eisenhower's 1,000 to begin with. Joe, how about you?
Yeah, I've got a real short one. 2 guys standing outside on the corner, and one of them, dame passed, and he says, oh, get a load of that babe. Look at that doll. Get a load of that chassis. And get a load of those games. And the other guy, those kind of dames. 10 cents a dozen. Says, what? He said, you can get those kind of dames. 10 cents a dozen. He says, here's a dime. Get me a dozen, will you?
Well, that concludes the first perfect round of the evening, Joe. That gives me another frog. Join us next week, the same time, the same gang, other jokes, some new, some old. Until then, we remain yours for bigger and better laughs.
Senator Ford.
Harry Hirschfield.
Joe Laurie Jr.
Peter Donald. Ward Wilson.
And this is your host, Roger Bauer, saying so long, and take care of yourself until we meet again next time.
Can you top this? When a man has a birthday, he sometimes takes a day off. When a woman has a birthday, she takes a year off.
Can you top that, Harry Hirschfield?
I'll try.
Can you, Ward Wilson?
I'll make an effort.
And you, Joe Laurie Jr.?
Me too.
These 3 wiseacres with the laughter makers bring you another session of Can You Top This? And now for our statistician with ambition who'll make additions to your acquisitions. That's Harvard for he's rash with cash, Roger Bauer.
Good evening. Can you top this is unrehearsed and spontaneous, and our top rule is keep them laughing. Anyone can send in a joke, and if your joke is told by the well-known actor and storyteller Peter Donald, you get $10. Each of the 3 wits try to top it with another joke on the same subject. Each time they fail to top you, you get $5 more.
Can You Top This is made possible by our fine sponsor. Won't you please listen to this?
Well, let's get on with the laughs. Are you ready, fellers?
Ready?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. Dubious tonight, eh? Our first joke this evening comes from Mr. Neg No Net.
of Chicago, Illinois, and it's on the subject of something we'll be hearing a lot about in the near future, I imagine, politically. Campaign. So, Peter Donald, you do a little trooping, and we'll cast our vote for you.
Well, a friend of mine, Larry Rhodes, was vacationing in Mexico not long ago, and he stopped at one of those big swanky resorts down there, you know, like they have Acapulco and Chapultepec and Mocha cake or whatever they have down there. This was a very, very swanky, ritzy one. This place was known as Haka Overcoat, this place. And it's a very swanky hotel. They've even got neon peons there, you know, this kind of stuff. So anyway, he's standing down in the lounge one evening, and he gets talking with a Mexican businessman. And he said, tell me, sir, he said, how's the political situation down there?
So the Mexican says, senor, he says, I wish you could have talked with my friend Juan. He's my best friend, Juan.
Oh, he says, this friend of yours, Juan, he's interested in politics?
Oh, si, senor. Juan, he make big campaign. Juan, he run for city council, and he make it. Then Juan, he run for presidente, and he make it. And then Juan, he run for the border, and he no make it.
I says, what do you mean? What happened to your friend Juan?
He says, senor, it's very sad happening. You see, the opposition, they shoot Juan with a golf gun.
He said, a golf gun? I never heard of that. They shot your friend Juan with a golf gun? What on earth is a golf gun?
He says, well, senor, all I know is they make a hole in Juan.
You had an ace yourself that time, Pete.
1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
Very solidly putting Mr. Nonette in for $25 automatically and putting our three wits at a very great disadvantage, but we'll see if they can at least tie it anyway. And Senator Ford had his hand up raised
I'll take
first.
the first disadvantage. But that gag is very reminiscent of another one. Up in my hometown, Aki Pop was talking to Ditsy Baumwartle, and he said, hey, Ditsy, where was you on your vacation last year? And Ditsy said, I spent my vacation in San Jose, California. So Aki said, San Jose? He said, you don't pronounce it that way, it's San Jose, because J's are sounded like H's. He said, oh, well, in that case, I spent my vacation in San Jose during the months of Hoon and July.
1,000 on the laugh meter for that one, Ward.
Was that anything to do with campaign?
Well, let me see now. Well, it was a campaign to teach Ditsy how to speak Spanish. But listen, I have another gag that might fit in there.
Let's try that,
I have 3 or 4 that won't fit either. I could tell this one about Ditsy and Dopey this time. Dopey Tildak. Dopey is a pretty smart guy in a stupid sort of way. And one day he said to Ditsy, he says, hey, he says, you know, I'm going into business. I've just gone into business. I bought 1,000 William McKinley buttons for a penny apiece. Now, I want to tell you, I'm going to make a fortune if William McKinley ever runs for president again. Campaign buttons, you see?
Uh-huh. Yeah, well, come to think of it, you could tell that one.
I could have made it calendars. It might have been better. 1942 calendars.
Well, it was a little dated.
Well, looks like only 400 on the laugh meter now, Ward.
Here, let's take the 1,000.
How's the first one?
Yeah, I think the 1,000 is much better. And let's see if we can protect this as a perfect round and call on Harry Hirschfield second.
Of course, there are a lot of campaign stories, but my own favorite is the one about the fellow who went into politics for this first time, Little Sam. First time he's running for alderman. But he finds out he's got a very tough opponent against him. So it necessitated making a lot of speeches. And this one day, he made about 60 speeches. And he's coming home at 3 o'clock in the morning in the rain and the sleet after making campaign speeches, discouraged with life, tough opponent, when a good angel suddenly appeared. Says, you can have any wish and I can help you. He says, I could use the help. Any wish? Said, any wish you want you can have. But with one proviso. Anything you wish for yourself, your opponent will get twice as much. He said, let me get this right. Whatever I wish, my opponent will get twice as much. He says, yes. He said, for my wish, leave me just like I am. I'm half dead.
The laugh meter registers 1,000 for that joke, Ward.
Keeping our perfect round intact, and now it's right in the lap of little Joe Laurie Jr.
Well, little Montgomery Epstein is coming out of the polling place, and he's walking out. His friend comes over to him and says, "Voted?" He says, "Yeah." So they're walking along. He says, "Who'd you vote for?" He says, "Lincoln." He says, "Lincoln? You voted for Lincoln?" He says, "You dope you. He's been dead 75 years. He says, "I don't know anything about it. I heard a man make a speech. He said, if you vote for us, you will have 2 cars in every garage. So I voted for a Lincoln and a Buick."
Well, Joe, you should get a new car on the strength of that, and you kept intact our perfect round.
1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
I could even take an old Buick.
If you get 2 cars, will you give me one?
I'll let you run between them.
Well, let's see as
Just a
we
minute,
look around.
Ward.
Huh?
Chrysler.
Oh, yeah? Well, you got yours already.
Gee whiz, I wish I could mention Packard.
More fun, more jokes coming up in a minute after this word from our sponsor.
You our contest of wit and humor now, and here's a joke which was sent in by H.P. Newman of Chico, California, and the subject of this joke is rescue. Rescue. So, Pete, it's up to you to pull us out on this one.
Well, I told about the Mexican resort. This is going a little north. You know, Harry Hirschfield just came back from a fishing trip up to Canada for a week. And he was up there at a resort way up in Canada. It's a place called Lake Can't Catch a Trout up there. And he had a good time, but it seems there was an Englishman on vacation up there, and he's sitting on the pier, and he's fishing. And he's having no luck at all. His worm is going crazy. It's wriggling and scaring all the fish away. All the other worms hanging nice and straight on the hook. His is making an S of itself all the time, so it keeps scaring. So he's there all day, and he's just getting ready to give up, and all of a sudden, a great big muskie comes along, and he grabs the worm, and the poor Englishman doesn't get a chance to grab his rod, and boom, pulls him in the water. So he's thrashing around, and he says, "Help! I say, I can't swim. I shall submerge. Help! Help! Save me, someone!" So Harry Hirschfield, naturally, the outdoor boy, he comes tearing down. He comes tearing down, he dives in the water, and he pulls this Englishman up to shore. So he says, "Don't worry now." He says, you'll feel better. He says, "Let me work on you a little. You didn't swallow much water. I got to you in time. You'll be okay in a few minutes." So sure enough, in a few minutes, the Britisher came around a little. He did feel a little better, and Harry says, "Gee, that's too bad, you know. You're up here for fun. That's a tough thing to have happen on your vacation." He said, I didn't notice everything that happened. He says, "Tell me, how was it you came to fall in?" The Englishman says, "How did I come to fall in?" I say, "Oh, boy, I didn't come to fall in. I came to fish."
1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
That gives Mr. Newman $25 automatically, and for the second time tonight, you guys haven't a chance in the world, but you can make an effort. I have 2 hands up raised. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and give a listen to Little Joe.
Well, I think this is a story that was told by every great monologist in the world for the past 75 or 100 years, I think. I don't go back. Did they tell it 100 years ago, Harry? Well, you'll hear it.
Well, I have to know what.
But I know it's a real old story, and it's about rescue. It just fits. It's about this Scotchman and his boy. The Scotchman is on the beach.
It's 200 years old.
And the Scotchman is on the beach, and the kid is playing in the water. And suddenly, the kid goes out, and the fella dives in and gets him, and he brings him out after a struggle. He brings him out and brings him to his father. His father says, "What's the matter?" He says, "Why, your boy just fell in the ocean. He almost drowned." He says, "I brought him in." He says, "You brought him in?" He says, "Yeah." He says, "Where's his hat?"
It's a slow take, but
if it was 200 years ago, it deserves it, Joe.
The laugh meter registered 800 for that one, Ward.
Well, it got its age, then, didn't it? 800.
So, while you go back to retrieve the
I know
hat...
a better rescue gag than that.
You do?
Yeah, I think I got another one.
You must know
But
another
about
one.
swimming, too. About the fellow says, "I've got to confess to you, Gertie." He says, "You know, it's years now." He says, "You remember how we met?"
He says, you were hollering help and everything, and I dove in and saved you? He says, well, I got to confess to you. She says, what? He says, you weren't in no danger, you know. He says, the water was only up to your neck. She says, I know it, Jim. All the time I was hollering help, she says, I had 1 foot on the sand. So he says, where's the hat?
Sort of sorry you thought of that one, Joe. But we'll skip blithely past it and see what Harry Hirschfield has to offer.
Well, I'll have one on the subject of rescue. I think this is a goofy, new sort of a moron story. A girl fell in love with this moron, and her father couldn't understand why she would want this moron. So he found out that they were eloping to a certain little town, and he got his automobile. He had to save her before she could marry this guy. But he came there too late. They were married, and made the old man so sore that he hauled off and smashed her in the jaw and knocked her down. She started to holler. With that, the groom took a smash at her, too. As she got up and hollered, the father took another smash at her, and the groom smashed her. The father smashed and the groom smashed her, and finally a policeman ran and said, what's going on here? And the groom says, he got a nerve. If he can smash my wife, I can smash his daughter.
Hey, 1,000 on the laugh meter for that one, Ward.
Let's see, Senator Ford hasn't been heard from in this round.
No, I was just thinking, a pipe cleaner is a hairpin with long underwear. Got nothing to do with the thing at all. I was just thinking about it.
Did you bring his hat?
Well, anyway, Sam, I don't know if this comes under the head of rescue or not. I think so anyhow. Sam Funbottom was down in his cellar holding his hand over a leaky water pipe. And all of a sudden, his wife from upstairs hollered, Sam, you can let go of the pipe now. He said, is the plumber here? She said, no, the house is on fire.
The laugh meter registers 600 for that joke.
It was better than the hat.
Didn't bring the hat or no hat. And as I gaze around the room and look at the figures, I see that none of our three wits have topped Mr. Newman's original 1,000. So the glad tidings are that we send Mr. Newman $25 of the... Now, our next joke comes from Roy Devaney of Toronto, Ontario, Canada. And the subject of this round is something I don't know whether you're familiar with or not from just listening to you. Music. Music. So I hope you arrive at a happy note, Peter.
It seems that a very famous maestro is leading a large symphony orchestra, and he's conducting them in Nick Kenny's Fourth. But some of you may know it. Opus 62, Part 5, Lower 8, Car 16. This is better known as the Chibaba Chibaba movement from Chibaba of Seville. It's a thing they play. So he's going along, and he's conducting this thing, and it's going great. And all of a sudden, he hears one violin in the string section. Magnificent. This dulcet tone of the violin comes out above all the others. So he looks over, and there's this violinist playing away beautifully. And he's got such a sad kisser. He's all woe-begone, looks awful. So the maestro stopped all the music. He said, my good man, he said, is that you playing so beautifully on the violin? Well, he says, well, who did you think it was? Yasha Hatfuts or somebody? Well, he says, what tone, what execution, you're wonderful. He says, thank you. Well, he said, how long have you been playing violin like that? Oh, he says, I've been playing 33 years already. He says, I was playing years ago. I knew the overture of 1812 before it was marked down from 1875. It's 33 years I've been playing on this fiddle. The fellow said, well, it's marvelous, but you look so sad. Aren't you feeling well today? He says, believe me, inside I'm the picture from health. Never felt better in my life. Well, he said, do you have any troubles at home? He says, believe me, it says, I got a wonderful family. I got gorgeous kiddies. He says, I got money in the bank. I got a house in the country. I got 2 cars, a coupe and a lousy mini I got. He says, everything is a number 1 Yankee Doodle if she pips it with me. Well, then he says, why do you sit there playing your violin and looking so miserable? He says, why do I look miserable? Because, confidentially, I just don't like music.
Well, that laugh should be music to Mr. Devaney's ears anyway, Peter. Was
1,000 on the laugh meter.
Sort of like a firecracker tonight, kind of hot. That's the third time you've zinged up there, giving Mr. Devaney an automatic $25 and once again taxing our three wits to the utmost. All three hands up, too.
Well, we know about music. Don't you hear us sing?
Valiant fellas. Well, I'll take note of Senator Ford first.
Well, Titsy and Dopey did all right for me in the first thing. I think I'll try him again. Titsy and Dopey were talking about music and talking about opera. And Titsy said to Dopey, do you know anything about opera? He said, sure, I know all about Faust. What do you mean you know all about Faust? He said, well, I know Washington played in it. So what do you mean Washington played in Faust? He said he was Faust in war, Faust in peace, and Faust in the war of the country.
1,000 on the laugh meter.
Played Faust and slow, too.
That was the German version of hole in one.
Did he bring his hat? Let's see now. We have a perfect round going again. Let's see if anybody's going to spoil it. Harry Hirschfield, I think, was second.
Well, this is a kind of a screwball gag I heard the other day. It'll fit the subject. There was a boarding house that had one bathroom, and all had to wait turns to get their baths. And sometimes you had to wait a long time to get your bath. But, you know, it had no lock on the bathroom door, so they had to sing while they were there to keep everybody warm. But it ended up in a fight, and the guy was brought to court for smashing the other guy. He just says, what happened? He says, well, I started to go to the bathroom to get a bath, and I heard singing in there. I came back a half an hour later, still singing in there. I don't mind waiting 2 hours. I don't mind waiting 3 hours. But when a guy goes in there with a portable radio and puts women's voices on, that's too much.
Well, it really isn't too much, but just enough, Harry.
1,000 for that joke, Ward.
Keeping our perfect round intact and tossing it right over to Joe Laurie, Jr.
Well, a little German fella just come over and he just about knows the language and he gets a job in a music shop. So I was there a little while and a man comes in. He says, I beg your pardon. He says, have you got a fife? He says, yes, and 3 kids, too. He says, you misunderstand it. He says, that isn't it. He says, a fife is a long, thin thing. He says, sure, that's my wife.
I saw it with my own eyes, Joe.
Listen, I just got even. That's older than the hat game.
And you're not kidding.
1,000 on the laugh meter.
You're giving us another perfect round. But Mr. Devaney will be very happy to know that as a result of the valiant efforts of our three wits, none were able to top his original 1,000.
Another round of jokes will be coming up right after these important words from our fine sponsor.
Back on the beam again, men. Here's a joke sent in by Paul W. Siebes of New York City, and it's on the subject of something we all should take cognizance of: caution. Caution. So, Peter, throw it to the air.
Well, it seems that Michael Houlihan was starting off to work in the morning, and his wife said,
Now, Michael, I want you to come home early tonight. Now, you don't want you stopping off at Halligan's, High Bunny and Hacienda with all your bum friends down there. You're always in there with them. You're always staying out late. Now, I don't want any of that tonight.
Well, he said, Maggie, he said, after all, a man gets through his work, he should have a little relaxation. I may have just a couple of snorts and then one for the road.
She said, that's where the trouble starts. I don't mind one for the road, but you keep repaving it all the time. She says, now, it's not good enough. I have to sit here all day long, and I'm working in the house, and then at night I'm all by myself in here, making nice things for you with me knitting needles.
He says, knitting needles? You mean knitting needles?
She says, these are knitting needles. I ran out of wool yesterday. Now, don't give me no argument. Now, I'm just telling you I want you to come home tonight.
Well, he said, what's so special about tonight?
She says, because the landlord is going to finally paint the stairs, and you've got to be home before he starts.
Well, he agreed to this, and he goes off to work, and coming back, he stops in at the Halligan's place, and he stays a little long, and he has one for the road, and then he has one for the Burma Road and Fordham Road and the road to Mandalay, and he gets a little late, and finally he comes home, and the lights are all out, and he opens the door, and he smells paint. So he tries the switch, and the lights won't work.
Oh, he said, this is awful. Now, what am I going to do? How am I going to get upstairs? Oh, what'll I do? Oh, you know what I'll do? He says, I'll shinny up the banister.
So he grabs his suitcase and he starts to climb up the banister. He's crawling up, and it takes him about an hour to go a couple of inches. He's crawling up, he gets halfway up, and he drops the suitcase. It makes a big thud, and his wife hears him.
He says, Michael, is that you down there?
He says it is. Why aren't you asleep?
Well, she says, I stayed awake to tell you. You can come right up the stairs. Because the landlord didn't bring enough paint, so all he painted was the banisters.
Picture with that one, too, for the fourth time tonight.
1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
Automatically giving him $25. And you fellas are out just for laughs once again, and I think Harry Hirschfield had his hand up first.
A very thin guy like Joe's Fife.
The German's fight.
One little weak guy came to a physical culture guy. I said, I'd like to let something to get a little strength. Maybe you could give me some stuff to get some strength. Tell me something. So the fellow says, well, I got a series of exercises for you. Here's when you bend, and when you don't bend, you do this to this, and you twist here, and all these exercises, and you can do it right in your house. I said, all right, I'll try it. As he got towards the door, he says, and I've got to caution you about one thing. You must do all those things in front of an open window. He says, why do you think I came here to get some strength? I can't lift the window.
1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
So we give you credit for $1,000 and skip lightly over to Senator Ford.
Well, little Oscar Fotzengoggle was using some words that his mother didn't think was becoming a young boy, and she said, I don't want you to use any language like that again. He said, why not? William Shakespeare used it. She said, if William Shakespeare used it, don't play with him anymore.
$1,000 on the laugh meter. The laugh meter registers 1,000 for that joke, Ward.
Not a solid one, however, but it counts just the same. And let's see, Joe Laurie is yet to be heard from.
Yeah, well, Montgomery learned to be a pilot, see? And he got enough lessons, so he bought a little two-passenger job, and he took his wife up. He says, the first time I'm up alone with you, he says, we'll take a trip. So they fly around, and he's doing pretty good, and finally there's a storm and everything. He turns to his wife, he says, Chin-chin. He says, have you got that 5-carat stone, the diamond ring I bought you last year? You wearing it? She says, no, I didn't take it. He says, have you got that sunburst I got you? The $2,000 sunburst? Are you wearing that? She says, no, I'm not. I left it home. He says, that tiara I bought you, that $6,000 tiara, you wearing it? She says, no, I left it home. He says, oh, are you lucky? She says, why? He says, because we're going to crash. So she says, where's the hat?
That hat seems to still be pursuing you, Joe.
850 on the laugh meter for that joke, Ward.
Can't get any more out of it. But you were in sort of a feudal cause there anyway. None of our three wits were able to top Mr. Siebes' 1,000. Well, look at the clock. Shows the time has wasted, gentlemen. So I'd just like to ask the audience to join Can You Top This, originated by Senator Ford, next week. Same time, same gang, other jokes, some new, some old. Until then, we remain yours for bigger and better laughs.
Edward Ford.
Harry Hirschfield.
Joe Laurie Jr.
Peter Donald.
Ward Wilson.
And this is your host, Roger Bauer, saying so long, and take care of yourself until we meet again next time.
Can You Top This? Starring Senator Ford.
Good evening.
Harry Hirschfield.
Howdy.
And Joe Laurie Jr.
Hello.
And now, here's Master of Ceremonies, Ward Wilson.
Thank you, Charles Stark, and good evening, friends. Welcome to Can You Top This? Like the Army football team, we ramble on in our carefree, unrehearsed way. Our three wits do not know what jokes have been chosen until the versatile Peter Donald reads them on the air. Then they try to top them. They have no scripts but rely on memory and ability to switch jokes to make them fit.
And this is your host, Roger Bauer. Peter Donald reads the jokes sent in by the home audiences.
If Peter Donald reads your submitted joke, you get $10. Then our gagsters go to work. Each time they fail to top your score, you win $5 more, which means you may win $25.
Can You Top This is made possible by our fine sponsor. Won't you please listen to this?
Let's get on with the business of laughter, provided you three fellas are in jovial spirits tonight, and I trust you are.
Just in spirits.
Yeah,
Just in
jovial spirits.
All right,
Go ahead, let it go.
Here's the first joke of the evening.
It comes from Mrs. K.D. Hassler of Burbank, California. It's on the subject of something that I know none of you three are affected with, conceit. So pat Laurie on the head, Senator. Pete, I hope we have something to be a little stuff-shirted about after you get through with this one, so let's try it.
Well, this is a story about show business, and, you know, whenever two old vaudevillians get together, they usually talk about show business. Whenever three old vaudevillians get together, they start a joke program. But this, in the old days, there used to be a group of actors, vaudevillians, that used to stand down in Times Square outside the Bond building, and they were there every day. They had sort of a little club. We called it the WBL, Waiting Between Layoffs. Sometimes it meant whatever became of Laurie, but they were down there, and one day they were talking with a little Cockney comedian who had just come over, and he was playing Proctor's 58th Street, and one of the fellas said to him, he said, Alf, he says, how's your act doing?
He said, oh, I'm doing fine. Oh, I'm pulverizing them over there. Oh, I'm doing wonderful, but he says the act that's on before me, blimey, he's had a time at that theatre. He says it's the most awful thing. The poor fellow's name is Herbert Harrison and his educated elephants. The pinnacle of prodigious pachydermy. Oh, he says, poor Herbert, cool he says, just after his first trick, he says that audience broke out in ripe, round raspberries. Oh, it was awful, and he says when Herbert was all through with his elephants and went off stage, he says them blokes out in the audience, he says they hissed poor Herbert. He says, oh, they hissed him right off the stage, hissed him so good and proper, even when he was out of sight, they kept hissing him. One of the actors said, gee, that's terrible. Oh, he said it was awful. Oh, they hissed him. It sounded like a steam fitters convention out there. The man was right off the stage. Herbert had left the stage, and they still hissed him. They said, well, that's too bad for Herbert, but how did your act go? Oh, he says, my act went fine. Except that right in the middle of my act, they started hissing Herbert again.
Well, we can't hiss at that one, Peter. That was
$1,000 for that joke, Ward.
Giving Mrs. Hassler automatically $25, putting our three wits out for strictly laughs, and all three hands up on the first round. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and we'll pick on Harry.
Well, first I heard of an actor that was so conceited that he cut his name out of the phone book and pasted it in his scrapbook. But there was a doctor who took himself very seriously, liked medicine, and he wanted his son to also be a doctor. So he went to his son, he says, son, I want you to study medicine, and, of course, you'll never be the doctor I am. You won't be half as good a doctor as I am. You won't be as successful. But anyway, I want you to go to school and study. So the boy went to school, and he studied for 3 years. And after the third year, his father sent him to Europe so he could visit the big medical schools of Europe. And when the boy came back from the trip, father, very proud, said, well, how are you? How was everything? He says, oh, Dad, I'm some doctor. I'm some big shot. I'm going to be great. He said, what do you mean? He says, you know that fella, that patient you've been treating for years? Well, I met him on the boat, and I examined him. In 24 hours, I cured him. Father says, dope. He's the guy who's been paying your way through college.
Well, you can go a little way with that one, too, Harry.
1,000 on the laugh meter.
Tying Mrs. Hassler's 1,000, naturally not topping it, and I think the senator's resting. I'll call on Joe.
Well, Pete, double-crossing me tonight. Pete reminded me, it seems when you talk about conceit, you think about actors. I have a short one. This doesn't count, Ward. It's about this fellow that was very conceited about him knowing all about Shakespeare, about the language of Shakespeare, and he always talked in the same language, and he had a girl out one night, and he says to her, he says, fair damsel, I must leave you, forsooth. I am leaving you, forsooth. And she looks at him, she says, how forsooth you going? I like those guys. But the one I want to tell, I believe in all the years I've been in show business, that every place that actors gather, they've told this story to each other. It's about a conceited song and dance man, a hoofer, who lost his wife. And he meets his agent the next day, and his agent says, Jim, he says, I was over at the funeral parlors at the service for your missus, and he says, I've watched you. He says, oh, I've never seen a man take on so and cry so dramatically. It was terrible. I just felt for you. I never saw a man cry like you did over your wife's casket. He says, oh, gee, that's nothing. You should have caught me at the grave.
Well, I caught you at 1,000, both on the premise and the joke itself, Joe. So that means a perfect round is in the making, I hope. And, Senator, it's up to you to hit the ball on the nose, too.
You know, I had time enough to think of 3.
3?
None of which will be any good. Well, anyway, here's one of those quick things, too. 2 girls were talking, and one said, do you like conceited men or the other kind? The other one said, what other kind? And here's another quick one. You like those quick ones? Mr. Sam Bunbottom said to his wife, he said, honey, you know, I think our little boy got his brains from me. She said he must have. I still have mine.
That one made the top. 1,000 on the laugh meter.
You know, I think the audience ought to know, though, that the greatest line ever written about conceit was written by Oscar Wilde. He said, when a man falls in love with himself, it's the beginning of a lifelong romance.
All the boys will be back with another round of fun after a word from our sponsor.
Let's get back to the business of jokes once again now. And here's one sent in by Mrs. Frederick Kaiser, who's a registered nurse, incidentally, and lives in Miami, Florida. The subject of this joke, and all being married, you will recognize it immediately, is speech. Speech. So, Peter, you give out with the talk and see what you speak to us this time.
Well, 2 Irish fellas, Pat and Mike, had attended the annual banquet of the Shamrock, Shillelagh, and Slantywallaga Society over the Innisfail Ballroom, and they were on their way home from the banquet. And Mike said, well, Paddy, my boy, I said, what did you think of the banquet tonight? How did you like the Irish stew?
He said, oh, Moy, I think he was the finest toastmaster we ever had. The man was marvelous. He said he was most intellectual and intelligent, not to say in the least redundant. But he said there was one thing wrong with the man. He said sometimes I couldn't quite understand what he was saying. He spoke so fast. He said he was going along like one of those jet emulsion planes or something. He said I couldn't understand what he was saying. I never heard a man speak so fast in all my life. What made him talk so fast, do you think?
Mike said, well, you see, he comes by it naturally. His father was a tobacco auctioneer, and his mother was a woman.
Pete, a little hesitantly, that worked its way up to 1,000, flicking 800 and 900 on the way up, giving Mrs. Kaiser a perfect round thus far with $25 in the bag, and our 3 wits out just for laughs, and Joe Laurie's hand was up first.
Yeah, I remember the time that Senator Ford made a speech on the Lower East Side of New York to a Fathers and Sons Club. And when he finished speaking, after about a half hour or so, a little kid come up to him. He says, hey, Senator Ford, he says, will you tell me something? So I certainly, young man, what can I do for you? He says, what kind of powder do you use to clean your teeth? He says, why, Colgate's. He said, then I lose then. He said, what do you mean you lose? He says, I bet me old man made a bet with him. He says, what was the bet? He says, well, according to the way you shoot off your mouth, I thought you used gunpowder.
Senator's taking bows on that.
1,000 on the laugh meter.
Harry, I think your hand was raised second.
Well, here's one on speech that hasn't been told in years and years. A lot of people are sitting around and they're discussing taboos, superstitions, and 1,001 things, prenatal influence. And one group says, I don't believe in that thing they call the prenatal influence. I don't believe in it at all. He says, before I was born, my wife, or mother rather, was frightened by a broken phonograph record. But it didn't affect me. Well, it looks like I was frightened, too.
Well, you got the whole
family mixed up.
Got the whole family in the joke, Harry?
1,000 on the laugh meter.
And
That's
for the
the
second...
first time I ever heard of a kid being married before it was born.
You should go with that one, Senator. Well, taking my cue from Joe Laurie, I suppose I should ask you to blow off your mouth or something.
Mrs. Snapgirdle rushed into her. She's a fast-talking dame, anyhow. She rushed into her husband. She says, darling, look at this wonderful photograph I just had taken, a snapshot. Look at this photograph. Isn't it wonderful? It was taken with a high-speed camera. He said it had to be taken with a high-speed camera. It caught you with your mouth shut.
Up. 1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
So now let's get over to a brand new one and see what's going to happen here. The next joke comes from William I. Lawson of Louisville, Kentucky, and the subject of this round is gifts. Gifts. So, Pete, suppose you gift it to us.
Well, this is about Sadie DeKalb, the Brooklyn bombshell, and she got a job as a salesgirl in the gift department of one of the upstate stores, like the J.N. Adams stores, one of those chain stores up there. And the first day she's behind the counter, a ritzy woman waltzed over to her counter and said, "Oh, sales lady, come here."
So Sadie says, "Yeah, what do you want already?"
She said, "Sales lady, now let me see. Do you have any notions here?"
She says, "Yeah, but I try to suppress them during business hours."
The ritzy lady says, "No. You see, I'm looking for a gift for my little niece. Have you any suggestions?"
She says, "No, you see, I just came to work here this morning, and I don't know what we have in stock yet, you know. I'm still sort of a novice here. I don't know my way around."
So the woman looked at the stuff on the counter. She says, "Oh, I know. I'll give my niece some of those lovely bookends."
Sadie says, "Bookends? Listen, don't be such a cheapskate. Give her a whole book, not just the end."
Hey, 1,000 on the laugh meter for that one, Ward.
Sending an automatic 25 to Mr. Lawson. And once again, you fellas are in a futile pursuit. And, Senator, I think your hand was upraised first.
Well, the reason why I stuck my hand up in a hurry was something happened on Halloween night. I was over to Cavendish Club, and Sam Katz, the bridge expert, had a package under his arm on the way out. I said, "What do you got in a bundle?" He says, he said, "I'm taking a box of candy to my wife's relatives." I said, "Assorted nuts?" He said, "They certainly are."
Well, it pays to know one's own family anyway, Senator.
It pays to learn to play bridge.
1,000 on the laugh meter.
I'm paying Mr. Lawson, but doing you absolutely no good. And, Joe, how about you?
Yeah, a woman was telling her husband, she says, "Haven't you forgotten something today?" He says, "No, what have I forgotten?" He says, "Don't you know we're married 25 years today?" He says, "So what?" He says, "What are you going to give me? Aren't you going to give me a gift?" He says, "Oh, all right, I'll get you a little kitten." She says, "A kitten? We already got a cat." He says, "I know, but you can use a new puss."
Oh, they're really banging around here tonight. That's
1,000 on the laugh meter for that one, Ward.
Now, Harry, the responsibility of the third consecutive perfect round is up to you. Let's see what you're going to do.
A Russian named Ivan Popnikov, he had a little boy named Petrov, 7 years old. And the boy took 5 violin lessons, and right away, the father was giving him a concert. So the father bought a lot of tickets, bought out the whole house, and he told all his friends, he said, "This is a present for the tickets, won't cost you a cent for the tickets. You coming to the concert." And as each came into the concert, he said, "Listen, boys, if he is good tonight, and he's a success, I want you all after the concert to go to the Russian tea room, and I'm giving a big free party there for everybody to eat." So they all came, sat down, and the boy starts a play, and he's awful. He is terrible. And every time the lights went out, somebody sneaked out. Finally, after the concert, the old man is upset by this kid's playing, and he rushes over to the Russian tea room, and they're all into the food. And the old man comes in and says, "Didn't he stink? Wasn't he lousy?" They all looked from the borscht and said, "We liked him. We liked him."
You were eminently successful, Harry.
1,000 on the laugh meter.
For the third time tonight, we have a perfect round.
Another round of jokes will be coming up right after these important words from our fine sponsor.
We're off and running again, and here's a joke sent in by Lillian Adderman of Chicago, Illinois. And this is on the subject, getting back to your marital status once again, of brides. Brides tonight, gentlemen. So, Pete, suppose you wedge yourself to this one and let's see what happens.
Well, you know, I tell a lot of stories about Mr. and Mrs. Abercrombie Fafufnik. This is an inside story tonight, the inside story of their marriage. It happens to be a second marriage. This is all confidential. It is a second marriage. They were both married before, but it was kind of a tragic thing. Abercrombie, he was married to a lady window washer. She used to work up on the outside of the RCA building here, 50 floors above the street, and one time she got a nighttime job, and she decided to wear a strapless that evening. So anyway, a few months later, he met his present wife, Daphne, and they had a brief whirlwind courtship, and they're married. So after the ceremony, she said,
My husband, my spouse. Oh, have I found a wonderful apartment for us. It's a wonderful. It's going to be a surprise. Oh, so beautiful. It's got a sinking living room.
He says, you mean sunken?
She says, no, it's a new house. This one is still sinking. Wonderful apartment. It's only got 14 rooms.
He says, 14 rooms. What's the 14 rooms?
She says, don't worry. It's a surprise. Don't worry.
So they drive over to the new apartment, and he got surprised, all right. He opens the door to the apartment, and 6 kids run into his arms.
They say, hello, Mama. Did you bring our new daddy home? She says, certainly. Now, everybody be quiet like little Mickey Mouse says. I want you to meet the new papa here. She says, this is little Moe and Joey and Chloe and Schmoey and Quentin and Delphine.
He says, Daphne, he says, these are all your kiddies?
She says, well, certainly. You know I was married before.
He says, yeah, but when I made the investment, I didn't think I was going to get so many dividends. So says, for goodness sakes, I didn't expect this whole thing. For goodness sakes, says, during the courtship, why didn't you tell me you had 6 kids?
She says, why didn't I tell you? Because, darling, I didn't want you to think I was just a big blabbermouth.
4 in a row and par for the course, Peter.
1,000 on the laugh meter.
Once again, that automatic 25 goes out to Miss Adderman, putting her in velvet, the same as our other 3 contestants thus far tonight, and putting our 3 wits on the spot once again for just lay. I don't see a hand up raised. What goes
why? We're in a fine spot here. I'm going to lay off here for a couple of minutes, anyhow.
We have a chance to equal the world's record on the show that we set a couple of weeks ago.
Established by ourselves, yeah.
All right, Harry, suppose you start.
Well, I think this is kind of a newie. You know, Adam was created first. Then Eve was created. And then after that, immediately after, the trouble started because Eve was a little bit sore that Adam was created first. And the teacher was talking about this to the pupils. Why Adam was created first, then Eve. And she said, philosophers, historians have all tried to figure out why Adam was created first before Eve. Says, Johnny, I'd like to have your opinion. Why do you think Adam was created before Eve? He says, my father always says, never start with a woman.
Just made it, Harry, by the skin of its teeth.
Well, I know a gag goes in there that's on that same subject of Harry's. You know that Mrs. Snapgirdle I was talking about, that fast-talking dame with the camera? Mm-hmm. Well, her kid said to his father one time, he said, Papa, why did they create Adam first? And the old man said, to give him a chance to say something.
Well, we won't enter that in the sweepstakes unless you want to, Senator.
I don't care. I
It's
know
a
I
nice
just threw that
solid
in.
1,000 anyway.
Fine, that's where I'll quit.
We might get a chance for a next one. How about you,
Puts
Joe?
me in a great spot here, don't it? Huh?
Yeah, you're the one that tells the tale, believe
Yeah,
me.
well, 2 girls are attending one of those home weddings, and all the relations are there, and everybody is there. And this ceremony's going on, and everybody's starting to talk. And then the kids, a lot of babies there, you know, it started crying, and you can hardly hear the service at all. So one kid turns to the other girl, and she says, isn't that awful? Those kids crying, those babies bringing them to a wedding. She says, well, that's going to teach me a lesson. Next week when I get married, I'm going to put on the invitations in the corner. No babies expected.
Well, Joe, that was the solution, my boy. For the second time since I can recall, Can You Top
Yep,
This? That
second
was
time in 5
4
years.
perfect rounds in 7 years or more.
Second time in 3 weeks, it seems to me.
It is, but...
Well, Pete Donald is a good pacemaker.
Yeah.
Really set a rapid pace tonight. Well, on the strength of that, I'm going to call a halt for you fellas tonight because that's just about all the time we're going to have. But before we leave, I would like to ask the audience to be sure and join Can You Top This again next week. The same time, same gang, other jokes, some new, some old. Until then, we remain yours for bigger and better laughs.
Senator Ford.
Harry Hirschfield.
Joe Laurie Jr.
Peter Donald.
Ward Wilson.
And this is your host, Roger Bauer, saying so long, and take care of yourself until we meet again next time.
Can you top this? I know a guy who's got a good head on his shoulders, and it's a different one every night.
Can you top that, Harry Hirschfield?
I'll try.
Can you, Senator Ford?
I really don't know.
You don't know. How about you, Joe?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
These guys who do a quip tease bring you another session of Can You Top This? And now for the man who tells you how to make dollars out of nonsense, Ward Wilson.
Thank you, Charlie Stark. Can You Top This is unrehearsed and spontaneous, and our top rule is keep 'em laughing. Anyone can send in a joke, and if your joke is told by the well-known actor and storyteller Peter Donald, you get $10. Each of the 3 wits try to top it with another joke on the same subject. Each time they fail to top you, you get $5 more.
And this is your host, Roger Bauer. Can You Top This is made possible by our fine sponsor. Won't you please listen to this?
You 3 witty committees ready to go to work here?
Ready?
Yeah, I guess so.
All right. All right, here we go with the first story this evening, sent in by Julia M. Dorsch of Irvington, New Jersey, and it's on the subject of customer. So I'll have to give you a little latitude in this round. Peter, suppose you serve up the first round.
Well, this is about my favorite fish market over on 9th Avenue where all the fish markets are. This is Pasquale Lasagna's over there. It's a wonderful place. And Pasquale's quite a character, and you've probably seen their slogan on the fish store. Salmon is red, bluefish is blue, from the sea to the nets, and from nets to you. And so this particular day, in walked a very ritzy lady, Mrs. Van Upsweet Van Mortgage III, this one of these days. So Pasquale saw her come in the door. He says, "Hey, hello." He
says, "Hello." He says, "What can I always do for you?" She said, "Well, I want to buy some fish for dinner. Tell me, my good man, is your fish absolutely fresh?"
He said, "Please, I don't know. He's a fresh. He don't say nothing to me. I don't know. He's a fish, that's all. Go around, look at the fish."
So she goes around and she's poking all the fish, you know. Finally, she picks up one, and Pasquale said, "Hey, please, no squeeze the halibut there. Put him down." She said, "Well, I'd like to purchase this. How much is this particular fish?" He says, "It's 75 cents." She says, 75 cents? That seems a little high. How much does it weigh? He says, "I don't know how much the fish weighs. It's going to cost you 75 cents, that's all." She said, "My good man, you can't do business like that. Haven't you got any sort of a scale?" He says, "A scale? Listen, lady, I don't sell by any scale. You got to buy the whole fish."
900 is the final score in the laugh meter, Ward.
Gives you boys a little bit of a latitude there to get over the top of Miss Dorsch's story. So let's take a look at the hands, and Harry Hirschfield looks like the first one.
A fella goes into a small town, and he goes into a store to buy something. He's an out-of-towner, and he can't see the owner of the store. Nobody's around there. And he looks around, and he looks around, and he can't. Finally goes, and he hears some kind of noise in the next room. So he comes in there, and he says, "Are you the proprietor?" And he says, "Yeah, don't bother me now." And the proprietor's sitting at a table with a dog, and they're both playing gin rummy. And this customer can't believe it. He's looking at it, and the dog is playing the gin rummy, and this guy is playing the gin rummy. And finally, when the thing is all over, he says to him, "Is that dog really playing gin rummy? Is that really a dog?" He said, "Yes." He says, "Is he really playing gin rummy?" He said, "Yes." Well, he says, "That's the smartest dog I ever saw. That's the most brilliant, smart dog I ever saw." He says, "He ain't so smart. I beat him 4 out of 5 games every time."
1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
Right up at the top, topping Miss Dorsch's 900. She still has her $10, however, and I think Joe Laurie had his hand up next.
This is sort of goofy. Mrs. Rappaport goes into a favorite store, a tobacco store. And Mr. Epstein behind the counter says, Mrs. Rappaport, I'm so happy that you come in today. Says, an old customer like you, we got a penny sale today. Says, what do you mean a penny sale? He says, you know the 20-cent package of cigarettes you buy? She says, yeah. Says, if you buy 2 packages, it's 21 cents. She says, 2 packages for 21 cents? She says, yeah. Says, well, then give me 2 packages. He says, I'm very sorry. We only sell 1 to a customer.
Hey, 1,000 on the laugh meter for that one, Ward.
Well, that did it once again, Joe. Right. Also topping Miss Dorsch's 900. So 2 of you now have hit the top of the meter. How about you, Senator?
Well, you know that gag that Pete told is a twist of another gag of the fellow looking at a fish, and he says that fish weighs 9 pounds. The other fellow says, how do you know? He says, by the scales. Well, anyway, doesn't count. One of those fat, fussy dames went into a department store, and she wanted to have the clerk show her some blankets. So he brought down all the blankets on the shelves but one. And there they were all over the counter. She couldn't make up her mind. Finally, she says, you know, I'm not going to buy a blanket today. I'm merely looking for a friend. He said, looking for a friend? If you think your friend is hiding in that last blanket, I'd be glad to take it down for you.
You did it again, gentlemen. 1,000 on the laugh meter. Another perfect round. Senator Ford, Harry Hirschfield, and Joe Laurie Jr. will be right back after a few words from our sponsor.
Get right over to round number 2, and this joke was sent in by Ed Galler of New York City, and it's on the subject of something I know you all enjoy to an extremity, popularity. Popularity, boys. And look at that benign smile on the senator. Well, Pete, I hope you come up with a lot of popularity for Mr. Galler on this story, so let her ride.
This is about Gertrude Gowanitz, the Green Pen Glamour gal. And she was an awful club joiner. She was, such a social climber. She was a member of the Queens County Saturday Afternoon Ladies Beer and Bingo Society, and the Daughters of Ebbetsfield, and the veterans of NAM's Brooklyn Bargain Basement, and, with overseas ribbons for an afternoon in Gimbals, and she got a lot of medals all over it. So one day her friend Sadie DeCount,
she said, you know something, Gertrude? Really, you are very, very perplexing. You really are. Very strange. Why do you belong to all them clubs? You always go into meetings and everything. Why do you belong to all them clubs when you know you're not popular with people?
She says, why, I certainly am popular. I certainly am. The Subway Diggers Union just made me Miss Sandhog of 1946.
Well, I don't know. If you think you're so popular, why don't you get your name in the papers once in a while like Bedelia Hammerbun does? All your other friends' names in the paper. You belong to the same clubs. Why don't you do something to make all the officers and the members notice you and get your name in the papers, too?
She says, well, listen to her. My goodness sake, is so dumb already. I always do something important at the meetings.
She says, you do? You do? Well, what do you do that's so important?
She says, well, every time some member gets up on the floor and makes a motion, I'm the one who seconds it.
You may second the motion, Pete, but you dropped back 100 that time.
The laugh meter registered 800 for that one, Ward.
Pete is looking on both sides of the table for the joke and can't find it. Dropped off 100 from the last one. All 3 wits have plenty of chance now, and Joe Laurie's hand was the first to be raised.
Swell-looking doll passes, a couple of guys on the corner. Blonde, beautiful girl, and one guy says to the other guy, he says, gee, there's a swell-looking doll, ain't she? I bet you she's popular in this neighborhood. He says, yeah. He says, I know. He says, Charlie says she's the most popular girl in the whole neighborhood. He says, is Charlie the guy she goes with? He says, no, that's her husband. Bob is the guy she goes with. He says, Charlie is her husband and she goes with Bob? He says, yeah, that's why Jack yells so. He says, who's Jack? He says, he's the guy that's engaged to her.
Well, you got yourself engaged to 900 that time, Joe. Tops Mr. Galler's 800. However, he still has his $10, and I think the senator had his hand up next.
Well, you know how catty some women are. A couple of these gals were sitting together, and one said, "Do you know that when I was 16 years old, I won a popularity contest?" The other one said, "Gee, I didn't know they had popularity contests during the Rutherford B. Hayes administration." I know a girl who put a mud pack on her face, and she kept it on for 6 months. She was more popular with it on. No good either. The jokes are not popular, just the subject, it seems like.
You better stop about
Go
there,
ahead,
Senator.
get Harry on here.
We backslid from 800 to 500 on
First
the second.
one counted, then 800.
First one counted. Well, that just ties Mr. Galler's 800, so now he has $15. He's doing a little bit better. You can salute Pete, too. Harry, we haven't heard from you yet.
There's a goofy one about Finnegan belonged to a lot of organizations. He had a lot of friends. He was very popular with the boys. So one day, Finnegan is dying. He calls his wife over and she says, I'm dying now, so I want to leave some last instructions. They're all going to come here, for the funeral. And before they go to the funeral from the house, I want you to give them all a good stiff drink. And when they come back to the house from the funeral, I want you to give them a triple whiskey. But as I'm going with them and not coming back, I'd like all mine right now.
850 on the laugh meter for that joke, Ward.
Here's a joke sent in by Margaret Gilmore of my old hometown, Jackson Heights, Long Island, New York. And, we have Jackson Heights with us, huh? This one is on something that we hear about, but they're kind of hard to find, I understand. Taxi cabs. Taxi cabs. So, Peter, drive right on out with it, will
Hard
you?
to find in one piece, anyhow.
Well, this happened over in London, and there was a taxi driver over there, a little Scotsman by the name of Sandy McGilvery. And he was having an awful day. Oh, he had a bad day, and he was mumbling to himself. He said, oh, this is awful. Oh, my, this is awful. He says, I've been out for 4 hours, and I haven't had a single fare. This is terrible. And just as he said that, a gentleman came out of a very swanky club and hailed the cab. He said, driver, just a moment, come here, please. He says, I seem to have imbibed a little too freely in my club. So will you take me home, and if you deliver me safely at my doorstep, I shall see that you are the recipient of a very, very grand gratuity. So Sandy says, come right in the cab. Come right in the cab. He says, breathe in my face again. Oh, that's wonderful. He says, oh, he says, that's you like a breath of home. It's wonderful. He says, get in the cab. He says, you know something? It's a blessing I was passing this way. He says, I've had an awful night. Oh, I've had an awful night. He says, not one fare in 4 hours. He says, and what with the price of things these days, and the wife and the 3 kids, oh, it's terrible. I'm just getting broke all the time. So the man says, why, that's a very, very sad story, old boy. He says, wait a minute, I'll tell you what we'll do. This is my house right here. Let me off here. Now, I'll take out my wallet, you see, and I want to reward you because you brought me home safely and business is bad. Here's £10 for your wife and £15. That's 5 for each of your children. Sandy says, oh, thank you kindly, sir. That's very nice of you. And the man started to go up the door, and all of a sudden Sandy says, wait a minute, you crook. You forgot to pay your 6-pence cab fare.
Well, you just forgot 100 that time, Pete. You got
900 is the final score in the laugh meter, Ward.
There she is for Miss Gilmore, and we'll take a look around, and Harry Hirschfield's hand is the first to arise.
Jackie Miles told me a story that I liked. Ginsburg decided to become a taxi driver. So he told his friend, he said, I'm going to be a taxi driver, boy. He said, you ever drive before? He says, what is there to drive a taxi in a big city like this? No trouble. So the next day he meets him, he says, well, how is the taxi business? He says, boy, I was going 90 miles an hour, and I saw an open space between 2 cars, and I went right through those 2 streetcars. Do you know if anybody wants to buy a tall, thin taxi?
Well, Harry, will you buy 900? Buying Miss Gilmore, but not topping her, so she now has $15, and Joe Laurie's hand was the second.
Yeah, a fella gets in a cab, and he tells the cab driver where he wants to go, and this fella starts off right in hard. And he's part on the sidewalk, part on the street, and he goes all on the safety zones. He's driving all over, and finally turns the corner, and this fella can't stand it long. He says, hey, what's the matter with you? He says, you know, you took that corner on 60 miles an hour on 2 wheels. He says, you belong in an insane asylum. The guy says,
How'd you know? This is the second time I've escaped this month.
Up. 1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
Well, at least you got out with 1,000, topping Miss Gilmore's 900. However, she still holds her $15, and Senator, you look very pensive over there.
Yeah, you know those white lines I have across the street? Those are safety lanes, you know. If a cab driver hits you between the lines, it doesn't count. Well, anyway, there was one of those fat dames, you know, that built like a Staten Island ferry boat. She was as tall east and west as she was north and south. And she's trying to get into a cab, and she can't quite make it. So she turns around and tries to back in. And a man standing on the sidewalk starts to laugh. She became very indignant, and she said, if you were half a man, you'd help me. He said, if you were half a lady, you wouldn't need any help.
The laugh meter registers 1,000 for that joke, Ward.
Well, you didn't need any that time either, Senator.
Don't go away. We'll have another round of jokes in a few moments.
We'll get back to the business of jokes once again, with your permission, fellas. Here's one sent in by Stanley Gus of the Bronx, New York. And this one, Bronx well represented, too. This is one that it should interest Joe quite a little. It's on the subject of grammar. Grammar?
No, I like all my relations.
Grammar, either.
Anything over 2 syllables he thinks is code.
Well, Pete, let's see
you know
how
what I
much
like
sense
about
you
it?
can
They
make
don't
out
know
of it.
either.
Now.
Well, it's about my pal, Mr. Abercrombie Fafufnik. And Fafufnik's walking down the street, and he saw his friend Goldberg. He says, hello, Goldberg! He says, you're looking very hunky-punky. You're looking snappy. He says, pardon me. He says, did you hear the news?
So Goldberg says, no, what news?
He says, you didn't hear the news? Let me tell you. He says, I'm in a new business now. Oh, it's wonderful. He says, I go around to all the places. I buy up all the stale bagels. And with the summer coming on, I sell them to midgets for life preservers. Yeah, I'm making a fortune. I'm laughing on the inside with the profits on the black side. I'm having a wonderful... It's wonderful. I don't owe nobody nothing.
So Goldberg says, so you're a success. All right, that's fine. You're a success, but listen to the way you talk. I don't owe nobody nothing. Is that English?
He says, well, what does it sound like? Portuguese or something? Certainly that's English.
He says, no. He says, you don't understand. The trouble with you, Fafufnik, you ain't got any grammar at all. You split your infinitives, and you leave the participles dangling, and you always use 2 negatives. Now, don't forget, 2 negatives make a positive, but 2 positives can make a negative.
Fafufnik says, is that so? He says, is that so? He says, well, Mr. got a diploma hanging on the wall should cover up the crack in the plaster. He says, I'll prove to you, he says, 2 positives can make a negative.
Goldberg says, how can you prove 2 positives make a negative?
He says, because. He says, this morning I asked my wife if I could go out tonight and play pinochle with the boys, and all she said was, yeah.
No, it's worth 1,000, Peter. Half of the Kirkman laugh meter that time, which automatically gives Mr. Gus $25 and sends you boys just out for the soap and laughter. And let's see, I have a choice between the Senator and Harry Hirschfield this time. I'll take the Senator. He's further away.
Well, little Oscar Potzengoggle said to his papa, he said, Papa, what part of speech is mother-in-law? Papa, what part of speech is mother-in-law? And the old man said, mother-in-law is not part of speech. She is all of it.
900 is the final score in the laugh meter, Ward.
Doesn't top Mr. Gus's 1,000, however. And, Harry, now take your crack at it, huh?
Teacher's having a grammar lesson, so she says to Tommy, I'll spell out words, and I want you to give me what the pronunciation is. What is P-I-P-E-S? What is that? She says, I don't know. So you don't know what P-I-P-E-S is? She says, no. She says, what runs from your kitchen down to the basement? He says, our cook Lena, she's crazy about the janitor.
1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
All right, Harry. Buying once again Mr. Gus's 1,000, but he still retains his 25 clams, so...
Yeah, I just thought of one
How
more.
about you, Joe?
Mr. and Mrs. Epstein's before the judge, and the judge says, what is it you want? He says, I want a divorce. He says, for my wife here. He says, what's the reason? He says, she's nagging me all the time. Nagging, morning, noon, and night. He says, in what way? He says, every little word I say, I open up my mouth. She says, shut up, shut up. Every little word, shut up, shut up. I don't always say, shut up, shut up. Sometimes I say, keep quiet, you weasel.
1,000 on the laugh meter.
We'd like to ask the audience now to join Can You Top This again next week at the same time, same gang, other jokes, some new, some old. Until then, we remain yours for bigger and better laughs.
Senator Ford.
Harry Hirschfield. Joe Laurie. Whoop, whoop. Peter Donald. Ward Wilson.
And this is your host, Roger Bauer, saying so long, and take care of yourself until we meet again next time.
Can You Top This? Starring Senator Ford.
Good evening.
Harry Hirschfield.
Howdy.
And Joe Laurie Jr.
Hello.
And this is your host, Roger Bauer. And now, here is your master of ceremonies, Ward Wilson.
Good evening, friends. Welcome to Can You Top This, our unrehearsed Wheeze Whirlpool. Our three wits do not know what jokes have been chosen until the people's representative, Peter Donald, tells them on the air.
Then our panelists try to top the score on the laugh meter registered by Peter Donald.
Our three gagsters have no scripts. They rely on memory and ability to switch jokes and make them fit the subject.
Can You Top This is made possible by our fine sponsor. Won't you please listen to this?
Leave us get on with the laughs. Are you ready, gentlemen?
Ready.
Uh-huh.
And you going to stop yawning, Senator? All right, here we go. First joke of the evening comes from C. Hayden Tracy of Schenectady, New York, and it's on the subject of something that sounds good, but I don't know how you do it. Economy. So, Pete, don't be too economical with this one.
Well, it's about a little Irishman named Pat, and he was the dog catcher in a certain town. And the dog pound was overcrowded. Every day he was picking up more mutts, and finally he was getting pretty sick of taking care of them. So he got an idea, and he went to the mayor. Walked in the office.
He said, Your Honor, I'd like a word with you. You see, he said, I'm Mulvaney, the dog catcher, and I've never seen so many stray canine beasts in all my life. Now, he says, we're getting very chaotic down in the dog pound. Oh, we're overcrowded with Saint Bernards and Great Danes and Spitzes and Mexican Chihuahuas and everything down there. He says, we've got cockers and mutts alive. Oh, you can't stand it down there. Now, he says, it's very costly for the city to take care of all them animals. Now, it's very costly. And I think we ought to start a little campaign. There must be a lot of people in the town who would love to have a little dog as a pet. So why don't we tell them they can come down to the pound and pick out a little dog? A little pet dog to fondle, to take out for a walk, let him play an occasional game of hide and seek out there.
So the mayor decided this was a swell idea because election was coming up and this would be an economical measure. So they start the campaign. And they got slogans and banners and pictures in all the windows, and the dogs are being interviewed, and they're making guest shots on the radio. Got dogs on John's Other Wolf and all the programs. Even Winchell took a couple of peeks too, and everything. It's all busy with the dogs. And it does great. Everybody's going to get a dog. And all the kids go to get dogs, and it's great. And the mayor's tickled to death. And finally comes the end of the campaign, and he goes down to see Mulvaney, the dog catcher. He says, Mulvaney, he says, I got to hand it to you. You're a genius. He says, did you finally get rid of all those stray dogs? Mulvaney says, No, Your Honor, that's just the trouble. You see, there's been such a terrific demand. In order to fill all the requests, I had to hire 6 extra dog catchers.
1,000 on the laugh meter.
Making it an automatic $25
You had enough
for...
stuff in there for 9 one time.
Well, as a matter of fact, he got about that many, too, Senator, en route. But Mr. Tracy now has that $25 safely tucked away, and you three fellas are really up against the wall, but you can at least tie. Let's see how close you come anyway. And I think Joe Laurie Jr. had his hand up first.
Well, the mother was visiting her married daughter, and she was looking around the house and everything. She says, Daughter, you ought to be more economical. You're spending a lot of money. She says, Oh, Mother, I am economical. I have to be. She says, Well, how do you pay your bills and everything? She says, I pay by check. Pay by check. You see, my husband and me, we have a joint bank account. She says, What do you mean a joint bank account? She says, Every time I cash a check, he breaks one of my joints.
1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
Tying Mr. Tracy's $1,000, but not topping it. And now let's see what is going to emanate from Harry Hirschfield.
This story is supposed to be true. I doubt it, but it's worth telling just the same. A wife heard that her husband, after they'd been married all these years, heard that her husband, instead of going away on business for the weekend as he claimed, was really in love with a farmer's daughter and was going up to a certain farm. As she heard about it, she was moaning about it. She says, "Can you imagine this? He goes up, tells me he's going on business for the weekend. He's been going up every weekend up in that farm with a farmer's daughter-in-law. It's bad enough if he's in love with a farmer's daughter, but I'm his wife. You'd think when he came back on Monday he would bring me some butter and eggs."
Well, Harry, along with the butter and eggs, you brought home the bacon that time. That was
1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
Anyway, now the only one of our three wits missing is Senator Ford with a perfect round going.
I'll be
Senator.
missing after I finish the gag, too. I think. Up in my hometown, there's a fellow who's, you might say, economical. You know, he's kind of stingy. He's a quartermaster. He's always looking after his 25-cent pieces. Well, he has a son who takes after him a bit, and one time he was taking his little sweetheart to a county fair, and they drove past the popcorn stand, and the girl trying to talk him into buying some popcorn said, "Oh, ain't that swell? Ain't that nice?" Said, "Ain't what nice?" She said, "Oh, that popcorn, doesn't it smell wonderful? It smells delicious. Doesn't it smell good?" He said, "It certainly does smell good. I'll drive a little closer so you can get a better smell."
1,000 on the laugh meter.
Just flicked up their 950.
Someday I'm going to go in for dialect.
Well, as I gaze upon those figures, I see that we had a perfect round that time. Each of our three wits getting 1,000 to tie Mr. Tracy's 1,000, but none topping him, needless to say. Well, let's continue our contest of wit and humor now. Here's a joke which was sent in by Nora B. Leinberg of San Fernando, California, and it's on the subject of questions. Questions. So, Pete, I have none. Let's see if you do.
Well, it seems there's a car in traffic. It's doing about 10 miles an hour. It's blocking up the whole road. So finally a cop went over to the driver.
He says, "Listen, Bunny, I'd like to ask you a few questions." Now, he says, "Usually I have trouble with guys going too fast. I got to chase guys for speeding. What's the idea you going along here on a good road? You're going 10 miles an hour, you're stopping all the traffic. What's wrong with you?"
So the little guy behind the wheel, he says,
Well, officer, he says, I got a problem, you see. My exasperator wasn't working.
He said, "Your exasperator? You mean your accelerator?"
He says, no, the accelerator is in the front seat, but the exasperator is in the back seat, and she didn't tell me what to do.
Pete was pointing to emphasize the joke and then started to follow his finger for the laugh that wasn't there.
Only 200 registered on the laugh meter that time, Ward.
So, Miss Leinberg starts out with a nifty $10, and our three wits have a breathing spell for the first time this evening, and I think Senator Ford wants to be the first one to step in.
Yeah, I'll go in first when Pete gets 250. Well, Screwball Jake is he's not as stupid as a lot of people think. He's really brilliant in a moronic sort of way. One time he wanted to get on a jury up in my hometown, but they didn't believe him. They didn't think he had all his buttons. So they asked a psychiatrist to examine him. So the psychiatrist said to him, "Now, what's the difference between a little boy and a dwarf?" Well, Jake thought a little while, and he says, "There could be a lot of difference." The doctor said, "How?" He said, "The dwarf could be a little girl."
$1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
We slightly topped.
That's a new. I never heard that.
Stick around, Harry. We learn every night. Well, let's see. As long as your hand's raised, Brother Hirschfield, suppose you
Well,
commit.
a lot of question stories. I want to throw one in first. They said, how can you stop an Englishman from laughing in church on Sunday? Says, don't tell him a joke on Saturday. Well, I think this is a newie. This is a goof story. There's a doctor had to leave his office for a few hours, so he says to a goof who was living next door, you just tend to my office. If anybody comes in, just ask him a few questions, so I'll know what it is. But if it looks like it's an emergency, if something happens, in that case, you'd call me up. I'll leave the number. Just ask them the name and address and try to calm them, when they come in. So in runs a goof, another big with a big cigar, and he's chewing the cigar, and he's got a little baby in his arm. He rushes in, says, the doctor here? Says, no, the doctor won't away. Said, when will the doctor be back? Said, I don't know, a couple of hours. So what's your name? So he told him. He said, your address. So what's the matter, emergency? He says, my baby swallowed my box of matches. Said, that's too bad. In the meantime, do you want to use my lighter?
$1,000 on the laugh meter. The laugh meter registers $1,000 for that joke, Ward.
Making the second time that Miss Lineberg's $250 has been topped. She still has her $10, and Joe, it's up to you to have pity.
Well, they're all telling goof stories. I may as well tell one. I heard one the other day. I think it's the goofiest thing I've heard in a long time. It's about this fella meets a kid, and he says, what's your name, son? He says, Jersey City. He says, I said, what's your name? He says, Jersey City. That's my name, Jersey City. He says, that's your name, Jersey City? Yeah. He said, I guess they named you Jersey City. You were born in Jersey City, they named you Jersey City. He says, no, I was born in Newark. He says, you were born in Newark and they call you Jersey City? Why didn't they name you Newark? He says, oh, what kind of a name would that be for a boy?
$1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
Senator, did you have another one you wanted to slide in?
Since Pete told one about an auto, there's another question gag goes in there about autos, too. It fits both subjects, as a matter of fact. Well, little Oscar Fotzengoggle said to his mother, he said, Mama, what happens to all the old automobiles when they don't run no more? She said, somebody sells them to your father.
Well, you wouldn't have gone wrong using that one in the first place, Senator. Any of you other two fellas want to whip in any more here?
Well, I heard a crazy little one the other day. A teacher wrote the word annually on the board. Says, do you know what that word is? Says annually. Yeah, annually. Says, do you know what it means? Says, that's a man's name. You hear it all over, annually. Says, a man's name? Yes. You only hear semi-annually.
Well, Joe, they're both one up on you.
The kid asked his father, he's reading a book, and he says, to turn to his father, he says, Papa, is it true that a woman's mouth is like a rosebud? The old man looks at his wife and he says, yeah, a woman's mouth before she marries is like a rosebud, and after she gets married, it starts opening up.
I could even throw in another one.
All right, before I even announce the rest of the award or reward, what do you have?
I don't care, Ward, reward, or Ward Wilson, or anything. I don't care. I just throw it in any place.
Go ahead, toss.
Well, all right, I'll toss. This is about a dopey dame. She was at one of those school proms, and a fella came over to her and said, haven't I seen your face somewhere else? She said, no, it's always been between the ears.
You're starting something here, Senator. Now Harry Hirschfield wants to get
I got a short one. The teacher says to the boys, do you know what a meteorologist is? He says, yes. That's the fellow who looks in a girl's eyes to see weather.
One more chance, Joe.
I run quick. Quick, call me a doctor. Call me a doctor. Call you a doctor? Why? He says, I just graduated.
Another round of jokes will be coming up right after these important words from our fine sponsor.
Get on to another joke now, and this one was sent in by Mrs. Ray Cloud of Wichita, Kansas, and it's on the subject of something I know none of you three are familiar with. However, you can have a go at it anyway. Show off. Show off.
So, Peter Donald, suppose you do just that.
It seems that Mrs. Abercrombie Fafufnik ran into her best friend Turalura Goldfarb on the street.
And she said, "Oh, Turalura," she said, "Made up, darling, I want to make a little chitter-chatter with you."
So Turalura says, "Hello, Daphne, darling." She says, "So what's cooking?"
She says, "You didn't hide? You didn't hide? Well, over the weekend, I was visiting by my wealthy Uncle Schleimer's hacienda. She says, my Uncle Schleimer, that's the fella. He made a fortune, He's manufacturing talcum powder with garlic so you can find the baby in the dark." So she said, "Was this a swanky party? Ooh, was this swanky? We got engraved invitations, with the RSVP. That means really stinking with politeness. And, it was beautiful. We had a swanky supper. The main course was that swanky."
So Turalura says, "What was so swanky for the main course? You had pheasant."
She says, "Pheasant? No, darling. We had a broiled octopus. That's so everybody gets a drumstick." She said, "With also a bottle of champagne that's sort of a 7-Up with jet propulsion. It was beautiful." So Turalura is impressed. She says, My, you certainly got a classy uncle." She says, "Darling, you don't know the half." She says, "My Uncle Schleimer, so swanky, has got 3 swimming pools. 3 swimming. He's got one with cold water, one with hot water, one with no water." Turalura says, "One with cold, one with hot, one with no water. What's the idea?" "Well," she says, "some of his friends like to swim in the hot water. Some like to swim the cold water. The pool with no water, that's for people who just can't swim.
Well, you came out of that with a master stroke, Pete.
Hey, 1,000 on the laugh meter for that one, Ward.
Automatically sending Mrs. Cloud $25, and once again challenging the keenest efforts of our 3 wits, but they're all ready to go in there and plunge anyway. Not in the pool, I hope. But, Harry, I think you were first.
You think just when all the golf stories have been exhausted, I heard a new one today at that. This fella, Pincus, never played golf, but he made a lot of money, and he wanted to join a golf club and play golf. So he joined the most expensive golf club. He got the most expensive golf clubs. He got the most expensive uniform. Never played before, and when he got on the green for the first time, he put down the ball, and he gave it a swing, and it went out, and the fellow hollered, "Wait a minute, you made a hole-in-one. The ball went in the hole." He said, "What's the hollering? I'll buy another ball."
1,000 on the laugh meter.
It is. Very good joke, too, incidentally. That ties Mrs. Cloud's 1,000, but doesn't top her. So let's move over now to see what Senator Ford has to offer.
Well, there's nothing quite as devastating as a woman's sarcastic cracks when she wants to make one, especially when it's to another woman. Well, these 2 women met, and they didn't like each other very much, and one of them started to show off, and she said, "Do you know, darling, I was in the beauty parlor for 4 hours this afternoon." The other one says, "Too bad you weren't waited on."
That one made the top. 1,000 on the laugh meter.
And, let's see, the only blank I have is under the name of Joe Laurie Jr.
Still a blank.
This old patriarch always would show off. He had a long white beard, and he'd show off that he knew everything. You couldn't tell him anything. They'd sit around the family circle. He was the grandfather, and they'd say, "Grandpa, did you hear about Truman? He's going to Brazil." He says, I heard. I knew it 2 weeks ago. He says, "What did you know 2 weeks ago?" He says, "I deduct. I read the papers. I know what's going on." He says, "Did you know Gromyko vetoed?" "I know." "I didn't even finish it. How do you know?" "I know when he's going to veto and he isn't going to veto." Everything you tell him, he'd know it. Always showing off. So finally, his grandson takes him to the theater, and they come home, and his kid comes in. He says, Mama, they surprised Grandpa tonight. He didn't know that. He says, "Look, what happened?" He says, "There was a magician at the theater, and they got Grandpa up on the stage, and the magician took 2 rabbits out of his beard." So she says, "Did you know that?" He says, "Well, I've been suspecting for 2 weeks they were in there already."
The laugh meter registers 1,000 for that joke, Ward.
However, all of your efforts were in vain as far as affecting Mrs. Cloud's finances were concerned, so we're happy to tell her that inasmuch as we had a perfect round, she is now the possessor of $25 with a...
More fun, more jokes, coming up in a minute after this word from our sponsor.
One quick joke, if any of you has one, right on the button.
Well,
there you go, sir.
I'm just going to say something of, a good subject right now is a high cost of living. Nowadays, you go in to buy olives, and they give you pumped-up peas. I wanted to finish a joke there that I've been trying to tell for years.
Go right ahead.
Screwball Jake was talking to Tootsie Baumwartle, and Jake said, I don't believe in that vaccination business at all. They vaccinated me little son Xerxes, and 2 weeks later, he fell out of a window and busted his arm. He said it was the arm that was vaccinated, too.
Then we'll see what Joe Laurie can do about it.
I have a preface. This doesn't count. It's about an old lady that fell down the stairs and broke a leg, and the doctor came to fix it, and he put it in a cast and all, and he says, now, you can't walk stairs. Don't walk up or down stairs. She said, all right. So he came back every couple of days, and the leg didn't seem to mend at all. Didn't seem to get cured at all. After 6, 7 months, finally he says, well, you're all right now. It took a long time, but you're all right. She says, well, can I climb stairs now? Says, yes, you can. She said, oh, I'm so glad, because it was so tough on me climbing up and down that drain pipe all the time. But the one I want to tell is very short. A goof gets into a drugstore. He says, hey, give me 10 cents worth of insect powder and an aspirin. He says, 10 cents worth of insect powder and an aspirin? What's the matter with you? He says, I got a lousy headache.
You know what I thought was good? Joe's imitation of an old lady.
You don't have to give an imitation.
Gee, am I glad I'm not in this. Next week, join Can You Top This, originated by Senator Ford. Same gang, other jokes, some new, some old. Until then, we remain yours for bigger and better laughs.
Edward Hastings, Ward.
Harry Hirschfield, Joe Laurie Jr.,
Peter Donald, Ward Wilson.
And this is your host, Roger Bauer, saying so long, and take care of yourself until we meet again next time.
Can You Top This? Starring Senator Ford.
Good evening.
Harry Hirschfield.
Howdy.
And Joe Laurie Jr.
Hello.
And this is your host, Roger Bauer. And now, here is your master of ceremonies, Ward Wilson.
Good evening, friends. Welcome to Can You Top This, our unrehearsed Wheeze Whirlpool. Our three wits do not know what jokes have been chosen until the people's representative, Peter Donald, tells them on the air.
Then our panelists try to top the score on the laugh meter registered by Peter Donald.
Our three gagsters have no scripts. They rely on memory and ability to switch jokes and make them fit the subject.
Can You Top This is made possible by our fine sponsor. Won't you please listen to this?
On with the laughter. Are you ready, gentlemen?
Ready.
The first joke this evening comes from Edna Mae Willman of Evansville, Indiana, and it's on the subject of ghosts.
What is that?
Ghosts. G-H-O-S-T-S.
Oh, ghosts.
So, Peter, will you scare this joke up for us a little bit?
I was going to say we got one down in our house hasn't any nose, but that's a goat gag.
This may smell just as bad. This is about a ghost named Haunt Stromberg Jr., a very, very nice fella. And he's sitting one night having a few spirits in the little corner speakeasy they used to go to. All the ghosts go there to get ectoplastered. And this ghost, he was about 3 sheets in the wind, too. And all of a sudden, the door didn't open and his friend walked in. So he said, Junior said, hello, Sam. Grand not to see you again. Says, pull up a slab and sit down, boy. Says, tell me, how is the seance racket these days? And the other ghost said, oh, medium. No. So he said, you're not looking well, my boy. You're as pale as a human being. What's wrong? He says, well, I've been working the graveyard shift. And it was pretty swell during the summer, but now it's so cold and rainy. I can't stand a leaky mausoleum. You know my motto, my beer is the dry beer. So I started doing indoor work for the winter, and the first night I began with indoor work, I ran into awful trouble. You see this terrible lump on my head?
Yes, I do. I see the lump on your head. What happened?
Well, he says, I floated over to do a sustaining at Dunninger's house. And he says, I was just going to enter through the keyhole when some dope stuck the key in the door.
$1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
So you gentlemen are just out for the ride now. Miss Willman gets $25 automatically, and Harry Hirschfield had his hand up first.
Ghost stories, I know a few. I want to throw in as a preface, a moron calls up a guy for GUI, and he says, calls up a doctor, said, Doctor, if you're a psychiatrist, I've got to ask you a question. Maybe I should go to you, I don't know. Do you think I'm mentally deranged? Because I get delusions. I think when I'm in the dark, I always think I see ghosts. Do you think there's something wrong with me mentally? Doctor says, well, it sounds like it. I think you better come over here for a visit. He said, how much do you charge for a visit? He said, $50 a visit. He said, I'm not that crazy. But, you know, the Irish love to tell banshee stories. And Finnegan and Clancy are talking about ghost stories and everything. And Finnegan says, you know, there's one wraith, one little banshee, a ghost. She was a miser for the last 100 years. For the last 100 years, she's been visiting Earth, very restless, going, every place. She was an awful miser, see? She was an awful miser. All her life she saved money and awful miser. And now for the last 100 years, she goes around hunting in every second-hand place for a certain dress. She goes in every theater and every costume place. Every place she can go, she hunts for a certain dress. It seems that she died suddenly, this old miser, and you know that she left, sewed in her bustle, $100,000. And Finnegan said that's an awful lot of money to leave behind.
The laugh meter registers $1,000 for that joke, Ward.
Which ties Miss Willman's 1,000, and I think Joe Laurie was second.
Yeah, I know what this reminds me about the goof. This doesn't count. Two kids talking. He says, you know what, you found out what ghosts eat? He says, what do ghosts eat? He says, ghost toasties. I like those kinds. Mrs. Epstein was telling her husband, she says, last night I was dreaming about a ghost. Such a terrible dream. He says, ghost. She said, I don't believe in ghosts. She says, you don't believe in nothing. He says, yes, I do. I believe in reincarnation. He says, what do you mean reincarnation? I believe when people die, that they come back to this world like an animal. Like a little whoopee dog, like something like that. He says, and that's got me worried. I'm afraid, he says, that I should come back on this earth like a jackass. She says, don't worry. The same thing will never happen twice.
Joe, the same thing happened 3 times because...
$1,000 on the laugh meter.
And, Senator Ford, you can make this a perfect round, possibly.
Well, I only spook when spoken to. When we were kids, we had a little 4-line verse that we used to do that might fit in here, if I can remember it. I saw a man upon a stair. I saw a man who wasn't there. I saw him there again today. I wish the man would go away. Well, in my book, My Hometown, there's a gag that might fit in here, too. Ditzy Baumwartle and Dopey Dildock were talking, and Ditzy said, I don't believe in ghosts. I never seen one. Dopey says, yes, you did. You seen me. Ditzy says, you ain't a ghost. And Dopey says, well, I must be. Yesterday I went to the fortune teller, and she told me I wouldn't live after I was 30 years old, and I'm 35, and I've been dead 5 years, and I didn't even know it.
$900 is the final score on the laugh meter, Ward.
Well, I'll tell you, Ward, last week I hit 4 1,000s, and I don't like to be in a rut.
Well, you're definitely out of it now, Senator.
Another round of jokes will be coming up right after these important words from our fine sponsor.
Continue our contest of wit and humor. The next joke was sent in by Arnold J. Roper of Toronto, Canada. The subject of this joke is servants, gentlemen. Servants. So, Peter Donald, will you give this one a welcome spot in your home?
Yeah.
I was just thinking about Joe saying that the goes eating ghost toasties. He's all wrong. I know what they eat, shrouded wheat.
Hey, Pete, you want to come over and sit at the table here?
No, this is about a very ritzy lady, Mrs. Van Upcreek, and she was a collector of antiques. Oh, she went all over the world to find these antiques. Very valuable stuff. She owned the original piece of lemon from the Boston Tea Party. And she had the sales slip from the Louisiana Purchase. Just last week, she dug up somewhere the first General Motors automobile from the Pickett's Charge down there. Oh, she got everything in the world, all kinds of wonderful antique pieces. Well, this particular day, she was giving a tea party, and she was serving on this antique tablecloth with the antique table and the antique chairs and all her antique friends sitting on them. And she just started the party, and all of a sudden, out in the kitchen, she heard a crash. And with that, the maid, Sadie, stuck her head in the door.
And she says, Madam, could I see you for a moment, please? It's very, very urgent. Very, very important already. I got to talk to you.
So Mrs. Van Upcreek excused herself, and she went out. She said, yes, Sadie, my dear girl, what is it you want?
She says, well, Madam, you know that very, very swanky, that very, very old antique blue cream jug?
She said, yes, my antique cream jug. My goodness, don't tell me something happened to it.
Oh, she says, no, don't worry. The jug is perfectly all right. But I just wanted to tell you I dropped the rest of the set.
Just halfway up on the laugh meter, Ward. 500 this time.
And let's see who wants to get in here with the servant problem. Joe Laurie had his hand up first, I think.
I think I made a mistake.
We'll soon tell.
This is a preface. This doesn't count. The kid says to his mother, he says, hey, Mom, is our new servant girl a German? She says, no, why? What makes you ask that? He says, I heard Papa say to her, give me a kiss, hon. I like those kind. The one I want to tell is about Lord Plushbottom is being visited by a friend. He says, I say, Lord, he says, what happened to your manservant? I don't see him around. He says, oh, he was too American. I had to let him go. He was too American. He says, what do you mean too American? He says, well, I tell you, I didn't mind when he shook hands with the guests as they came in. I didn't mind him serving the dinner without his coat on. But what he did this morning, I just had to let him go. He says, what did he do? He says, he came up to my bedchamber, pulled the covers off me, and says, come on, jerk, it's time to get up.
Ward, the laugh meter registers 600 for that joke.
Joe, you topped Mr. Roper's 500, but he automatically retains his $10, and I think Senator Ford had his hand raised second.
Well, Helga Svengard was a witness in a murder case, and the district attorney, the prosecuting attorney, said to her, now, tell us how the stairs ran in the living room. She said, well, when I been downstairs, they run up, and when I been upstairs, they run down. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Sam Bunbottom had one of those knock-down, drag-out arguments, you know. And she said, you know, you're the worst husband in the world. If anybody came here, they'd think I was the cook. He said they wouldn't if they stayed for dinner.
650 is what the laugh meter registered, Ward.
Which tops Mr. Roper's 500, so he still maintains his pace at $10. And, Harry Hirschfield, are you going to be in this
Give me a chance to think of a couple. They're coming in pairs tonight. Hope I don't forget the second one thinking of the first. But a fellow walked into a restaurant, one of those cheap-looking joints, and he's looking at the menu, and he looks up the menu and he recognizes Popnikov, the waiter, his friend. He says, Popnikov, what are you doing working in such a lousy, cheap joint like this? And Popnikov says, I don't eat here. What's your excuse? But I got another one about a radio comedian who decided to do something honest for a living, decided to really go to work. So he got a job on an estate, you know, one of those handymen. And Mr. Van Eppes, who ran the estate, you know, gave him that business. He said, now, I love punctuality, and I don't want any corny jokes. Just do your work. I know you're a ham actor. Now, he says, the main thing is to always meet me at the depot with the station wagon. You must meet me now tomorrow at 2 o'clock sharp. 2 o'clock came around, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, finally showed up. And Van Eppes was sore. And he said, why are you so late? Well, he said, I had trouble with the traffic lights.
That held me up to traffic lights. They didn't change. So what do you mean they didn't change? Was it red? He said no. Was it green? He said no. It was forever amber. Oh!
The laugh meter registered 800 for that one, Ward.
I just want to say Harry's wrong. I never worked on an estate.
You think he was getting personal with that joke?
And he never was forever amber either.
Well, the next joke, gentlemen, comes from Mrs. Mary E. Meehan of Baltimore, Maryland. And the subject of this round is, I don't know whether you're familiar with this or not, gifts. Gifts.
We will be, I hope, Christmas.
Well, we're supposed to have gift of gab.
Well, Peter has a reputation for having a gift of gab, and we'll try it out right now.
Now, this is about Mike Muldoon, little fella Mike Muldoon. And he had an old automobile. Oh, it was a terrible thing, a Percolate. It was an awful thing. It was 100 years old, and it was a wreck. You blew the horn, the taillight fell off. It was no good at all. The engine was an extra when he bought it. Everything was awful. So finally he decided he ought to get rid of this thing, and he wanted to sell it. And he advertised in every paper in town for weeks and weeks and weeks, and everybody took a look at this thing. They wouldn't buy it. So one day he was walking along the street, and he met his little friend Paddy O'Shaughnessy. And Paddy says, "Oh, hello there, Mike." He says, "How are you?" He said, "Tell me now," he said, "did you ever get rid of that old automobile you used to have? Did you ever get rid of it?" He said, "No, he did not. It's impossible, Nell, that's all. It's impossible. No one will ever take it off my hand. I'm stuck with it." He said, "What are you talking about? You're stuck with it. What are you talking about?" He says, "It's only because you have no business instinct. Now, you're talking to a super salesman now. You give me that car, and I'll get rid of it in 2 cents of a shillelagh. You give it to me." Well, he says, "I'll be glad to give it to you, me lad." He says, "but I don't believe that any man in this world can get rid of it." So little Paddy took the car, and he had it several weeks, and they met again. And Paddy ran up to him. He says, "Michael, me boy, oh." He says, "I done it. I thought you would." He says, "I got rid of the automobile for you." He said, "Why, that's impossible." He says, "What did you do?" Well, he says, I left it out in front of me house, right out in the driveway in front of me house, in the hopes that maybe somebody would come along, you understand, and steal it away from me. He said, "Well, did they?" He said, No, I left it there for 1 day and 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5, 6, 20 days, 30 days. And he says, "Nobody stole it." Well, he says, "What do you mean you got rid of it?" Well, he says, "I did get rid of it. I moved away."
900 is the final score in the laugh meter, Ward.
So let's see what Senator Ford has to say on this.
3 booby soxers were talking, and one of them said, "Oh, my big moment is Jimmy Smith. He sends me flowers." The second one said, "Mine is Johnny Jones. He sends me candy." The third one said, "Mine is Frank Sinatra. He sends me."
The laugh meter says 550 on that one, Ward.
Which doesn't top Mrs. Meehan's 900, so she now has $15, and Harry Hirschfield had his hand up second.
I have a kind of a favorite story, and it's the one about a present of a parrot was given to Mr. Ginsburg. He said, "There is the greatest repeater, Mr. Ginsburg, you ever saw. It's better than a dictaphone, and you got an idea, you make big essays and you make big talks. That parrot will repeat everything better than a dictaphone, and you can always have it in that parrot." So he takes the gift, and he makes a long speech to the parrot at home, Ginsburg does. Parrot repeats it, but the next day he brings back the parrot, says, "Take back your present. I don't like this parrot. I don't like his attitude." "But what do you mean about the attitude? Don't he repeat good?" He said, "He repeats very good. In fact, very fine, he repeats. I make a speech to him, he repeats every word exactly. But when he finishes, he always says, 'The opinions just expressed by Mr. Ginsburg are entirely his own.'"
1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
And that tops Mrs. Meehan's 900. She still holds her $15, though, and Joe Laurie has a chance here.
Harry reminded me of one. This is a preface. This doesn't count about... Mr. Epstein says to Montgomery, he says, "Montgomery, I've got you a gift." He says, "Yeah, Papa, what is it?" He says, "Guess." He says, "Give me a lead." He says, "It starts with an R." He says, "With an R? Radio?" He says, "No, not a radio." He says, "A racket?" He says, "Not a racket." He says, "A revolver?" Says, not a revolver. It starts with an R. Well, I give up. What is it? He says, a red bicycle. The one I want to tell is, a mother sends her boy a letter. He's out in the Pacific in the Army. Been out there a long time. She says, my dear boy, she says, I know your weakness. Your birthday is next week. And she said, I'm going to send you a box of Fanny Farmer's candy. And 3 days later, she gets a cable back. She says, never mind the candy. Send Fanny Farmer.
700 is the score in the laugh meter this time, Ward.
A fellow went into a jewelry store, and he said, I want to see a ring. So the salesman said, would you like to see a three-piece combination? He said, yes, a nice three-piece combination would be fine. Engagement, wedding, and teething.
That was for free, I take it, Senator.
More fun, more jokes, coming up in a minute after this word from our sponsor.
And now here's a joke sent in by Miss Teresa Bowles of Dorchester, Massachusetts, gentlemen, and it's on the subject of favor. Favor. I don't know whether that's political favor or not. Peter, will you favor us with a rendition of the joke?
Well, this is about Abercrombie Fafufnik, and he had Mr. Fafufnik had a terrible day in the office. Everything went wrong. Everything got all messed up. He got water on the knee, and his secretary nearly drowned, and
That's great.
The whole thing was terrible, and he staggered home, and he ate a supper that his wife cooked, and the supper was burned because they had a fire in the delicatessen that day. And finally, 9 o'clock at night, he fell into bed. He was so tired. Well, he just barely got off to sleep when his wife, from the other bed, said, ooh.
Ooh, Abercrombie. Abercrombie, darling. Abercrombie.
Hey!
He woke up, he said, what is it, Daphne?
She said, darling, she said, I've got an awful lot of trouble. I can't remember when I locked up for the night whether I put out the little pussycat, Turalura. I don't know. So she says, you will please do me a favor. Do me a favor and go downstairs and see if the kitty cat is in or out.
I said, all right, I'll go downstairs. He said, he's got to be kitty cats yet. He says the old saying, one man's Manx is another man's poison. I'll go down here.
So he's just starting for the stairs, and he slips on the top step, and he skids down, bang, bang, all the way. And she heard the noise, and she came running out. She says, oh, hey, darling, she says, what happened? Did you miss a step?
He says, did I miss a step? No, don't worry. I hit every single one of them.
1,000 on the laugh meter for that one, Ward.
Automatically gives Miss Bowles $25. You boys are out for the ride, and Joe Laurie had his hand up first.
Well, there are all kinds of favors. This is about a party favor. Two girls. A fella was talking to his girl, and she says, well, I'm giving the party. She says, tonight. Oh, and it's going to be grand. It's going to be wonderful. She says, all the girls are coming and all the boys, and we're going to have something to eat. And then after we get something to eat, we'll go in the parlor. I'm giving all the girls favors. And then I'm turning out all the lights. He says, you're going to give all the girls favors? And you're going to turn out the lights? Ain't you going to give the boys any favors? She says, what do you call turning out the lights?
1,000 on the laugh meter.
Ties Miss Bowles, but doesn't top her. And, Senator, I think you were second.
Waitress said to a customer, will you have your pie now? And he said, is it customary? And she said, no, it's lemon.
It almost made it, but only 950 is what the laugh meter says, Ward.
However, it doesn't top Miss Bowles 1,000, and Harry Hirsch, you'll have that too.
Professor, it was an essayist who wrote a thing, and so he wrote this essay, and he was so proud of it, and he wanted it published. So he ran to his publisher's home to get this published, and they said they're sorry that the publisher was in the hospital. He was very, very sick. So Professor pays no attention to the nurses, runs into the bedside, and he said, I want you to publish my essay. I want to read it to you. The fellow says, the doctor says I'll be dead in an hour. He said, it's all right. It only takes 40 minutes.
That one made the top. 1,000 on the laugh meter.
Well, I'm sorry, gentlemen. I thought we might have time for a little clown table discussion this evening, but I see that time is a-wasting, so we'll just remind the audience that we'd like to have them join Can You Top This again next week. Same time, same gang, other jokes, some new, some old. Until then, we remain yours for bigger and better laughs.
Senator Ford.
Harry Hirschfield. Joe Laurie Jr.
Peter Donald. Ward Wilson.
And this is your host, Roger Bauer, saying so long, and take care of yourself until we meet again next time.
Can You Top This? Starring Senator Ford.
Good evening.
Harry Hirschfield.
Howdy.
And Joe Laurie Jr.
Hello.
And this is your host, Roger Bauer. And now, here is your master of ceremonies, Ward Wilson.
Good evening, friends. Welcome to Can You Top This, our unrehearsed Wheeze Whirlpool. Our three wits do not know what jokes have been chosen until the people's representative, Peter Donald, tells them on the air.
Then our panelists try to top the score on the laugh meter registered by Peter Donald.
Our three gagsters have no scripts. They rely on memory and ability to switch jokes and make them fit the subject.
Can You Top This is made possible by our fine sponsor. Won't you please listen to this?
So, yes, get on with the laughs. Are you ready, fellers?
Ready.
Okay.
Okay. A little late, but right in there anyway, Senator. Here's the first joke of the evening, and it comes from Mrs. Lois Tatera of Tacoma, Washington, and it's on the subject of something I hope none of you need, help. Help.
I'll tell you after this round.
So, to paraphrase a word, Pete, don't let them make a sucker out of you.
Well, I don't know how many of you fellas let your wife help you pick out your clothes, but this is about a wife decided to help her husband buy a new suit. So they went to one of our fine New York tailors, a place by the name of Finchley Fafufnik. And they walked in, and the boss came out. They said, hello, hello, hello. He says, what could I done for you? So the wife took right over. She said, well, my husband would like to purchase a suit. He said, right, a suit? He says, you came to the right individual, honey cook. He says, I'll make your husband a suit. He says, you'll look gorgeous. He says, you'll look like a regular little Lord Feitelbaum. Don't worry about it. He says, here, I got a snappy tweed. She said, oh, no, my husband, that makes him look stout. He said, you don't like a tweed. How about a worsted? She says, oh, no worsted. He says, right, he says, maybe like a shark skin. I'll skin the shark personally for you. She said, oh, no, that doesn't suit my husband. He says, you know, your husband is very choosy considering he ain't opened his mouth yet. Let me see what I'll get here. He said, I'll make him an ipsy-tipsy gabardine. Beautiful, gorgeous. She says, oh, no, gabardine. Well, he says, you got the urge for a surge? She says, no surge. He says, a Chevy-ette is too heavy yet? She says, no. He says, look, as a last resort, here's a suit made of 100% cheesecloth. How's that? So the husband brightens up for the first time. He says, well, that's not bad, but I don't care very much for the pants. The fellow says, the pants? From what I've heard up to now, all you'll be wearing is the coat and vest.
Well, Pete, that seems to suit everybody, as a matter of fact.
1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
Giving an automatic $25 to Mrs. Tatera and putting our three wits at their wits' end, to kern a phrase. But let's see if they can't tie it at least. Two hands are upraised, and the first one seems to be little Joe Laurie, Jr.
Well, this woman comes into a lady friend of hers. She says, you gotta help me. Says, help you with what? Gotta help me keep my husband. Oh, he goes out and he never comes in and nothing. Oh, I don't know what to do. She says, no wonder you can't keep him. Look at you. You dress so slovenly. Look at your hair. You don't comb your hair. You're hardly washed up or anything. She says, sit down. I'll fix you up. So she combs her hair and fixes her up beautiful. Puts some makeup on her and she says, look, I'll give you one of my beautiful gowns. So she puts her gown on her and she looks beautiful. And she sits there. About 12 o'clock that night, the husband walks in, takes one look at her, goes over and punches her right in the nose and says, who you been waiting for?
Well, Joe, that's what we've been waiting for.
1,000 on the laugh meter for that one, Ward.
We received it in spades. That gives us a perfect round thus far, and Harry Hirschfield is stepping right in.
Well, I heard a screwball gag today that fits the subject of help. There's a gangster killed about 40 guys. They finally got him. And he got one of those good lawyers, you know who. On the direct examination, the guy was convicted immediately. Got the electric chair. 3 weeks later, he's going into the chamber for the electric chair, and the warden said, "Would you like to have something to say before you go?" He said, "Yeah, I'd like to talk to my lawyer." So they put in a wire quick. He gets the lawyer on the phone. He said, "They brought me in here to the electric chair. Here's the electric chair. And they cut the leg, my pants on my left leg, and they shaved my head. What'll I do?" The guy says, "The first thing, you shouldn't sit down."
Well, Harry, you can sit down after that one. That was
1,000 on the laugh meter.
And the perfect round continued. We look now over to the nether region.
A perfect round, and he looks at me.
Well, come on in, Senator.
Perfect,
the water's
up
fine.
Well, anyway, that story that Pete told reminds me of your experience this week, Ward.
What's that?
Maybe you'd rather tell it yourself, but Ward has a new suit. When he went in to look at some goods, the tailor showed him something, and Ward looked at it and he says, "What is this?" The tailor said, "That's herringbone." And Ward said, "It looks kind of dirty." He said, "I know, it's smoked herringbone."
You want me to credit that to me or you, Senator?
You can take it if it's worth it.
The laugh meter registers 1,000 for that joke, Ward.
So for the first time tonight, we have a solid round of 1,000s. Well, let's get along with a brand new joke now and a brand new set of answers, we hope. Here's the joke which was sent in by Mrs. Harry Rosenthal of Troy, New York. And the subject of this joke is no joke, in New York particularly, traffic. Traffic. So, Peter, if it's up to you, we'll have a little with you.
Well, this is a couple of fellas that have been celebrating a bit this evening. They're spending the whole evening down at the old corner drunk store, and they're getting a little loaded. And finally, it gets time for them to go home. So they stagger out to their car. They get in the car and they start driving home, very woozy. So finally, they get in the heart of town, and there's one of those traffic circles there that we all have. So the driver starts around the traffic circle, only instead of getting off anywhere, he keeps going around. So he keeps driving around and around this circle. Half an hour, an hour and a half. Keeps driving around this thing. All of a sudden, his companion taps him on the arm. He says, "Charlie. Hey, Charlie. Hey, Charlie." He says, "What do you want?" He says, "Let's get off of this thing. It's a fake. I've had my arm out the window the last 40 times around. I haven't caught a brass ring yet."
Well, needless to say, you didn't catch one then either, Pete.
650 is what the laugh meter registered, Ward.
For the first time this evening, our three wits have a little latitude in which to work. Now, all three hands are up, so let's...
We all live in New York. We ought to know something about traffic.
I was going to suggest the same thing, Senator. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and so we'll listen to little Senator Ford.
Well, I don't know. These are not jokes. I can just talk on traffic, make some comment on it.
Will you let me know when?
What?
Will you let me know when?
When I finish, I'll tell you.
Okay.
I don't know if you folks remember, some of you must, when the traffic lights were first installed in New York City, there was a set of 3 traffic lights. There was a red light for stop, the green light for going, and there was an orange light in the center for change. But they only have the 2 lights now because the Irish cops in New York wouldn't stand for that orange light. It seems that every time they looked at that orange light, they saw red, and it was confusing. Now they're trying to get rid of the red one. All they want is that one green light. Then it'll be every man for himself. Well, you know the way things are in New York City with the traffic going uptown, crosstown, left and right-hand turns. It's very hard to get across some streets. I know a fella, he got halfway across a street and he was marooned there. He couldn't get back and he couldn't go forward. And if airplanes hadn't dropped food on him, he'd have starved to death.
Well, you should say now, Senator.
Now.
Okay.
850 on the laugh meter for that joke, Ward.
So that does top Mrs. Rosenthal's 650. However, she still has her original $10, which she started out with in her lily white hand. And let's see what's going to happen as Harry Hirschfield moves in.
Well, the Senator's right. A lot of traffic jokes. I want to toss one in first. It's one of the shortest traffic stories I know. Is about one taxi driver says to the other, "How do you keep your car so shiny?" He says, "I keep pushing it through the crowd." But I think this is a kind of a news story. A fella finally gets a car, and he's so happy. Never had a car before, but he got a car. See? And as soon as he got the car, he didn't wait for the license for lessons, and he invited a friend to come out and have a ride with him. So he took a few drinks, too. He wasn't sure of himself. Took some drinks, and the fella got in the car with him, and right away he starts in traffic. Right away, nearly hits a truck. Nearly goes into a building. Nearly goes into Holland Tunnel. And finally, it starts to sleet and snow. And it gets all on the windshield. You can't see a thing. Sleet and snow, and finally the fella gets his breath. The other guy that's riding with him and says, I think it would help a lot if you'd clean off the windshield. He said, wouldn't help at all. I left my glasses at home.
Well, that's a new one. That one made the top. 1,000 on the laugh meter.
Once again, topping Mrs. Rosenthal's $6.50, so she's still clutching that $10, and Joe Laurie Jr. comes in
nice
next.
spot for Joe. Well, this old gentleman tried to pass 42nd Street and 5th Avenue. Tried to pass the street, and a car comes along in that traffic and hits him. Well, the next thing he knows is in the hospital, and he wakes up and his lawyer is there. He says, you okay? He says, yes. He says, I want you to get after those fellas. Those automobile people, those fellas that drive cars, they're morons. They're terrible people. Half of them don't own the place. They don't own their own car or nothing. They hit anybody. They'll kill people. They'll do anything. He says, all right, I'll see what I can do. He says, get after them. A lot of morons, a lot of dopes. So 2 weeks later, he comes back. He says, well, I settled the case for you. So what'd you do? He says, $2,000. Here. The guy paid $2,000. Here you are. He says, thanks. He says, what are you going to do with all that money? He says, what am I going to do? Buy an automobile.
It almost made it. But only $9.50 is what the laugh meter says, Ward.
Well, I should have had the car hit it high.
Should have made the last payment.
Yes, that joke that Joe just told kind of reminds me that, pedestrians, when a driver is considerate of pedestrians, they don't quite understand it. A cop walked over to a driver in a car who was parked right near a man who was lying on the pavement. And he said, how'd you knock that guy down? Driver says, I didn't knock him down. He said he started to cross the street, and I stopped and let him pass, and he fainted.
More truth in that than poetry. Oh, Harry Hirschfield is reminded of one by your last.
Time for a short?
Go ahead, Harry.
A girl calls up her boyfriend, says, you better stay away for a long while. Don't come back to the house. Said, what's the matter? Says, Pa found out that we took his car out for joyriding. Said, how'd he find out? Says, we hit him.
Joe, are you sure that didn't remind you of another one?
No.
Okay, then I can
Let the traffic go on.
All the boys will be back with another round of fun after a word from our sponsor.
Well, here we go with a fresh start, and our next joke comes from Walter M. Salt of Berwick, Pennsylvania. And the subject of this round is something I know you've all made, and I hope if you have kept. Promise. Promise. So, 1,000, Pete? Promise?
Little Irishman by the name of Pat Mulvaney used to do electrical repair work, and he had a little shop. And so one day a customer comes in, and he's furious. He says, Mulvaney, when somebody recommended this place, they told me you were reliable. You kept your promise. Now, I'm pretty well fed up. He says, you promised to come to my house yesterday, fix our doorbell. And he says, my wife and I deliberately stayed in all day to be sure to be able to greet you when you got there. And you never showed up. Now, I'm fed up. I'm going to tell everybody in town. So little Mulvaney says,
now, wait a minute. No, don't get so excited. Don't get exasperated. He says, I'll have you know, me dear young man, that I went to your house yesterday to mend your bell, and there wasn't a living soul in the place.
Fella said, wasn't anybody in the house? How can you say that?
He says, how can I say it? Because I pushed the bell for half an hour and nobody answered.
Well, you almost rang the bell with that one.
900 is the final score in the laugh meter, Ward.
Giving our three wits a minimum of latitude to work around in. They're all getting anxious now. There's 900. There's a chance. Well, Mr. Salt starts out with $10. Let's see what our three wits are going to do about increasing his worldly gains. And I think the first hand up this time belongs to Senator Ford.
Well, the gag that Pete told, there's one similar to that. I hope it hits more than 950. But anyway, this furniture repair man was asked to go to a house to repair some antique furniture. And he took Dopey Dildock with him, who was then an apprentice. And Dopey, as you know, his name will tell you what he is. He's a first-class quarter-wit. He doesn't know half the time his way home. Well, anyway, they got there, and the boss started to mix up the glue and put it in the glue pot. And he said to Dopey, he says, now I have to go back to the shop to get some tools I forgot. And he says, now you watch when this glue boils over. So the boss comes back in about a half hour or so, and the glue is all over a Persian rug. It has boiled all over the place. So the boss says to Dopey, didn't I tell you to watch when that glue boiled over? And Dopey said, I did. It was exactly 10:15.
A very good joke, Senator. And
1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
Meter, if I'm to construe the fact that he promised to stay there and watch it, was that it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to remind
you heard him. You want me to go over the gag again? Show you where he promised.
I didn't hear the word promise.
Remember, he promised to watch when the glue boiled over.
All right.
It was 10:15.
Next time. Was that Eastern Standard Time? Well, that 1,000 stays in the books and tops Mr. Salt's original 900. And now, Joe Laurie Jr., second.
Well, Mrs. Rabinowitz is dying. And she turns around and she says, Cecil. She says, I'm dying, she says, and I'm afraid that you're going to get married again and forget all about me. She says, something tells me you'll forget all about me. I want you to promise one thing. He says, what? Promise, please, to keep my grave green. Always keep my grave green. Promise me that. He says, listen, honey, I will keep your grave green if I have to paint it.
Well, Joe, you painted a pretty picture with that one.
That one made the top. 1,000 on the laugh meter.
Which, once again, tops Mr. Salt's 900, so he's still stuck with that original 10 clams. And, Harry Hirschfield, how about you?
Alexander Woolcott was a great storyteller, and he had a story in the papers a few days ago, an anecdote. It was about a chorus girl that married a big Broadway playboy. And this guy was a stew, he was a drinker, he was something awful. Oh, but she had a secret marriage with him, and the only one who knew about this secret marriage was another chorus girl. So the next day, this chorus girl says to this bride, you promised Walter Winchell that if you got married, you'd be the first to let him know. You going to let him know? He says no.
The laugh meter registers 1,000 for that joke, Ward.
So, all three of you top Mr. Salt's original 900. So the 10 that he started with is the 10 that he finishes with our compliments.
Another round of jokes will be coming up right after these important words from our fine sponsor.
Get back to jokes once again, and here's one sent in by Ray Kaiser of Osceola, Indiana, and it's on the subject of tenant. In New York City. Tenant. T-E-N-A-N-T.
Oh, what a landlord lives on.
Yeah.
People who live in houses when they can find them. So, Pete, rent is your best interest right now, will you?
Yeah, this happened down south in the mountain country, and one day, one of the boys down there, Zeb McCoy, walked in the sheriff's office, and they said, hi, Sheriff, how'll be you? So the sheriff said, how does Zeb, what's on your mind? Well, Sheriff, I'm having trouble with my tenant. He said, old Dink Haley. It's old Dink, he says, who rents that farm for me up on the hill. He won't pay his rent this month.
Yes, you mean old Dink who's been living up on the side of the hill so long he's got to spit on the bias, the old man up there?
He says, yeah, I want you to serve a summons on that man and get my rent for me.
Well, it says, okie doke, I'll just draw up a little subpoena and I'll get that money for you. For my name ain't J. Edgar Dickenbarker. Now, don't worry about it.
So he draws up this summons and he climbs all the way up the hill. And the old man up there, old Dink, sees him coming, so he locks the door to the farmhouse. So the sheriff is smart. He shoves the summons under the door. And old Dink gets the bellows from the fireplace and he blows it out again.
Sheriff said, well, that's funny. I'll shove it under again.
Pushes it under again. The guy with the bellows blows it out again. So this keeps on. The sheriff keeps pushing it under the door, and the old guy's blowing it out again. Finally, the sheriff runs back to the landlord. He says, Zeb, you dang fool. I don't blame that old man. I wouldn't pay my rent either if I lived in a drafty house like that.
1,000 on the laugh meter.
And Mr. Kaiser is the beneficiary of $25 automatically through your efforts. Our three wits once more are taxed to the extreme, and the first one who seems to want to offer is Harry Hirschfield.
Ex-Governor Harold Hoffman, one of the great humorists, told one of the circus saints and sitters the other day about the fellow that said, I hear, Professor, you got a new tenant right next to you. He's a musician. He says, yes, night and day plays. I have never seen such a man interested in music. He eats music. He sleeps music. He dreams music. I wish to heaven he could read music.
850 on the laugh meter for that joke, Ward.
Yeah, it's very close to 1,000, but doesn't tie or top Mr. Kaiser. So let's drift over to your right and pick up little Joe Laurie Jr.
Well, Montgomery rents a place out in Hollywood with a swimming pool and all. And of course, he asks his friend over. And they go over there a couple of weeks then. Finally, his friend says, I don't like your swimming pool, Montgomery. He says, you don't like my swimming pool? It's got water in it. He says, yeah, you're paying for the water? He says, yeah. He says, there's not enough water in the place. There's not enough. He says, there's enough water to swim in. He says, listen, Montgomery, I drink more water than that when I take an aspirin tablet. He says, I was here last week and I didn't like the swimming pool either. He says, that's so. You didn't like it either last week. He says, then why did you come back this week? He says, I wanted to wash the other foot.
1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
Oh, it definitely ties Mr. Kaiser, but doesn't top him. His 25 is still as safe as if it was in government bonds, and so far we haven't heard from Senator Ford.
Well, a man and wife were looking at an apartment. You can see this is pure fiction. They were looking at this apartment, and they looking through the bedrooms, and the wife said, this bedroom here is very narrow. So the husband said, give that one to your mother. She's the narrowest-minded old battle axe I ever saw.
The laugh meter registered 800 for that one, Ward.
I got a shorty.
Go ahead, Joe.
A fella moves into an apartment, and he calls his friend in. He says, look, I fixed it all up myself. Look, that's all beaver board. That's all beaver board. Look at those petitions, all beaver board. He says, beaver board? He says, why is it so lumpy? He says, real beavers.
Fair enough. It did plenty good, Joe, but none of you three wits
Say what?
Mr. Kaiser, yeah.
I have a short one.
All right, go
I
ahead.
wasn't scratching my ear. I was holding my hand up.
I thought you were waving at someone in the audience.
They're the same couple that I was talking about that went to look at this apartment. They didn't take that apartment. They took another one. They went and looked at another one. So they looked around. The wife said to the landlord, we have to have a den. Landlord said, what do you want a den for? So my husband has to have someplace to growl in.
That was the one. Then they took
Well, you
another...
know about the Daniel and the Lion's Den? It's different between the Lions now and the Lion's Den.
Oh. It's the Leonard Lions now or something.
You heard about the fellow that complained about having a little bit of an apartment?
Yeah.
He says, look, I got a Murphy bed and a Morris chair, and the apartment is so small, the Murphy bed woke up one morning with a dialect.
And so that ends another session of Can You Top This, originated by Senator Ford. Join us next week, same time, same gang. Other jokes, some new, some old. Until then, we remain yours for bigger and better laughs.
Edward Ford.
Harry Hirschfield.
Joe Laurie Jr.
Ward Wilson.
And this is your host, Roger Bauer, saying so long and take care of yourself until we meet again next time.
Can You Top This? Starring Senator Ford.
Good evening.
Harry Hirschfield.
Howdy.
And Joe Laurie Jr.
Hello.
And now, Wilson.
Good evening, friends. Welcome to Can You Top This, our unrehearsed gag-a-thon. Our three wits do not know what jokes have been chosen until the people's representative, Peter Donald, tells them on the air. Our three gagsters have no scripts. They rely on memory and ability to switch jokes and make them fit the subject.
And this is your host, Roger Bauer. Then our panelists try to top the score on the laugh meter registered by Peter Donald.
Each time our wits fail to top your score, you win an additional $5, which means you may win $25.
Can You Top This is made possible by our fine sponsor. Won't you please listen to this?
So, on with the laughter. Are you ready, gentlemen?
Ready.
I guess so.
All right, good. Our first joke this evening comes from Mr. C.C. Jordan of Fayetteville, North Carolina, and it's on the subject of information, gentlemen.
Please.
Please, yes.
If you don't mind.
Thank you, Mr. Fadiman. And now we'll turn that joke over to Peter Donald and see what happens. Pete?
Well, this happened during the war, about the time that the railroads had to hire a lot of women employees. You know, they had them in there as information clerks and ticket sellers and conductors and even engineers, if you recall. They had women engineers. You remember the time when the crossings used to whistle at the trains? It was quite a thing. Well, during this time, a bunch of soldiers were assigned to a camp down south, and they walked in one day to the station to find out what train they should take. They walked up to this gal at the Information Bureau, and one soldier said, look, miss, he says, we want to find the train for Camp Abandon All Hope, Louisiana. So the dame looked at him.
She says, I'm very, very sorry. I never heard of that place. I'm very sorry. I don't seem to see it in my timetable. Why don't you try another railroad?
Soldiers insisted. They said, we're supposed to come here and get a train for Camp Abandon All Hope, Louisiana. So she asked everybody and looked up all the books. Finally, she said, oh, this is awful. Gee whiz, you poor boys are going to be so late and everything. I just think I better call up the War Department in Washington and they'll know. So she called the War Department. She said, hello, I would like some very, very important information, you know, about a camp called Abandon All Hope, Louisiana. I got some very, very cute boys here, and they got to get down there right away, and I want to find out where it is. Do you know? Oh, really? No kidding. Mm-hmm. Well, what do you know? And all the time. Isn't that funny? Well, thank you. And she hung up and she turned to the boy. She says, I'm very sorry. The War Department says the location of that camp is a military secret.
1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
Let's see, 1,000. That automatically gives Mr. Jordan $25. You gentlemen are out just for the laughs. I hope you get them. Joe Laurie had his hand up first.
I have a short preface. This doesn't count. It's about two goose meat. One says, hey, Jim, he says, what's black and white and red all over? The guy says, oh, I know what that is. That's a newspaper. He says, that's right. He says, now what's black and blue and red all over? Is black and blue and red all over? I don't know. What is it? He says, an Indian that just fell down the stairs. I like those guys.
It was a preface.
Casey comes to this country, and he's never seen a parrot before. So he visits Mrs. Doyle's home, and she has a parrot, and the parrot is walking all along the kitchen floor. And he looks at it, and the parrot is saying, Mama, Mama, Polly, what's cracker? Mama, Polly, what's cracker? So he looks at it in amazement. He says, Mrs. Doyle, he says, would you give me some information, please? May I ask you a question? She says, yeah, sure, go ahead. He says, was your daughter born like that with all those feathers?
Well, that was a bird as far as the laugh meter was concerned that time, Joe. That's 1,000. Harry Hirschfield had his hand up.
Well, I've got a few, too. I want as a preface, too. A teacher said to a pupil, and it was a final examination, and he was passing, with a little trouble passing, Sammy was passing the examination with only one more question. She says, now, this is the last question. Sammy, how do you spell imbecile? He says, I-M-B-E-S-S-L-L-L. She says, the dictionary spells it I-M-B-E-C-I-L-E. He says, you didn't ask me how the dictionary spelled it, you asked me how I spell it. You know, a fella joined a lodge. He put in his application for a lodge. And, you know, in a lot of the secret lodges, they have these aesthetic lodges. They send out for candidates, they send out some of the members who teach him the ritual that he's going to have when he comes for the final examination for the ritual. So they went to him and said to him, now, this is a very important organization now, and we're very aesthetical and very symbolic. Now, and among the questions they're going to ask you, the most important is the first one. They're going to say, what do you most desire in life? And you're supposed to say, light. Oh, he said, that's easy. Remember now, they'll say, what is the most important thing in life? And you say, light. What do you most desire? So he goes there and he studies a while, studies. On the day of the initiation, he goes in a half a dozen saloons and gets good and cockeyed. And finally comes to the initiation, and they say to him, "What do you most desire in life?" He said, "Beer." Fella said, "Light." He said, "No, dark."
Hey, 1,000 on the laugh meter for that one, Ward.
That's another 1,000. How about you, Senator Ford? Are you in this round?
Yeah, I had time enough to think up 3 or 4. This one, Mr. Wilson, does not count, this first one. Up in my hometown, a motorist was in a hurry and he forgot to make a turn, so he ran through a farmyard and right into the kitchen of a farmhouse where the farmer's wife was cooking dinner. And she never even looked up but continued to stir the stew. And he was a little bit chagrined, and he said, "Can you tell me how to get the green pork?" And she said, "Yes. Just go right on past the dining room table and turn left at the piano." That's not the gag, I told you. Well, Screwball Jake has a couple of twin kids. One's name is Xerxes and one's name is Jerxes. And they were doing their homework one time, and Xerxes said, "Who chopped down a cherry tree?" And Jerxes said, "Popeye." So Xerxes said, "Popeye?" And the other kid said, "Yeah. When George Washington's old man asked him who chopped down a cherry tree, he said, 'I did it.'"
You just barely did it, Senator.
1,000 on the laugh meter.
Oh, I wasn't interested. I couldn't win anything anyways. I wasn't trying. I waited Pete that
Well, you couldn't do much good with that because since none of you topped Mr. Jordan, we send Mr. Jordan $25.
Another round of jokes will be coming up right after these important words from our fine sponsor.
Continue our contest of wit and humor. The next joke was sent in by J.G. Janessi of Hondo, California. And the subject of this joke, football. Football. Kick that one around.
Well, this happened this this afternoon, a great football day, when the Army played Duke and Columbia played Brown and the Navy played heck with Riverside Drive. And at one of our a couple of our local schools, little prep schools, at one of their stadiums, there was a game between these two prep schools, temperature normal, and the other one was Gee Was I High. It's a nice little school we have here. And the teams were in the second quarter, and all of a sudden the referee noticed that one of the players had his helmet way up on top of his head, sticking up like a turban, balanced way up on top of the head. So he looked at the lineup, and he saw that it was a boy, one of the star players, by the name of C. Merriwell, antiphlogistin, a very fine player. Matter of fact, he was a 5-letter man, Jerky. So the ref walked over, and he says, "Hey, antiphlogistin," he says, "pull your helmet down." He says, "Not going to protect your head that way." So the bright kid says, "I know, but I can't pull it down." He says, "Well, why can't you? Isn't it your helmet?" He said, "Yeah, it's my helmet, all right." He said, "Well, why don't you pull it down?" I said, "All right, Nosy, as long as you're so persistent, I will elucidate." He says, "You see that fellow over there on the other team, Lunkhead Laurie? Do you see him?" He says, "Boy, is he going to be surprised." "Surprised? What do you mean?" He says, "Because every time we play, he bumps heads with me. And this time I put a dozen rocks in my helmet."
You needed a few rocks on that gag, I think, Peter.
Just halfway up on the laugh meter, Ward. 500 this time.
So, Harry Hirschfield had his hand up
I
first.
got a couple of football stories in my mind. One is an old one, I'm going to tell as a preface, and one I think is a brand new one. Little Sammy Ginsburg joins college, and right away they put him in a football team. And the coach is explaining, he's never been in football before, and he said, "Now, here's what you do. You hold the football so, and so, and so, hold the football, and then you run over there and put the football down, then you kick the football, and after a while you take the football up again, then you hold it again and run with it." He said, No. I'll kick the football, I'll kick it to pieces. But I wouldn't hold the football. I ain't allowed to touch pig skin. But the One, I think this is kind of a crazy story. Ivan Popnikov came from Moscow. He was a refugee here. And after he'd been here a while, a fellow said to him, Popnikov, how do you like America? He says, oh, I love America. I love everything about America. I love it. He says, are you getting into the spirit of the country? Not only business and things, but the sports. He says, yes, I love it. I love it. He said, you ever go to the football games? He said, I couldn't afford the football games, but I listen on the radio to the football games. He said, do you listen to the football games? He said, I love We the People. The guy says, We the People? You've got your programs mixed up. He says, no, I notice when I listen on the radio, every time they run with the football, the people holler, Whee!
1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
Topping Mr. Janessi, however, he holds his $10, and Senator Ford had his hand up second.
Well, Fanny Fiddlecroft says she knows all about football. Every time she meets a college boy, starts making passes. Well, Dopey Dildock was talking to another lunkhead, and he said, I come from a football family. My biggest brother is a fine tackle. And my next biggest brother is a fine guard. And my next biggest brother is a fine back. And when I was born, the old man looked at me and said, this is the end.
That one made the top. 1,000 on the laugh meter.
And you, too, have topped Mr. Janessi, but he still holds his $10, and Joe Laurie's ready to go in this one.
He's doing a scotch here. There's a preface, Ward. The Scotchman was sitting next to a fella in the football team. He says, you play this game in Scotland? Football? He says, oh, aye, we do. He says, we play it at night. He says, why don't you play it in the daytime? He says, oh, if we play it in the daytime, we'd have to use a ball. The one I want to tell is a fella sitting next to Montgomery, little Montgomery. And he says to him, he says, who do you think is going to win the Rose Bowl game this year? He says, well, I got all my money in Texas. He says, why, Texas isn't playing in the Rose Bowl this year. He says, I'm not talking about that Texas. I'm talking about income Texas.
Well, that one taxed the meter to the very limit, too, Joe.
1,000 on the laugh meter.
That brings us to our next joke, which is from Mr. Edward J. Clark of Seattle, Washington, a long way away from here. And the topic this time, sailors this time. Sailors.
They're always appropriate.
So, Peter, move over to the drive and see how we come out with the sailors.
You know, I was trying to figure out today, Joe just said that, remind me, I was trying to figure out what ship some of the sailors were from that I saw today. And the ones that were going around with the girls, they all looked as if they were from the Enterprise. But this has nothing to do with the Navy. As a matter of fact, Ward, this happened in the office of the Merchant Marine, and they were signing on men for sea duty this particular day, and in walked little Paddy O'Houlihan. And Paddy wanted to be a sailor. He had studied to be a sailor, and he boned up on it and read books on it, and he knew all the decks and everything, poker, pinochle, bridge, everything. And he wanted to sign up with a cargo ship, and he walked in this day to try and get a job on a cargo ship, and he had a pretty good chance because he was half loaded anyway, and he walked up to the guy behind the desk, and the fella started asking him questions. He says, may I have your name, please?
He says, Patrick Aloysius Dennis O'Houlihan.
He said, born?
He said, there is a rumor to that effect, yes.
He said, where were you born?
He said, where was I born? He asks me, where was I born? Why, I'll have you know that I was born in the beautiful land where the snow frosts the top of the green mountains. And in the springtime, the sun comes out and melts the snow, and the little rivulets trickle down the mossy mountains right into the distilleries. It's beautiful. He says, in other words, he says, if you must ask personal questions, I was born in Ireland.
Fella says, I see. Well, have you ever been to sea?
He says, have I ever been to sea? How the dickens did you think I got over here? By taxi cab?
The laugh meter registers 1,000 for that joke, Ward.
Which automatically gives Mr. Clark $25. You boys are out for a joyride once again. Harry Hirschfield, I think, was first up on
Well,
this.
first a quickie. A girl, little Maisie, walks into a photographer's store, and she has a little snapshot of her sailor boyfriend. She says, this is my sailor boyfriend. I want to get this picture of him enlarged. The guy says, mount it. Says, wouldn't he look silly, a sailor sitting on a horse? But a fella joined the Navy. A little fella joined the Navy, and he was told, if you want to get along in the Navy, be tough, tough as the next guy. Be tough. So he started to be tough. So he says, show me a sergeant marine, and I'll show you a dope. He got a little tap on his shoulder, looks up, and there's a 6'8" guy. He says, I'm a sergeant marine. He says, I'm a dope.
You're no dope for telling that, Harry.
1,000 on the laugh meter.
However, it doesn't affect the scoring any. Senator Ford, I think you said he second.
This gag has nothing to do with the Navy either. Ditsy Baumwartle once was a sailor. He worked on an ocean liner. And the first night out was a very dark night. And all of a sudden he hollered, man overboard, man overboard. The ship was stopped, and then he looked around and he saluted the captain and he said, I beg your pardon, sir, but I made a mistake. No man fell overboard. Captain gave the orders for full steam ahead and said, well, thank goodness no man fell overboard. So Ditsy said, no, you're right, it was a dame.
Wasn't dame enough or good enough to get better than 450 on that, Senator, on the...
I'm glad for even decimal points on those.
Well, let's see what Joe Laurie can do about that.
Admiral Ingram was the guest at the Lambs Club last week for the morale night, and he told this story. It's an old story, but he told it very well. Hope I do. It's about a little barge with a cargo of oranges going across, and all it had was 2 sailors as a crew and a Scotchman as a passenger. And the Scotchman was sitting there on a rocking chair in the back of the boat. And they see a whale. They spy a whale. And the captain says, oh, this whale is a man-eating whale. He's terrible. There's a big guy. He'll upset this little boat. We've got to throw something over. So they threw the rocking chair over. And the whale grabbed the rocking chair, swallowed it, and kept following the boat. Captain got a little bit peeved. He says, I'll have to throw the cargo over. So he threw all the oranges over. And as they threw them over, crate after crate, the whale just grabbed the oranges and swallowed them and kept following the boat. Captain got a little tired again. He says, oh, boy. Well, the sailors will have to go over. So the 2 sailors got thrown overboard, and the whale got them. Kept out following the boat. Finally looked at the Scotchman. He says, well, Sandy, you'll have to go over. I'm sorry, but you'll have to go over. I got to save the boat. So in goes Sandy, and the whale swallows him, and the whale turns away. 2 weeks later, somebody catches the whale, and when they cut him open, they found the Scotchman sitting on the rocking chair selling the oranges to the 2 sailors.
1,000 on the laugh meter for that one, Ward.
That was a whale of a joke, Joe.
More fun, more jokes coming up in a minute after this word from our...
Now here's a joke sent in by Clifford R. Rosa of Kenmore, New York, and it's on the subject of fortune teller. Fortune teller. Okay, Peter, let's hear Mr. Rosa's joke and see what our studio audience thinks of it.
Well, this is about my old friend, Mr. Abercrombie Fafufnik. And this particular day, he was an awful bug on fortune tellers. He's always going, having his palm read and the tea leaves and the coffee grounds and all these mystical things, you know. And this particular day, he was walking along the street and he was looking for a place to get his fortune told. He never was satisfied with what these other people had told him. So all of a sudden, he sees a big sign, and there's a big picture of a head on it. It says, phrenologist. Tell the future by the shape of your head. We don't read the leaves in your tea. We read the lumps on your cocoa. Got a little lump in the throat, too. So, anyway, he says, sounds very intriguing. It says, I think I'll go in. He says, let the fella feel around the head for a while. He said, so if I don't get my fortune told, at least I'll get a scalp massage. So he walks in, it says, you'll pardon me, says, you look like an A1 Yankee Doodle Ipsy Pipsy Gypsy. It says, tell me, please, what is going to happen to me in the future. So the fella starts running the fingers over the skull, you know, and he says, very interesting, very interesting. He said, this bump on the back of the head indicates that you have quite a mind. You have a great flair for curiosity. This is the bump of curiosity. And Pufnik said, that's marvelous. That is wonderful. It says, that is supernatural. It says, when you say the bump on the back of my head is a sign of curiosity, it says you are 100% correct.
Because I looked in the shaft to see if the dumbwaiter was coming up, and it was coming down.
That one made the top. 1,000 on the laugh meter.
And automatically gives Mr. Rosa $25, and I think Senator Ford was the first one with his hand
Well,
up.
here's a story that about Fred Allen, if I can get it straight, about fortune tellers. Seems that Fred was down at Coney Island some years ago, and he went into a tent, and he said to the gypsy, "Are you the gypsy mystic who can see all by looking into his 8-ball?" And the gypsy said, I'm the same, could be. So he says, "Well, can you tell me my name?" The gypsy says, "I'm a wandering gypsy." He says, "And why are you wandering?" He said, "I'm wandering about my gas." He says, "You mean you have run out of fuel?" He said, "No, I'm wondering why I can't gas your name."
1,000 on the laugh meter.
Harry Hirschfield had his hand up second.
At a very swagger party, they were all sitting around, and Miss Van Eppes was sitting around with all her fancy finery, and she kept telling of all the expensive things she buys. She says, "Everything with me is the expensive stuff." She says, "You know, a few years ago, I went to a fortune teller. $100 I paid this fortune teller, a very high price. And you know what she said? You are going to meet a very tall, darn, handsome man, and he's going to be a millionaire, and you're going to have yachts and mansions." And the fortune came out true. I got all those things. So a little woman listening there says, I only went to a fortune teller. She charged me 75 cents, and what did I get? A little fat shrimp, a little poor tailor. And the other one says, well, cheap is cheap.
1,000 on the laugh meter.
But it doesn't affect the scoring any. Joe, are you in this round?
Casey went to a crystal gaze, and he says, "You know, my partner Doyle died the other day." He says, "and I want to know if he went to heaven or." So the crystal gazer says, "Give me $5 and I will look." He gives him $5. Says, "Where is he?" "Well, your partner is just 15 feet from the pearly gates." He says, "Tell me more." She says, "That'll cost you $5 more." So he says, "Here you are, $5 more." She says, "Now I see him 10 feet away from the pearly gates." "Tell me more." It's cost you $5 more. "All right, here's your 5. She says, "Now I see him just 5 feet away from the pearly gates." "Just tell me more." She says, "It costs you $5 more." He says, "Oh, well, if he can't jump the last 5 feet, let him go to the devil."
Well, that's also 1,000, Joe, on that one. But so join Can You Top This again next week, same time, same gang, other jokes, some new, some old. Until then, we remain yours for bigger and better laughs.
Senator Ford,
Harry Hirschfield, Joe Laurie Jr., Peter Donald, Ward Wilson.
And this is your host, Roger Bauer, saying so long, and take care of yourself until we meet again next time.
Presented by the Colgate-Palmolive Feet Company, makers of Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave. And here's Colgate-Palmolive Feet Company's Master of Ceremonies, Dennis James.
Good evening, friends. Welcome to Can You Top This, our unrehearsed laugh circus with Ward Wilson pinch hitting for Senator Ford.
Good evening.
Harry Hirschfield.
Howdy.
Joe Laurie Jr.
Hello.
And here's the people's representative, our storytelling genius, Peter Donald, to tell the first joke of the evening, which comes from Wesley Bankston of Humboldt, Tennessee. And it's on the subject of arrest. You ready, Pete?
Arrest?
Arrest. Jail. Take them in.
Not vacation, arrest.
Go ahead, Peter.
Well, it seems that a policeman arrested a fella, hailed him into court, and there he was standing before the magistrate. And, oh, this was a tough magistrate. This was a tough judge, a hard-bitten guy, very calloused. Very, very callous. Well, 10 years on the bench. What can you expect? He's very, very tough man. So he looked at the prisoner, and he said, "All right." He said, "What are the charges?" So the officer says, "Your Honor," he says, "it's 4 a.m. in the morning, and I was walking my beat when I looked down the street, and I seen this here character walking along with nothing on him but this barrel he's wearing." So the magistrate looked at the prisoner. He said, "Do you mean to tell the court you were walking along the street with just a barrel on you?"
He said, "Yes, Your Honor, I guess that's true. I was walking along the street wearing just this barrel, and believe me, it got pretty drafty between 18th and 19th on Chestnut Street, and the officer arrested me."
Magistrate said, "This is disgraceful. How did you lose your clothes? Are you a poker player?"
He says, oh, no, sir.
He said, what, you're not a poker player?
He says, no, sir, but I spent last night with some fellas who were poker players.
Well, the ante went right up there, Pete. The Colgate Palmolive laugh meter had a big 1,000 on it, so you took the first pot. We're sending $25 to Mr. Bankston, but our three wits will just have to try to tie it. Who's first? Harry Hirschgill, I see.
Well, there's a goofy gag going around. An old man, about 92 years old, and a fellow sees him and says, I haven't seen you in a year. Where were you?
It says I was arrested and I was in jail.
Said, you were arrested in jail? You? Says, yes.
I was in jail, so what happened? So I'm standing on a corner, and along comes a beautiful woman, the most beautiful blonde you ever saw, with a policeman, and says, that's the man, that's the man. He grabbed me like a caveman and took me in his automobile, and he says he took me and hugged me and kissed me, and he took me in the woods and abducted me, and I was there, a prisoner, for 3 weeks.
The guy said, didn't you deny it?
Says, no, it was so flattering, I accepted it.
What was that, Harry Hirschfield doing an old man? All right, Harry.
Personal touch there, Joe, I think.
The Colgate Palmolive laugh meter registered a 1,000 up there for young or old. Ward Wilson is second.
I was thinking one that came out of the war that I like very much about this poor little refugee in a Nazi-dominated section of Germany, and food was very scarce, and this little fella had gotten a live chicken. He was bringing it home, and he got about a block away from where he'd obtained the chicken, and one of these big Nazi stormtroopers hit him and says, what are you doing there? What do you got in the bag? He says, I got in the bag a chicken. He says, a live chicken? He says, yeah, it's a live chicken. He says, what do you feed the chicken? He says, well, I give him little bits of grain, wheat, rye, everything. He said, that's a fine thing. The German nation's starving for wheat, rye. You feeding to a chicken. He really beats him up, but gives it to him good. Knocks him all around the street. Guy gets up, he gets the chicken, puts it under his arm again. He gets about another block. Another Nazi stormtrooper hits him. He says, what do you got in the bag? He says, I got in the bag a chicken. He says, what do you feed the chicken? He says, feed it, I give him little crumbs of bread, waste crumbs of bread. He says, that's a fine thing. The German nation's starving for bread. You feed him to a chicken. Woof! And off he goes again. Really lathers him up, but good. So he picks himself up. He gets dusted off. He gets the chicken now under his arm. Gets one block from home, and another stormtrooper hits him. Says, what do you got in the bag? He says, I got in the bag a chicken. He says, a live chicken? He says, yeah, not in good shape, but a live chicken. He says, what do you feed the chicken? He says, what? He said, what do you feed the chicken? He says, what do I feed him? To tell you the truth, when he gets hungry, I give him a penny. He buys anything he wants.
Well, Ward, that chicken must have had a lot of feathers on it because it tickled an awful lot of people. It was a big, round 1,000. So, Joe, it kind of put you in an awkward spot.
Well, I just happened to remember a gag that Mickey Alpert, the great MC of Havana Madrid.
MC? Mental case?
You know him, Harry. You know him.
I represent that remark, Harry.
He's the fellow that is waved by a baton, isn't he?
Well, he's the master without ceremony. He's a great guy, a great fellow. But he told me this story that fits in here about the judge, and he looks at the down, and he sees this young fella in front of him. He says, officer, what? Is this the prisoner? He says, yes, sir. So what is it? Delinquent kid? He says, well, sir. He says, what you arrested for? He says, he stole a petticoat out of a store. He says, young man, did you steal a petticoat out of a store? He says, yes, Your Honor, that was my first slip.
While you're winning.
Yeah, but so he says, I'm ashamed of you. Young boy, you stole a petticoat out of a store. Think of your mother. He says, I did. That's why I got size 45.
All right, Joe, that was another 1,000, so our first round was a perfect one. And so we send to Mr. Bankston $25 with the compliments of Colgate Dental Cream, plus a phonograph record of Peter Donald telling his story on the air. And now here's Ron Rawson with an important message.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference. And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively
that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpaste prove that Colgate is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth for a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
And now, gentlemen, let's continue our contest of wit and humor. Here's a joke which was sent in by Miss Mildred Jello of East Boston, Massachusetts. And the subject in the joke is jealousy. Jello, jealousy, you've got it, have you, everybody? Peter Donald, you all ready?
Jello, is it?
Jello. No, the subject is jealousy. The name is Jello. Giello. I guess it's pronounced Jello.
That's all right with me.
That's all right with you.
I think he's just trying to get another subject.
See if you can't make this thing gel someplace along the line, will you, Pete?
Well, this happened over in Brooklyn, and my two girlfriends over there, Sadie DeKalb and Gertrude Guanis, they got invited to a wedding of one of their friends, at least one of the girls in the group. So it's a lovely affair, and everything's decorated pretty, and the bride is there with the orange blossoms in her arms, and the groom has 4 roses on his breast and everything. So all of a sudden, the girl's watching the bridal procession, and Sadie turns to Gertie.
And she said, "Oh, look, Geisfeld, here comes the bride."
The other one said, "Jane, she gorgeous. Oh, she's lovely. Look at that dress. Isn't that pretty? Look at that long train with the 2 little train bearers holding on to it."
She said, "Train bearers, don't be dopey. Those are the dressmakers' kids. They won't let go until it's paid for. What do you think?" Oh, that dame. Oh, that Greer McGillicuddy. She puts on such airs. Just because she's marrying a fella in the lumber business, a big lumber man, sells toothpicks to delicatessens. Look at her. Oh, I could give her such a hit.
The other one says, "Listen, I think you're jealous because you wouldn't like to have married him yourself. After all, she's a very, very beautiful girl."
She said, "Yes, so what? May I presume to inquire what's so beautiful about her?"
She says, "Well, Sadie, after all, she's got a gorgeous mouth. It's just like a Cupid's bow."
She says, "Oh, it's like a Cupid's bow." Well, let me tell you, it ought to be like a bow. She's always shooting it off.
Well, Peter, you shot off the Colgate Palm Olive Laugh Meter, too, brother, to a big round 1,000. Again, it's an automatic $25 for Miss Jello, and our 3 wits will have to try to work to tie it. Joe Laurie Jr. first.
A couple of fellas meeting. One fella says, "Say, how's your brother Jimmy, that handsome fella? You know, that brother of yours, that sheik." He says, "Oh, he died." "So Jimmy is dead. Oh, gee, I'm sorry to hear that." He says, "What did he die of?" He says, "He was in love with a woman." He says, "Oh, died of a broken heart, huh?" He says, "No, a broken neck. Her husband came home." There was another guy.
Yes, there was another guy, but let me give you the scoring, actually, Joe. It was an 850 on the Colgate Palm Olive
I'm going to
Laugh
steal
Meter.
petticoats from now on.
Maybe that was your first slip. Okay, ready, Harry?
Yeah. I hear a lot of crazy stories, but I don't think I've heard anyone crazier than this one. You know, with the housing shortage, especially in hotels, you got to double up with other people, strangers. And one fella, he had enough trouble sleeping by himself and had a strange guy. So these 2 go up there, and right away, the fella with him, a goof, goes right to sleep. I don't know how envious he was of this guy, how jealous he was if the guy could sleep. If he could only sleep like this guy. But in a few minutes, this guy started to snore. One of those snores with a whistle. You know that business. And this fella says, "Oh, now it's going to be fine. I can't sleep and look at... Oh." So this guy is snoring, and he remembers that he heard someplace that if you snap your finger, it breaks up a snore. So he snaps the finger, and the fellow stops snoring. But he doesn't stop long enough for him to fall asleep himself. Again, the guy starts snoring with that whistle. Again, he snaps, but still not enough time to go to sleep. And that's the way it went all night. The next morning, he says to this goof, this pest who was snoring, said, "How'd you sleep?" He says, "I slept good, but I could sleep better." He says, "You know you got a bad habit of snapping your fingers?"
Well, that's all there is. There is no snore, so I'll give you the score, Harry. You know, I bet you that it got 1,000, actually. I bet it would have gotten 2,000 if you could have gotten the whistle in. Sometime tell him Ward will whistle for
What,
you.
and ruin his teeth? I don't know of anybody in the front row that wants these teeth.
Okay, that was a 1,000, Harry. So, Ward, it's up to you again.
I was thinking of one along jealousy lines that I think Senator Ford told quite a while back about the fellow who owned a parrot and had a bunch of ducks, and the parrot was very jealous of the ducks, and every time the parrot would get loose, he'd go out and chase the ducks all over the place and peck at them, pull their feathers out. Really gave him a bad time. So the fellow got the parrot, and he started to talk to him. He said, now, you stop this monkey business with these ducks and leave them alone. He said, the next time you do any of that foolishness, I'm going to pull every feather out of you. So a couple of days later, the parrot got loose again. He goes out and starts chasing the ducks again. The guy catches him, brings him in. He said, I told you, if you chase those ducks once more, I was going to take every feather off you. So he tore all the feathers off the parrot. So the parrot is feeling pretty conspicuous. And 2 or 3 days later, he said, now I'm going to give you a chance to get back in good graces again. He said, I'm having a party tonight, and you get up there on that chandelier, and when the people come into the party, he said, you say, ladies to the left, gentlemen to the right. That's all you have to do, but do it right. So the parrot gets up on the chandelier, and the guests start to arrive, and he says, ladies to the left, gentlemen to the right. Ladies to the left, gentlemen to the right. And just then, a couple of bald-headed guys came through the door, and he looked down at them, and he says, and you two duck haters, come on up here with me.
Ward, you're in a foul mood tonight, aren't you? First the chickens, then the ducks. I'm not even going to question it. I guess somebody in there was jealous of somebody. I don't know, but that's what the topic was. It was a big 1,000 on the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter. That completes another round, and so we send Miss Jello $25 since Pete got the first 1,000, with the compliments of Colgate Dental Cream, plus a phonograph record of Peter Donald telling her story on the air. And now, before we go into the next round, I'd like to ask all of you folks to compete in this weekly Gag Fest. All jokes told by Peter Donald have been submitted by our listeners. So send your favorite joke to Can You Top This, care of NBC New York, or the station to which you're listening. Now, of course, in cases of similarity, we'll have to be the sole judges of who is paid. And in every case, the decision of the judges is final. Laughs are registered on the big Colgate Palmolive laugh meter in full view of the studio audience. Our three wits have no scripts. They rely on memory and ability to switch jokes to make them fit the subject. So, all right, let's continue now with the laughs, gentlemen. Our next joke comes from Harold Catchell of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and it's on the subject of boasting, bragging. You know, do you have it? Mr. Donald, take off.
Your two friends, one fellow's Pat Mulvaney, the other fellow is Mike O'Houlihan, a couple of Chinese fellas, and they were great friends, and one day they're down having a couple of drinks down at Pierre Murphy's Salon de Booze down on the corner, sort of a hangover heaven. And they start bragging about their relatives. So Mike turns to Pat. He said, you know something, Patrick, me boy? Me Uncle Timmy is a great inventor. Oh, he's a great man, so he is.
The other fellow said, No, wait a minute. What did he ever invent?
He says, what did he ever invent? Why, you ignoramus. Don't you ever read the papers? Me uncle invented the safest airplane in the world. The greatest, safest airplane in the world. It can't possibly crash.
She said, why that about it? It can't crash. You can't get it off the ground. That's why. You're talking about airplanes. You should listen to me little nephew. Me little nephew Dennis. Now, there's an inventor. The boy invented an airplane, you see. And he flew it up in the sky himself. Now, he's been flying up there for 9 months. 3 weeks ago, he ran out of gasoline. And the boy is too proud and stubborn to come down.
He said, wait a minute. He'll have to come down because the law of gravity will make him come down.
Oh, he says, you think so, do you? You think so? The law of gravity will make him come down. He says that's how smart me nephew is. He went up before the law was passed.
Well, Peter, the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter needle just went up to greet him at 1,000 to tell him everything was okay. He could come down now. So you're way out in front again, Pete. Now, three wits will just have to work again. Ward Wilson is first this time.
Well, that dialect of Pete reminded me of the one about the American who was visiting England for the first time, and he met this Englishman whom he knew, and he asked him how he was enjoying things. He said, fine, having a wonderful time. He said, where have you been? He says, well, I was down to Leicester Square yesterday and looked at... He said, I beg your pardon? He said, I went down to Leicester Square. He said, no. He says, we don't call it Leicester over here, old boy. He said, that's Leicester Square. He says, oh.
He said, well, I went down there anyway, and then I went down to Cholmondeley Road, and he said, I beg your pardon. He said, I went down to Cholmondeley Road. He said, no, not Cholmondeley, old boy. Chumley. He says, oh, okay. So I went down there, and he says, then I went over to Charing Cross Road, and I was He said, I beg your pardon. He said, I was down on Charing Cross Road. He said, not Charing Cross, Caring Cross. He says, oh, well, anyway, I was down. He said, incidentally, you ever been to the United States? He says, oh, yes, quite. He said, I was over there a few years ago. He says, I was most impressed with that big waterfall you have up there in the state of New York somewhere. Is it good? Let me see now. Oh, yes, Niagara Falls. He says, what was that? He says, Niagara Falls. He says, oh, no. He says, in the United States, we call that nipples.
Well, it was nipple at all, Ward, because you got a big 1,000. Who's ready to step into this thing now? Harry Hirschfield, go ahead.
There was a goof, and he prided himself that he was a paragon of virtue. So he meets the judge of the town, and this judge is the leading citizen. He says, Judge, I want to tell you something. I want to tell you what kind of a man I'm growing up to be. I says, I was in a theater, and there was a beautiful girl. She was really beautiful. She was a beautiful blonde. That I got to admit. And she was flirting with me, but I turned my head away. I was strong. I wasn't going to let her tempt me. No. And he says, then she sent an usher over with a note. I should meet her out after the show out in front. But I sneaked out before the show was over because I have character, and I wasn't going to meet her. The judge says, you will get your reward in heaven. So this bothered this goof all night. The next day he comes down to the judge. He said, what reward do you think I'll get in heaven? He says, a bale of hay, you big jackass.
No trouble at all. Another 1,000. Of course, I've got to get you guys back on the right track, though. I don't know where the boasting is coming in. That's the only thing.
What do you mean, boasting?
That's the subject of the round.
Well, what is your definition of boasting?
Brag. Oh, putting me on the spot. Now, let it go. I just mean bragging or something. I'll come back to you, Harry.
When you answer Harry, I have a good one, too.
All right, I'll answer Harry. It's bragging, Harry.
Well,
Why?
isn't a fellow bragging about his ability and strength and character? Isn't that boasting?
I guess so. All right. What's yours, Ward? Go ahead.
Well, I got... Oh.
Ward had a question.
Well, this about these two women that come to see Mr. Vinowitz. And she said, I'm so happy you come. Oh, I'm so happy you come to visit me. She says, I bought such wonderful antiques. I bought the most wonderful antiques. They're the greatest thing you ever saw. Look, girls, go on. She says, you've never been in the house before. Go on, look around. Look, let's see the different things. I'm going to kiss them and make sandwiches and coffee. So the two dames walk around. They says, oh, look at that lamp. Look at that lamp. That's a good antique. That's it. Look at that chair. Oh. Yeah, but she's always boasting. She's always bragging about it. Look at that table. That's another good antique. So I wonder where she got that huge chest. She says, I don't know, but they say her mother is built the same way.
Another perfect round. Another perfect round, boys. A 1,000 all the way through. So
That's
first,
boasting.
That's boasting. Yes, I'm boasting for you. In fact, I'm boasting for Peter Donald. He got it first. So to Mr. Catcher, we send $25 with the compliments of Palmolive shave creams, plus a phonograph record of Peter Donald telling his story on the air. And now here's Dan Donaldson with the biggest shaving news in history.
Men, do you shave with a lather or brushless shave cream? Palmolive shave cream comes both ways, and whichever method you use, you'll find the new Palmolive shave cream way to shave means more comfortable, actually smoother shaves for 3 men out of every 4.
Yes, 3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive shave cream way.
It's a fact, men, not a promise. 2,548 men tried the new Palmolive way to shave, and no matter how they shaved before, 79% found beards cut easier, 75% less razor pull, 69% closer shaves, 80% smoother feeling skin.
And 3 out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves.
Just get Palmolive shave cream, either brushless or lather, and do this. Wash your face with soap and water. Rinse. Then soap face thoroughly again. Do not rinse. Work Palmolive shave cream upward into beard to get the full benefit of Palmolive shave cream's beard conditioning effect.
Then shave. That's all. But remember, Palmolive Shave Cream, either brushless or lather, offers proof of more comfortable, actually smoother shaves for 3 men out of every 4.
All right, gentlemen, all set now for another round? This one
Right
is sent in by Frank and Marie Buccalo of Los Angeles, California. And it's on the subject of argument. We know how to handle that, don't we? Go ahead, Pete.
Well, it's about my favorite couple, Mr. and Mrs. Abercrombie Fafufnik, and they were having a little family squabble, and she turned to him. She
said, "Oh, yeah, I hate you to pieces, not you. You dirty dog, you snake in the pussy willows, you." She said, "The way you are treating me when we was first married, you said such cutie pie words to me. You said I had teeth like pearls. Then I met Pearl, I knew what you meant. And then you're always making love to me. You used to say that I was a $100 doll. I had lips like rose petals."
He says, yeah, and recently they're starting to look like bicycle petals.
She says, "Well, why not? You never remembered the anniversaries or the birthdays or nothing? My neighbor, Mrs. Feitelbaum, for her anniversary, she got a gorgeous radio set. It's got a beautiful set. Cost $700. For me, you bought a radio, cost $6.90.
He says, so what? On Mrs. Feitelbaum's radio, she can only get one station at a time. You can get 5 on yours.
That's not it. You just never give me anything nice anymore.
He says, what are you talking about? On your last birthday, didn't I save your life?
She says, what is this? You saved my life?
He says, now, wait a minute. Think abyssal. When I asked you, what would you do if I bought you a birthday present? What did you say?
She said, I said I would drop dead.
He says, so there, didn't I save your life?
Well, Peter, the Colgate Palmolive laugh meter set a 1,000, so you saved the lives of the Buccalos, too. Harry Hirschfield was first.
2 drunks in the saloon, and they're getting drunker by the minute and getting into arguments. And one finally said, "As I was you, if you get me mad, I'll give you a smash in the face, and I'll send you to the hospital." That fella said, "I've had a billion smashes in the face, and I've been in every hospital in the world." Fella says, "You've been in every hospital in the world? I make you bet you haven't been in every hospital in the world." He said, "It's a bet." He says, "You were never in a women's hospital." He says, "That's where I was born."
Boy, you boys are cooking tonight. No kidding. That was another 1,000 in there, Harry, for you. Little Joe Lowery, Jr.
Kid comes into his mother. He says, "Hey, Mom, what's that statue in the hall?" She says, "That's General Grant. That's a statue of General Grant." He says, "It's all busted." "Who did it?" He says, "Your father brought it home last night from the meeting. 3 o'clock in the morning, he staggered in." He says, "Yes, but it's all busted." He says, "Your father had an argument with him about keeping his hat on in the house."
750, little Joe from
I
Kokomo.
like those kind. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm glad you do like them.
The slip was the wrong size that
Yes.
time.
750. Did you get the count on it, Joe? All right, Ward, it's up.
I got it.
You got it, huh? Keep it, Joe.
I had another one in mind, Denny, but
Go ahead,
Harry
Ward.
mentioning that bar room reminds me of what I think was the funniest gag of last year about the fellow that walks in the bar room and he said, "Give me a couple of shots of whiskey." So the bartender sets him up and he drinks one of them. He takes the other one and pours it inside of his coat in his vest pocket. So the bartender looks at him and he says, "Give me the same thing again." So he pours 2 more drinks and he drinks one and pours the other one inside his coat pocket. And the bartender says, "What are you doing there?" He says, "Mind your own business. Give me 2 more drinks." So he sets up 2 more drinks. He drinks one. He takes the other one, pours it in his coat again. And the bartender says, "Look, what are you doing?" He says, "Mind your own business." He said, "Give me a couple more drinks." So the same procedure again. He pours the last one in his pocket, and the bartender says, "Look, buddy, I want to know, what are you doing with that other drink?" He says, "Wait a minute. Keep your mouth shut or I'll come over that bar and bust you right in the snoot." And with that, a little white mouse stuck his head out from his vest, and he says, "Yeah, and that goes for your cat, too."
Well, Ward, you did it. Mighty fine up there. That Colgate Palmolive laugh meter read a big round 1,000. But, of course, you know what happened on this round. Pete started off again in a perfect fashion, got a 1,000 for Mr. and Mrs. Buccalo. So we're going to send Mr. and Mrs. Buccalo of Los Angeles, California, $25 with the compliments of Palmolive shave creams, plus a phonograph record of Peter Donald telling their story on the air. Well, we've got about 30 seconds in here, fellas. Anything you've got to say?
All I can tell you, there was a circuses in town, and you know that cotton candy they got there? Well, this year it's mostly rayon. you know, the old circus stories I like is about the circus. You know, they say an elephant never forgets. And once a guy did him a great favor. So when the elephant came out in Madison Square Garden, he recognized the guy. And the elephant walked over, took him out of the 25-cent seats and put him in a $5 box.
That's the same elephant that I told a gag about last year, Harry. He got very thirsty walking down a stream, and a nice, cool, clear stream, and he finally decided he was going to get a drink the way he wanted it, so he stuck his long trunk into the stream. He was just beginning to get a lot of water to quench his thirst, and an alligator opened his mouth and snapped down on his trunk, and the elephant pulled back this way. He said, "Very funny, very funny."
Well, boys, as far as I'm concerned, the whole session tonight was very funny, very funny. But it's time for us to go. No kidding, fellas. So, friends, we're going to talk to you for a second. Join Can You Top This, originated by Senator Ford. Next week, same time, same gang. Other jokes, some new, some old. Until then, we remain yours for bigger and better laughs.
Ward Wilson for Senator Ford.
Harry Hirschfield.
Laurie Jr.
Peter Donald.
Dennis James.
And Dan Donaldson saying goodnight for the Colgate Palmolive Peat Company, makers of Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave.
For soft, glamorous dream girl hair, try Luster Cream Shampoo. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, tubes or jars, whichever you prefer. 49 and 25 cents. Be a dream girl, a Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
Just told me he hadn't had a bite in 3 days, so I bit him. Can you top that, Harry Hirschfield?
I'll try.
You, Senator Ford?
I didn't even hear him. I don't know.
And how about you, Joe Laurie?
I wasn't listening.
These various gents with hilarious sense bring you another session of Can You Top This? And now for the man who believes in signs, particularly dollar signs, Ward Wilson.
Thank you, Charlie Stark. Can You Top This is unrehearsed and spontaneous, and our top rule is keep 'em laughing. Anyone can send in a joke, and if your joke is told by the well-known actor and storyteller Peter Donald, you get $10.
And this is your host, Roger Bauer. When Peter reads jokes sent in by the home audiences, the laughter of the studio audience is registered on the laugh meter. Then our distinguished panelists try to top that joke, and the fun really begins.
Each time they fail to top you, you get $5 more.
Can You Top This is made possible by our fine sponsor. Won't you please listen to this?
Three funny fellas set up tonight. You all ready?
Ready.
Ready.
All right, here we go with the first joke, which is sent in by Anton Gregowitz of Hope Lawn, New Jersey. And this is on the subject of something which we fortunately all have, jobs. Jobs this time. So, Pete, I know you won't make any work out of this.
Well, this happened at a dairy farm. Of course, you know, they have those wonderful new scientific dairies now where they milk the cows by radar and all this kind of stuff. You know, the farmer says, control tower to bossy. Your number 4 engine is out of commission. Buttermilk coming in at 2 o'clock, you know. But this was not that kind of a dairy. This was one of those old, run-down, old-fashioned kind of dairies that, the cows were tired and they gave milky fins. They were awful. Broken down place. So this particular day, along came this fellow Beauregard Brown to get a job. So he walked up to the boss. He says,
Please excuse me, sir, but I'm looking for some steady employment. It says, you need a man to take care of the animals, sir?
So the boss said, yeah, we do need a fella. You any good with cows?
It says, these are good. It says, man, it says, I milked a cow so fast the cream comes out Charlotte Russe.
He says, well, all right. He says, but you sure you want a steady job now? This may be hard work.
He says, yeah, I want a steady job. Leave me to them cows. I want to go right to work.
So he got the job, but he found out there's 40 cows. He had to milk all the 40 cows, clean out the stalls, feed the cows, drive them to the pasture, wait for them, drive them back. And he's working about 18 hours a day. So he got a little too tough, and he went to the boss. He says, boss,
It says, you won yourself a vacancy. I'm resigning. So the boss said, I thought you'd quit. I knew you really didn't want a steady job. They said, well, that's just the trouble. I did want a steady job, but you've been laying me off 6 hours a night.
And that was only 350 on the laugh meter, Ward.
About as high as I could get from my point of vantage here. Gives our three wits plenty of room to operate, and let's see what happens. 2 hands up. Let's see what little Joe has on.
Of course, listen, Got the steadiest job today is the guy that opens the door for Gremko, the Russian delegate at the UNO.
Better get that fella's name straightened.
Well, it starts with a G. Gremiko. All right, I'll get him on his way out again. Now, the one I want to tell is a fella meets Montgomery. He says, Montgomery, he says, I hear you're working. He says, yes. He says, what kind of a job you got? He says, you know Zimmerman, the restaurant man. He opened up a beautiful place, a new place on the east side here. A beautiful restaurant. And he says he's got a lot of his old customers there, and give me a job. He says, what do you do? He says, I'm a tutter maker. He says, what? He says, I'm a tutter maker. He says, what? A tutter maker in a restaurant? What is that? He says, when I see a man eating with his knife, I go over and say, tut, 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 tut.
You didn't put that in as a curtain raiser, Joe. It certainly raised the curtain plenty. That was 1,000, which tops Mr. Gregowitz's 350. However, he still has his $10, and the next hand I see belongs to Harry Hirschfield.
A girl gets a job, her first job of any kind, and she gets a job as in the telephone company at the switchboard. So they naturally tell her what the rules and regulations, how to treat people who telephone, what the rules and regulations are. So she got in trouble right away with the first guy that called up. Yeah, the phone clicked, he lost a nickel and again and he finally got the operator, kept hollering, operator, finally got the operator. He says, this is the operator. He says, what's going on here, operator? What am I treated like here? Am I a dope, a moron, a jerk? He says, sorry, but we're not allowed to give out that information.
I'll give out the information, Harry. That was 1,000. So far, you guys have been hitting in rare form.
Well, talking about telephones, I know a guy called up a number and then dropped in 10 cents, and the girl said, you're only supposed to put in a nickel. He said, the other is a nickel tip for you. Well, anyway, Dopey Dildock made himself a new job. Hasn't worked yet, but he's going to try it. He's going to paint rabbits on bald heads so they'll have hairs.
1,000 on the laugh meter, which means another perfect round. Our astute panel will be right back after these few commercial words.
The business of jokes again. This was sent in by Mrs. Pearl Pullet of New York City. And this is on the subject I'm sure we all hope that none of our listeners ever have, trouble. Trouble. So, Pete, I hope you make trouble for our three wits with this one. Go ahead.
Well, it seems that out in Minnesota there was a terrific spring thaw this particular year. The snow melted up on the mountains and it came cascading down, and there was a big flood, and they flooded this one particular town. Oh, it was awful. The streets were really deep in water, and on the main street there was an automobile moving gently downstream, and the water was just up to the top of the windows, and perched on top was a Swedish fella, see? So he's up there and he says, oh, hold him, all says, help me here, help me. Oh, says, this is awful. Somebody got to help me by Yemeni. So there was one of the rescue workers there. He says, don't worry, buddy. He says, as long as your car's floating in the right direction, you're all right. He says, don't worry about it. He says, boy, he says, with you up on the top of that car and the water up above the windows, he says, looks like Venice, Italy. Guy says, well, never mind. Venice, Italy. Venice, somebody going to get me out of here. Rescue worker says, listen, we'll be over there in a jiffy. Don't worry. He says, don't get scared. Guy says, well, all right. But you better hurry up. I'm getting a little worried about my wife. She's driving the car.
600, 800, 1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
Which automatically gives Mrs. Pullet $25, puts you boys just out for laughs this time, and Harry, you couldn't wait, huh?
Yeah, well, I got a couple in mind, but one I want to throw in is what Joe Laurie calls a curtain raiser. Talking, and here's something about trouble. Teacher says to the kid in school, do you know what mess means? You know what messy means? He said, yeah. Trying to put 6 pounds of mayonnaise in a 5-pound paper bag. You women would know that. But here's a goofy gag. Restaurant owners brought to court for beating up a customer. So the judge wanted to know what caused the trouble. He says, well, I'll tell you, Judge. He irritated me something awful. He comes in, sits down, and right away he don't like the waiter. He says, I don't want a short waiter, I don't want a tall waiter. Just right is what I want. Then he says, I don't want the soup I don't want it to be too hot, too cold. Just right. Steak, it should be so thick, so thin, so rare, so well done, it should be just right. Then he said he don't like the window open. It's not to be so much open and not so much closed. Just right. I didn't kick him in the head. I didn't kick him in the feet. Just right.
Up and away. 1,000 on the left, Peter Ward.
1,000 right up the top, which ties Mrs. Pullett's 1,000, but doesn't do you any good financially. She has her 25 ensconced, and Senator, I think you were waving next.
Well, that gag that Harry just told kind of reminds me of a similar one. This doesn't count, incidentally. Probably won't anyhow. A fellow went into a restaurant and he said to the waiter, I want a dozen oysters. Do you want them too fat? Do you want them too lean? Do you want them too cold? Do you want them too warm? Do you want them too small? Do you want them too big? Waiter says, yes, sir, with or without poils. Well, anyway, the Dopey Dildock story that I told did so well in the first round there. Maybe I could tell another thing that happened to him. He was in the Navy for a part-time during the war, and he got himself into a jam, and the commanding officer said, 10 days on bread and water. How do you like it? Dopey said, toasted.
Sure looks like another solid 1,000 on the left, Peter Ward.
So far, a perfect round all the way. How about you, Joe?
Let me spoil it for you. Now, there's an Englishman walking across the street with a paper bag full of sugar. And just as he gets to the cop crossing the street, he bumps into the cop, and the paper bag of sugar falls on the sidewalk. And the cop says, what is that? He says, that's sugar. He says, sugar. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Don't you know that's ration? People are worried about getting a little bit of sugar, and there you are spilling it all over the sidewalk. You got all of this sugar. He says, but I need it for my tea, officer. He says, for your tea, is it, huh? So he takes his club out, hits him over the head, and says, here's a couple of lumps for your cocoa. So the next day, no, there's a twist on this. The next day, he's in the...
Why don't you settle first for this and then come
The next day, he's telling this to a friend of his. This Englishman is in the hospital. He's telling it to a friend of his. Telling about him hitting him. He says, here's a couple of lumps for your cocoa. He says, you know, the joke, he says, is on the bobby. He says, I don't drink cocoa. He says, and if I did, I certainly wouldn't use lump sugar.
I knew he was going to be sorry.
Sort of running down.
The other one is really the gag, you know.
The first one.
You're telling us.
Well, it doesn't make any difference as far as Mrs. Pullett's concerned.
That is what you call ruining a gag with improvements.
Died from improvement.
Put the improvements on the
I like
agenda.
to try new twists.
The original joke did get 1,000 on. Then in stages you went to 600, 200, and meh from there.
It's a good thing I stopped when I did, you know.
Here's one sent in by Mrs. M.A. Hughes of Yonkers, New York, and this is on the subject of signs. Signs.
Science?
Signs. S-I-G-N-S. Signals. So, Peter, I don't know what the signs are, but let's find out.
Well, it seemed that the town fathers of a certain little village upstate erected a statue in the middle of the crossroads, and they had a nice plot of grass all around it. It was very, very pretty. And to protect it, they put up a sign that says, do not cross these grounds. No trespassing here. Signed by the city council. So it did no good. Nobody paid any attention to the sign. People are tramping across this plot of ground all the time, and the grass starts to look like thrift shop caracal at the end of a week, you know. So they decided only one thing to do, and they put Rooney, the cop, right by the statue. So the first day he's standing there, and he sees a young fella starting to cross the lawn. So he says, wait a minute, just a minute now. Keep out of the jungle, Mr. Sabu. Get back here now. It says, hold your horses. Don't you read the sign up there? Don't you see what that sign says? Now, no one is going to cross these grounds and ruin the grass while Rooney the cop is standing here. Now, you just go back, and if you want to get across, you'll go around me. You got to walk around me. So the fella did it. He walked around Rooney, and a couple of days later, Rooney was having his lunch in a little restaurant down the street, and he sees the same fella starting to cross the grass again. So he ran out and he grabbed him. He says, didn't I tell you were not to cross the little park? Didn't I tell you you'd have to walk around me to get to the other side? The fella says, yeah, you did, officer, but You weren't here, and I thought maybe I could take a little shortcut. He says, oh, is that so? You're going to take a shortcut, eh? Well, he says, no, you listen to me, young man. I want you to remember that any time you want to get to the other side, you've got to walk around me whether I'm here or not.
He's looking for the rest of the joke on the other side of the paper, apparently.
And if I did, I wouldn't eat lump sugar.
Well, you got a couple for your cocoa that time, Peter, believe me. That laugh was a meager 50. I don't blame you for throwing it away.
An English story, something like
So,
that.
Mrs. Hughes will probably love you for the rest of her life. Gives you fellas a pretty wide open market on this one, on signs.
Harry asked me if there was an English story like that. I said, yes, there is, Harry. Go ahead and tell it.
Isn't it something about the guy saying to the
That's
soldiers,
right.
I want nothing but silence and very little of that? Isn't that the story?
That's in the class with that.
Same thing without a cop.
Yeah, that's it.
That got less than Pete's did, Harry.
I was out first.
Well, let's see how many hands we have on signs. Joe, I think your hand was raised.
This is a shortcut. This is...
Shortcut.
I just saw a sign on an undertaker shop. You kick the bucket, we do the rest. The one I want to tell is about a hillbilly. Hillbilly goes to the city and he comes back and tells his friends about going to the city. He says, did you have a good time? He says, yes, it did. Yes, it did. He got to the city. He says, I picked up a couple of swell gals. Oh, swell gals. He said, they wanted some ice cream soda. So they took me to a store, he says, and in the window there's a sign, ice cream, $1.50 a gal. Didn't go in. He says, why didn't you go in? He says, well, I had 2 gals and only 50 cents in my pocket. 2 for your cocoa.
Well, wait
Joe,
a minute,
you seem to be in a 300 run on this
Ward,
ride.
that thing is, that's taken from another gag, or did the other gag come from yours, Joe? I don't know which. But that's the one about the gasoline sign, 5 gals, $1, Ethel much higher.
Was much higher, too. 800, as a matter of fact, Senator. I don't know whether you want to enter that in the contest.
No, I just commenting on
I wish
Joe's
I'd have
gag.
thought of that one instead of the one I did.
Would have been an improvement, Joe. But let's see what Harry Hirschfield has up his sleeve.
Well, I'm going to keep the signs in the generalization. The different forms of signs don't have to be just in printing,
Don't tell me. Let me guess.
But there was a wife. Oh, she was a tartar. She fought and she was vicious. She was mean, and every place she would yell and fight and kill people around and knock people around. And finally, the husband was happy when she died. He was really happy. So a lot of people went to the funeral. They couldn't figure out what good could the minister say about her. Because they were all worried all during her life about the next world, where she'd land in the next world. So the funeral was held anyhow, and the minister kept the stuff pretty general, talked about her dying and everything. And when the funeral was over, it suddenly got very, very dark. It got very dark and very dark. And all of a sudden, there was a flash of lightning in the sky, and a thunder crash, and the guy yelled, well, she made it!
That sure looks like another solid 1,000 on the last Ward.
You might have told me that some of the mourners at the funeral were signed or something. I mean,
No, well, anything. That was a sign where she was.
That was a
I
sign.
knew the minute Harry started to explain it, he wasn't going to be close to the subject at all.
Say, I've got one on scientists. Is that any good?
No, I think I'm going to push another $5 in the direction of Mrs. Hughes before we get through. But Harry got the desired result. Let's see what you're going to do, Senator.
Well, this is the 3rd chapter in the life of Dopey Dildock. He did very well on the other 2. He walked into a theater smoking a cigar, and an usher said, don't you see that sign, no smoking allowed? He said, I ain't smoking out loud.
Did he live after that?
Well, I could tell you a gag about Screwball Jake is supposed to be a dope, but he's not the dope that most people think he is. He had a little store up in my hometown, and in the window he had a sign, Fishing Tickle. So I looked at it, and I went in and I says, what's with that fishing tickle? Isn't that a typographical error? It should be fishing tackle. He said, yeah, I know. I said, didn't anybody come in and tell you about it? He said, sure, dozens of people. But when they come in to tell me about the mistake, they always buy something. That's just a little thing I threw in for editorial value.
500 on each one.
Another round of jokes will be coming up right after these important words from our fine sponsor.
Back to the business of jokes once again. This one sent in by Ethel Rabinowitz of Hempstead, New York. And this is on the subject of something we're very familiar with right now, crowds. Crowds. So, Peter, see how much you can crowd into this one, and we'll let her go.
Well, this happened on a crowded bus. Oh, it's so jammed. You could walk from one end of the bus to the other and your feet never touch the floor, you know. People jammed in. There 2 people hanging on every strap. There's a little boy with buck teeth. He had 3 people right on his braces. Everybody, So they're going crazy, and the driver is having the worst time. They're pushing him, and finally he says, "Passengers." He says, "Passengers, ahoy." He says, "Couldn't you synchronize your breathing a little bit?" He says, "I don't want to bother you," but he says, "Would the lady in the red hat ask the gentleman who's been eating garlic to tap the fellow with the brown coat and ask him not to push the little girl into Jim Bloomers because the fellow with the bird cage is nudging me in the rumble seat here." Well, it got worse and worse, and finally, the bus stopped at a red light, and 2 painters got on the bus. And they had 6 cans of paint, a bag of brushes, a roll of wallpaper, and a gallon jug of turpentine. So the driver said, 8 million people in New York City, I got to pick up Michelangelo and Rembrandt here." So these painters and all this stuff, they pushed away all the way to the back of the bus, get all the way back. They sit there for about 4 blocks, and all of a sudden the bell starts going. Bing, 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 bing. The driver says, "What's all the bing, bing?" "Somebody selling good humors? What's the matter?" The painters want to get off. So they come back with all the stuff, and they push their way to the front, and just as they're getting off, the driver stops him. He says, "Wait a minute, boys." He says, "I got for you a little suggestion." One of the painters says, "Oh, yeah? What is it?" He says, "Please, the next time you ride on my bus, don't forget to bring your stepladders also."
Well, you certainly did justice to that one, Peter. 1,000 on the laugh meter.
Which automatically says, Miss Rabinowitz, $25. Put you boys out just for the laughs. You're going to have a hard time topping that one.
Yeah, well, I'll go in. I don't know whether
Senator?
I don't think I can come near it, but I'll
Move
try.
right
Pete's story kind of reminded me one. Little Winston Churchill Goldfarb was in a crowd, and he's crying, and he couldn't find his mama, so people got giving him pennies. Then he started crying louder. So they gave him nickels. So he cried still louder. They gave him dimes, and finally I said, "I know where your mama is." He said, "Who's asking you?"
Oh, the senator with that dialect.
900 is the final score in the laugh meter, Ward.
However, it doesn't top Mr.
Dopey
Rabinowitz's
Dildock with a twist.
How about you, Harry?
Well, I got a little shorty that fits very much like the other story I told. There were 2 rivals, nouveau riche, Mrs. Van Blivitz Van Nudnik and Mrs. Creighton Van Quetch. They hated each other. They were rivals socially and wealth and everything else. Finally, Mrs. Van Nudnik died, and Mrs. Van Quetch went to the funeral, of all surprises. So the next day they said to Mrs. Van Quetch, "I hear you went to the funeral." She says, "Yes, I was there." Says, "Was it a big crowd?" She says, "Yes, there was a big crowd, but very little enthusiasm."
Very little there, too.
The audience had very little.
Just halfway up on the laugh meter, Ward. 500.
All right, Joe, how about you filling out
Montgomery comes home, and his wife says, "You look all tuckered out." He says, "I am tuckered out. I was in the subway. Oh, was it packed? Was it jammed? Was it packed? What crowds?" He says. "I'll tell you," he says, "it was so packed." He said, "I saw a woman with a fur coat. She leaned over to tie her shoelaces, and that's all I saw of her." Says, "That's all you saw of her? What become of her?" He says, "I don't know. But there's only one train in the whole subway that's got a rug now."
Well, that did it for you, Joe. That's 1,000. Now we won't have time for another full round. In fact, we don't have any time at all. So I'd just like to ask the audience to join us again next week. Same time, same gang, other jokes, some new, some old. Until then, we remain yours for bigger and better laughs.
Senator Ford.
Harry Hirschfield. Joe Laurie 2 Lumps Jr.
Peter Donald. Ward Wilson.
And this is your host, Roger Bauer, saying so long, and take care of yourself until we meet again next time.
And you
guy who wouldn't let them give his wife artificial respiration. He said the real thing or nothing.
Can you top that, Harry Hirschfield?
I did.
Can you, Senator Ford?
I didn't even hear it.
Great cast here tonight. You, Joe Laurie Jr.?
What'd you say?
I think, can you top that?
Who knows?
Probably can't wait.
These three gay wits with their three-way hits bring you another session of Can You Top This? And now for the man who laid down the law so you can pick up the chips. Ward Wilson.
Thank you, Charlie Stark. Can You Top This is unrehearsed and spontaneous, and our top rule is keep 'em laughing.
And this is your host, Roger Bauer. Can You Top This is the only show of its kind. A joke-telling session where the audience challenges three of the greatest joke-tellers of all time. Senator Ford, Joe Laurie Jr., and Harry Hirschfield. Representing the home audience is Peter Donald. When Peter reads jokes sent in by the home audiences, the laughter of the studio audience is registered on the laugh meter. Then our distinguished panelists try to top that joke, and the fun really begins. Can You Top This is made possible by our fine sponsor. Won't you please listen to this?
So you ready for the merriment in the first round, fellas?
Ready?
Yeah. All right. So is Miss Louise Haley of Stratford, Connecticut. And this is the joke with the subject of mishap, something I'm sure you've all had befall you.
Slight accident?
Well, I don't know whether it's slight or major until we get into it. Peter Donald, maybe you can clarify that point.
Well, little Denny Monahan was in the building business. He used to carry bricks up to the top of the building. Very hard work, you know. He goes up there, the ladder. And this particular day, he spent his lunch hour across the street in Miguelito Mulcahy's Hibernian Hacienda over there. Drank about 15 mugs of beer. He blew the head off the beer, and the beer then returned the compliment. And comes time to go back to work, and he staggers across the street. He says, all right now, all right, send all the boys home. I'll finish the building myself. Get rid of them. He says, I'm the strongest man in the world. Denny Monahan, the strongest man in the world. He says, they call me Super Monahan around my neighborhood. So he grabbed 2 hods of bricks, and he starts up this ladder. Of course, he gets up about 40 feet, and he slips and crashes to the sidewalk right on his head. So the foreman heard this clatter, and he comes running around, and there's little Denny, and he's sitting up, and he's just scratching his head. So the foreman said, what, you're still alive after a fall like that? He says, you sure are lucky. He says, to be sure, 'tis the luck of the Monahans. The cement sidewalk broke me fall.
Just halfway up on the laugh meter, Ward. 500 this time.
Give the boys plenty of scope here with their raised hands, 2 of which I see up now. Let's see. Miss Haley has $10. Let's see what Joe Laurie's going to do about
Well, there's a lot of jokes on accidents, mishaps. I'll give you a fast one. This doesn't count, Ward. About the little fella on the east side runs over to a little soda fountain. He says, quick. He says, quick, give me a glass seltzer. He says, my wife just fainted. The fella says, oh, too bad. What do you want, 2 cents or 3 cent glass? That's a shortcut.
That wasn't even a penny glass.
They didn't sell it, sir.
Somebody took the bottom out of the glass.
Oh, is that what?
Somebody took the bottom out of the glass.
The one I want to tell is about this gloomy-looking guy walking along the street, and his friend meets him. He says, why so sad, Mike? Why so sad? He says, I lost my wife, you know. Says she was in the kitchen cooking, and her dress caught fire. He says, oh, that's terrible. Burnt alive? He says, no. Luckily, the fireman came and put the hose on her. She drowned.
Well, Joe, that was a 700 and a quick flick over to 1,000. So since both of those top Miss Haley's 500, we'll credit you with the 700 anyway. And she still holds her $10. And Harry Hirschfield had his hand up next.
Yeah, I got a couple on mishaps in my mind. There were a lot of young hoodlums in the neighborhood, and they tried to get little Sammy Ginsburg to join the crowd. He said, I don't want to get in with hoodlums. I don't want to get in with hoodlums. They said, you gotta get in. And we're going to go in that butcher shop tonight. We're going to take the meats and stuff out of the butcher shop, and you got to join us. He says, boys, I don't want to do it. I don't want to be a crook. I don't want to be a robber. It's no good. The first thing, a mistake will happen. It's always something happens that they find out and make it suspicious, and you get arrested, and you go away for a lifetime. It's no good. I don't want to do it. Fella says, you got to join it. He says, I don't want to do it, boys. I don't want to be a robber and go in that butcher shop. They says, we got it fixed so it won't get suspicious of you. You'll take the hams.
Well, Harry Harry, you can take 900 on 400 better than Miss Haley's, but she still holds her $10, and we haven't heard a word from the senator as yet.
No, not yet. I heard a gag some time ago that might fit in here. 2 taxi cabs collided and 30 Scotch passengers were hurt. Well, this gag that...
Better give them all seltzer water.
The one that Peter told kind of reminds me of one Frank Fogarty used to tell many years ago. It seems that Casey was a painter, and he was working on painting a house, and he was painting a window at this particular time, and he leaned out too far, fell down on the pavement, and became very, very dead. Well, it wasn't the fall that killed him; it was the sudden stop. Well, anyway, at the wake, in the middle of the wake, they were drinking some Hennessy's 3 Star and a couple of other things, and a floral piece was brought in the form of Gates ajar. So Monahan looked at it and said, "'Tis very beautiful, but what do it represent?" And his wife said, "You dope, that's the window he fell out of."
Is that end of joke, Senator?
Huh?
That's the end of the joke. We didn't stop.
What did it sound like, Mr. Wilson?
Well, I thought he had a demise in the middle there. I wasn't quite sure about that, but to tell you the truth, that joke got 1,000.
It was always good when Fogarty told it. Why couldn't he do it?
Fogarty always does pretty well on this program, doesn't he?
More fun, more jokes coming up in a minute after this word from our sponsor.
Joking once again. And here's one sent in by Mrs. I.A. Rogers of Grassmere, Staten Island, New York. And this time the subject is thrift. Thrift. Don't smile so benignly there, Senator, when they say that.
Scotch.
Well, could be at that. So, Peter, don't be too thrifty with a laugh on this one.
Well, this is about a Scotsman named Sandy McBibe, and he's having breakfast one morning, and he's a very thrifty guy, very ingenious. He has the toaster fixed so when the bread jumps up, it turns the pages of his morning paper. He was reading that story about the 2 cabs colliding, but of course, being Scotchmen, the 30 guys were killed. So, anyway, he said to his wife, finally, he says, "Maggie, my darling," he says, "I may be a wee bit late for supper tonight, you see. I've some rather rigorous and responsible business to take care of downtown."
So she says, "Well, Sandy," she says, "how will I know if you're going to be early or late?"
He says, "Well, if I'm no home by 6 o'clock, I'll give you a buzz on the telephone."
She says, "Oh, hi. Well, I'll just sit there and wait for your phone call."
He says, "That's the... Oh, but there's one thing, Maggie." He says, "You see, I'll have to telephone from outside my office. So when the phone bell rings at 6 o'clock, you'll know I'm going to be late. Don't take the receiver off the hook and I'll get my nickel back."
The laugh meter registered 800 for that one, Ward.
Once again, we narrow the field down a little bit, and I think Harry Hirschfield had his hand up
I got
first.
one I want to toss in first, too. They were discussing the greatest thrift in the world. And finally, a fellow said, Social Security, there's the greatest thrift that you could possibly have. Turned to a guy and said, "Do you know what Social Security is?" He said, "Yes. That's where they guarantee you a stake it for your old age when you ain't got no teeth to chew it with no more." For thrift, this is supposed to be true about a certain actor and his brother. There's a fellow came to his, well, I'll make it about an uncle. It'd be better. He went to his rich uncle, and he said, "I am very, very poor. Me and my wife, we haven't got a thing to eat in the house. We're starving, can't pay rent. You got to help me as a rich uncle." So the uncle said, "Well, how much do you need a week? Enumerate. What do you need?" Well, he said, "For rent, so much. For clothing, so much. For this, so much. For this, so much. So much. $75 a week, I can get along quite." So he said, "All right, I'll send you $75 a week every week." So for months, he sent him $75 a week every week. One day, the guy came and says, "I got to have more money, Uncle." He says, "Why do you have to have more money? You enumerated the things. You said you everything, clothing, house, so, come to $75 a week, you'd be fine." He says, "I know it. But a fellow likes to save a few dollars also."
It almost made it, but only 950 is what the laugh meter says, Ward.
Topping Mrs. Rogers 800. However, she still has her $10, and I think the senator's hand was up second.
Well, this is on thrift. 2 taxi cabs collided and 30 Scotch passengers were hurt. Same thing.
Same result.
Fanny, what?
Same result.
If I keep on trying, it'll work. Fanny Fiddlecroft was talking to Tilly Numbnut, and they were talking about Tilly's boyfriend, and Fanny said, "You know, your boyfriend is the stingiest human being I ever heard of. Don't take you no place, he don't give you nothing." She says, "You're wrong about that. Last Xmas, he gave me a bottle of cologne." So the other one said, "Yeah, what kind of cologne was it?" She said, "I don't know, but every time I pass a swamp, the skunks jump up and holler, yoo-hoo."
1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
You also tops Mrs. Rogers' 800.
You know I'm in a rut.
Yeah, well, you better stay in the rut, I think. That's very good. We still haven't heard from Joe Laurie.
Yeah, I have a couple. I'll throw one in, too, about the kid in an automobile with his old man. Old man is very stingy and all. He says, "Papa, look, the radiator. The water's boiling in the radiator." He says, "All right, don't waste it." He says, "Throw in a tea bag, quick." But the one I want to tell, I believe, is one of the oldest Scotch stories that I've ever heard, years and years ago. It's about the fellow Sandy comes into his friend. He says, "Oh, these fans they're selling now, these fans." He says, "Look, I fan myself. I paid 10 cents for this fan." He said, "I fanned myself only about 3 months, and look at it, it's all to pieces." He says, "Well, I bought a fan," he says, about 30 years ago. 30 years ago, I paid 5 cents for it, and it's as good as new." He says, "Well, how do you do it?" He says, "How do you do it, Sandy? How do you keep a fan like that from wearing out?" He says, "I keep the fan still, and I just move my head."
You also moved the Kirkman laugh meter right over to the extremity, Joe. That was the top.
What extremity? What's extremity?
The nether regions up near the
okay.
top. Well, here we go once again, and this one was sent in by, an Army man this time, Technical Sergeant Victor Cassieri of Brooklyn, New York, and apparently the Army has moved in, fellas. This one is on the subject of complaints. Being a sergeant, I imagine he knows something about that. So, Peter, line this one up and let's start marching.
Well, this is about a very, very grouchy guy named Senator Buick. The subject is complaints.
That's what I wanted to hear.
You're complaining already? So anyway, this fellow went into, he was eating in the lunchroom one day, and he said, "Waitress, come here, waitress, come here." So this pretty little waitress, she just waltzed over and she blinked her big blue eyes at her.
He said, "So what do you want already, jerky?"
He said, "Young woman, I want you to take this steak back. It's too tough."
He said, "Well, I'm sorry, I can't take that steak back. Look, you already bent it." He said, "I guess it just came from a cow with a strong union or something." They're getting terrible, them cows. They clip your milky fin every once in a while. It's awful. She says, "But I can't get you another steak, but maybe you like something else?"
He said, "All right." He says, "Bring me a half a broiled chicken, some peas, baked potatoes. Now, I want you to see that the chicken is well done, and don't bring me the peas unless they're very, very fresh, and have the baked potatoes very well done, too." She says, "Certainly, and I'll sprinkle some Chanel No. 5 on your artichoke, too." Such a fussy one. So she goes to the kitchen, and she brings back the chicken, and she put it down, and this guy looks it over, and he says, "What's the meaning of this, young woman?" She says, "Oh, what's the meaning of what? Honest to goodness, you're so fussy. So what's wrong now?" Well, he says, "What's wrong?" He says, "Look at that chicken. This chicken has only got one leg." She said, "Well, for Pete's sake, what are you going to do? Eat it or rumble with it?"
I don't think there's any need for me to mention what happened to that one, Peter.
1,000 on the laugh meter.
Couldn't happen to a nicer guy than Technical Sergeant Cassieri. He automatically has $25, and you fellas are just out for the laughs and the soap, and the senator had his hand up
Well,
first.
there's one about a steak, too, that was underdone, and the fellow said, "Take it back," and she said, "We cook everything by electricity." He said, "Take it back and give it another shock." Well, this grouchy guy was sitting in there, And he couldn't get the waitress's attention at all. So he sat there for about 10 minutes, finally got sore, and he jumped up and he ran over the cashier's cage, and he said, I want to see the manager. She said, what do you want to see the manager about? He says, I got a complaint. She says, a complaint? This is a restaurant, not a hospital. What do you want, all thousands from me tonight?
If I did, I'm disappointed. They got 100, 250, and 400, which doesn't top Technical Sergeant Cassieri's 1,000, and Harry Hirschfield's hand was up second.
There's a goof, and he's all bleeding, and his teeth are out and everything. And the cop says, what happened? He said, I just tidying up literature, and the fellow told me the best book for me to read is a book called Forever Amber. So I went in the bookstore and I said, I want a book, Forever Amber. And they kicked me out and beat me up. Cop says, you mean to say they beat you up just for asking for Forever Amber? I said, that's all. I said, I want that book, Forever Amber. Give me one with pictures.
1,000 on the laugh meter.
Ties Sergeant Cassieri, but doesn't top him. He still has his $25.
I have a couple on complaints. The first one I just tossed in about Mrs. Chucha Rabinowitz says to her husband. She says, Jake, she says, you used to say I was the apple of your eye. You used to say I was a peachy. Always calling me peachy and your apple of your eye. He says, so what? So what? She says, nothing except you don't seem to care for food anymore. The one that comes to mind is one that Joe Welch, I guess Joe Welch in his line as a Hebrew comedian was comparable to Frank Fogarty. He's an Irish comedian, one of the great Hebrew comedians of the world. And he told this one about this fellow goes and buys a second-hand suit. And he comes back in about an hour. He says, hey, wait a minute, I don't want this suit. He says, you know what I found in the pockets? He says, morts. Right in the pockets, mort. Right in the pockets, morts. He says, excuse me. He says, how much did you pay for the suit? He said, I paid you $10. He says, for $10, what do you want? Hummingbird should be the package?
850 on the laugh meter for that joke, Ward.
None of the three of you top Technical Sergeant Cassieri's 1,000.
More fun, more jokes coming up in a minute after this word from our sponsor.
Oh, let's get back from the vocals to the jokes once again. And here's one sent in by Edwin W. Holden of Port Chester, New York, and it's on the subject of animals this time. Animals. So, Peter, you joined the SPCA, and here we go.
Well, this is about Dr. Gansemuller, a very famous veterinarian. You may have seen his signs around. Is your poodle off his noodle? And does your retriever have a fever? And does your Spitz have fits? And does your parrot suffer from B.O., birdie odor? You know. So he's very, very swanky, and he's got an office on Park Avenue. So one day, he's sitting in his office there, this veterinarian, and the door opened, and a little fella stuck his head in the door.
He said, hello, hello, hello. He says, I beg your pardon? He says, you the doctor that goes to the dogs?
So the doctor says, yes, my good man, I happen to be a vet. He says, vet, try, who cares?
He says, brother, says, my name is Abercrombie Fatufnik. It says, I want you to fix up my puppy. Says, wait a minute, I'll get him.
So he goes out to the other room. He brings this dog in. It's 5 feet high. It's 8 feet long. It's the size of a rhinoceros. So he brings this awful thing in.
He says, all right, sit down, Tinkerbell.
So the doctor looks at this dog. He says, what is that, a Saint Bernard?
He says, well, certainly it's a Saint Bernard. What do you think it is, a Mexican Chihuahua? He says, now, wait a minute. He says, doctor, he says, look at that tail. It's 3 feet long, the tail. He says, wags like a pendulum when it's happy, wags like anything, the tail 3 feet long. He says, I want you to cut it off.
The doctor said, what? You want this dog's tail bobbed? He says, why? He says, don't ask questions. He says, get the clippers and make a snappy snip there. That's all. Cut off the tail. The doctor says, but this dog must be over 6 years old. He says, he's too old to have the tail bobbed. He says, you should have brought him in when he was a little puppy. He's much too old.
He says, please don't quibble with me. He says, gotta cut off the tail.
So the doctor says, well, all right. He said, if you insist, but I want you to understand now that as a medical man, I assume no responsibility for this. You got to assume all the consequences. But I would like to ask you once more, please, why do you insist on having this dog's long tail cut off?
He He said, all right, so you want to know? He says, I'll tell you. He says, next week my mother-in-law is coming for a visit, and I don't want her to see any signs of welcome.
Well, you certainly did justice to that one, Peter. 1,000 on the laugh meter.
So, automatically has his $25. You boys are out for soap and laughs once again. All three hands up this time. Let's take Harry Hirschfield first.
Here's a quickie, I think. Sadie Glutz is going out for her first horseback ride. So the attendant on his horse is taking her along, and as she's running down the country road with this horse, as they're jogging along the horse, she keeps slipping from the horse, slipping back, and when she got near the tail, she says, get me another horse. I used this one up.
700 is the score in the laugh meter this time, Ward.
Let's see. Joe Laurie Jr. had his.
Well, I've got a real short one. Fella goes in the pet shop. He says, hey, I want my money back for the rabbits you sold me. I said, what's the matter? He says, they all got hiccups. He said, that's okay. He said, what do you mean it's okay? They all got hiccups. He said, they should have hiccups. They're all belching hairs.
Joe will be generous and give you $6.50 on that one without the bicarbonate of soda.
Can I give him a glass of seltzer water with
2 or 3 cents glass. Senator, we haven't heard from you yet.
Well, Hockey Pop went into the general store up in my hometown, and he said, I want 10 cents worth of rat poison. And the clerk said, you want to take it home with you? He said, no, I'll send the rats in for it.
Well, Senator, suppose you tell them to pick up the joke while they're there.
500 on the laugh meter this time, Ward.
Well, wait till the laugh reaches its peak. They didn't get it right away.
Well, this is only a half-hour program. That's all the time we're going to have right now, but be sure and join us again next week, same time, same gang, other jokes, some new, some old. Until then, we remain yours for bigger and better laughs.
Senator Ford.
Harry Hirschfield.
Joe Laurie Jr.
Peter Donald.
Ward Wilson.
And this is your host, Roger Bauer, saying so long, and take care of yourself until we meet again next time.
Can you top this? Starring Senator Ford.
Good evening.
Harry Hirschfield.
Howdy.
And Joe Laurie Jr.
Hello.
And this is your host, Roger Bauer. And now, here is your master of ceremonies, Ward Wilson.
Good evening, friends. Welcome to Can You Top This, our unrehearsed Wheeze Whirlpool. Our three wits do not know what jokes have been chosen until the people's representative, Peter Donald, tells them on the air.
Then our panelists try to top the score on the laugh meter registered by Peter Donald.
Our three gagsters have no scripts. They rely on memory and ability to switch jokes and make them fit the subject.
Can You Top This is made possible by our fine sponsor. Won't you please listen to this?
Let's get on with the laughs. Are you ready, fellers? Ready.
I shouldn't wonder.
Well, I shouldn't either, Senator. And our first joke this evening, incidentally, comes from A.C. Kidder. Kidder, is he fooling on this program? A.C. Kidder of Central Square, New York, and it's on the subject of punishment. Punishment.
Which they're going to get plenty.
Well, we hope not, Harry, and Peter has a chance to start it off, and I hope there's very little in his rendition.
Well, there's a fellow walking down the street here one day last winter, and he saw an old man shoveling the snow off his walk, but he was using a pancake turner. So the fellow went over, he says, excuse me, sir, he says, this is none of my business, but why do you shovel your walk with a pancake turner instead of getting a shovel? So the old man says, stranger, he says, whenever I want to punish myself for some misdeeds, I just do things the hard way. I like to do things the hard way. You see this house? I built that all by myself, single-handed. I chopped every stick of wood in that house. And to make it even harder, I used a butter knife, too. I like to do everything the hard way. I got 3 acres of lawn around the house. And every summer, I cut it myself the hard way. Fellow says, you mean you use shears instead of a lawnmower? He says, shears? I use tweezers. I like to do everything the hard way. The fellow says, wait a minute. Now, do you do everything in the world the hard way? He says, do I? You should see me dressing and undressing. Guy says, you dress and undress the hard way? He says, sure do. Standing up in a hammock.
$1,000 on the laugh meter.
We're giving Mr. Kidder $25 automatically, and to start the evening, making it pretty rough on our three wits. However, they can at least tie Mr. Kidder's 1,000, possibly. And the upraising of hands shows two of a possible three, and the first one we'll call on, Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo, and let's listen to Harry.
I read a story the other day that'll fit under punishment. Finnegan was dying, and the minister came over to him, saw he was dying, and he says, Finnegan, I gotta be honest with you. You've caused a lot of trouble in your time, but you have a good heart. And now that you're dying, will you accept heaven and renounce and denounce the devil? He says, I would like to accept heaven gladly. But at this particular time, I'm in no position to antagonize anybody.
$1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
Needless to say, ties Mr. Kidder's $1,000, but doesn't top it. And let's move over one notch to Harry's right and pick up little Joe Laurie Jr.
Well, little Montgomery was very bad, so his father gave him a smack. He says, go in the bedroom and stay there. That's your punishment. Stay there in the bedroom alone. So about an hour passes, so finally the mother comes out and she says, Papa, she says, I think Jake has been punished enough. Should I take him to the zoo? He says, if they want him, let him call for him.
$1,000 on the laugh meter.
That maintains the unbroken record, Joe. Another giving us thus far a perfect round and moving one more notch to Joe's right. We pick up the eminent Senator Ford right now.
Want to see the record broken? I know a couple that fit under that subject. I had time enough to think of two. I probably picked the wrong one, though. Anyway, I'll pick out one that's been good for about 200 years, and I don't see why it shouldn't be good now. It's about a teacher who was called out of her classroom, and while she was out, little Tommy wrote on the blackboard, I can kiss better than anybody in the class. So when she came back, she said, who wrote that on the blackboard? Little Tommy said, I did. She said, you stay after school. So the next day, a little girl said to me, she said, you see, Tommy, it doesn't pay to misbehave. He said, yeah, but it pays to advertise.
The laugh meter registers 1,000 for that joke, Ward.
Giving us a perfect round. What was the other one you thought of?
Well, it was about a young fellow who was arrested for speeding, and he was told that the judge was one of those, genial sort of old codgers that would respond to the right approach, sort of a, hail fellow, well met type. So when his case was called, the young squirt rushed up to the bench, stuck out his paw, and said, hello, judgy, old pal, old thing, how are you? The judge said, fine, $20.
The laugh meter registered 800 for that one, Ward.
Here's a joke which was sent in by Mrs. Anita Moffat of Los Angeles, California, and it's on the subject of, if you'll pardon the expression, salary. So, Pete, I hope you get a good cut out of this one.
No, this is a story about a friend of mine, Mr. Abercrombie Fafufnik, and he does very well in business, but his ambition was to be an actor. Always wanted to be on the stage. So during the summer vacation, he's staying at a place in the Catskills, and he hears of a little theater group up there. It's a little group called Reuben Rappaport and his Rootin' Tootin' Repertory. So Fafufnik goes over there to see Mr. Rappaport. He walks in and says, hello, hello, hello. He says, you'll pardon me to pieces, Mr. Rappaport. He says, but all my life I wanted to act. All my life I wanted to make with the snap acting and, with the emotion like all those fellas out in Hollywood, what's the name? Basil Rathbone and all those fellas. Clark Bagel, all those fellas. I want to be an actor, he says. In other words, I'm looking for a job. I would like to be, you should also excuse the expression, a ham. So the fellow says, well, he said, I'll tell you. He said, I'm putting on a play. Just happens I need somebody to play a small part. It's an Indian chief. He says, what, an Indian chief? It's all right, I'll make like an Indian chief. The fellow says, that's fine. You get the part. It pays $15. He says, wait a minute. Hold on to the horses. What is this? What kind of a crummy proposition is that? $15 for a chief?
For a full-blooded chief? Maybe got to support a squaw with a little papoose and everything? $15? He says, listen, to me, scalping is skilled labor. Make it $60. He says, wait a minute, I'll make it $30. Fella says, I wouldn't give you 30. I can't afford it. $15 is for the part. And if you don't take it, you obviously don't want to be as much an actor as you say. He said, all right, wait a minute. All right, I'll take it. I'll cut the price. I will play for you for the Indian chief for $15. Thank you very much. Started for the door and he turned back. He says, but I warn you, for $15, he's only going to be a half-breed.
Well, Pete, instead of a half-breed, that was a thoroughbred that time.
1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
For the second time, this kid is really warm tonight.
That gag is almost as good as the ones that Pete edited in Coronet. You know, he's a comedy editor of Coronet.
Oh, yeah, I saw that this month.
Yeah. Oh, new deal.
Yeah. Making fun with Coronet now.
Never mind the plug.
No, I saw it. I picked one up in the streetcar. I looked over his shoulder.
I've heard for years that in pocket magazines, your best bet is Coronet. I didn't know Donald was with it.
Oh, he's quite an editor.
Yeah, but the Coronet on this program is... How do you do that? Let's see. I didn't work it out well.
There's a gag.
Yeah, there's a gag there somewhere. The corn on this program, Coronet... Well, let it go. Forget it. It doesn't fit.
Tell the Coronet later.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. We have another automatic $25 from Mrs. Moffat. You guys are really up against a stone wall tonight, but stay in there pitching anyway. And, Senator, was that your hand up or were you coughing?
Well, both.
All right.
You know, I don't like to waste any effort. Yeah, I know a gag. I know a number of them, as a matter of fact, on the salary, wages, fees, something like that. Two fellas were standing at one of those long mahogany counters, you know, with one foot slightly elevated. And one said to the other, how much do you earn a week? Guy said, $50. My wife gets 50. He says, that's 100. He says, no, it's the same 50. I earn it and she gets it.
900 is the final score on the laugh meter, Ward.
So make it $60, then it might have gone up to 1,000.
Raise the salary. Well, let's skip over now to Joe Laurie, Jr.
Oh, I've got a short one. This doesn't count. This is the one the fellow says to a guy. He says, I hear you got a raise in salary. He says, yeah, I got a good raise. He says, you keep any of your salary from your wife? He says, no. He says, why don't you? He says, there's a law against it. He says, what law? He says, mother-in-law. But the one I want to tell is that they're paying off the workers in this place, and the fellow gets his money, and he goes over to the boss. He says, hey, boss, here's the $5 I took from you during the week, you know, when I was short. Here's the $5. He says, oh, thanks. He says, wait a minute. There's a peculiar odor about this money. He says, yeah, my salary stinks.
I almost had a commentary on that one, Joe. But,
Up. 1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
The original one was 800, so that does tie up Mrs. Moffat's 1,000. However, her 25 is safely entrenched. So let's wander over to the territory occupied by Harry Hirschfield and see what he has to offer.
Well, I want to toss one in first, a little light one. First, I heard a kind of a goofy story the other day of a prize fighter was walking down the street, and a guy held him up and took $5 from him. And when his manager heard about it, says, I hear you were held up. And the guy took $5 from you. Did you put up any battle? He says, I don't fight for those small purses anymore. There's a fellow in a concern, an employee, and he's trying to get a raise. Every scheme and every hint he can think of to the boss, and he can't get a raise. And finally he tries the big ace. He takes a photograph of his little baby, and he sends it to the boss, and there's a little note. This is the reason I've got to have more money. And for a reply, the boss sent him a photograph of a voluptuous blonde in a bathing suit and said, this is the reason I can't give it to you.
Laugh meter registers 1,000 for that joke, Ward.
I know another shorty that would go in there.
Let's hear it.
Boss said to a fellow who was asking for a raise, he said, give me 2 reasons why you should have a raise. Fellow says, twins.
I know a shorty, too.
Everybody's in with short. It's all right.
We're rather short, though, I'd say.
Short on that meter, too.
Fellow says, how much do you get a week? He says, $13 a week. He said, why do you work so cheap for? He says, I don't want my wife to have a rich husband.
I never do.
Says, give me 3 reasons why you should get a raise. Says, triplets.
You better move over to Mr. Dione and make it safe. Harry, you in with a quickie,
Yeah.
too?
I want to raise or else. He said, else what? He said, else I'll work for what I'm getting.
We'll be right back with our next round of jokes after these few commercial words.
Well, let's try it all over again, and here we go. The next joke comes from Mrs. F. Schultz of Middleburg, New York, and the subject of this round is something you fellas should be very familiar with, pals. Pals.
Like us.
Yes, like 3 or 4 or 5 or something of us. So, Pete, make with the pals do wealthy.
Well, it's about 2 little kids, 2 little boys, and they're usually very good pals, but like all kids, they get into a fight with each other, and they're thinking of all the nasty things they could say to each other, and he says, you're a dope. You're so dumb you think Ebbetsfield is Hirschfield's brother. He says, if I had an ugly face like yours, I'd put it on a wall and throw bricks at it. He says, if I had a face like yours, I'd put it on a brick and throw the wall at it. This is going on. This whole thing goes on for about half an hour. Finally, one of them gets really mean. He says, look at the way you dress. You go around dirty with raggedy clothes. He says, look at your pants, always raggedy and dirty. He says, your old man's a tailor. Why don't he make you some pants? He says, what are you talking about? Your father's a dentist, and look at your new baby sister. She ain't got no teeth.
Well, you put the teeth in that one all right, Pete, for the 3rd time this evening.
1,000 on the laugh meter for that one, Ward.
So, Mrs. Schultz is home with $25, or will be shortly. Our 3 wits once again have that futile feeling. However, they're going to stay in there pitching, and the first one we call upon right now is Harry Hirschfield.
Well, I think this is a fellow who became a pal. This is, I think, a new story, a goof story. A governor went to visit the nut house, and the warden was taking him around. And he showed a fellow was sitting on the floor, and he says to the governor, get away from me, don't touch me. I'm on top of the Washington Monument, you're trying to push me off. And there was another guy walking with a high hat, shorts, and spats. So the governor said to him, what's the idea of the high hat? He said, nobody's coming here, so what's the difference? So he says, how about the spats? He says, in case somebody does come. Then he says, saw another guy with matches, breaking the matches. And he said, what are you breaking those matches for? He said, I like to cut down these big redwood trees. Oh. Finally, the warden said, we got a guy here, a new nut. He's fishing in the bathtub there. He said, that I like to see. So he walks over there, and there's a fellow sitting on the edge of the bathtub, and he's fishing. The governor looks at him, and he says, how many fish did you catch today? He says, you must be nuts. How can you catch fish in a bathtub?
Well, you had plenty of bite on your line that time, Harry.
1,000 on the laugh meter.
Tying Mrs. Schultz's 1,000, and that's all, believe me. And Senator Ford, I think, had his hand up second.
Well, a preacher was walking down the street, and he came across a couple of the kids in his parish who were fighting like the dickens. And one of them was doing better than the other. So the preacher said to him, he said, Tommy, Satan must have prompted you to kick Willie and bite his ear. Tommy said, you're wrong about that, Domini. Satan might have prompted me to kick him, but biting his ear was my own idea.
Just halfway up on the laugh meter, Ward. 500 this time.
I should have told the other one I was thinking of, I guess.
Well, mull it over in your mind. We'll drop back to hear it after we...
I'm not good at mulling.
No? Well, let's see how good Joe Laurie is.
Well, Flanagan and Doyle were great friends, and they're making a trip all through the bar rooms and all. Finally, they hit the Waldorf Astoria bar, and they walk in there. And they see a man drinking a Manhattan cocktail. And they looked at it, and Flanagan takes $1, puts it down the bar, and he says, give us a couple of those. He says, mixed drinks are 75 cents a piece, sir. He said, what? He says, mixed drinks are 75 cents a piece. And he turns to Doyle, he says, how did he know we were mixed? It's a little deep if you want to wait.
Well, Joe, I would, but this is only a half-hour program.
Only 200 registered on the laugh meter that time, Ward.
No, another one. Another one? Just as bad.
Well, you can't lose. Go ahead.
Well, this fellow says, are you a friend of Casey's? He says, I sure are. We've been pals for 20 years. There's nothing I wouldn't do for Casey. There's nothing Casey wouldn't do for me. And for the past 20 years, that's just what we've been doing. I've been doing nothing for him, and he's been doing nothing for me.
If you had just twisted those two around, Joe, you would have been home.
Ah, it's in
Last one really got there. Senator, did you dream up that other one of yours yet?
No, I didn't have to dream it up. I know the gag. I think that you four will get a kick out of this one. The audience not being in the business of tracing back gags, but I know that I think you'll laugh at it anyhow. These three kids were pals, and they pooled their resources, which amounted to 10 cents, and decided they were going to buy apples. So they went into the grocery store. They went into the grocery store and asked for 10 cents worth of apples. So the grocer gave them 2 for 5 apples. The one kid said, "How are we going to divide these 4 apples equally among the 3 kids here?" So the grocer took the apples back and gave him a can of applesauce. Then another answer is they shot one of the kids.
I like that latter part better.
How do you divide 3 horses among 5 fellas? Horseradish.
I know what. There must be a halt somewhere, and I'm going to call it right here.
Oh, it's a short one.
All right, Harry, go ahead.
The fellow that was crying, the husband was crying. He says, "My wife ran away with my best pal, and gee, how I missed him."
Don't go away. We'll have another round of jokes in a few moments.
Sent in by Phil Carpenter of San Pedro, California, and it's on the subject of something you gentlemen look as though you have a speaking acquaintance with, Taylor. So, Pete, don't look around. It's perfectly all right. East is east and vest is vest, and the way you tell it suits us.
Well, this happened in an employment agency, and a little Italian fellow ran in there. He said, "Hey, hello, salute." He said, "I'm so pleased you to meet me." Fellow said, "Well, yes, sir, what can we do for you? You seem excited." He says, "Well, please, my name is Giuseppe Lasagna. I'm around a high-class tailor shop uptown, but my number one alterations tailor, Angelo, is you drink too much vino. He's drink too much vino, he's make alterations, he's put the sleeves in the vest, he's put the lapels on the pants, is no good at all. I've got to get rid of him, you got to make me a nice tailor, an alteration specialist." Fella said, "All right, sir, we have quite a file, we'll see what we can do." He said, "What sort of specialist do you want?" He said, "What sort I want? I don't know, just ask him if he can make shorts." He says, "Shorts? Do you run a haberdashery too?" He says, "No, I'm not your own haberdashery. I'm a high-class tailor shop. I got to get a fella that can make shorts." Fella says, "But I thought you made suits." He says, "That's right, they showed I make suits. That's why he's got to be able to make short to the sleeves, make short to the pants."
Well, we'll make short of that one, too, Pete.
And that was only 350 on the laugh meter, Ward.
Throw all the papers away. I don't think you need them after that. First time tonight our 3 wits have had a chance to really go, and Harry Hirschfield is first.
I think the ladies especially will appreciate this one. There was a mother very much upset because she knew her son was running around with a girl, and he knew he was going to marry her, but she didn't know whether he was going to marry in the faith and the tradition. She wanted him to marry in the faith and tradition. She had a right to. And it worried her. And the more he asked her, he wouldn't tell what her name was. And she worried, and she was frightened he wouldn't marry in the faith. One day she had to send his suit to the tailor to be pressed. So she was taking the stuff out of the suit, and she came across a lipstick, said, "Helena Rubinstein." He said, "Ah, fine, marrying the right girl."
You were wedded to the right joke, too, Harry.
1,000 on the laugh meter.
Topping Mr. Carpenter's 350, he has his original $10, and Senator Ford, I think you were second.
Well, with the American Legion in town, I could tell one that I think would appeal to the boys who were over in France. Dopey Dildock had a new suit made, and he walks out of the tailor shop, and he runs into Aki Pop. So Dopey says, "How do you like the suit?" Aki says, "It reminds me of 2 towns in France, Toulon and Toulouse."
Well, it wasn't so too long.
Ward, the laugh meter registers 600 for that joke.
Toulouse, but not too long.
plenty enough to top Mr. Carpenter's $350, and we seem to have a blank here on the score sheet for Joe Laurie Jr.
Well, this big manufacturer was telling a friend of his, he says, I'm ruined, I'm ruined. He said, what happened? What happened? He says, well, we got a big order from Smith & Company. They wired us. Says, please send style number 305. 100 dozen, number 305, omit buttons. Omit buttons. So I says, so what? Didn't you do it? He says, Montgomery, the little tailor, you know. That's the head man, the head tailor. He balled up the whole order. He sent it with the buttons. He says, how could he do it? It says on the telegram, omit buttons. Yeah, he says, but Montgomery read it, omit buttons.
Hey, 1,000 on the laugh meter for that one, Ward.
Well, Tempest has fidgeted once again, fellas, so all I can do right now is to ask the audience to join Can You Top This, originated by Senator Ford, next week. At the same time, same gang, other jokes, some new, some old. Until then, we remain yours for bigger and better laughs.
Applesauce Ford.
Alina Rubenstein Hirschfield.
Oh, Mitt Laurie.
Peter Donald, Ward Wilson. And this is your host, Roger Bauer, saying so long, and take care of yourself until we meet again next time.
In such a hurry, her stockings have to run to keep up with her.
Can you top that, Harry Hirschfield?
I'll try.
Can you, Senator Ford?
I didn't even hear him. What did he say?
How about you, Joe Laurie?
I wasn't even listening.
These folks who make jokes bring you another session of Can You Top This? And now for the man who lays down the rules so you can pick up the cash. Ward Wilson.
Thank you, Charlie Stark. Can You Top This is unrehearsed and spontaneous, and our top rule is keep 'em laughing. Anyone can send in a joke, and if your joke is told by the well-known actor and storyteller Peter Donald, you get $10. Each of the three wits try to top it with another joke on the same subject. Each time they fail to top you, you get $5 more.
And this is your host, Roger Bauer. Can You Top This is made possible by our fine sponsor. Won't you please listen to this?
How you fellas feeling tonight? All set?
Yeah, it's kind of.
Well, that's good. Seems to be some doubt in the senator's mind. First joke tonight is sent in by Erna E. Nagel of the Bronx, New York, and something with which we're never associated is the topic. Quarrels. Quarrels, gentlemen. So, Pete, give this one an argument all the way, will you?
Well, this is about Sadie DeKalb and Gertrude Gowanus, the two green paint glamour girls. And they were having an awful quarrel one day, and Sadie said, listen, Gertrude, you're really so perturbing. Really, after all, I thought we were so close. We went to finishing school together, and I finished the 3rd grade, and you finished the 4th, and gee whiz, I thought we were just as close as Damon and Runyon. We were practically insufferable friends. Gee whiz, and now I find you not my friend at all. You're just a nasty little snake in the bushes, that's all.
So Gertrude was surprised. She said, why, Sadie, what do you mean saying such awful things?
She said, well, it's on account of what you said. My goodness, I told you something very, very personal about our friend, Greer Shapiro. Now, I told you something very personal, and didn't I tell you that that was a secret?
Yeah, you did.
She says, all right, so why'd you have to run right away to Greer and tell him everything I said? That's awful. Honestly, Gertrude, I don't believe you know what a secret is.
She says, oh, I do, too, know what a secret is. A secret is something that goes in one ear and then into another.
850 on the laugh meter for that joke, Ward.
Gives our three wits a little latitude between there and the top, and I see two hands raised. Let's see what Joe Laurie has to say.
Well, a fellow was running out of a house and hollered, help, help, help. And finally he yells help so much, a cop runs up to him and says, what's the idea? What's the matter? He says, oh, I just had a quarrel with my mother-in-law. He says, so what about it? He says, now she wants to jump out of the window. He says, well, if your mother-in-law wants to jump out of the window, why don't you let her jump out of the window? He says, what do you think I'm hollering help for? I can't open the window.
Very solid, Joe.
1,000 on the laugh meter, Ward.
Tight window.
Miss Nagel holds her original $10, however, and Harry Hirschfield had his hand up second.
Well, here's an old gag that fits of the moment anyhow with the world situation. Fella goes into a restaurant, and he said, I'd like to have a corned beef sandwich. And the waiter said, without what kind of bread do you want it? The guy said, are you nuts? What do you mean without what kind of bread I wanted? He said, I gotta know without what kind of bread you wanted. I said, all right, without white bread. So the guy leaves, comes back in a minute. He says, you'll have to take it without rye bread. We ain't got no white bread.
900 is the final score in the laugh meter, Ward.
Which tops Miss Nagel's 850 by a very close margin. And so far in this round, we have heard nothing from the senator, and see what he's going to do about Miss Nagel's $10.
I'm not interested in the $10. As a matter of fact, I'd like to give her some more and probably will. In the contest, then. Little Oscar Fotzengoggle's mother and father had a fine knockdown and drag out quarrel, if you want to call it that. It was really one-sided because his mother was doing all the talking, the old man was doing all the listening. He couldn't even get a word in edgewise. He couldn't even get a semicolon in, as a matter of fact. So just about that time, little Oscar ran and he says, Papa, why was Adam created before Eve? Why was Adam created before Eve? And the old man says, I'll tell you, my son. Man was created before woman to give the poor lug a chance to say something.
You want to guess first, Senator?
950.
Correct. Right on the nose. Which also tops Miss Nagel's 850. So we said Miss Nagel $10.
Don't go away. We'll have another round of jokes in a few moments.
Back to the business of jokes. This one sent in by Mr. T. Murphy of New York City on the subject of dreams this time. May they all be happy. Dreams. So, Peter, snore through this one, will you?
Maybe. You see that Pat and Mike met on the street, and Mike, being a very affable fellow, said, hello there, Patty, my boy. How are you this bright and effervescent afternoon?
So he said, how am I? I'm terrible, that's all. I'm terrible.
He said, well, what's your trouble? I notice your face seems to be so long, you look like you're carrying your bridge work in a snood today. What's wrong?
He says, what's wrong? I tell you what's wrong. I tell you what's troubling me. He says, Wednesday night, I had a dream. It was a beautiful dream I had. It was all about peaches. And on Thursday night, I had a beautiful dream about apples. And on Friday night, I had a dream about pears. So Saturday being the afternoon off, I went to the races, you know. I'm not much of a gambling man entirely, but sure enough, there in the second race, there was 3 horses named Peaches, Apples, and Pears.
So he said, well, that's a marvelous hunch. I suppose you put a bet on one of them.
He says, on one of them? On one of them? I put $10 on Peaches to win, $10 on Apples to win, and $10 on Pears to win.
He says, well, did they win?
He says, did they win? He says, for the love of Mike, they're still running. And the horse that won was named Fruit Salad.
Well, you certainly did justice to that one, Peter. 1,000 on the laugh meter.
Automatically giving Mr. Murphy $25, putting you boys out just for the laughs. And on the subject of dreams, the senator had his
I'll
hand
take
up
a chance and follow Pete's 1,000. Wouldn't make any difference anyway. This one was in the Reader's Digest. I'll try to tell it as well as I can remember it. A very charming little old spinster. She was over 70 years old. Went to the doctor and stated her ailments, both real and imaginary. But what she was most interested in was that she had a recurring dream in which a handsome young man made violent love to her. So the doctor was duly sympathetic, and he said, I'll see that you sleep better. He said, I'll give you some powders. Well, in about 3 days, she came back, and she was still very woeful. And he said, don't tell me you didn't sleep any better. She said, yes, that's just it. I'm sleeping too well. Doctor, do you know I certainly missed that young man? Blame it on the Reader's Digest.
Well, you missed the top by just 250, Senators.
750 on the laugh meter for that joke, Ward.
Which doesn't top Mr. Murphy's 1,000, of course. And, Harry, I think you were second.
Well, here's a pretty good commentary on the world situation. Churchill, Truman, and Stalin met for their meeting at Tehran. And Churchill said, I had a peculiar dream last night. I had a peculiar dream that I became Prime Minister of the whole world. And Truman says, that's a funny thing. I dreamt I became President of the whole world. Stalin looked up and says, I don't remember appointing you gentlemen.
Good going, Harry. The laugh meter says 1,000.
Now we turn on the faucet of another joke here, and this one's sent in by John W. Lynch of Brooklyn, New York, on the subject of gambling this time. Gambling.
Can I use that apple salad?
Yeah, Pete, I hope you come up with a natural.
Well, some fellas were having a little poker party one afternoon, and everything was going fine. They were playing cards and doing pretty good until all of a sudden one of them jumped up, and he says, Herkimer! He says, you dirty crook, you're cheating. You're not playing the cards I know I'm dealing you. So the other guy protested, and they get in a big fight, and they make such a racket that the cop on the beat hears that he comes in, he breaks up the gambling party, and boy, they're all hailed into court. So the judge gets them all up there, and he says, gentlemen, he says, this is a very serious charge. He says, but what I want to know is, what were you doing gambling in the afternoon? Why weren't you working on your jobs? So one guy said, well, I was on the job, Your Honor. He said, I had nothing to do with this. See, I'm a plumber. I was just in that apartment fixing a pipe. So the judge looked a little dubious, but he looked around, he pointed his gavel at another guy. He said, all right, you, what's your occupation? This kind of a goofy guy says, me? Judge, I'm a locksmith. He says, you're a locksmith, huh? Well, what were you doing when the police broke into the room? He says, me? I was making a bolt for the door.
Might not be a bad idea, Pete. A gesture with the feet on the joke added another 200.
650 is what the laugh meter registered, Ward.
Boys have plenty of latitude now. You can really toss them around. However, he has $10 to start with. And, Senator, I think your hand was raised first.
Well, I know another finish for that gag that Pete just told. Maybe it'd be just as good, I don't know. Well, anyway, the gag, as I remember it, way back, was about the same gambling incident. And this fellow was brought up before the judge, and the judge said, what's your name? And he said, Smith. He said, what do you do for a living? He said, I'm a locksmith. The judge says, locksmith up.
Is that your sole contribution, or just to show us what Pete...
How did it do?
You want to guess?
Look. That's it.
Senator Ford's perpetual 950 once again. Well, let's see who else we have in here. How about you, Joe?
Yeah. Mr. Epstein had his son in front of him. He's saying, he's so mad. He says, Montgomery, you're a bum. You're a dope, you're a bum. He said, what's the matter, Daddy? He says, what's the matter, Daddy? What's the matter, Daddy? You're gambling. You'll turn out to be a no-good bum. A dope, you lose your money. He says, oh, Pop. He says, oh, Pop, oh, Pop. I say you're a gambler, you should cut it out. He said, but, Pop, listen. He says, I only gamble for small stakes. He says, oh, if it's for something to eat, I don't mind.
Were you holding hands with the senator then, Joe?
Only 950 is what the laugh meter says, Ward.
Well, also topping Mr. Lynch's 650, still hanging on to that $10 tenaciously, and Harry, we haven't heard from you yet.
I'm going to tell you a true story. This is about a fella named Max of the Stage Delicatessen. This is on the level. He likes to go to the races, so he's rushing to Jamaica with his car, and he's speeding along, and a cop grabbed him. Says, get over there. What's the matter with his speed? Where you going? He says, I'm awful sick. I'm sick. He said, don't give me that stuff. You're sick. You're going to play the races. He says, certainly I'm going to play the races. Oh, is that a sickness?
Take a look, Harry. Everybody's shaking hands now because that joke also got 900. Well, sad news for Mr. Lynch, but good news for you three tying each other.
We'll be right back with our next round of jokes after these few commercial words.
Sent in by Irene Sokolner of Trenton, New Jersey. Oh, my old hometown. I was born there. This is on the subject, I hate to comment on this, age. Age, gentlemen. Not anything to do with the jokes, I hope. So, Peter, see how well you can do by Trenton, New Jersey.
Well, it seems that Mrs. Papufny got on a trolley car. Mrs. Papufny got on the trolley car, and she had her son with her, but she just put one nickel in the box, and she had the kid by the hand. They started for seat. So the conductor said, "Hey, lady, how about the kid? How old is he?" She ignored him.
She said, "Come, darling, find the seat for Mama Geronimo. Come on."
So the conductor said, "Hey, lady, did you hear me? How old is that boy?"
She says, "Don't pay any attention to the man, darling. He's trying to flirt with your mama. A nasty man trying to flirt like that. When you grow up someday, you'll come back here and you'll punch his transfer for him."
The conductor said when he grows up, he says, "Holy cow, that kid is so old he could have gone sledding on San Juan Hill." He says, "Tell me, how old is that Champagne Charlie you got with you there?"
So she says, "Geronimo, darling, don't pay any attention. Just sit nice and quiet and don't throw away your lollipop yet. Remember, we're still on daylight saving time."
So the conductor walked over to her. He says, "Listen, lady, are you deaf? I asked how old is that kid. Now, when's his birthday?" So for flipping, she turned around and she said,
"So what do you got to know for? You want to give him maybe a birthday party?"
900 is the final score in the laugh meter, Ward.
You can get a 50 up there also?
No, the 50 isn't ignited. Or lit up, shall we say. I hate that phrase, lit up. Miss Sokolner now has $10. You boys have a little latitude there to top her. And, Senator, I think your hand was up first once again.
Yeah, well, Pete's gag kind of reminds me of one that worked on my favorite railroad, the Long Island Railroad. You know, the commuters, not the commuters so much, but most of the people who travel are always complaining that the trains are late and so forth and so on. Well, one day, the conductor was picking up the tickets about halfway up on the island, and a woman handed him a full fare and a half fare. And he said, "What's that half fare for?" She said, "My boy here." So the conductor looked at this big lummox and he says, "A boy? He's no boy, he's a man." She says, "Well, he was a boy when this train started."
Looks like high score, Senator.
900.
Tying Mrs. Sokolner's 900. Therefore, she has $15 now due to your generosity. And, Harry, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah. A little kid about 8 years old, a little Bobby Socker, goes into a store, and she's looking at the perfume counter. And she sees all the perfumes there, but all she sees there is a bottle called My Sin and I Surrender. So she says, "Manager, have you got something for a beginner?"
Everybody turned around and saw another 900. Everybody has the same disease on this particular round. Mrs. Sokolner probably is very happy because that ups her ante another $5, makes her now holding $20. And Joe, let's
Yeah,
see
I've got
what you
one.
do.
Fellow goes into an antique store. He looks around a while. He says, fellow there says, "What can I do for you?" He says, "I'm just browsing around." He says, "Well, I can show you something. What do you want?" He says, "Look around, something old. That's my hobby, antiques." And he says, "Well, this is the place." He says, "Can I interest you in a good bed?" He says, "Yes. Have you got something different?" He says, "Oh, I got a bed. An antique." And he takes him back to the store. He says, "Here's a bed," he says, "that Julius Caesar and George Washington slept in." He says, "What?" He says, "Julius Caesar and George Washington slept in that bed." He says, "Oh, that's impossible. Julius Caesar and Washington slept in that bed." He says, "What's the matter? It's a double bed, ain't it?"
Well, it's almost unbelievable, but there it is. Another 900 on the makes it a unanimous 900 round that time. So for Miss Sokolner's benefit of Trenton, New Jersey, we inform her that she's now the possessor of $25. Fellas, we have about 2.5 minutes here at our disposal. I don't think we can quite get another full round of stories in unless we work awfully fast. Don't know just what you've been dreaming up over the past week. You might talk over in a little clown table discussion.
Well, Harry reads the newspapers. He knows what's
Well, what can you talk on a night like this
Say,
except
Harry,
the heat?
excuse me a minute. What did we all get on that last round, Ward? 900? Everybody?
Everybody.
Wait a minute, I got another gag on age. Maybe something can happen here, you know? Dopey Dildock was keeping company with a girl, and he said, do you know, I wish I was born in the dark ages. She said, so do I. You look terrible in the light.
I still want to talk about the heat. I heard a screwball gag today. I got to tell it. Fella, you know, they say you're hot and bothered. More tempers are lost during the heat than any other time. So a fella's telling, he says, two fellas are walking in the hot sun. And all of a sudden, one fella went berserk. And he pulled out his revolver, and he shot 6 bullets into the other guy, and all 6 bullets went right to his body. He said, did he die? He says, no, he was saved by the cross ventilation.
Look at the laugh, right back to 900 again.
You know, every time you talk about heat, it reminds me of Judge Wallace C. Kelly's gag. He tells about how hot it was in Texas. He says, it was such a hot day, I saw a bulldog chasing a rabbit, and they were both walking.
Well, I'll tell one the reverse of that. The reverse of that on weather. Remember the husband who was comfortably seated in the house, and his wife said, Sam, close the window, it's cold outside. So he gets down, he slams down the window and said, now it's warmer outside.
A school teacher said to a little boy who was kind of backward, she said, do you know when I was your age, I could name all the presidents of the United States? He said, well, when you were my age, there were only 3 or 4 of them. Another one for age.
Join us again next week. Same time, same gang, other jokes, some new, some old. Until then, we remain yours for bigger and better laughs.
Senator Ford.
Joe Laurie Jr.
David Warfield.
That's about how old you are, Peter. Ward Wilson.
And this is your host, Roger Bauer, saying so long, and take care of yourself until we meet again next time.